on Planet Vegeta in the infant incubation chamber. It was a place saturated with advanced technology, vast in scale, with more than 100 infant pods arranged in orderly rows throughout the room. Every infant pod was made from transparent materials with soft padding laid beneath each tiny body. The bedding was synthesized through cutting-edge technology so that the babies could enjoy deeper, more restful sleep. Yet, given the Saiyans' small population base and low birth rate, it was rare for all the pods to ever be filled at once. The Saiyans were a race that reveled in battle. They had once wandered homeless through the cosmos, and only later settled on planet Tuffle, originally inhabited by the Tuffles. At first, the two races coexisted in fragile peace. Later, King Vegeta sought to rule the entire world and gave the order to eradicate the Tuffles. The Tuffles outnumbered the Saiyans, but the Saiyans possessed far greater combat power. That night beneath a full moon, all Saiyans transformed into giant apes and launched a single overwhelming assault, annihilating the Tuffles and claiming the planet as their own, renaming it Planet Vegeta. The native Tuffles had possessed a highly advanced technological civilization. After exterminating them, the Saiyans inherited this technology. Yet they themselves were poor at technological development, and for the sake of survival, King Vegeta later led the Saiyans to submit to Frieza. From then on, Planet Vegeta's technology advanced by leaps and bounds. A green-skinned alien with a broad beak-like mouth patrolled the nursery. Several similar green duck-mouthed aliens followed at his side, busy recording the infant's data. Hey, look at this one. Battle power 328. Name Atosta. The leader glanced at the energy detector next to the pod and exclaimed to his companions, in recent years, aside from Prince Vegeta's bizarrely high battle power of over 800 at birth, this is the highest number we've seen. He is the son of Atosta, who fell in battle a month ago. Among elite warriors, Atosta could only be considered average. Who would have thought his child's battle power would be this high? It seems an elite warrior is still an elite warrior. Noble bloodlines are different after all. Some low-class warriors may be strong themselves, but their descendants often revert to mediocrity. One of the aliens checked the records and recited the detailed information of the infant lying in the pod, the very child they had been pointing at and discussing. Tisk tisk, it's not absolute. The baby girl in the pod next to him is also descended from an elite warrior, yet her battle power is only 97. And King Vegeta's second son has been born as well. At birth, his battle power was only 22. You didn't see King Vegeta's expression. He practically wanted to send the second prince off to some distant planet on the spot, but his subordinates talked him out of it, saying they should wait until the boy grows a bit older before deciding. Another alien spoke with a trace of mockery. Enough chatter. Finish recording the data and submit it to King Frieza at once, the leader snapped at his subordinates. At the mention of King Frieza, they immediately became obedient and serious, hastily recording every infant's battle power. King Frieza was an invincible existence, able to destroy a planet with a mere wave of his hand. His power had already surpassed their understanding. They could not fathom anything that might rival him. He was in every sense the king of the universe. Just the mention of his name filled their hearts with reverence. After these aliens left the nursery, the infant called Atosta slowly opened his eyes. All right, just seeing this tale already gave me a bad feeling, but after hearing words like Battle Power Vegeta Frieza, I can finally be sure. This is Dragon Ball, damn it. Atosta roared inwardly in his heart. Indeed, Atosta was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary man who, after merely falling asleep, awoke to discover he had inexplicably crossed over into another world. Crossing over was one thing, but he had ended up in the Dragon Ball universe, a realm of extreme danger. In the later stages, even a random minor boss possessed the casual power to obliterate a planet. Still, since he was already here, he needed to think first about how to stay alive. With that thought, a wave of exhaustion washed over Atosta, and he drifted back into a deep sleep. Night. On Planet Vegeta within the royal palace. King Vegeta sat rigidly upon his throne, listening to a Saiyan at his side, delivering a report. King Vegeta, excluding Prince Tarbell, there are 43 infants in this batch. Among them, 5 are children of elite warriors and 38 are children of low-class warriors. Among the children of low-class warriors, 3 infants have battle power below 20 and 18 are below 50. According to regulations, they are to be sent to low-level planets. As for the children of elite warriors, there is also 1 infant whose battle power is below 100 and must likewise be sent to a low-level planet. King Vegeta said displeasedly, a child of an elite warrior with battle power under 100. How can there be so many useless children in this batch? Still, they're far better than Tarbell. Hearing King Vegeta vent his frustration on his own offspring, yet again the Saiyan at his side could only force a dry smile and hold his tongue. King Vegeta steadied his breathing and said coolly, continue. The Saiyan beside him went on. Of the remaining 4 children of elite warriors, 3 have battle power around 200. 1 has surpassed 250. And there is another child whose battle power reaches as high as 328. King Vegeta said with some surprise, 328. In recent years that is already quite impressive, second only to Vegeta? Tell me about him. The Saiyan replied. His name is Atosta, the son of Atosta, who fell in battle a month ago. I truly did not expect Atosta to sire such a prodigious child. Of course he is by no means comparable to Prince Vegeta. After hearing the report, King Vegeta said evenly, oh, battle power of 328 is already very good. Atosta's son is he. Since Atosta has already sacrificed his life, let the boy live in the palace. If he grows well, Vegeta will have a fine subordinate in the future. See to it. Yes. The Saiyan beside him answered reverently and withdrew. Tarbln. King Vegeta propped his chin on both hands, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Atosta, do not disappoint me. And then there is Frieza. King Vegeta rose to his feet and walked to the window. Gazing out at the starry sky beyond, no one knew what thoughts were running through his mind. A few days later, Tarble and Atosta were both brought into the Saiyan royal palace. From this moment, everything began to unfold. 3 years later on Planet Vegeta. This was a room steeped in a high-tech atmosphere, its entire structure forged from a special alloy that gleamed with a steely sheen. The room was divided into 2 sections by a wall that resembled transparent glass. One side occupied a smaller area but was set on higher ground where several aliens were holding notebooks and recording data, occasionally whispering to each other as though discussing something in secret. The other section of the room covered a much larger area. Its surroundings were tightly sealed, yet the interior was brightly illuminated. Here 2 figures were locked in combat. One was a small child clad in a rigid battle suit, a monkey-like tail trailing behind him. Unmistakably a young Saiyan. Opposite him stood a warrior with a typical alien visage and a relatively short stature. The 2 were engaged in a fierce bout on the arena floor. At first glance, the Saiyan child seemed to be at a disadvantage, forced mostly into passive defense and only able to counterattack on rare openings. Among the aliens watching from behind the glass wall, a figure who appeared to be the leader stared at the battle below and said, as expected, pitting a 3-year-old Saiyan child against a Cyberman is far too demanding. Even someone like Atosta, an elite warrior of noble lineage, cannot manage it. Beside him, another alien nodded in agreement. Yes, but even so, a warrior like him is already exceptional, far stronger than other Saiyan children of the same age. After all, there is only one Vegeta, another alien remarked. A Cyberman's battle power is around 1200, whereas Atosta's battle power is 1020. Although Cybermen are merely mass-produced disposable tools, a difference of nearly 200 in battle power is not something that can be easily ignored. Just then, the situation on the arena floor suddenly shifted. Atosta crossed his arms before his chest to block a vicious elbow strike from the Cyberman. Using the momentum, he swept the blow aside, and in the same motion raised his right fist and brought it chopping down toward the Cyberman's face. Seeing what it thought was an opening, the Cyberman punched straight at Atosta's chest. Yet Atosta seemed to have anticipated this long ago. He pulled back the right fist that had been striking toward the Cyberman, intercepting its punch, while his left hand clenched into a fist and drove hard into the Cyberman's abdomen. The powerful impact forced the Cyberman's body to bend forward. Then Atosta seized both of the Cyberman's arms, stamped hard on the floor, and flung his body horizontal to the ground. With both legs together, he kicked squarely into the Cyberman's abdomen, sending it hurtling 7 or 8 meters away. After landing, Atosta did not hesitate. He hurled 3 key blasts in quick succession toward the Cyberman lying prone on the ground. Completely unable to resist, the Cyberman was struck heavily, blown away once more, and crashed weakly to the floor, gravely wounded. The outcome was decided. What? The watching aliens were stunned by this sudden reversal. Unbelievable. Atosta defeated a Cyberman. Just moments ago, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Down in the arena, Atosta cast a brief glance at the aliens by the sidelines, ignored them, and walked straight toward the Cyberman lying on the ground. The Cyberman opened its eyes to look at Atosta standing before it. Its mouth gaped as if to speak, but only ragged guttural sounds came out. Atosta looked down at the Cyberman on the floor with icy eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he uttered almost casually, "Trash." He raised his foot and stomped down hard on the Cyberman, crushing its head to pulp. Red and white fluids splattered out, filling the air with a foul stench. Atosta regarded the remains on the floor, a faint, unreadable smile flickering across his face. Then he turned and strode out. His combat boots struck the alloy flooring with a rhythmic tap-tap that echoed through the room. Leaving the room, Atosta walked straight toward another training chamber not far away, the one reserved exclusively for the Saiyan Prince Vegeta. Incidentally, the second Prince Tabul had been sent to another planet a year earlier. The reason was not only Tabul's lack of talent for combat. More importantly, he displayed a temperament that among Saiyans was branded as cowardice. Because of this, King Vegeta chose to abandon his second son entirely and sent him to a low-level planet to fend for himself. Atosta entered Vegeta's exclusive training chamber and gave a slight nod toward the alien scientists on the high platform as a greeting, then turned his gaze to the battle taking place below. The situation below was entirely different from what it had been in Atosta's arena. This was a completely one-sided affair. Vegeta was battling 3 Cybermen at once, yet moved with effortless ease, utterly suppressing his opponents. Victory was only a matter of time. At this moment, Vegeta's battle power was 2230. However, one must not assume from this that Vegeta's innate talent far surpassed Atosta's. In terms of pure talent, Vegeta was indeed somewhat superior, but not to an unattainable degree. The main reason for the large gap between their battle powers beyond Vegeta being stronger was that Vegeta was 2 years older than Atosta. Moreover, Atosta possessed the advantage of being someone who had transmigrated from another life, so which of the two would ultimately prove stronger in the future remained an open question. Although Atosta did not harbor the naive belief that being a transmigrator automatically makes me the protagonist, he likewise did not believe he would lose to Vegeta. Watching Vegeta's figure as he fought in the arena, Atosta clenched his fists tightly. A profound sense of crisis welled up in his heart. In his previous life, Atosta had not been a fanatic fan of Dragon Ball, but as a child he had read through the entire manga. He knew very well the fate that awaited the Saiyan race. Though he did not know exactly when Frieza would arrive to destroy Planet Vegeta, he was certain that moment could not be far off. Atosta could not claim to be completely devoid of feeling for the Saiyan race, after all there were aspects of the Saiyans he genuinely admired. Yet he absolutely would not disclose anything to the Saiyan leadership. It was not only because he knew they would never believe the words of a 3-year-old Saiyan child, more crucially, he feared drawing Frieza's attention. After all, aliens under Frieza's command already held significant presence on Planet Vegeta. Atosta did not dare to take such a tremendous risk. If he were to attract Frieza's notice, Atosta's chances of survival would plummet by several tens of percent, and his hope of living through the forthcoming annihilation of the Saiyans would be greatly diminished. Atosta's having surpassed a battle power of 1000 at the mere age of 3 was by no means due to talent alone. He had been training relentlessly, pushing his cultivation to the utmost limit that would not hinder his physical development. The hardship involved was something even outsiders would find almost unbearable, yet Atosta persisted and reaped remarkable results. The reason he subjected himself to such self-tormenting training was of course the ever-present sense of mortal peril pressing on his heart. After watching Vegeta's battle for a while, Atosta turned and left the room, heading toward his own training chamber. Today's training had to continue. His current strength was still far from sufficient. Everything was for the sake of survival. Midnight. A gravity training chamber. A small figure lay prone on the floor performing push-ups with rhythmic labored motion. Sweat traced glistening paths down his cheeks, dripping steadily onto the frigid metal surface, each drop blooming into an almost imperceptible splash, gradually dampening the surrounding floor. His usually stern face was now etched with exhaustion. His gaze, clouded by fatigue, held a flicker of disorientation, yet his body moved on mechanically unceasingly. 997, 998, 999, 1000. The moment the 1000th push-up ended, Atosta collapsed utterly, his limbs weightless, his torso slumping flat onto the floor as he gasped, chest heaving with ragged, desperate breaths. After a short while, he mustered enough strength to lift his head and shout, "Disable gravity." The chamber's AI responded instantly. The oppressive gravitational field dissolved. Atosta rolled onto his back, resting in silence until his breathing steadied and a measure of vitality returned, then rose and walked out of the chamber. Now gravity training chambers existed on Planet Vegeta, a proposal Atosta had once made directly to King Vegeta. As a royal guard and trusted confidant raised within the palace, Atosta enjoyed rare access to the king. Impressed by the idea, the monarch adopted it without hesitation. Given Planet Vegeta's advanced technology, constructing such chambers posed no great challenge. Yet their efficacy among the Saiyan race proved far less than Atosta had originally envisioned. Saiyans were a warrior race, born for battle, intoxicated by conquest and slaughter. To them, disciplined cultivation was tedious, even alien. Few ever spent hours inside training rooms. In this regard, Atosta stood apart, an anomaly among his people. He strode directly from the training chamber toward the recovery chamber. At the heart of the recovery chamber stood the medical pod, a marvel of regenerative technology capable of reviving even those clinging to the faintest thread of life. Its design unmistakably originated from Frieza's empire. For Saiyans, whose lives danced perpetually upon the blade of death, the medical pod was indispensable. Not only did it resurrect the near-dead, but it also amplified their power upon recovery. A trait intrinsic to Saiyan biology that forged legendary warriors such as Bardock's son Goku's father, a low-class warrior whose near-fatal battles catapulted him to extraordinary strength. Beyond trauma recovery, the pod alleviated profound fatigue, and with prolonged immersion, healed latent injuries buried deep within the body. Such privilege, however, was reserved for the elite. Resources were finite. Low-class warriors gained access only after sustaining grievous wounds. Atosta, famed across Planet Vegeta as a prodigious warrior, unquestionably possessed this privilege. He entered the recovery chamber, instructed the attendants to activate the medical pod, and reclined within. Once he secured the respiratory mask, the sealed chamber filled slowly from overhead conduits, pouring emerald green fluid until it submerged him completely. A cool, soothing sensation spread across his skin, easing tension from his mind. Yet weariness surged forward irresistible, and he surrendered willingly to deep slumber. In his dreams, warmth receded like a tide, replaced by that same gentle coolness, drawing him gently, inevitably back to wakefulness. Emerging from the pod, Atosta's first sight was a Saiyan clad in battle armor, Saiyan, an elite warrior and personal guard to King Vegeta, his combat power exceeding 10,000. Atosta glanced at the chronometer nearby, 3:00 m. Realizing he'd been summoned ahead of schedule, he tilted his chin upward and asked Saiyan, "What is it?" Saiyan replied with grave solemnity, "Atosta, the king summons you. Come with me." Without waiting for acknowledgement, he turned and led the way. Atosta shrugged indifferently and fell into step behind him, while silently pondering what urgent matter could compel the king to summon him at such an hour. The royal training grounds adjoined the palace. They arrived swiftly at the king's council chamber. Only King Vegeta stood within. Hearing their approach, he turned from his contemplative stance, arms crossed, gazing out the window, and fixed his eyes upon them. Saiyan stepped forward and bowed. "My lord, Atosta has arrived," then retreated to stand silently, head bowed behind the king. The king said nothing, only stared unblinking at Atosta. That gaze bore down like a mountain's weight, compressing his chest, constricting his breath, pressing upon his very soul. Just as Atosta felt his resolve begin to fracture, the king deliberately reined in his aura. The suffocating pressure lifted instantly, and Atosta exhaled long and shuddering. King Vegeta regarded him calmly, voice laced with quiet admiration. "Atosta, I have watched your progress closely. For one so young, your achievements are exceptional. You bear the title Prodigy Warrior without reproach." Atosta remained silent, head bowed in respectful stillness. The king continued, "Your intellect tells you surely the purpose behind my years of cultivating you." Before Atosta could respond, the king locked eyes with him and declared, "I intend for you to become Prince Vegeta's most trusted ally, to guide, strengthen, and elevate him, and through him our entire Saiyan race." His gaze held something inscrutable, pride perhaps, or expectation veiled in shadow. Atosta dropped to one knee, met the king's eyes, and vowed, voice unwavering, "I shall never fail your majesty's trust. Now I entrust you with a mission of utmost importance, one for which you alone are suited." As he spoke the word mission, a flash of humiliation and fury burned in the king's eyes. "Yes, your majesty." Atosta accepted without hesitation. Though the task clearly portended grave difficulty, refusal was unthinkable. Not here, not now. A fleeting shadow of resignation passed across Atosta's eyes. "Yesterday, Frieza issued a command to me via video call. One could say it was an order." King Vegeta's face was filled with seriousness as he recounted how Frieza expressed his admiration for Vegeta's talent during the call. According to his meaning, he hopes that Vegeta could go to him for training. But in reality, it should be because the strength of the Saiyans has been growing stronger, which has made Frieza wary. Thus, he intends to use Vegeta as a hostage to threaten and control our Saiyan race. But I cannot refuse. Currently, the Saiyans do not have the ability to resist Frieza. Therefore, I can only comply. King Vegeta's face was filled with unwillingness, and his voice gradually grew louder. As the king of the Saiyans, I cannot believe that I must obey the command of an outsider unable to even protect my own child. I am very unwilling." Atosta silently listened to King Vegeta's words, letting out a sigh in his heart. Being weak is a sin. Without enough power, one can only be at the mercy of others. King Vegeta's emotions gradually calmed down. He turned to face Atosta, placing his right hand on Atosta's shoulder, looking down deeply into Atosta's eyes, and slowly said, "I hope you can accompany Vegeta to Frieza." Hearing this, Atosta's heart shook violently, and then a feeling of ecstasy arose within him. Indeed, although going to Frieza carries certain dangers, staying on Vegeta's planet is the real danger. After all, Vegeta's departure signifies that the destruction of Vegeta's planet has entered a countdown, and very few people remaining on Vegeta's planet will escape this catastrophe. Atosta cannot gamble on such a low probability opportunity. Atosta originally planned to wait until the time was right, just before the destruction of Vegeta's planet, to request to go out and conquer planets under the pretext of trials. However, this method is not safe, as in the original story Bardock's team was also off-planet, but was attacked by Dodoria. Except for Bardock, everyone else was sacrificed on the spot and Bardock was severely injured. Atosta could not be certain if he would encounter attacks from Frieza's subordinates while conquering planets. Unless he immediately fled right after leaving Vegeta's planet, it would be safe as long as Frieza did not pursue him. However, as a genius, Atosta cannot be sure whether Frieza would take an interest in him and send someone to search for his whereabouts. Now with King Vegeta allowing Atosta to accompany Vegeta to Frieza, this is undoubtedly good news for Atosta. In fact, one could say that Frieza's place is the safest location. At least upon reaching Frieza, Atosta's life would be temporarily secured. As for the fate of the Saiyans, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Atosta expressed that he is just a nobody now and is powerless in this regard. Although Atosta thought a lot, it actually took less than a second. Faced with King Vegeta's scrutiny, Atosta displayed a slight hesitation before directly agreeing. King Vegeta nodded in satisfaction and said to Atosta, "Nappa, the child of Saiyan, will also accompany you. He is much older than you and his combat power is considerable. He can protect you until you grow stronger. If any issues arise, you and Nappa can persuade Vegeta to be cautious. I will not fail in my mission." Atosta replied firmly. King Vegeta looked deeply at Atosta, then waved his hand and said, "You may leave for now. Someone will come to find you later." "Yes," Atosta replied, and then exited the conference hall. The sky was already dawn as Atosta returned home from the palace. Though it is called home, it is merely a house granted by King Vegeta, neither large nor small, and only inhabited by a few alien servants. Although Atosta's father had long passed away, his mother was still alive, along with an older brother he hardly remembered, all residing in the Saiyan aristocratic residential area. However, Atosta had no contact with them, and since Saiyans are naturally emotionally distant, he merely informed them of his departure. There would be no scene of farewell. Gazing at his home, though he knew this should be his last time here, Atosta felt no reluctance. Over the years, Atosta had spent far more time in the training room than in this house, returning only to rest when tired from training before diving back into another round of intense practice. After wandering around his house, Atosta could not think of what kind of luggage he should take, so he gave up. For Saiyans, the only truly valuable possession is their own strength. Living essentials can be quickly obtained upon request, and as for other belongings, Saiyans believe they can take what they need when the time comes. There is nothing worth being attached to. This principle was evidently very applicable to Atosta at this moment. Now, with nothing to do, he could only lean against a tree beside his home and quietly wait for Frieza's subordinates to arrive. Atosta imagined the life he would have under Frieza's command, thinking that the main theme of life would be conquering planets everywhere filled with battles and bloodshed. To be honest, Atosta quite liked this kind of life, though he worried there wouldn't be much time for training. Of course, there would surely be no shortage of provocations from some of Frieza's subordinates, especially after the Saiyans are exterminated. Such incidents would undoubtedly be frequent. But Atosta was not worried about this, as he had an adult's mindset and had previous experiences dealing with similar situations. He knew when to be meek and when to be tough. He just needed to advise Vegeta when necessary. As long as Frieza did not harbor murderous intent, they would not be in trouble, at most suffering some superficial pain. From the original story, since Vegeta and the others lived safely until the plot began and held a significant position, it can be inferred that as long as no major accidents occur, they should be fine. Leaning against the tree, Atosta stretched lazily and quietly gazed at the sky. Farewell, Planet Vegeta. P.S. Regarding King Vegeta, as the king of the Saiyans, let him maintain some regal demeanor. He shouldn't be foolishly allowing his race to be exterminated. P.S. Accompanying Vegeta to Frieza are Vegeta, Atosta, and Nappa. As for Raditz, a weakling, he is someone who would have been sent away immediately after birth. Even if he hadn't been sent away, he wouldn't be qualified to leave with Vegeta. Noon. On Planet Vegeta. A vast square stretches out where a dozen Saiyans stand silently watching a large disc-shaped spaceship slowly take off in the distance. The leading Saiyan wears a cloak and has a hairstyle resembling a spire with a thick beard surrounding his mouth. This person is none other than the king of the Saiyans, King Vegeta. As he watches the spaceship in the sky grow smaller, turning into a tiny black, King Vegeta says lightly, without turning his head, "Let's go back." He then flies away from the square first. The other Saiyans exchanged glances and sighed as they left. The sky of Planet Vegeta remains as blue as ever. The enormous disc-shaped spaceship gradually ascends, having already left the atmosphere of Planet Vegeta. Atosta stands by the window, quietly gazing at Planet Vegeta, whose outline is now discernible, remaining silent. An alien warrior dressed in battle armor approaches Atosta wearing a mischievous expression and says, "Saiyan, kid, it's time to go back to your room." Atosta replies with a faint hum, without even looking at the alien, and walks away, ignoring his displeased expression as he mutters under his breath. Although Frieza's subordinates have battle powers exceeding 1,000, making them formidable on lower-tier planets like Earth, Atosta pays no mind to such lowly beings. Atosta returns to the room designated for the few Saiyans. When Atosta pushes the door open, two Saiyan boys are resting on their respective beds. The boy with the spire-like hairstyle appears to be only slightly older than Atosta. He is Prince Vegeta, named after Planet Vegeta. The bald boy sitting on the other bed is much older than both of them. He is Nappa, a child of Saiyans, also from a prestigious Saiyan family. Vegeta glances at Atosta and says, "This doesn't seem like your style, Atosta." Although they don't spend much time together, they are quite familiar. Atosta responds, "After all, it's a place I've lived in for a few years. It's inevitable to have some feelings attached." He then turns to Vegeta, saying meaningfully, "Perhaps we may never see it again." Ignoring Vegeta's surprise, Atosta turns to Nappa, who is watching them, extends a hand towards him, and introduces himself. "Hello, I am Atosta." Nappa hesitates for a moment, but still reaches out to shake Atosta's hand, saying, "Hello, I am Nappa." He retracts his hand, scratching his head, and smiles. "Atosta, I've heard of your great name for a long time." A smile also appears on Atosta's lips as he says, "From now on we are comrades in arms, and we shall fight side by side. Come meet Prince Vegeta." As Atosta speaks, he leads Nappa to Vegeta. Nappa stands facing Vegeta and respectfully bows, saying, "I have met Prince Vegeta." Nappa holds genuine respect for Vegeta. Leaving aside Vegeta's status, his exceptional talent and rapid progress are enough to earn Nappa's admiration. Vegeta does not embarrass him and nods slightly, saying, Welcome to my team. I hope you can demonstrate the capability that will not disappoint me." Nappa continues respectfully, "I will not fail the trust placed in me." Under Atosta's guidance, even though Saiyans are naturally aloof, the atmosphere among the few of them does not grow cold, and time gradually passes amidst their casual chatter. In the blink of an eye, the spaceship approaches Frieza's stronghold, Planet Frieza, which is now visible in the distance. Atosta feels somewhat nervous about meeting Frieza. After all, he is known as the Emperor of the Universe. During the Namek saga, aside from Goku and his allies, Frieza's battle power was incomparably high compared to others. The highest battle power under Frieza is Captain Genius 100, but what about Frieza himself? His initial form boasts a battle power of 5300, and his final form is rumored to reach 150 million. At this point, one can only say that the power scaling system created by the original author Akira Toriyama is nearing collapse, as it was not used again in later storylines. It can be said that although Frieza as a boss is not particularly strong among the villains in the original work, he is the most successfully crafted and well-rounded antagonist in the entire piece, excluding those like Piccolo and Vegeta, who later become Z-Fighters. Frieza's portrayal in the original work lives up to his reputation. The aura and dominance he displays overshadow everyone in the protagonist's team, leaving a lasting impression with his ruthlessness, cruelty, arrogance, and might. And now Atosta is about to face such a person, confronting Frieza with a battle power just over 1,000 against someone whose strength far exceeds his. Although Frieza would not do anything to Atosta, he currently finds himself in a position where he must obey Frieza's commands without daring to harbor any thoughts of rebellion. In such a scenario, how could Atosta not feel anxious? The spaceship will arrive at Planet Frieza in 3 minutes. Please prepare to disembark. At this moment, the electronic voice of the spaceship's AI announces, reminding those on board to prepare for disembarking. Vegeta stands up, takes the golden cloak from the side, and drapes it over himself, saying lightly, "We have arrived, let's go." Atosta's tail flicks, rolling up the detector from the table and placing it in his hand. Placing the detector at his right eye, Atosta says, "Let me see what the legendary Frieza the Great is really like." Nappa also stands up, preparing to disembark. The spaceship gradually descends, having entered the atmosphere of Planet Frieza, and the surface of the planet becomes visible. Under Vegeta's lead, the three arrive at the spaceship's exit, where most of the people on board have gathered, waiting for the moment to disembark. Atosta stands behind Vegeta, arms crossed, looking at the tightly shut door of the spaceship, silently reciting in his heart, "Frieza." The current ages of the Saiyans are as follows. Atosta is 3 years old, Vegeta is 5 years old, and Nappa is 15 years old. The current ages of the other Saiyans are Raditz is 2 years old, Dor is 2 years old, and Tabor is 3 years old. As the spacecraft's hatch opened, the three followed the surging crowd down the ramp onto the open ground. Standing before the vessel, gazing at the throng around them, they exchanged glances, each overwhelmed by a quiet, shared disorientation. "Brats of the Saiyans." A voice boomed from nearby. They turned in unison toward its source and beheld a battle-armored alien wearing a scouter. He towered over them, broad-shouldered and thick-set, his bulk belying no weakness. The wary, deferential glances cast his way by onlookers spoke volumes. This was no one to trifle with. Atosta studied him silently and inwardly named him Dodoria. Indeed, he was Dodoria. One of Frieza's most trusted lieutenants, his right hand and left arm rolled into one. Dodoria glanced dismissively at the trio and declared with palpable impatience, "You Saiyan brats have kept Lord Dodoria waiting far too long." He paused, then added, "Come with me. Lord Frieza awaits." With that, he lifted effortlessly into the air and urged sharply, "Hurry, follow now." And with a swift, silent arc, he shot off in one direction. Without hesitation, the three Saiyan youths soared after him. Frieza's planet served as the heart of Frieza's dominion, the sovereign seat of his empire. Its most magnificent structure was Frieza's royal palace, a sprawling edifice covering dozens of square kilometers adorned with opulent grandeur. Once within the palace grounds, Dodoria descended and began walking on foot. The three Saiyan youths fell into step behind him without question. After traversing a considerable distance, the group arrived at the towering entrance to Frieza's grand hall. The three Saiyan youths halted before it, their eyes drawn upward in awe at the hall's imposing majesty. Dodoria glanced back, his tone cool and uninflected. "Let's go." And so they ascended the broad steps and entered the hall. The interior glittered with lavish ornamentation, but the moment the Saiyan youths stepped across the threshold, their gazes instinctively locked upon the hall's deepest recess. There, seated upon an elevated throne, sat a figure small in stature, yet radiating an overwhelming aura, an authority so absolute that the entire hall seemed but a mere frame for his presence. On Frieza's planet, only one being could command such dominance: Frieza. Standing beside him was a strikingly handsome alien warrior, Zarbon, the other half of Frieza's innermost circle, equal in trust and stature to Dodoria. They approached the base of the dais and bowed low. "We pay homage to Lord Frieza." Dodoria took position behind Frieza's throne, flanking him alongside Zarbon, one on the left, one on the right. Frieza waved a languid hand and fixed his gaze upon Vegeta, his smile benign, yet unervingly precise. "So, you are Prince Vegeta, the Saiyan prodigy. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, King Vegeta." He then turned to Atosta, still smiling, "And if my intuition serves me well, you must be the second Saiyan genius, Atosta." Atosta inclined his head respectfully. "Your Majesty perceives truly." Frieza shifted his attention to Nappa, pausing thoughtfully before asking, "And your name is?" Nappa bowed deeply. "I am Nappa, Prince Vegeta's personal guard." Frieza hummed softly, then addressed Vegeta again. "Your reputation has reached me long before your arrival. I even consulted your father about you. I have eagerly awaited this meeting. Do not let your talent disappoint me." Vegeta replied crisply, "Yes, your Majesty." Frieza then turned to Atosta with genuine warmth. "Atosta, your presence here delights me immensely. I had heard much of your brilliance, but wondered whether your youth might hinder your readiness. To find you here alongside Vegeta, what a pleasant surprise indeed." He smiled faintly at all three. "I hold great faith in the Saiyan race. Their warrior spirit is unmatched. Saiyans grow ever stronger. How fascinating." He paused, then added, "From this day forth you serve under me. Laziness will not be tolerated in my domain. Yet, given your tender years, I grant you special leniency. For now your duties shall be negligible." The Saiyan youths bowed once more. "We are deeply grateful, Lord Frieza." Frieza chuckled lightly. "Ah, it seems I've spoken rather freely today. It appears the sight of gifted children stirs something rare in me. Your quarters and assignments have already been arranged. I shall dispatch attendants shortly to brief you. For now your sole imperative is cultivation. Do not squander the extraordinary gifts you possess." All three answered in unison, "Yes, your Majesty." Frieza's eyes lingered upon them, calm, gentle, almost benevolent. Yet beneath that serene mask pressed a crushing, mountainous weight, so suffocating that their breath seized, their bones trembled, and each lowered his gaze, unable to meet those deceptively soft, unfathomable eyes. In that instant, Frieza loomed before them, not as a ruler, but as a ravenous beast poised to strike. After a long silence, he withdrew his pressure and said gently, "You have traveled far today. Rest now. Should urgent matters arise, come to me directly. This privilege belongs to you alone." The Saiyans bowed again. "Then we take our leave, your Majesty." They retreated backward, then turned and exited the hall. Once they were gone, Dodoria stepped close to Frieza and murmured, "My lord, now that the decision has been made." "Mr. Dodoria," Frieza interjected, tilting his head slightly, "do not speak so carelessly." A cold sweat broke across Dodoria's brow. He dropped instantly to his knees. "Forgive my insolence, your Majesty. I beg your mercy." Having served Frieza for decades, Dodoria knew well the affable mask was just that, a mask. "Please, Mr. Dodoria, no need for such formality," Frieza mused, then offered quietly, "Though I am genuinely intrigued by the Saiyans, especially prodigies like Vegeta and Atosta. I wonder how far their potential may carry them." Dodoria hastened to praise, "Of course, your Majesty's wisdom is peerless. I spoke rashly and laughed nervously at my own folly." Zarbon chimed in smoothly, "None among us can fathom the depths of Lord Frieza's design. Truly, he is the strongest being in the cosmos." Frieza's gaze drifted toward the great hall's entrance. and then softly at first he began to laugh. His chuckle swelled into rich, resonant peals that echoed through the vaulted chamber, reverberating like thunder across eternity. After stepping out of the great hall, the three Saiyan youths exchanged glances and let out a collective sigh of relief. A being from the universe, upon seeing the three, hurried over and cautiously asked, "Are you the three esteemed Saiyans?" Vegeta nodded and said, "Are you the one sent by Lord Frieza?" The alien respectfully replied, "Yes, I am. Please, esteemed ones, follow me. I will take you to your accommodations and explain some important matters to be aware of on Planet Frieza." The alien led the way while the three followed closely behind. Along the way, the alien shared many rules about Planet Frieza, giving the trio a preliminary understanding of their new surroundings. On Planet Vegeta, Saiyans generally had no concept of private property. Necessities for life were distributed on a regular schedule. When a Saiyan needed something, they could submit a request which would usually be approved quickly, and the item would be distributed. For the aliens serving on Planet Vegeta, payments were made uniformly by the Saiyan regime led by King Vegeta. However, on Planet Frieza, the system was entirely different. On Planet Frieza, currency and trade existed. After all, Frieza's influence was immensely vast. While the high-ranking officials were fine, the mid to lower-tier individuals truly required currency and goods exchanges to facilitate their lives. As a combatant under Frieza's command, one could earn a substantial salary weekly, which was a privilege extended to the fighters. After all, compared to the large number of civilians, combatants with battle powers exceeding 1,000 were still quite rare. However, that did not mean that being a combatant allowed one to live off Frieza without care. As a combatant under Frieza, there was a certain quota of missions to complete each year. There were many types of missions, but they generally involved bloodshed and killing. For instance, the relationship between the Saiyan race and Frieza was a half-submissive, half-cooperative one. Each year, the Saiyans received a portion of mission quotas from Frieza based on their race, and the Saiyans' missions primarily involved conquering a planet and turning it over to Frieza. If you were a combatant under Frieza and failed to complete your assigned mission quota, then I'm sorry, you have committed a crime and will face severe punishment. If you repeatedly failed to complete your mission quota, then the only outcome left for you would be death, with no exceptions. A few Saiyan youths had already arrived at their accommodations, and the alien left after completing its tasks. Due to Frieza's arrangements, combatants were generally expected to live alone, but the three of them ended up living together in a residence that was much larger than typical housing. The entire residence was surrounded by a wall indicating the boundaries of private territory. The interior was devoid of excessive decoration, exuding a cold, high-tech feel that aligned with the architectural style of Planet Frieza. The house was spacious with several rooms, and it was equipped with all the basic necessities for living. The training room beside the house was also quite large, made from sturdy and durable materials, and its facilities were not much different from those of the training room on Planet Vegeta. In the entire residence, some tedious tasks like cleaning and cooking were handled by intelligent robots, so the three Saiyan youths did not need to lift a finger. After selecting his room, Atosta went to Naba's room to invite him to the room on Vegeta to discuss some matters. Vegeta sat on his bed, while Atosta and Naba each brought a chair to sit down, forming a triangle. Vegeta looked at Atosta and asked, "Atosta, do you have something to say?" Atosta replied, "Now that we are in a new environment, I think it is best for us to discuss our future." Vegeta nodded in agreement and asked the two, "What are your thoughts? Please share them." Naba gestured for Atosta to speak first. Atosta, not holding back, said to both, "First, we need to clarify that we are a collective. Since we are a collective, there must be a leader, and I believe Vegeta is the most suitable for this position." Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement, and although Naba was older, he wholeheartedly agreed. Vegeta spoke, "Rest assured, I am not a stubborn person. If there are matters to address, we must discuss them together." Atosta, please continue. Atosta continued, "From what we learned today from the alien, we have a rough understanding of what Planet Frieza is like. This place is indeed vastly different from Planet Vegeta." Vegeta interjected, "Although Lord Frieza appeared very amiable today, from what I know, he is not as simple as he seems. On Planet Frieza, it is fundamentally a place where power reigns supreme. Our current strength is still far from sufficient." At this point, Naba suddenly stood up and said to Vegeta and Atosta, "Vegeta, Atosta, let me say something." Naba paused and sincerely stated, "We should be here for quite some time, perhaps years or even decades. And I am already 15 this year. Although my battle power exceeds 3,000 and seems impressive, I am very aware of my abilities. Our future still relies on both of you." Naba paused and continued earnestly, "Before we came, my father told me that you two are the future of our Saiyan race and that I must do my utmost to protect you. Although I do not like my father, I will fulfill this promise." Atosta could see that Naba was speaking from the heart. However, Naba's performance made Atosta look at him with new respect. He did not expect Naba to have such insight, though it was possible that his father had shared this with him. Atosta cast a friendly glance at Naba, while Vegeta patted Naba's shoulder amicably and said, "There is no need for that. We aren't fools, and of course we will protect ourselves. Let's get back to business." Atosta nodded and said, "Fortunately, Lord Frieza has assigned us relatively few tasks, so we still have ample time for training. Therefore, we must train even harder than we did on Planet Vegeta. Only by possessing formidable strength can we avoid becoming cannon fodder in the future. Though training can be tedious and lacks the excitement of combat, we have no choice but to proceed." To sum it up, Vegeta concluded, "All right, our current goal is clear. We will prioritize training while other matters will take a back seat for now." Then, Vegeta stood up and called out Atosta. "Here, Naba." "Yes." A faint smile crossed Vegeta's lips as he looked at the two and said, "Let's head to the training room." Under Vegeta's lead, the group made their way to the training room. Across the cosmos, 3 spherical solo spacecraft streaked like meteors, darting past planet after planet. Aboard the vessels were 3 Saiyan youths, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa, bound for a low-tier planet to complete a planetary conquest mission. Granted special leniency by Frieza, their annual quota was modest. This single assignment would fulfill it entirely. Inside the lead craft, intercom chatter crackled. Nappa asked puzzled Vegeta Raditz, "Why rush into a mission so soon after arriving on Frieza's planet?" Raditz replied calmly, "Though we are still far from formidable by elite standards to a low-tier world, our power is overwhelming. Barring unforeseen complications, the operation would conclude with effortless precision. Completing it now would demonstrate our capability, securing lighter quotas next year, granting us more time for cultivation and training." Nappa murmured an understanding hum and fell silent. Then Vegeta's voice cut in sharp and commanding, "We near the target. Prepare for combat." Raditz and Nappa acknowledged with terse affirmations and lapsed into quiet resolve. Kapai Planet was undeniably primitive. Its technology crude, its inhabitants' martial prowess negligible. A small, unremarkable world devoid of rare resources and lacking natural grandeur, Kapai nonetheless sustained its sole sentient species, the Kapai people. For countless generations, their settlements scattered across every continent and coast. That day dawned as usual, serene skies, tranquil lives, unaware that annihilation loomed on the horizon. 3 meteor-like objects tore through the atmosphere and slammed into an uninhabited wasteland, carving 3 colossal craters into the earth. Startled wildlife fled, then emboldened by curiosity, crept back to gaze upon the strange new scars. A sharp metallic hiss echoed as one sphere split open along its seam, revealing a youth clad in battle armor, his spiky hair crowned by a single tail. From the other 2 vessels emerged 2 more armored youths. They leapt from the craters and converged silently on the barren plain beside them. Raditz drew a slow breath of air, still crisp and clean, and remarked, "This world isn't nearly as wretched as we imagined." Vegeta stood, arms crossed, expression impassive. "Begin." Nappa gazed into the distance, a cold, predatory smile playing on his lips. Native forces. Average combat power of adult Kapai 12. Peak native combat power 108. Invading forces. Vegeta 2587. Raditz 1372. Nappa 3370. From the outset, this was no war, it was slaughter. Though only 3 invaders descended, the chasm between their strength and the planets was absolute. No hidden masters rose to resist. Every counterattack was futile, ephemeral defiance against unstoppable force. On the first day, they struck the capital, shattering the planetary government's armed forces and reducing the city to smoldering ruins in moments. For the Saiyans, the following days passed in monotonous routine. For the Kapai people, each sunrise heralded another day of inescapable nightmare. Every day brought mass death. Desperate survivors fled blindly, not toward safety but away from ruin, spreading chaos like wildfire across the dying world. For the Saiyans, the task was brutally simple. Follow the scanner's readings, locate clusters of life signs, eradicate them, move on. At dusk, eat, rest, repeat at dawn. On the first day, Raditz had hesitated, his hand trembling slightly as he unleashed devastation upon thousands. Now he felt nothing, not revulsion, not joy, only numb detachment. He no longer counted the lives erased by his hands. He knew only that his tally rivaled Vegeta's and Nappa's, neither greater nor less. By the 5th day, every major city on Kapai lay in ruins. By the 10th, the vast majority of the population had perished. Only scattered remnants hid in shadowed ruins, clinging to fragile, fading breaths. The mission was complete. All that remained was to await Frieza's envoys to formally assume control, then return to Frieza's planet. Nightfall. Raditz lay motionless on the cool earth, gazing upward as stars flickered in and out of existence. A slender crescent moon hung serene above. A campfire crackled nearby, embers rising like fleeting sparks before vanishing into darkness. He cradled his head upon one arm, staring intently at his upraised hand bathed in firelight, its skin flushed deep crimson. A tall silhouette approached from the distance. As it neared the firelight, features resolved Nappa. "Hey, Raditz," Nappa called out. "What's on your mind, Dewey?" Raditz offered a faint wry smile. "Nothing profound. Just reflecting on the mission these 10 days, some quiet thoughts, that's all." He glanced at Nappa. "But you seem unusually energized." Nappa scratched his head, grinning. Yes. Slaying stirs something deep within me. Perhaps it's in our blood. We Scions were born for this." Raditz smiled faintly, saying nothing, but inwardly acknowledged a similar suppressed thrill he'd felt in the heat of battle. So perhaps the Scion lineage truly ran thick in his veins. "Enough brooding, let's eat." "That's what matters," Nappa laughed. Tonight I bagged a dinosaur. Plenty for all 3 of us." "Come on, Vegeta's waiting." Raditz returned Nappa's glance with a quiet smile, stretched languidly, and rose to his feet. "Right, let's go eat." Planet Frieza. Since completing their first mission, several young Scions have been living a highly regimented life. Every morning they wake up, freshen up, and rush to the training room for intense training. Essentially, aside from eating and sleeping, the rest of their time is spent in the training room. While Nappa sometimes slacks off during training, Atosta is extremely serious and rarely lets his guard down. With Atosta as a comparison, Vegeta also puts in great effort into his training. With Vegeta's pride, he refuses to be outdone by others. Of course, relentless training isn't always the most effective. The group occasionally takes breaks to bond with each other. Atosta is quite adept at this. During this period, both Atosta and Vegeta have significantly improved in strength, and Nappa has also made some progress, which pleases them all. While the 3 lead such a mundane, yet fulfilling life, an event occurs on planet Frieza that most, including the 3 young Scions, are unaware of. Frieza has initiated a long-planned covert operation. Frieza, accompanied by Zarbon and Dodoria along with some of his more loyal warriors, quietly left planet Frieza, heading towards a certain location in the universe. "Vegeta, why do you think Lord Frieza summoned us?" Although Atosta had a vague sense of what it might be, he still asked knowingly. Vegeta, looking somewhat unsettled, coldly replied, "I don't know. Just moments ago, Frieza had sent someone to their residence, asking them to go to Frieza's palace, stating he had something to tell the Scions. However, the messenger didn't know what it was, only urging them to hurry." Atosta calculated the time in his mind. According to the original story, it should be around the time when that event occurs. There was no need to gather their belongings, as the group directly followed the messenger to Frieza's palace. They met Frieza in his private meeting room at the palace. In the meeting room, only Frieza was present. His usual smile was absent, replaced by a very calm expression. Frieza fixed his gaze on them, and after a pause said, "Although it is somewhat cruel, I have decided to tell you this matter after careful consideration." Listening to the tone in which Frieza spoke, an ominous premonition arose in Vegeta and Nappa's hearts. Frieza looked at them, emphasizing each word. "Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. According to the scans, there were no survivors." "Planet Vegeta destroyed?" Vegeta's body trembled slightly, and Atosta wore a shocked expression, while Nappa appeared dazed. After a while, they slowly began to accept the news. Seeing the state of Vegeta and Nappa, Atosta asked Frieza, "Lord Frieza, do you know the reason behind the destruction of Planet Vegeta?" Frieza replied slowly, "Based on the detected data analysis, Planet Vegeta was likely destroyed due to an asteroid impact. Perhaps it was not detected in advance, and no one was able to escape on a spaceship. Given the Scion's physiology, they cannot survive in space, so..." The few young Scions fell silent. Observing their expressions, Frieza spoke, "For anyone, this is a tremendous blow, but you must pull yourselves together as soon as possible. You need to work harder. Only then can the spirits of your Scion brethren find solace. You may return now." The young Scions bowed and departed silently. Watching them leave, a strange smile appeared on Frieza's face as he murmured, "This is much more interesting." On the way back, the young Scions remained silent, the atmosphere heavy with oppression. Upon returning to their residence, Atosta called out, "Vegeta." Vegeta seemed not to hear and continued walking ahead. "Vegeta." Atosta's tone had grown impatient. Vegeta continued walking. "Vegeta." Atosta was extremely annoyed. Vegeta stopped, turned to look at Atosta coldly, and asked in a restrained voice, "What is it?" Seeing Vegeta's face, Atosta felt an inexplicable surge of anger. The words he wanted to say suddenly caught in his throat. He stiffly replied, "Nothing." Vegeta displayed a strange smile on his face and said to the two, "Follow me." He then walked straight towards the training room. Atosta and Nappa followed with varied expressions. Vegeta led them to a training area he often used, generally meant for battling with cultivators, making it larger than other training rooms. Vegeta turned his back to them, tore off his cape, casually tossed it aside, and removed his gloves, throwing them to the ground. After a brief pause, Vegeta suddenly turned around and punched Atosta in the face. The force of the punch sent the unsuspecting Atosta staggering back several steps. Atosta touched the spot on his face where he was struck, and the pent-up anger erupted, shouting, "Bastard!" He charged at Vegeta, and they began to grapple with each other. Neither Atosta nor Vegeta utilized their energy. They relied solely on their physical strength. "You punch me, I kick you," both completely abandoned any defensive actions, opting instead for relentless offense, mercilessly unleashing their strength upon one another. Atosta threw a punch at Vegeta's face, who did not dodge. While taking the hit, he simultaneously kicked Atosta's shoulder. Both felt a pang of pain, but at that moment they cared little. Atosta tripped Vegeta, mounted him, and rained punches down on his head. After a few hits, Vegeta managed to shake him off, and they crashed into each other again. Nappa, who had been watching from the side, intended to mediate, but was knocked to the ground by Atosta, who came flying back, and was promptly kicked by Atosta, igniting Nappa's anger as he immediately joined the fray, resulting in a chaotic brawl among the three. Atosta seized someone's arm, disregarding who it was, and delivered a powerful kick, only to be struck in the face by an unknown fist. Ignoring everything else, the three engaged in a free-for-all, hitting whoever they could, oblivious to whom they were striking or who was hitting them, instinctively swinging their fists. This was not merely a fight, but a means of venting emotions. Though they were already aware of the Saiyan's fate, when the destruction of Planet Vegeta truly came to pass, Atosta found it hard to accept. Vegeta and Nappa were equally troubled. The sudden destruction of Planet Vegeta was too shocking. Their families, friends, clansmen, and even their entire race had vanished from this world in an instant, something no one could easily accept. Though Saiyans are known for their emotional detachment, they are not devoid of feelings. The three needed to vent. Atosta's body was already bruised and battered. The intense pain continuously stimulated his nerves, yet he felt no fatigue, only the increasing rhythm of his heartbeat, as if an unknown force was supporting his body. The chaotic melee inside the training chamber continued, yet subtle shifts were already altering the battlefield. To an outside observer, the one now holding the upper hand, astonishingly, was Atosta, the weakest in raw combat power. None of the three fighters noticed this change. Their rational minds had gradually dissolved, leaving only instinct to guide their attacks against those nearby. Their stamina was now waning. Nappa seized Vegeta with both hands and slammed him violently onto the floor. Vegeta's face streaked with blood. He lay utterly exhausted, struggling feebly to rise, his limbs trembling before collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Limping slightly, Nappa attempted to pause and catch his breath, only to be blindsided by a kick from Atosta, who had just staggered upright from the floor, sending him crashing face down into the dust. Atosta's face was swollen, his arms hanging limp at his sides, his gaze unfocused and unsteady as he staggered back and forth, barely able to remain upright. Gazing down at the two fallen figures before him, Atosta felt overwhelming fatigue descend, a dizziness so intense that golden stars burst across his vision, and then, unable to bear it any longer, he collapsed onto the floor. Across the training chamber, only ragged, labored breathing echoed. After a while, all three drifted one by one into deep slumber. The chamber lay in utter disarray, blood spattered across the floor, scattered shards of stone, and here and there a broken tooth glinted amid the wreckage. The training ground, once roaring with clamor, had grown steadily silent, save for the rhythmic, rising, falling cadence of their snores. The following evening, Atosta, fully healed, lay motionless on his bed, one arm cradling his head, the other resting lightly upon the mattress, his eyes vacant, fixed on the ceiling above. He recalled yesterday's three-way brawl. Reflecting on it now, he sensed something uncanny. Had he truly been stronger than usual? Was it merely an illusion? By all measure, his strength should have seen him swiftly overwhelmed, but instead he alone remained standing at the end. Such an outcome defied mere chance. Perhaps in moments of heightened emotion, the body unleashes latent reserves far beyond its ordinary capacity, a phenomenon he'd read about online in past lives, corroborated by scientific explanations. A wry, self-deprecating smile flickered across his lips. Could it be? I've unlocked a genetic lock. Shaking his head to dispel such fanciful notions, Atosta rose and strode toward Vegeta's room. Though yesterday's clash had been fierce, Atosta felt certain matters warranted discussion with Vegeta. Upon entering Vegeta's room, he found him lying flat on his back, expressionless. "Vegeta," Atosta called out. Vegeta remained reclined, replying coolly, "What is it?" Atosta pulled up a chair and sat facing Vegeta. "There's something I need to discuss with you." Ignoring whether Vegeta would respond, he lowered his voice. "Vegeta, don't you find many inconsistencies in what Frieza said yesterday?" At those words, Vegeta sat up abruptly, locking eyes with Atosta. "What?" His composure belied a storm churning beneath. The topic struck deeper than his calm exterior suggested. "I didn't dwell on it much yesterday, but today I kept turning it over, and it became clear the destruction of Planet Vegeta wasn't as simple as it appeared." Atosta's expression darkened. He paused, then continued. "Frieza claimed the planet was obliterated by an asteroid impact. Let us assume for argument's sake that this claim holds true, and reconstruct the event backward. First, asteroid detection. On our world, cosmic surveillance has always been entrusted to Frieza's alien astronomers. Men who, given the Scion's temperament, and might have historically performed their duties with unwavering diligence and precision. Yet this time they acted with inexplicable negligence. An asteroid's approach is no stealthy affair. It would have been visible long before impact with even minimal vigilance. Had it been spotted in time, even a single Scion warrior could have deflected or shattered the asteroid outright. That is the first inconsistency. Glancing at Vegeta, who listened intently, Atosta pressed on the day Frieza claims the planet fell to an asteroid. Every registered Scion was present on Planet Vegeta, except for one small scouting team deployed off-world and newborn infants sent to distant planets and never recalled. It is profoundly unnatural. That day held no significance, no festival, no ceremony. So why did nearly every Scion converge upon the homeworld all without assignment? Even more suspicious, that lone off-world team vanished without trace. That is the second inconsistency. Atosta's voice grew fervent, and the third lies in Frieza's own words. He asserts he deduced the catastrophe's sequence solely from post-impact sensor data. Yet how, without conducting a comprehensive search, could he declare with absolute certainty that not a single Scion survived? How could he be so certain? His tone turned grave. Too many coincidences, so many they verge on deliberate orchestration. When chance accumulates beyond reason, it ceases to be chance and becomes inevitability. So eliminate every impossibility, and only one conclusion remains. Atosta's features twisted with grim resolve as he locked eyes with Vegeta and spoke, each syllable carved like steel. Planet Vegeta was not destroyed by an asteroid, but by Frieza. Vegeta's face drained of all color. Vegeta's room. With the words of Atosta, the air in the entire room seemed to stagnate, filled with an unsettling oppression. Atosta and Vegeta silently exchanged glances. Neither of them spoke. After a long while, Vegeta lowered his head and muttered, "Frieza. Lee. S.A." Atosta glanced at Vegeta and said lightly, "This is just my own inference. It may not necessarily be the truth, and of course you can choose not to believe it. But whether you believe it or not, I certainly do." He extended his right index finger and pointed to his own head, stating seriously, "I trust my own intellect." Vegeta lowered his head, lost in thought. Atosta clapped his hands, stood up from the chair, and looked at Vegeta, saying, "When the opportunity arises in the future, I will find a way to investigate thoroughly. I don't know what you think, but I will do my utmost to take some action. I just don't want everyone to be played around by others." Atosta walked to the door, opened it with one hand, then suddenly stopped, tilted his head slightly, and said, "I hope the conversation today is known only to the two of us. That would be the best outcome, wouldn't it?" Atosta's intention was naturally to prevent Vegeta from telling Nappa, although with Vegeta's character the likelihood of this happening was relatively low. With Vegeta's mentality and character, even if he knew these things, he wouldn't show any unusual reaction in front of Frieza, but with Nappa, it would be different. Although he is the oldest, he lacks depth. Telling him these things might instead harm him, and it would be better to wait until the time is right. After finishing, Atosta went out, casually closed the door behind him, leaving only the sound of his footsteps fading away. The room returned to silence, as if even a needle dropping on the floor could be heard. After a long while, a voice filled with suppressed anger emerged. "Frieza." Back in his own room, Atosta sat on the bed and let out a sigh of relief. Just now it was truly exhausting. Atosta was not a renowned detective, nor did he possess any detective skills. The only reason he could infer so accurately just now was that he already knew that Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. Anyone who has played guessing games has likely experienced this, struggling with a problem, unable to find the answer, but once they see the solution, it all becomes clear. So that's how it is. One can generally understand why the answer is what it is and reverse engineer the problem-solving process. And Atosta was in that very situation. Knowing the truth about Planet Vegeta's destruction, he merely needed to identify the flaws in Frieza's setup to raise various questions. By linking these doubts together, he could completely overturn Frieza's scheme and lay the truth before others in broad daylight. However, even so, it took Atosta a long time to think, as this was not a math problem. The conditions were not just a few written on paper. Atosta had limited information to begin with, and finding enough evidence from that limited information and convincing others was no easy task. Fortunately, the audience Atosta faced was only Vegeta. Even if there were slight flaws in his reasoning, it wasn't a big deal. Atosta heavily fell onto the bed, lying on the soft mattress, feeling a slight sense of relief. Right now, Atosta had no spirit to cultivate and planned to take a day off before continuing to train tomorrow. The purpose of telling Vegeta those words today was simple. He didn't want anyone to bear the pressure alone. In Atosta's heart, regardless of the perspective, the future was bound to see him standing against Frieza. He wouldn't continue to live under Frieza's thumb. Telling Vegeta the truth could stimulate him to train harder. If Vegeta gained greater strength than in the original story, it would provide more power in the future confrontation with Frieza. Of course, emotionally speaking, having spent quite some time with Vegeta, he didn't want to see him living in Frieza's fabricated lies for decades. Seeing that it was getting late, Atosta climbed into bed to prepare for sleep. At this moment, he heard a faint sound in the corridor, seemingly the sound of a door opening followed by nearly inaudible footsteps gradually fading away. Atosta smiled slightly to himself, muttering, "It seems the goal has been achieved." The direction of the sound was where Vegeta's room was located. At this time, Vegeta left. Given their living habits, the only place he could go was the training room. It seems that what Atosta said today made quite an impact on Vegeta's heart. Atosta chuckled lightly and paid it no mind, returning to his own sleep. The next day in the training room. 1808. Looking at the large detector in the training room displaying the number, Atosta smiled faintly. It seems that the injury this time was not in vain. His battle power has significantly increased. Saiyans possess a unique constitution that allows their battle power to greatly increase after recovering from near-death experiences. In reality, this Saiyan trait isn't as miraculous as one might think, otherwise one could simply put themselves in a near-death state and then heal immediately, resulting in unlimited strength growth. And that is clearly impossible. In Atosta's view, this significant increase in battle power still has some conditions attached. In Atosta's conjecture, what is more related to this is not the physical pain, but rather the mental stimulation. For emotionally detached Saiyans, the greatest mental stimulation is basically during near-death experiences. Additionally, these increases in battle power cannot simply come from nowhere. They should be a result of tapping into one's potential and the accumulation from training or battles. If that's the case, then the Saiyan constitution seems to make more sense. Of course, this is just Atosta's conjecture. Whether it is the truth is still hard to determine. After all, Atosta is not a scientist and cannot confirm his theories through research experiments. He merely formed these ideas based on his own personal experiences. Although Atosta was only heavily injured at the time and far from death, the mental stimulation he received was not small at all. Coupled with the accumulation of hard training, a significant boost in battle power was quite reasonable. I can imagine that Vegeta and Nappa's strengths have also seen considerable growth. At this moment, Atosta suddenly felt immensely confident, as if he could see the sunlight through the thick roof, filled with a sense of power throughout his body. Roar! A colossal energy wave erupted from the mouth of the giant beast, striking the figure floating in the air with tremendous force, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered the person's body amidst their unwilling scream. Huff finally dealt with it. The giant beast, looking at the smoke produced by the explosion in the sky, surprisingly spoke human words, indicating a level of intelligence not to be underestimated. The appearance of the giant beast bore a striking resemblance to a creature known as a gorilla, but it was far larger, towering over dozens of stories high. Logically speaking, such giant beasts are generally considered to have low intelligence, yet this giant ape not only spoke human words, but also wore clothing that was clearly artificially made, resembling the common battle attire found in the universe, albeit in an exaggeratedly larger size. Everything about it hinted at an extraordinary significance. Suddenly, an astonishing transformation occurred within the giant ape as its size began to shrink rapidly, its appearance also changing until it finally transformed into a young man. From the perspective of most people's aesthetic standards, this man's appearance could be considered quite handsome. His jet black hair was somewhat disheveled, yet most of the strands stood upright, with two long and short locks falling at his forehead, the shorter one bending to the right, while the longer one grew to the left, just grazing his left eye. The man's eyes were elongated and seemed unfathomable, subtly emanating a cold light, his features perfectly proportioned with a face that was angular, yet bore a hint of gentleness. His complexion was relatively fair, and although his physique was not overly muscular, the streamlined muscles displayed considerable strength, especially his long legs, which gave off a unique sense of power. He stood there naturally, yet unconsciously exuded a chilling aura. The man patted his slightly tattered battle suit, and suddenly a furry tail resembling that of a monkey appeared coiling around his waist. The identity of the young man became clear. He was said to be a Saiyan, a warrior race that had been exterminated over a decade ago. At that moment, a figure flew over and landed in front of the Saiyan. The newcomer was also a male Saiyan wearing the same style of battle suit with exceptionally long hair reaching down to his waist. He looked at the Saiyan man with a hint of concern and asked Atosta, "Are you alright?" The previous Saiyan man was indeed one of the 3 Saiyan youths who lived on Planet Vegeta before its destruction, named Atosta. Atosta looked at his companion with a slight smile and said, "Raditz, I'm fine. I just didn't expect there to be so many formidable warriors on this planet, forcing me to transform into my giant ape form." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Now, there are no strong warriors left on this planet. You go take care of the remaining civilians, I'll rest here for a bit." Raditz, the Saiyan being addressed, nodded, and said, "Alright, I'm off then." With that, he flew away in another direction. Atosta turned to look at the ground, and then sat down directly, letting out a long sigh. The previous battle had indeed been somewhat taxing, and Atosta felt a hint of fatigue. From the readings on his scanner, Atosta noticed a significant decrease in life signs not far away, knowing that Raditz had begun to take action. Raditz, born as a lower-class warrior, had been sent to other planets at birth. After the destruction of Planet Vegeta, he returned to the vicinity of his home planet a few years later, brought over by Frieza's subordinates stationed there, and joined several Saiyan teams. However, although Raditz's father Bardock was a renowned strong warrior, Raditz clearly did not inherit his father's talent and was considered quite weak among lower-class warriors. Considering the dwindling number of remaining Saiyans, a few reluctantly accepted him, but his status within the team was extremely low and he was mainly assigned menial tasks. Even though Raditz felt dissatisfied deep down, he did not dare to show it and was generally obedient in front of the others. However, everything changed a few years ago. At that time, due to Vegeta's relentless training, Atosta felt the gap between himself and Vegeta gradually widening. While marveling at Vegeta's talent, Atosta naturally felt unwilling to fall behind, so he sought another way to enhance his strength. Previously, the group executed tasks together, but Atosta proposed the idea of splitting into teams, hoping to take on more challenging battles alone to hone his skills. After Atosta's repeated insistence, the group reluctantly divided into two teams. Vegeta teamed up with Nappa, while Atosta partnered with Raditz. Leading his own team, Atosta faced tasks that were no less difficult than before, and in his small team, only Atosta possessed notable combat strength, while Raditz was of little help, making Atosta's early days quite challenging, nearly leading to his demise several times. However, despite the price paid, the gains were substantial. Atosta's combat power was now not much weaker than Vegeta's, and in a life-or-death battle, the outcome was uncertain. Raditz's job was quite simple: cleanup and body retrieval. This body retrieval did not refer to collecting corpses in the conventional sense, rather Raditz was tasked with retrieving Atosta's corpses. When facing a powerful enemy, Atosta would handle the confrontation while Raditz would hide, and if Atosta defeated the enemy, but was severely injured or on the brink of death, Raditz would be responsible for basic treatment before activating the spaceship's emergency functions to take Atosta to the nearest Frieza base for medical attention. If Atosta were ultimately defeated or killed, Raditz would of course have to escape on his own. Fortunately, this situation had not yet occurred, though otherwise Atosta would not be standing here safely. Because of this, Atosta treated Raditz quite well. He didn't want to be left to fend for himself after sustaining injuries, only to have Raditz, who felt oppressed, harbor resentment towards him. Raditz did not disappoint Atosta's expectations, having saved him from the brink of death several times. Another of Raditz's responsibilities was to handle the remaining civilians after Atosta killed the powerful enemies. This task, while not difficult, was exceedingly tedious, and Atosta was too lazy to do it. While Raditz worked, Atosta could seize the opportunity to train. Although this division of labor resulted in Raditz's slow growth in strength, Atosta did not care about that, and Raditz dared not voice any objections. Speaking of Raditz, he is an interesting character. Although he is the brother of Goku, the main character of Dragon Ball, those who are not fans of the series may genuinely not remember him. Yet this seemingly inconspicuous character is known for uttering one of the most famous lines in Dragon Ball, a quote even many who haven't read the manga have heard. A weakling with a power level of just 5. Despite being so weak, Raditz appeared exceptionally arrogant on Earth in the original story, and during his tasks he exhibited an unusual madness while slaughtering civilians. To Atosta, this was indicative of Raditz, who had always been at the bottom, venting his accumulated pressure on those weaker than himself, which was not a healthy mindset. However, what did that have to do with Atosta? He was no saint. As long as Raditz didn't interfere with him, he wouldn't concern himself with such trivial matters. After a short rest, Atosta did not summon Raditz through the scanner, and instead flew alone towards a forest. Today's training could begin. Frieza. This is a name that sends shivers down the spine. In the North Galaxy, Frieza can be said to be the absolute ruler. His influence spans most regions of the North Galaxy, and countless civilizations and planets have been annihilated by Frieza's forces. Some say Frieza is ruthless and brutal, others claim he is cold and heartless, but most who have heard of Frieza's deeds experience an emotion known as fear towards him. Frieza's personal strength is also unfathomable. Although Frieza has hardly acted in recent years based on his past formidable achievements, his power as a member of the Frozen Demon Clan can no longer simply be described as powerful. His might is enough to bring despair to those who hate him. In Frieza's ranks, there are not only powerful individuals like Frieza himself, but also numerous strong warriors serving him, many of whom are quite well known. If we talk about strength alone, Jinyu is undoubtedly the strongest subordinate under Frieza. The members of the Jinyu force led by Jinyu are all incredibly powerful. The Jinyu force has always been mysterious, They only spring into action when facing extremely dangerous enemies, completing their missions with remarkable efficiency, showcasing their ample prowess. When it comes to Frieza's most trusted subordinates, there are undoubtedly two names, Zarbon and Dodoria. Although in terms of combat power they are far inferior to Ginyu, there are rumors that their strength does not even match that of Ginyu Force members, yet they have always followed Frieza, only being sent on extremely secretive missions. Another rising strong fighter under Frieza is Vegeta, who is said to be the prince of the long-extinct Saiyan race, having executed many high-difficulty missions and showcased impressive strength. However, in terms of notoriety, the most well-known subordinate of Frieza is another individual named Atosta. Atosta is also a remnant of the Saiyans and is said to have a deep bond with Vegeta, but for reasons unknown to the outside world, the two do not execute missions together. Atosta's fame does not arise from his combat strength. Objectively speaking, while Atosta is considered a strong fighter, his fighting ability is not truly top tier among Frieza's subordinates. What truly makes Atosta well known is his astonishing task efficiency. It must be noted that the tasks Atosta undertakes are not simple. Most involve invading high-level planets with powerful guardians, and after defeating the strong enemies, he must also cleanse the civilians on the planets. Such tasks are thankless and require a level of strength that average subordinates of Frieza cannot achieve. Even strong fighters find them bothersome and only take them on occasionally, a fact that Frieza himself does not overly concern himself with. Yet Atosta's emergence has filled this gap. It seems he possesses a particular obsession with conquering high-level planets, or rather with battle. In recent years, Atosta has been executing missions almost constantly, only pausing temporarily to heal after sustaining serious injuries. Atosta's efficiency in completing tasks is also remarkably high, with a completion rate close to 100%, rarely dragging a single mission beyond 10 days. Under Atosta's relentless drive, the number of high-level planets he has conquered has reached hundreds, maintaining a record under Frieza at the young age of just 18, far ahead of those who follow. Behind this record lies countless evils and bloodshed. The number of lives lost at Atosta's hands is incalculable, leading many to lose their homes and suffer catastrophic disasters. This has also earned Atosta notorious titles across the universe, such as Executioner and Butcher. Frieza Planet. Two single-pod spherical spacecraft descended like meteors, landing upon the hovering platform below. As the spacecraft doors opened, two figures flew down to the ground. It was Atosta and Raditz returning to Frieza Planet after completing their mission. Atosta looked around and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "It's been a long time since I was last here." Raditz beside him also expressed his sentiment, saying, "Yeah, it's been about half a year since we left after completing more than 10 missions." He turned to Atosta and asked Atosta, "Why did you suddenly want to come back here?" Atosta casually replied, "I'm a bit tired. I want to rest for a few days." This was certainly not the true reason. Mainly, Atosta had reached a bottleneck lately. Whether through combat or cultivation, he had not made significant progress, so he planned to take a temporary break to see if he could calm his mind and gain insights. If he still couldn't break through the bottleneck, Atosta would have no choice but to resort to his old method, seeking stronger enemies to fight, breaking through to a higher level between life and death. Although this method is somewhat dangerous, Atosta has navigated through many years like this, and each time he has emerged victorious. Of course, there was no need to share these thoughts with Raditz, as their levels were too far apart. Looking ahead, Atosta said lightly, "Let's go home. It's been a while since everyone gathered together." The two flew towards their original residence. Upon arriving home, Atosta headed straight for the training room, knowing that they were most likely there. Raditz closely followed Atosta. Upon entering the training room, they indeed found Vegeta and Nappa training, both engaged in the most basic exercises. Seeing Atosta enter, Nappa displayed a joyful expression, laughing heartily as he came over and said, "Atosta, welcome back. It's been a long time." Vegeta, meanwhile, paused his movements and turned his gaze. Atosta's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded, saying, "It's been a while, Nappa." Vegeta. The few gathered together on the ground. Even Vegeta sat down. Atosta looked at Vegeta and Nappa and asked, "How have you been lately?" Vegeta remained silent, but Nappa cheerfully replied, "It's the same. We do missions when there are tasks and train when there aren't, though now we sometimes have to connect with other warriors under Frieza." Nappa then patted Atosta's shoulder and said, "You've been to so many planets. Tell us about your experiences." Atosta smiled, saying, "Although I seem busy, there isn't much to tell. It's essentially similar to what you experience, mainly training and combat. I've actually wasted a lot of time on the road. However, I feel this is quite good, as battles can happen at any time, keeping my mind alert, which seems to have greatly improved my training efficiency. With more battles, my strength has progressed quite rapidly." Atosta shared some amusing anecdotes from his missions with Raditz, adding commentary, eliciting laughter from Nappa and easing Vegeta's usual stern demeanor. The atmosphere among the group gradually warmed, as if they had returned to the days of fighting side by side when they were weaker. The day after Atosta returned to Planet Frieza. Although several Saiyans talked late into the night, their long-standing habits remained unchanged, and they all got up early to train, including Raditz, who joined later. Although the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta were not enthusiastic about training back then, Atosta, as a time traveler, understood the importance of cultivation, and he had always been diligent about it. Given Vegeta's pride, he naturally was unwilling to be surpassed by Atosta, who was also a Saiyan, so he put great effort into his training. Under their influence, Nappa had no choice but to train as well, and Raditz, wanting to fit into the group, naturally took it seriously as well. The effects of their training were indeed evident. The others felt their strength improving, but Atosta was very clear about the extent of their progress. While he didn't know the original battle power of several people at this time, comparing it to their battle power levels when they appeared in the original work a few years later, it was clear that they had made significant progress. Atosta's battle power 16000, Vegeta's battle power 18000, Nappa's battle power 7000, Raditz's battle power 1200. Note, as the strength of the characters increases, the decimal points will not be included in future battle power values. Vegeta's strength has clearly improved significantly. His strength is now even greater than when he first arrived on Earth in the original work a few years later, which is not too surprising given Vegeta's talent. In the original work, Nappa's battle power was around 800 when he appeared. Given the current situation, it is only a matter of time before Nappa surpasses his original self. Raditz has also made some progress. Although he is still quite weak, it seems that he won't be compared to the others in a few years. However, current battle power is not everything. It is when the plot begins in a few years that the real power surge will happen, during which both Earthlings and Saiyans, as well as Piccolo, will experience an unreasonable increase in strength. If one cannot keep up with this wave of strength increases, they will only be sidelined later, as evidenced by the plot of the original work. Vegeta, needless to say, has always been a major force throughout both the early and later parts of the original work. As for Nappa and Raditz, Atosta does not have high hopes for them, as not every Saiyan can reach such heights. What Atosta is most worried about is himself. Although Atosta's current battle power seems decent, he cannot be certain if he can keep up with Goku and Vegeta in the future. Atosta does not wish to become a mere bystander. However, such matters cannot be controlled by mere will. Atosta has yet to understand why Goku and the others have such a significant increase in strength, and he does not know if he possesses the same qualities as Goku and Vegeta. For now, he can only leave it to fate. All Atosta can do is continue to train diligently. After a while, Atosta looked at Vegeta, who was doing basic training, and suddenly spoke. "Vegeta, aren't you interested in practicing a bit?" Although Vegeta's battle power is slightly stronger than Atosta's battle power, does not represent everything. Only through a fight can one truly know who would win. Saiyans are inherently battle-oriented, and Atosta wanted to fight Vegeta. It had been a long time since they last fought, and Atosta had always regarded Vegeta as his target. Upon hearing this, Vegeta paused his movements, turned to look at Atosta, and a faint smile appeared on his lips as he replied, "Sure." Vegeta, as the Prince of the Saiyans, was also very interested in sparring with Atosta, who had always been pursuing him. He did not want to lose to anyone. The two moved to the largest training area in the training room, and Nappa and Raditz stopped their training, as well standing by to watch. Atosta and Vegeta stood on either side, assuming combat-ready stances. Vegeta took a stance with his feet in a bow position, his left hand clawed and directed at Atosta, while his right hand was raised behind him. Atosta faced Vegeta sideways, slightly relaxing his legs with one hand behind his back, and the other palm outward, pointing at Vegeta, not far away. Both of them fixed their gazes on each other, their breaths gradually holding, not daring to show any signs of weakness. Nappa and Raditz on the sidelines also unconsciously quieted down, focusing their attention on the two combatants, not daring to make a sound. The training ground fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, the two moved without warning. As if they had agreed beforehand, Atosta and Vegeta simultaneously lunged towards each other, adopting defensive postures, and collided fiercely in midair. With a powerful impact, their bodies slightly recoiled before they engaged in a fierce exchange in the air. Their bodies were extremely close, but while attacking each other, they also maintained their defenses, revealing no significant openings. Atosta threw a punch that was blocked while simultaneously raising his other elbow to defend against Vegeta's counterattack, but he managed to knee Vegeta, which was also defended. In just a few exchanges, the two had transitioned between offense and defense numerous times, with neither gaining an advantage. At this moment, however, Atosta accidentally left an opening in his abdomen while blocking Vegeta's elbow strike. Vegeta thought to himself, what an opportunity. He swiftly changed his move, retracting his hand and kicking towards Atosta's abdomen with incredible speed. Yet Atosta revealed a cunning smile, sidestepping to the side to evade Vegeta's attack. At the same time, he grabbed Vegeta's calf with his left hand and delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta's inner thigh. If that kick landed, it would definitely not be easy to endure. Vegeta was quick to respond, Sensing the urgency, he spun in the air around the leg Atosta had grabbed, not only avoiding Atosta's attack, but also sending his other foot powered by the momentum of the spin crashing towards Atosta's head from the side. This unexpected attack caught Atosta off guard, forcing him to abandon his offense, and instead cross his arms in a defensive X shape, fully bracing for Vegeta's whip kick. With a loud bang, Vegeta's leg struck the intersection of Atosta's crossed arms, knocking Atosta back to the ground, sliding a considerable distance before stopping. Regaining his footing, Atosta lightly brushed the dust off his shoulders and looked at Vegeta not far away, revealing a slight smile as he said, "Good power, you haven't disappointed me, Vegeta." Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest, snorted coldly, but a hint of a smile appeared on his lips as he looked at Atosta with a curious gaze, saying, "The warm-up should be over. Show me your true skills, Atosta." Atosta smiled, but a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he glanced at Vegeta and calmly said, "You will see, just watch." Warm-up. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, a flicker of shock passing through their minds. It turns out that the gap between us has become this large. In the vast training ground, two figures stood silently. Vegeta floated in the air with his arms crossed, coldly watching the figure of Atosta standing on the ground. On the side, Nappa and Raditz looked at the two with serious expressions. Raditz glanced at them and quietly asked Nappa, "Are they sparring?" Nappa twitched the corner of his mouth and replied quietly, "It seems they are getting a bit heated." After their so-called warm-up, Atosta and Vegeta had engaged in several rounds of combat, neither of them gaining the upper hand. However, it seemed that neither Atosta nor Vegeta noticed that their strikes were becoming increasingly intense, gradually exceeding the level of a normal spar. This is not surprising in a way. Although Atosta and Vegeta had a good relationship, their personalities may inherently make them rivals. For Vegeta, Atosta possessed comparable talent and strength, having grown up together, making him the only person Vegeta could truly consider a friend. On the other hand, as the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta was supposed to stand above his people, and now there was someone of the same race who could be compared to him, which made the prideful Vegeta somewhat uncomfortable. For Atosta, Vegeta was also a rather special presence. As a transmigrant, even in his past life, Atosta was used to leading others, but now he had a more dominant Vegeta above him. Every time Atosta tried to advance in his training, he found Vegeta also making progress, and still being slightly stronger, which naturally left him feeling displeased, somewhat akin to how Vegeta felt about Son Goku in the original story. However, their relationship remained quite good. Even when splitting teams occurred a few years ago, it did not affect their bond, and Vegeta was still the only one Atosta could look up to, so he did not harbor any overly negative emotions, just a slight discomfort. Thus, when sparring, both approached it with a mindset of "I cannot lose to you," and as they fought, gradually igniting real fire was not surprising. However, Atosta now realized this and did not want to continue until they could not stop. Although suggesting to stop now would seem weak, relying on Vegeta to propose it seemed hopeless, so Atosta could only suppress his inner frustration and prepare to say something. Atosta looked at Vegeta, a faint smile appearing on his lips, and said aloud, as expected of Vegeta, "You are even stronger than I imagined." Seeing Vegeta's expression soften, Atosta suddenly did not want the battle to end so hastily, and said, "Vegeta, we just had a real fight. Now let's play a game." Vegeta frowned and asked, "A game? What game?" Atosta chuckled, not answering, raised his arms, and two energy waves appeared in his palms. He then brought his hands together in front of him, launching a massive energy wave towards Vegeta. Vegeta swiftly dodged to the side, and the enormous energy wave passed by him, hitting the wall behind and causing a huge explosion. Vegeta turned his head to watch the dust from the explosion rise, a hint of a smile forming on his lips as he said lightly, "This is interesting." Turning to Atosta with one hand still on his chest, he opened the other hand, creating a massive energy ball that quivered slightly, then unleashed dozens of smaller energy waves toward Atosta from the energy ball. Atosta dodged several energy waves, quickly moving to the side, raising his right hand to fire back a few energy waves, but Vegeta either dodged them or countered them with energy waves. Vegeta retaliated in kind, and the two began to enjoy themselves, with the occasional energy wave hitting either of them having no significant impact. Nappa and Raditz on the side watched the two with bemusement, but wisely said nothing. After wreaking havoc on the training ground, Atosta and Vegeta gradually stopped their movements and silently looked at each other. The sounds of explosions in the training ground gradually faded, leaving only the rolling smoke lingering. Atosta waved his hand to disperse the surrounding smoke. Looking at Vegeta seriously, he said, "We've played enough, let's settle this with one final move." Vegeta nodded, assuming a stance to gather energy, his hands claw-like as he formed a swirling purple energy ball, glowing faintly. Atosta gently gripped his right wrist with his left hand. His right hand clawed towards his face, gathering a red energy ball that flickered like flames. Time seemed to slow as the two locked eyes and simultaneously made a move. Vegeta raised his hands towards Atosta and shouted Ultimate Flash. Atosta smiled faintly, pulling his right hand back and swiftly swinging it towards Vegeta while shouting Infinite Counter Cannon. The purple and red energy waves collided midair, creating a massive energy sphere at the point of impact. However, the clash of the two energy waves did not hold in a stalemate as Vegeta had imagined. Instead, it began to slowly push towards his direction, and the speed was increasing. At this point, Vegeta could not withdraw. He could only increase his power while watching the red energy wave approach him at an ever-increasing speed. Finally, the red energy wave struck Vegeta, sending him flying a considerable distance, but due to Atosta easing his force at the last moment, Vegeta did not suffer significant harm. Vegeta quickly flew back, ignoring his injuries, and stared closely at Atosta, questioning what was that. From the beginning, your move seemed to be weaker than my ultimate flash. Atosta grinned proudly and laughed. Haha, Vegeta, the infinite counter cannon is my proud creation. It is not as simple as it appears. He then explained to the incredulous Vegeta this move was specifically developed for the final clash of energy attacks. In terms of power alone, it is not particularly strong, but its greatest strength lies in the ability to gradually absorb the opponent's energy wave during the clash and convert it into one's own power. Thus, the longer the standoff lasts, the greater the power of my infinite counter cannon. It can be said that as long as I have this technique, I will never lose when clashing energy with others. At this point, Atosta's expression suddenly stiffened, and with a hint of embarrassment, he added, of course, if the opponent's strength is far superior to mine, then I would be helpless. No technique can change the fundamental difference in strength. However, I am very satisfied with having such an ability. After hearing Atosta's words, Vegeta twitched the corner of his mouth, looking at Atosta with a slightly disgusted expression, disdainfully, saying, "Humph, a boring person with a despicable technique." With that, he crossed his arms and turned to leave without looking back. Atosta, in a nonchalant tone, said, "Despicable or not, I won after all." Upon hearing Atosta's words, Vegeta's steps paused slightly before he walked out, even faster, determined not to clash energy with Atosta. Atosta watched Vegeta leave and then turned his gaze to Nappa and Raditz, sternly saying to the dazed pair, "Train hard." He then left the training room, feeling elated at seeing Vegeta's disgruntled expression. Just this matter alone was enough to make him happy for an entire day. Nappa and Raditz left in the training room, watched Atosta's departing figure in a daze, and after a long time, Nappa turned to Raditz and said, "Let's go too." Across the inky void of space, a streak of light blazed like a meteor, hurtling past planet after planet at unimaginable speed. The camera slowly zooms in, revealing a solitary spherical spacecraft surging forward. Seated within is Atosta. After spending several days on planet Frieza, Atosta departed once more, not on a mission this time. Having endured relentless toil, he simply wished to rest. He left Raditz behind. Raditz remained on planet Frieza, training alongside Vegeta. When Vegeta and the others asked where Atosta was headed, Atosta offered only a vague, dismissive excuse. After all, this matter was certainly not one to be broadcast far and wide. This journey had but a single purpose: to find someone. At the thought, a faint, knowing smile curled Atosta's lips as he sat aboard the ship. Planet Eris, by galactic standards, was classified as a low-tier world. Its technological development was modest, having only just breached the threshold of spaceflight. Beyond that, its scientific advancement held little distinction. In terms of individual combat prowess, Eris fared even worse. The average adult male's battle power stood at a mere 3, and the planet harbored no notable martial masters. Under such circumstances, investing further in technological progress seemed the more promising path forward. Yet it was precisely this unassuming world that served as Atosta's destination. As his spacecraft descended, Atosta set foot upon planet Eris. Standing on open, barren ground, Atosta surveyed his surroundings, a vast, desolate grassland stretching endlessly in every direction. A subtle smile flickered across his face. Activating the scanner embedded in his visor, he scanned the readings, dozens of 2-digit values, a handful of 3-digit figures, and then starkly vivid against them all, a crimson numeral 3200. With an enigmatic grin, Atosta soared directly toward that reading. After flying for a time, he gradually decelerated and landed quietly upon a small mountain. The mountain's interior was serene and lush. Wildflowers bloomed amid dense groves, while small creatures darted playfully through the underbrush. A gentle breeze stirred the air, lending the scene an almost idyllic tranquility. Atosta strolled along the winding path with unhurried grace, ascending the slope as if taking a leisurely afternoon walk. Halfway up the mountainside, a humble thatched cottage came into view. Thin tendrils of smoke curling from its chimney, carrying with them the warm, savory aroma of home-cooked food. Atosta did not enter. Instead, he folded his arms across his chest and stood motionless, eyes closed, waiting in silent stillness. After a long moment, the cottage door creaked open. A slender, graceful figure stepped forth. and her voice, clear and melodious, carried sharp disdain, that revolting aura of evil. "What do you want now, Atosta?" Atosta showed no trace of anger. Opening his eyes, he gazed upon the woman before him. Raven black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, two delicate strands framing her forehead bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Her fair, refined features conveyed gentleness, but her brows held quiet defiance. Tall and statuesque, she stood nearly eye to eye with Atosta, who towered at 188 centimeters, a striking contrast among Eris natives whose average male height barely reached 160 centimeters. Her figure was elegantly proportioned, modest, yet shapely, her waist slender enough to encircle with one hand her hips, gently flared, and her legs, long, straight, and arresting, commanded immediate attention. She wore traditional Erisian attire, crimson and cobalt lines weaving across the fabric, complemented by a skirt and full-length trousers of matching hues modestly enveloping her form, yet unable to conceal its innate effortless beauty. Behind her, a sleek black tail swayed faintly, undeniably the hallmark of a Saiyan. Yatosta's smile deepened as he replied, teasingly insolent, "I came because I wished to. Do you intend to stop me?" "Arahira." She gave a cool, dismissive sniff and turned her head away, refusing to look at him again. Yatosta merely smiled, silent, unruffled. Her name was Arahira, a surviving descendant of the Saiyan race. They had been born almost simultaneously, both of noble lineage, yet their destinies diverged utterly. From the moment of his birth, Atosta was hailed as a Saiyan prodigy, raised from infancy on planet Vegeta under elite tutelage. Arahira, deemed talentless due to her low battle power, was cast aside at birth, shipped off with lower-tier warriors to a backwater world to fend for herself. Arahira's early years on Eris acquired a legendary hue, echoing in certain ways Son Goku's childhood on Earth. Her escape pod had crash-landed atop this very mountain, where she was taken in and raised by an elderly woman. Unlike Goku, she had suffered no childhood head injury, and thus retained fragmented memories of her origins. Yet born with the same innate kindness as Tarbell and nurtured by her grandmother's wisdom and compassion, she chose to ignore any notion of a destiny, and instead lived simply wholly as an ordinary Erisian. Years later, after her grandmother passed, curiosity drew Arahira from the mountain into the wider world beyond. Thanks to devices akin to televisions, she was no stranger to basic societal norms, knowing, for instance, that goods required payment or that a young woman ought to guard her privacy. Beyond the mountain, she encountered countless souls, kind and cruel, loyal friends and bitter foes, and fought many battles, her life rich with adventure and transformation. Along her travels, she trained under native Erisian martial sages and formidable warriors, steadily refining her strength, until at last she surpassed the very limits of her world. Later, a monstrous terrorist faction rose on Eris, akin to Earth's Black Ribbon Army, launching a coup d'état to overthrow the government and seize global dominion. At that hour, Arahira, who had long identified wholly as an Erisian, stepped forward alone. With overwhelming might, she shattered the faction's conspiracy, becoming the savior of her world, her deeds sung in legend across generations. Thereafter, ever drawn to quietude, Arahira retreated once more to her mountain sanctuary, spending her days in cultivation and study, venturing out only occasionally to reunite with old friends. She had believed her life would continue thus, peaceful, uneventful, serene, until that day years ago when tranquility shattered without warning. Time rewinds to several years ago. In the pitch-black universe, two single-person spherical spaceships were traveling at an astonishing speed toward a certain direction. Inside the spaceship were two Saiyan youths clad in battle suits, namely Atosta and Raditz, who had just completed a mission. Not long ago, Atosta proposed the idea of splitting into teams within their small group, and the others reluctantly accepted after failing to persuade him otherwise. Thus, the Saiyans divided into two small teams for their activities. Just moments ago, Atosta's team completed their third mission since the formation of their group. Raditz activated the spaceship's radio communication system and asked Atosta with confusion, "Atosta, why suddenly choose to execute a mission to conquer a low-level planet? Haven't we always opted for medium or even high-level planet missions in the past?" Atosta reclined in the spaceship's seat and calmly explained, "The reason we chose higher difficulty missions previously was to establish our team's reputation and showcase our strength. Now that we have successfully completed the previous missions, it naturally proves our team's true capabilities, and we need not fear being looked down upon for undertaking this low-level task. Since it's on the way, let's treat this mission as a little vacation. It won't take much time." Raditz simply responded with a sound of acknowledgement, and the two continued their journey in silence. Meanwhile, on planet Eris, on a nameless small island in the ocean, there stood an inconspicuous wooden house. No one would suspect that this was the residence of the renowned god of war Bowen on planet Eris. Bowen was a legendary figure on planet Eris, celebrated for both his strength and character, and he had a long history being over 200 years old. The strongmen of the planet would respectfully refer to him as senior upon meeting him. At that moment, inside the wooden house, Bowen was sitting across from another person at a table, each with a cup of an unknown beverage in front of them. Bowen was an elderly man, though not short by Eris standards. He appeared diminutive when compared to the person opposite him. The tall individual opposite him was actually a woman. It was almost impossible for women on planet Eris to possess such height, but the tale behind her confirmed her alien identity, making it understandable. This woman was none other than the currently recognized strongest individual, the heroine who had saved the world from peril, Arashila. Arashila looked at the elder across from her and asked curiously, "Master Bowen, did you call me for something?" Bowen pondered for a moment and slowly replied, "I have been feeling uneasy these past few days, as if a heavy stone is pressing down on my heart, sensing that something bad may happen. Initially, I thought it was just the ramblings of an old man due to poor sleep, and I decided to ignore it, but yesterday I had a dream." Arashila quietly gazed at the elder, waiting for him to continue. Bowen paused for a moment and continued, "In my dream, I saw endless natural disasters. Landslides, earthquakes, hurricanes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. Also, there were countless wailing souls. And a silhouette in black laughing maniacally in the sky. Perhaps this is merely a dream, perhaps my premonition is just a delusion. But I dare not think so. What I mean is, if all of this is real, if the scenes from my dream are true, then it would be a true disaster for the entire world. To prevent such a scenario, we must prepare in advance." At this point, Bowen gazed deeply at Arashila and solemnly said, "Arashila, we can only rely on you." Although this was merely Bowen's speculation, given the authority he had established over the past 200 years and the assistance he had offered her, Arashila did not dare to dismiss it lightly. She nodded earnestly, saying, "All right, I will investigate thoroughly. If there is indeed a problem, I will do my utmost to resolve it." Upon hearing Arashila's words, Bowen's expression softened with a hint of reassurance, and he nodded, saying, "I will also enlist some friends and juniors to pay attention, but it's best not to let the public know about this matter." He lifted his head to gaze at the ceiling and murmured, "I hope my premonition is wrong." Meanwhile, while some powerful individuals on planet Eris were secretly investigating, two comet-like spaceships quietly landed in a corner of the planet. Atosta and Raditz emerged from the deep crater created by their spaceships landing, surveying the area that resembled a farm. The sound of the spaceships landing seemed to alarm the surrounding residents. After a while, a few small figures cautiously approached, hiding behind cover and peering at the two from a distance. Raditz adjusted the detector on his eyes and scanned the few individuals nearby, noticing that all the readings were below 4. He scoffed and said, "Low-level planet scum." Gathering a wave of energy in his hand, he directed it towards several terrified Eris civilians. A loud explosion sounded, and when the dust settled, all that remained was a deep crater where they once stood. Atosta looked on coldly, showing no intention of stopping the carnage. He had long since grown accustomed to slaughter, especially when it was just a few low-level beings that appeared to him as mere ants. Yawning lightly, Atosta turned to Raditz and said, "Raditz, I'm going to find a place to cultivate. Enjoy yourself. If you find anything interesting, be sure to notify me." After seeing Raditz nod in agreement, Atosta flew into the sky in search of a suitable place to train. Reporting from ahead, the demon is rampaging in the downtown area of South City, hoping the government can respond quickly. In a city on planet Eris, a female reporter was excitedly reporting to the camera when she was suddenly struck by an energy wave shot down from the sky, causing an explosion that created a deep pit in the nearby area. In the sky, Raditz turned his head with a look of annoyance and said, "There are so many people on this wretched planet. This is only the third city. How long do I have to keep killing? It seems I need to find Atosta for help." Meanwhile, a striking figure was rapidly flying toward this location from a distant place. After completely destroying the city, Raditz sat quietly on the ruins to rest. Suddenly, the detector he wore on his eyes sounded an alarm, a sound that only occurred when a massive energy reaction was approaching. Raditz looked at the numbers displayed by the detector, and a drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. 2,500. Raditz's current combat power is 1,000. Run. This was the only thought in Raditz's mind. The power disparity between them was insurmountable, and he knew he had no chance of winning. How could there be such a strong enemy on this low-level planet? Only by finding Atosta could he defeat this unknown foe. Raditz took off without hesitation, flying toward the direction of Atosta indicated by the detector at breakneck speed, not daring to pause for a moment. Just moments after Raditz left, a figure arrived here at incredible speed and landed. Am I still too late? Damn it. Looking at the ruins around her, Erixila felt a surge of anger in her heart, unforgivable. It seems that the demon has already left. I wonder where he went. If only Master Bowen could perfect the ability to sense chi, he would definitely be able to find him, and I wouldn't be so lost now. Thinking this, Erixila flew away from here, heading toward the residence of Marshal God Bowen. A combat power of 2500. By the seaside, Atosta asked Raditz, who was putting on his clothes. Yes, Raditz nodded honestly. Adjusting his outfit and putting the detector on his eyes, Atosta smiled with a hint of sarcasm and said to Raditz, "So you mean you came to find me without even seeing what your opponent looks like?" Raditz awkwardly replied a yes. Suppressing the urge to scold Raditz, Atosta coldly remarked, "Well done." Without looking at the chuckling Raditz, Atosta gazed at the sea ahead and said, "You can continue your work. I'm going to have some fun with that person. If you encounter a strong opponent, come find me." He then activated the wide-range detection function and flew toward the direction indicated by the detector. Raditz stayed behind, watching Atosta's departing figure, clenching his fists tightly with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes before lowering his head and flying toward the next city. Martial God Bowen's Island. In the wooden house, Erixala asked Bowen, "Master Bowen, how is the research on that chi going? We must find that demon quickly. We can't let him run rampant any longer." Bowen, sitting in a chair, replied heavily, "I'm still not able to make any progress." Then, Erixala was about to say something when she suddenly felt a sense of danger and instinctively took a defensive stance. The next moment, an energy wave broke through the roof and exploded on the ground, destroying the entire wooden house and sending wood chips and dust flying everywhere. Erixala looked up at the sky and saw a figure standing in the air, obscured by the sunlight. Not paying attention to the person for the moment, Erixala immediately began to search through the ruins, shouting, "Master Bowen, where are you?" Looking at the graceful figure on the ground, especially the tail behind her, Atosta felt a ripple in his heart. Although he had been in a state of slaughter for many years, Atosta was not a killing machine. He took some interest in the beautiful Saiyan girl because of her combat power and Saiyan identity. Of course, if the girl did anything to anger Atosta, he would not hold back. Landing on the ground, looking at the elderly Bowen that Erixala had found, Atosta said indifferently, "So there's a little bug with over 100 combat power here." Ignoring the furious glare from Erixala, Atosta asked the girl, "You are a Saiyan, right? Tell me your name." Erixala did not respond to Atosta's question, but asked in return, "Are you the one who has been slaughtering people on our planet?" Thinking of Raditz, Atosta shrugged and said, "I suppose so. What? Are you not satisfied?" A flicker of anger appeared in Erixala's eyes as she placed the severely injured and unconscious Bowen in a safe spot and took a fighting stance against Atosta. Atosta laughed disinterestedly and made a gesture with his finger toward Erixala. Erixala charged forward, striking with a knife hand toward Atosta. With a light smile, Atosta grabbed Erixala's wrist and casually punched her in the abdomen. Feeling the immense pain in her stomach, Erixala fell to the ground, losing her strength to resist. With her arms crossed over her chest, Atosta surveyed Erixala with interest and mocked, "Almost every planet has so-called heroes like you who charge in recklessly, knowing they are no match for us. And the fate of those people, without exception," Atosta revealed a cold smile, "is only death." Erixala glared at Atosta with hatred in her eyes, remaining silent. However, Atosta's tone suddenly shifted, becoming slightly gentler in consideration of our shared Saiyan heritage. "As long as you join us and come with me, I won't kill you. How about it?" Erixala sneered, "To be with you and invade others' homes doing heinous things. Dream on." Atosta knew this would be the answer and didn't care. He simply said, "As long as you come with me, I won't harm your planet anymore. What do you think? By joining us, you can become stronger. This way you can protect them yourself, can't you?" Erixala hesitated for a moment, but still said, "I can't do it." Atosta suddenly laughed and said loudly, "How touching. As a Saiyan known for slaughter, you would actually become a guardian of a planet you should be conquering, and you're so kind. What can I say?" Atosta suddenly bent down and stroked Erixala's cheek, laughing, "Seeing you like this, I feel reluctant to strike he." Erixala was startled by Atosta's sudden action, and her face flushed as she struggled to shout, "Let go of me, you scoundrel." Atosta chuckled, stopping his actions and standing up, saying, "I'll give you one last chance. I won't take you away, nor will I harm the people of your planet. However, I need you to agree to 3 conditions. You must agree to whatever I say. How about it?" Hearing Atosta's words, Erixala showed a look of despair, but after hesitating for a long time, she still agreed, "Fine, but if it's something too outrageous." Atosta smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't put you in a difficult position. I haven't thought of anything yet. I will come to you later with the conditions. Just to let you know, if you are stronger than me at that time, you can kill me without fulfilling the agreement," he said, bursting into laughter, while Erixala let out a sigh of relief. With a teasing look at the rising Erixala, Atosta said, "I should leave, otherwise everyone on your planet will die, haha. Remember, don't forget our little secret, otherwise some terrible things will happen." With that, he took off, leaving Erixala, who was left pondering. Sitting on the spaceship, Raditz asked Atosta through the communicator, "Atosta, why do you want to leave suddenly? Isn't the mission still incomplete?" Atosta replied coldly, "I'm in a good mood. Do you have a problem with that? A mere low-level task, I can still account for it." Raditz dared not say much. After a pause, Atosta softened his tone, saying, "Let's consider this mission a vacation. Now it's time to carry out the next mission, as high-level planets can be a bit tricky. Raditz replied yes. In the pitch-black universe, two spaceships flew into the distance, trailing long flames. In front of a small, thatched cottage, two figures stood quietly facing each other. Looking at the girl before him, Atosta smiled and said, "Why don't you invite me in for a visit? Isn't the meal just prepared? It seems I arrived at the perfect time." Arashira coldly stared at Atosta and said, "Is this one of your 3 requests?" Atosta chuckled. "How could that possibly count? Such things should be used at critical moments. Well, I can't just let you slip by so easily." Arashira snorted coldly, looking at Atosta, and said, "Then you should go back to continue your misdeeds. You are not welcome here." "Don't be so cold." Atosta slowly approached Arashira and softly said, "Although we've only met a few times, we've known each other for several years. There must be some feelings, right?" Arashira angrily replied, "Feelings? What feelings could I possibly have for you? Not to mention the evil deeds you have done. How have you treated me every time? Do you find joy in bullying me?" Of course, this couldn't be said aloud, so Atosta could only respond, "Where is the bullying? I joke with you because I consider you a friend. Perhaps you are not used to such jokes, but I truly don't know how to interact with friends." In the midst of Arashira's puzzled gaze, Atosta's tone suddenly became somewhat melancholic. "Last time I heard your story, this time are you interested in hearing mine?" Although she was actually curious, Arashira replied, "Not interested, I don't want to hear it." Atosta smiled helplessly, forcefully grasping Arashira's wrist, and said, "Let's go." Despite Arashira's discontent, Atosta flew in a certain direction. Atosta and Arashira sat side by side on the beach with half a person's distance between them. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays not blinding, but rather gentle. White clouds floated leisurely in the blue sky, taking on various seemingly ambiguous shapes. A gentle breeze brushed by splashing waves on the sea surface, bringing with it the unique scent of seawater. Atosta sat quietly on the beach, legs apart, with his elbows resting on his knees and his hands lightly cradling his chin. Staring blankly at the distant horizon, Atosta spoke softly. "Sometimes I wonder if I had been born with low combat power and sent to another planet, would it have been better?" Arashira, with her legs together, sat sideways on the beach, one hand propped on the ground, calmly watching Atosta. Atosta seemed to be lost in memories. "From childhood to now, I can hardly remember a day that was truly happy. From the moment I can remember, I have only known myself as someone who practices in a small room. Apart from that, it seems there was nothing else. I don't like practicing, but it's just that whenever I stop, a whip would crack across my back. That fiery pain is still vivid in my memory. So I could only keep practicing, refining my skills amidst the praise of others, just to avoid experiencing that pain again. In fact, I still had family at that time. My father sacrificed himself before I was born, but my mother and brother were still alive, though I had only seen them a few times. Later, I left Planet Vegeta and was sent to Planet Frieza along with Prince Vegeta and another elite warrior's descendant. Perhaps it was my good fortune. Planet Vegeta was destroyed shortly after, yet I survived." Atosta continued, "I initially thought life would change, but unexpectedly it became worse than before. On Planet Frieza, my power was always trailing behind Prince Vegeta, as a Prince Vegeta seemed to dislike this situation, and Nappa might have been jealous, so I was isolated by them. They never spoke to me except when carrying out missions. At that time, when I just started doing missions, I didn't want to kill with them, but they forced me to teaming up to beat me black and blue. I had no choice but to start fighting. I killed countless innocent people, my hands stained with blood. Eventually, I became numb, living like a walking corpse, devoid of any feeling of being alive. I am truly tired, so tired. A few years ago, I was kicked out of the team by Vegeta and the others, with only a disposable pawn assigned to monitor me, who was of no help during battles. I fought alone against those strong ones, many times nearly dying, but perhaps it wasn't my time to perish, and in the end I survived. However, to me, life or death no longer mattered." Listening to Atosta's words, Arashira felt as if something in her heart had been touched, and she no longer found Atosta as annoying as before. "Then later I met you." At this point, Atosta turned his head, looking at Arashira with a complex expression, making her feel somewhat uneasy, and she said, "What's wrong with me?" Atosta lowered his voice slightly. "The moment I saw you, it felt as if something in my heart stirred. Then after speaking a few words with you, I experienced a feeling I had never felt before. Each time I am with you, I feel an emotion I have never experienced before. That emotion is happiness. Every time I am with you, I feel particularly at ease, as if all the burdens in my heart suddenly vanished. If it weren't for the mission, I would really want to be with you every day." Hearing Atosta's words, Arashira hurriedly retorted, "Who wants to be with you every day?" Atosta smiled and said, "But I dare not take you away. I don't want you to lose your happiness like I did. I hope to see you like this otherwise." Before Atosta could finish his sentence, Arashira stood up, preparing to leave, so he hurriedly stood up and grabbed her hand, anxiously saying, Okay, I won't say it anymore, just don't go. Arashira pulled back her hand, her face flushed, turning her head to the side, but she showed no intention of leaving. Atosta placed his hand on Arashira's shoulder gently, saying, "Take me to explore your planet, I haven't had a good look around yet." Arashira wore a cold expression, looking at Atosta with a snort, but still took him around various places on Alice's planet. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Back in front of Arashira's thatched cottage, Atosta quietly looked at the girl before him and said, "I should be heading back now. Next time I find the opportunity, I will come to look for you again." Wait, it seems I've forgotten something. Seeing Atosta's overly bright smile, Arashira suddenly had a bad premonition. Just as she turned around ready to escape, her legs went weak, and she fell to the ground, feeling all her strength drain away. "Atosta, you shameless scoundrel!" Arashira shouted angrily, straining to look back, and indeed Atosta was grinning widely, firmly grasping her tail. With a smile, Atosta pinched her tail and said playfully, "I haven't bullied you yet, how could you leave so easily?" As he spoke, he slowly leaned closer to Arashira, gently rubbing his tail against her cheek. On a scarred, desolate planet, Atosta. Raditz flew before Atosta, who was deep in cultivation, and called out, eyes alight with excitement. Atosta gazed at Raditz, who had just returned from outer space, and arched an eyebrow. "Have you heard something?" Raditz nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Yes. This time I secured intelligence on that man, at the interstellar black market. He used to conceal himself meticulously, yet lately he has grown markedly bolder." Atosta paused in thought. It seems confronting him won't be simple this time. Given his temperament, he'd never expose himself without formidable backing. "We should summon Vegeta and Nappa as well. Raditz, do you know his current whereabouts?" "According to our intel, he's headed toward the Noki planetary region," Raditz replied. "And among those worlds, only Noki planet fits the criteria." A cold smirk flickered across Atosta's lips. "Then let us depart for Noki planet immediately." The two swiftly boarded their spacecraft, pierced through the planet's atmosphere, and shot forward at blistering speed. Inside the ship, Atosta powered down the scanner embedded in his visor and withdrew a compact device from within his garment. This was a high-end communicator purchased years ago from the interstellar black market, marketed as functional anywhere in the cosmos. Each of the four Scions possessed one. Its purpose was clear: many new Frieza scouts were equipped with surveillance-capable scanners, not continuously active yet perilous enough during sensitive discussions. Disabling them was prudent. Now long-range communication was essential. "Hey Vegeta." Atosta contacted Vegeta via the device. Vegeta, mid-mission on a distant world alongside Nappa, received the transmission. He crushed the alien in his grip, tossed the remains aside, then deactivated his scanner before replying. "I'm here." "What is it? Do you recall the individual I mentioned last time?" Vegeta paused, then as if struck by sudden recollection, asked, "You mean him?" "Precisely. Terminate your mission now. Join Nappa and rendezvous with us on the uninhabited planet orbiting Noki planet. I'll await you there with Raditz." He paused briefly before adding, "Though this intelligence remains unconfirmed, we must verify it ourselves. Given his recent ascension, his battle power may already surpass ours. Confronting him together is far more certain and far safer." Vegeta nodded. "Understood. Nappa and I will depart immediately. Wait for us there." With that, the transmission ended. Back aboard the ship, Atosta switched off the communicator and reclined silently in his seat, though inwardly his calm was a facade. "Filth, you won't slip away again, not as you did a year ago. That artifact is no trinket for scum like you." On an uninhabited planet near Noki planet, Atosta spoke into the communicator while behind him yawned a vast crater, within which rested a sleek spherical single-pilot spacecraft. With one hand gently cradling the device to his lips, Atosta asked, "Raditz, are you on Noki planet yet?" "The ship just landed. I haven't disembarked yet," came Raditz's voice over the line. Atosta grunted softly and warned, "Conceal your presence carefully. Don't alert any potential adversaries. Our intelligence remains sparse. We don't even know how many of them are there." "Understood," Raditz affirmed sharply. "Report anything anomalous, instantly. Once Vegeta and Nappa arrive, we'll descend upon Noki planet together. If you fail to locate them, he may flee before we strike, making him nearly impossible to track again." Raditz pledged, "I'll leave no stone unturned." Atosta gave a curt nod. "Then we're done." He severed the connection. Far away on Noki planet, Raditz stared at the device in his palm and clenched his fist tightly. Within Raditz surged a turbulent tide of emotion, eagerness and exhilaration entwined with tension and doubt. He knew the truth behind this mission. He knew precisely what the Saiyan squad sought. If that man truly stood upon this world, if this operation succeeded, if they seized that artifact, then Raditz would never again be scorned. He would finally stand before his brethren not as a footnote, but as a true warrior. The hour of my true worth has arrived. Gazing into the distant sky, Raditz tightened his fist and whispered fiercely to himself. On the barren planet, Atosta sat motionless, lost in quiet contemplation. May this go smoothly. And should it succeed, it will be time for decisive action. Across the starless void, two streaks of meteoric light blazed ever closer toward Noki Planet. A secluded corner of Noki Planet. Master, intoned a towering muscular alien with a long braid kneeling low before a stretch of absolute darkness. The bait has been cast, but they have yet to arrive. Could it be? A shadowy figure waved a dismissive hand. They will come. If they do not, they are no longer Saiyans. The silhouette clenched its fist before its face, voice glacial. This time I shall repay every ounce of last year's humiliation, doubled. I am no longer the weakling I once was. Atosta, I will kill you myself. After a moment's silence, the figure settled back into its seat and instructed its kneeling subordinate, initiate phase 1. A precaution for the battle soon to unfold. Though I trust my strength, caution remains wise. Yes, master. The braid-wearing alien bowed deeply, then vanished into the gloom. Staring into the abyss before him, the seated figure curved his lips into a dangerous smile and roared, "One day I shall reign as the strongest being in the universe. Even Frieza is but a shadow in my sight." Ha 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 ha. His manic laughter echoed across the heavens, deepening the surrounding darkness. In a certain place on planet Noki, a long-haired alien stood on a cliff overlooking a desolate plain below where only a few insects and small animals could be seen. Huh. The long-haired alien raised two fingers before his eyes and shouted, his fingers trembling slightly, as if he were summoning all his strength. Then he swiftly pointed his fingers forward toward the ground below, and an invisible force emanated from them, surging toward the earth. With a loud bang, the ground erupted into a bottomless pit, and the billowing dust filled the sky. The long-haired alien gazed at the deep hole below, grinning as he pulled out a seed-like object from his clothing, squeezed it in his hand, and then tossed it into the pit. Looking down, the long-haired alien murmured to himself, "Divine Spirit Tree, grow quickly." Suddenly, Raditz descended from the sky, gently landing on the ground. Leaning against a nearby rock, Raditz opened his hand to look at his palm and muttered, "I've searched for so long, yet I still have no leads. I wonder if that guy Dales is really on this planet. I can't just search aimlessly like this." At that moment, Raditz's communicator beeped, prompting him to turn off the detector and answer the call. The voice of Atosta came through. "Raditz, have you found anything?" "Not yet," Raditz replied honestly. Atosta paused for a moment before saying, "It's all right, keep looking diligently. Vegeta and Nappa have just arrived, and we will reach planet Noki soon." "Yes," Raditz responded. After ending the call, he retracted the communicator and prepared to continue his search. Just as he got up, he suddenly heard some unusual noises. Raditz held his breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated to discern the sounds he had just heard. The sound seemed to be coming from underground. Raditz suddenly opened his eyes and swiftly took to the sky. At the very moment Raditz left the ground, a massive, elongated object suddenly shot up from where he had just been tearing apart the earth. The object had an irregular shape, appearing both long and thick, with numerous branches growing from it. It seemed to be made of wood, and the whole object looked like part of a root. Floating in the air, Raditz gazed at this root-like entity, a surge of ecstatic joy washing over him. "It's it. It must be it. Only the Divine Spirit Tree could possess such immense roots and grow at such a rapid pace." Raditz immediately took out his communicator and shouted towards Atosta, "Atosta, I found the Divine Spirit Tree right above planet Noki." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Atosta, who was on a spaceship heading to planet Noki, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It seems this trip was not in vain. The Divine Spirit Tree has finally been found. Then a figure flashed in Atosta's mind. "Dales, you won't escape this time." After calming his breath, Atosta said to Raditz through the communicator, "Don't wander off, just wait on the planet. We're already on our way. Since the Divine Spirit Tree has just been planted, they surely won't be able to run away this time. We will arrive in a few minutes. Oh, just wait for us." "Yes," Raditz replied cheerfully. After ending the call with Raditz, Atosta opened the public channel of the communicator and with a hint of a smile addressed Vegeta and Nappa, who were also on the spaceship. "Raditz has news. It has been confirmed that the Divine Spirit Tree is growing on planet Noki." "Oh," Vegeta expressed a hint of joy, saying, "That's indeed great news." Nappa, on the other hand, excitedly shouted, "Haha, if the fruits of the Divine Spirit Tree are truly that extraordinary, then we—" "Ha ha ha." Atosta remained somewhat cautious, reminding them, "It's better to be careful. Perhaps this operation won't be as smooth as we imagine. After all, Dales must have consumed quite a few of the Divine Spirit Tree's fruits, and his strength shouldn't be underestimated." Vegeta said nothing, but Nappa arrogantly proclaimed, "No matter how many fruits he eats, he's still just a low-level warrior." Atosta said nothing further as the three of them rapidly approached Planet Noki in their single-person spherical spaceships. If an uninformed person were to look at Planet Noki from space, they would be astonished to see a tree growing in a certain spot on the planet. It's worth noting that anything visible from such a distance must be extraordinarily large. Even some small mountains might not be discernible. Yet now a tree could be clearly seen, or just how massive must this tree be? This tree is certainly not an ordinary one. It is known as the Divine Spirit Tree. According to legend, the Divine Spirit Tree is a divine entity and its fruits are food that only gods can consume. No one knows the reaction of gods after consuming this fruit, but legends say that humans who eat it will gain immeasurable power. In the words of high-level warriors, consuming the fruit of the Divine Spirit Tree can result in a significant increase in combat power, though no one knows exactly how much. Today, this divine entity, which had only existed in legends, has abruptly manifested in reality, making everything seem extraordinarily unusual. On Planet Noki, atop the trunk of the Divine Spirit Tree, two figures stood, one in front of the other on a massive branch. One was a long-haired alien, and the other was a Saiyan with a tail. If Sun Wukong far away on Earth were to see this Saiyan, he would be astonished to find that this Saiyan looked almost identical to him, only slightly darker in skin tone. The long-haired alien respectfully addressed the Saiyan, saying, "Lord Dales, as per your orders, all the fruits of the Divine Spirit Tree in other locations have been destroyed." Dales nodded, replying, "Yes, this way we needn't worry about them secretly consuming the fruits of the Divine Spirit Tree and dramatically increasing their combat power. We just need to wait for the fruits to mature before we can engage them in battle." Pausing for a moment, Dales asked, "Amon, have they arrived?" The long-haired alien, named Amon, smiled and replied, "Those people will soon reach Planet Noki. Lord Dales, I can hardly wait." Dales grinned, saying, "Good, let's settle the score this time." Atosta, hee, this time you will have no place to bury your remains. Meanwhile, three single-person spherical spaceships fell like meteors onto Planet Noki, creating three enormous deep pits. The Divine Essence Tree. Though I've seen it once before, witnessing it again still leaves me awestruck. Atosta murmured, gently tracing the roots of the tree as he arrived on the Planet Noki. Beside him, Vegeta added, "So this is the Divine Essence Tree, truly worthy of its legendary status." Nappa scratched his bald head and chuckled. "I can hardly wait any longer." Raditz stood nearby, his face alight with excitement. Vegeta waved a hand dismissively. "No need to rush after that scum dares just yet. Let's first check whether any Divine Essence Tree fruits have already ripened. We can hunt him down later after we've consumed the fruits and amplified our power." "Actually, I suggest we confront dares directly right away," Atosta countered. "The Divine Essence Tree fruits won't vanish. They'll remain where they are. What worries me is that dares might flee if he senses danger. He carries the most vital seed of the Divine Essence Tree. Once we secure it, fruits will be ours in abundance, limitless." Vegeta paused and thought. "Very well, so be it." Raditz frowned in doubt. "But surely we dare not activate our scouters. What if Frieza detects us?" Atosta replied coolly, "No concern. We need only switch them on briefly to pinpoint dare's location, battle power, and number of allies. There's no need to keep them active continuously. Frieza's surveillance isn't constant, and as long as we speak carefully, avoiding anything sensitive, monitoring isn't infallible." With that, Atosta activated his scouter, engaging its planetary-wide detection function, only for his expression to harden into grim severity. "What's wrong?" Raditz asked sharply. Vegeta and Nappa exchanged glances, both studying Atosta's unnerved countenance with growing unease. Atosta exhaled slowly and spoke in a low, grave tone. "The enemy force is small, only two, but their battle power is astonishing." He paused, then continued, "The weaker one is likely that underling of dares who escaped our last encounter. His power now approaches 10,000. And dares himself, 35,000. What? 35,000? Vegeta stiffened, uncharacteristically unsettled. As Prince of the Saiyans and their strongest warrior, his own battle power barely surpassed 20,000. Atosta, second only to him, stood at 19,000. Yet dares, a low-class Saiyan soldier, had surged to 35,000. Such a disparity left Vegeta stunned. Atosta, however, remained composed. "We still have an opening. Don't forget the Divine Essence Tree fruits." Nappa's spirits lifted instantly, right? "Once we devour the fruits and surge in strength, dares will pose no threat whatsoever." Raditz chimed in, "They're only two, we're four. They cannot possibly hold us back." Vegeta said nothing, merely locking eyes with Atosta, both reading deep, unspoken concern in the other's gaze. Thus the four split up to scour the land for Divine Essence Tree fruits, while high atop the tree's massive trunk, dares and his companion watched their movements with icy indifference, smirking. "Nothing here. No sign." "I found nothing either. All eyes turned to Atosta, whose face darkened as he admitted, "Neither did I. It seems they've already destroyed every other fruit across the planet. Perhaps even the rumor of their whereabouts was deliberately planted by Dares himself to lure us here." Vegeta nodded coldly. "Then there remains only one path, to face Dares directly." "Relax," Atosta suddenly smiled with quiet confidence. "Though his power is formidable, this battle is far from decided. He hasn't yet reached that level of invincibility. We are not so easily underestimated. Don't you agree, Vegeta?" "Of course," Vegeta replied with a faint razor-edged smile. "A low-class warrior remains a low-class warrior. Let him finally grasp the chasm between us." Heh. His expression hardened back into glacial austerity as he declared flatly, "Let's go." "Yes." Atosta, Nappa, and Raditz roared in unison. "Humph. They've arrived." Dares sneered, one hand resting lightly over the scouter on his brow. The moment the words left his lips, 4 figures descended from the sky, landing before him. "Ha ha ha. Long time no see, Atosta." Dares fixed his cold, unblinking gaze upon Atosta and mocked, "Disappointed you couldn't find the divine essence tree fruits?" "Little rat," Atosta retorted with a chilling smirk, "why stop skulking in shadows? Has feasting on the divine essence tree fruits truly inflated your arrogance so greatly?" A flash of vicious resolve crossed Dares' face. "I am no longer the feeble wretch I once was. I'll show you the full extent of my power. Not a single one of you will escape." Vegeta folded his arms, his voice dripping with disdain. "Trash remains trash, no matter how it writhes. One final chance, surrender the divine essence tree seed, and perhaps we'll grant you mercy." Dares threw back his head and laughed. "Prince Vegeta, what grand bravado." His mirth vanished in an instant. Eyes narrowing, he hissed, "Then let the battle begin." Roughly 1 year earlier, Atosta and Raditz had undertaken a routine mission. Upon reaching their target planet, they found it desolate, cracked, barren, and utterly devoid of life. Soon after, however, they discovered a colossal tree, vibrant and thriving against the planet's lifeless wasteland. Instantly, Atosta recalled the divine essence tree from the Dragon Ball theatrical films. Climbing the tree's massive trunk, Atosta and Raditz encountered Dares and his companions. Dares and his group had only recently discovered the tree, and though they'd already consumed its fruits, they remained pitifully weak before Atosta. Under Atosta's overwhelming pressure, they launched a desperate counterattack. Dares seized the chaos to strike Raditz down and flee, while his subordinate Feld and feigning death was overlooked by Atosta, whose sole focus remained the divine essence tree. Later, Atosta recounted the incident to Vegeta and Nappa. For months, they pursued every lead on Dares, but he moved with such caution, leaving no trace, until recently when intelligence finally surfaced, prompting their immediate departure. That intelligence, however, was no accident. It was bait deliberately seeded by Dares, now supremely confident in his ascended power and eager to draw them into a decisive confrontation. Now beneath the divine essence tree, 2 factions stand poised for mortal combat. Victory means survival, defeat annihilation. Under the divine tree, "Amon," Dales called out. Amon stepped forward with a grin. "Naba." Vegeta crossed his arms and shouted. "Understood." Naba clenched his fist, smiling as he walked out. "Raditz, you should help too," Atosta also said. Hearing Atosta's words, Raditz silently stepped forward, focusing his gaze on Amon, who met him with a disdainful smile. Without exchanging any unnecessary words, Naba, Raditz, and Amon flew away to another location, leaving the scene to Atosta, Vegeta, and Dales. A gentle breeze blew and several falling leaves softly landed on the ground. "Huh." Dales suddenly flickered and appeared between Vegeta and Atosta with his hands aimed at both, unleashing a powerful invisible force. "You've got some guts," Vegeta said, crossing his arms ready to withstand Dales' attack. His hair was blown back by the fierce wind, yet he did not move an inch. On the other side, Atosta moved before the attack arrived, suddenly appearing above Dales, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Dales' head. Dales did not dodge, instead he smirked coldly, swinging his right hand faster, blocking Atosta's leg with his forearm. They were locked in a stalemate for a moment before separating, and Atosta flipped gracefully in the air, landing on the ground. Atosta lightly twisted his foot, thinking to himself, "What immense strength." At this moment, Vegeta also rushed in, engaging Dales in battle, their fists and feet colliding in a flurry of motion. However, Dales' strength was greater and his speed faster, putting Vegeta at a disadvantage. "Vegeta!" Atosta shouted while extending his hand, sending several energy waves from different angles toward the 2 fighters. Though they hadn't fought side by side in a while, Vegeta and Atosta's teamwork showed no signs of rust. Hearing Atosta's voice, Vegeta did not look back, but broke free from Dales' entanglement, shifting his body to the side. The energy waves emitted by Atosta flew past Vegeta, targeting the stationary Dales. Though the energy waves were few, their trajectory was clever, perfectly blocking Dales' escape route. Meanwhile, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave directly at Dales. If Dales wanted to evade Vegeta's attack, he would have to burst forth at full speed, otherwise he would certainly be hit by Atosta's attack. Although Atosta's energy waves were not very strong, they were not something he could endure without injury. Dales had no choice but to explode into full speed to dodge the attacks from both. Using such full force was exhausting even for an ordinary person. Dales appeared in the air lightly tapping his shoulders, saying to the two, "You two did well." Atosta below responded with a cold smile, "The best is yet to come." Without further ado, he charged toward Dales with Vegeta closely following. Dales spread his hands toward the charging Atosta and Vegeta, a bright light flashing in his palms, and then unleashed countless energy spheres like a fully fired machine gun raining down on their direction. The two did not expect Dales had such a trick. Faced with the sudden onslaught of energy spheres, they could only brace themselves defensively, yet were still hit by numerous spheres and fell to the ground. Although each energy sphere was not particularly strong, the number that struck them was considerable, leaving Atosta and Vegeta feeling sore all over. "Bastard." Vegeta glared at Dales. Atosta sneered at Dales, saying, "A nice trick, but do you have the strength to use it again?" Atosta and Vegeta exchanged glances, nodded, and continued charging at Dales in the air. Seeing them approach, Dales took a breath and laughed arrogantly. "Use it again. Why not?" Saying this, he extended his hands once more, unleashing a torrential barrage of energy spheres. Vegeta, "Got it." Watching the multitude of energy spheres flood toward them, Atosta shouted, advancing instead of retreating, taking a defensive stance while still pushing upward against the energy spheres. Meanwhile, Vegeta hid behind Atosta and suddenly dashed out as they neared Dales, while Atosta fell to the ground due to taking too many hits. "It's my turn." Suddenly bursting forth, Vegeta delivered a fierce uppercut that struck Dales, who was still caught off guard, sending him reeling backward. "What?" Dales thought, but Vegeta would not give him a chance, kneeing him hard in the abdomen, forcing Dales' body to recoil backward while his head and feet remained forward. "Not done yet." Vegeta shouted angrily, bringing his hands together to form a hammer shape, smashing down on Dales' head. Dales felt a blankness in his mind as he was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball, hitting the ground heavily before bouncing back up and then landing again. "There's more. More." Vegeta shouted from the sky, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of energy waves toward the downed Dales, causing the ground to tremble violently and kick up a cloud of dust. Breathing heavily while watching the dust below, Vegeta landed and approached Atosta, who was lying on the ground, saying, "So not dead yet?" Atosta rolled his eyes, replying irritably, "Get away, let me rest." Vegeta chuckled, saying nothing, his gaze shifting toward the spot where Dales had just fallen. At this moment, the dust was gradually dissipating, revealing Dales, who was panting, struggling to sit up. His body was covered in wounds, with 2 streaks of blood running down his face, clearly having sustained serious injuries from the recent onslaught. At this point, 2 figures flew in, and both Vegeta and Dales turned to look, revealing it was Nappa and Raditz. Nappa was half-naked, wearing only a tattered pair of pants, and had several wounds on him. Raditz beside him appeared somewhat better, though his battle suit was already in tatters with many rips, and one hand was clutching a bleeding shoulder with seemingly few injuries. Nappa grinned widely, throwing down what he was carrying, which turned out to be Amon, Dale's only subordinate, though from the unnatural twist of his neck it was evident that Amon had turned into a corpse. Vegeta, arms crossed, coldly gazed at Dales from a distance, saying, "Now what do you have to say?" After saying this, he walked toward Dales, stopping in front of him, looking at Dales with a cold glare. Nappa smirked arrogantly and walked over with Raditz, standing behind Dales. The two looked at Dales with cruel eyes, smirking coldly. Atosta also stood up from the ground, slowly walking in front of Dales, saying lightly, "This time I won't be careless and let you escape." Dales' gaze swept over the faces surrounding him, suddenly lowering his head and laughing. Atosta sneered, saying, "Facing death, do you finally realize the absurdity of your life?" Dales lifted his head, looking defiantly at the others, cruelly laughing. "Do you think it's that easy to defeat me?" Under the divine tree, surrounded by 4 people, the recently defeated Dales remained unfazed, still exuding arrogance, which irked Itos and the others. Nappa mockingly taunted, "Lower-tier warrior, has your head been damaged?" Dales coldly chuckled without responding, but suddenly appeared in front of Nappa and landed a fierce punch to his abdomen. Nappa's body was struck hard, emitting a sound of ugh-ugh. His torso involuntarily bent as he lost his ability to fight. Even injured, Dales was not someone Nappa could withstand. The disparity in their levels was too great. After ambushing Nappa, Dales tossed his body aside and made a break for it, fleeing swiftly up the divine tree before anyone could react. Chase. After a moment of shock, Vegeta quickly reacted, leaving just a word in haste to pursue. Itos, maintaining a resolute expression, silently followed suit, while Raditz remained behind, knowing he would be of no use even if he caught up. Whooshed. The sound of footsteps scraping against the ground grew intense as Dale's Vegeta and Ito's sprinted forward, their distances not far apart, yet with no sign of closing the gap. Suddenly Dale's, who was in the lead, leapt up, snatching something from a branch of the divine tree, then landed and ran a few steps before halting. Becoming aware, Vegeta and Ito's also came to a stop, their faces darkened as they stared at Dale's ahead. Clearly both had realized something. Dale's turned to face Ito's and Vegeta, grinning maniacally as he said, "Did you think I planted the divine tree just to tell you I am here? This is my true trump card." Ignoring the two's grim expressions, Dale's examined the divine tree fruit in his hand, raising his voice. "This is the last divine tree fruit from this tree. The others have long been destroyed by me, so it's impossible for you to find any. Now what do you want to do?" Dale's turned his gaze to Ito's and Vegeta, grinning with amusement. Ito's and Vegeta exchanged glances, and without warning suddenly charged at Dale's. Now the best course of action was to act quickly while Dale's had not yet consumed the divine tree fruit. If they could seize the fruit, that would be ideal. If not, they must at least make him drop it. However, Dale's had long anticipated this situation. With a sly grin, he darted backward while bringing the divine tree fruit to his mouth. In the astonished and furious gazes of Ito's and Vegeta, he bit into the fruit. As the fruit was swallowed, Dale's entire body seemed to swell, his muscles bulging outward, radiating a sense of power. Dale's crushed the remaining divine tree fruit in his hand, looking at the two before him with disdain, growling, "Now observe closely the difference between me now and me earlier." Ito's silently activated the detector, revealing an astonishing number, 88,000. "No way, I can't tolerate this." Naba sat on the ground, one hand on his belly with a fierce expression, saying, "Forget it, Dale's strength is too overwhelming. Once Vegeta and Ito's defeat him, you can deal with him however you like." Naba shook his head, standing up. "No, at least I want to see him begging for mercy on his knees. I'm going over there. Raditz, you stay here." With that, Naba flew off in the direction the others had just gone. Raditz left behind, sighed in resignation, and followed after Naba. When Naba and Raditz arrived at the battlefield of Ito's and the others, they were met with an incredible scene. Ito's and Vegeta lay on the ground, appearing battered and bruised, while the supposed loser Dale's stood above them with an arrogant expression, saying something. Seeing Naba and Raditz, Dale's turned his head with a cold smile. "I was planning to find you, but it seems you came to deliver yourselves to me. How considerate of you." Naba's eyes widened in shock as he shouted to the two lying on the ground, "Vegeta, Ito's, what happened?" "Dale's, he..." Vegeta looked exceptionally disheveled, his battle suit in tatters, blood splattered across his face, and one eye seemingly injured and unable to open. Ito's beside him looked even worse, his body covered in numerous wounds, his battle suit's outer layer long gone. He lay motionless on the ground with closed eyes. If not for his chest still rising and falling, one would think he was dead. In the previous battle, or rather in the one-sided massacre, compared to Vegeta, Dale's had focused more on Ito's due to their past grievances, resulting in Ito's suffering more severe injuries. Hearing his companion's voice, Vegeta gasped, struggling to sit up, gritting his teeth. "Dale's, he... Did he eat the divine tree fruit?" "What?" Naba exclaimed in surprise, only to suddenly notice a shadow appearing before him, followed by a tremendous force hitting his face, sending him flying backward. Naba crashed to the ground, feeling dizzy as countless stars seemed to spin around in his head, and everything went dark as he fainted. Looking at Naba lying on the ground, Dale sneered, saying indifferently, "To be arrogant, one must have strength." Retracting his hand, Dale turned his attention to Raditz, saying with interest, "Now it's your turn." Cold sweat dripped down Raditz's face as he opened his mouth to say something, only to be kicked away by Dale's. Though the kick lacked the force of the previous one against Naba, Raditz wisely closed his eyes and did not get up after hitting the ground. Soaring in the air and scanning the others on the ground, Dale's laughed heartily. "Come on, as long as you kill me, you can obtain the seeds of the divine tree. Come on." Vegeta simply glared fiercely at Dale's without speaking. Looking down at Vegeta, Dale's arrogantly laughed, shouting loudly, "At this moment, I just want to ask who else." Cough, cough, came Ito's sudden coughing from below. Atosta coughed, supporting himself with both hands as he slowly rose from the ground. Vegeta and Dale's both turned their gaze towards Atosta. Dale's turned his head with a cold smile and said, "Oh, what else do you want to say?" Atosta's lips curled into a faint smile. "Lower-class warrior, do you think you've won just like this?" Dale scoffed disdainfully, "You're about to die, and you're still putting on a show. You only have a sharp tongue. You truly disappoint me, Atosta." Atosta wiped the corner of his mouth, glanced at the blood on the back of his hand, and turned his gaze back to Dale's coldly. "Lower-class warrior, especially someone like you who was sent to other planets right after birth, knows far too little." With Dale's looking on in confusion, Atosta extended a hand, gathering a small white sphere of light. "This is a man-made small moon." Dale's looked at the small sphere in Atosta's hand and mocked, "Is it going to turn you into a giant ape? Don't forget I'm a Saiyan too, Atosta. Is this your trump card?" Have you been knocked silly? Unfazed Atosta looked at the artificial small moon in his hand and said lightly, the so-called higher-class warriors and lower-class warriors are not just differentiated by combat talent. This can be compensated for through later actions, but in many other aspects they are fundamentally different. Turning his gaze to Dale's, Atosta smirked, lower-class warrior, let me enlighten you. Atosta suddenly hurled the small sphere into the sky, and upon mixing with the outside air, it emitted a blinding light that made everyone turn their gaze away. At this moment, Atosta's voice echoed, higher-class warriors can generally maintain a level of rationality when transforming into giant apes, whereas lower-class warriors need to undergo transformation over a dozen times to gradually gain control of their rationality in giant ape form. As a warrior, having or lacking rationality are entirely different concepts. The light in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing a massive moon-like sphere. Atosta focused his gaze on the artificial small moon in the sky, his eyes gradually reddening. As a higher-class warrior, I have transformed into a giant ape over 10 times in countless battles. Atosta's face twisted, becoming increasingly ferocious. So Dales, tell me, how many times have you transformed? With your overly cautious nature in weak moments, you probably haven't been pushed to the brink very often, have you? Atosta's body continued to swell, dense fur sprouting all over him, and his face gradually losing its human form. Unlike Vegeta, I actually have a bit of fondness for the giant ape state. The towering figure stood on the ground, casting a large shadow over the area as the giant ape. Atosta's voice thundered like lightning through the sky. Dales, if you don't transform into a giant ape, you can't possibly defeat me. Below, Vegeta covered his shoulder with one hand, revealing a knowing smile. Dales looked up with a grim expression at the towering behemoth before him, adjusting the scouter on his eyes, which displayed an astonishing number 1200. The Saiyan's giant ape transformation is said to increase combat power by tenfold, though this assertion isn't entirely accurate. The actual combat power of a Saiyan in giant ape form varies from person to person, but generally lower combat power leads to a greater increase upon transformation, while stronger fighters see less of a boost. However, this is already sufficient. Although Atosta's combat power increase upon transforming into a giant ape isn't drastic at this moment facing Dales, it is more than enough. The giant ape. Atosta grinned widely. Dales, I'm coming. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his massive jaws and unleashed a giant energy wave towards Dales. Dale's expression turned grim as he moved swiftly to evade Atosta's attack, countering with an energy wave that struck the unflinching giant ape. Atosta, but it had no effect. The giant ape. Atosta laughed, are you just tickling me? He moved with a speed unfitting of his size, appearing behind Dales, and brought down a powerful slap. Dales did not turn back, sidestepping to the side, but the giant ape. Atosta had already anticipated his evasion, transforming his slap into a sweeping motion that followed Dales' trajectory. This time Dales could not dodge and was sent flying by the giant ape. Atosta's slap, tumbling through the air for quite a distance. Dales stabilized himself in midair, wiped the corner of his mouth, and looked at the giant ape. Atosta, but all he saw was a massive energy wave. Now it was too late to evade. Dales shouted angrily as he caught the energy wave with both hands, but his body was propelled to the ground at an incredible speed. Boom! The energy wave, carrying tremendous impact, slammed Dales into the ground, creating a massive crater and kicking up clouds of dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, Dales lay helplessly in the crater, his arms shielding his body, smoke swirling around him from the intense friction. Dales exhaled softly, moved his hands away, and looked up, but instead of seeing the blue sky, he was met with a shadow rapidly approaching, as if the entire sky were collapsing. That was the massive body of the giant ape. Atosta rapidly descending under the force of gravity and its own strength. Dale's heart raced as if it would leap out of his chest, bursting forth with unprecedented speed as he rolled and crawled to escape the impending attack of the giant ape. Atosta. Boom! The ground seemed to split open as if a gigantic nail had been driven into it, with cracks spreading across the surface, dust flying, and wood splinters dancing in the air. Dales looked at the impact site of the giant ape. Atosta with lingering fear, his lips twitching. Dales, isn't this game fun? The voice of the giant ape. Atosta thundered like rolling thunder across the heavens. Let's have even more fun. No, this can't go on like this. Dales shouted internally, yet his body moved without hesitation, dodging Atosta's attacks, while seeking opportunities to counterattack, though with little effect. The tail. As long as I find a chance to cut off his tail, the situation can be reversed. As a fellow Saiyan, Dales certainly wouldn't forget the Saiyan's greatest weakness. However, the giant ape. Atosta was constantly on the move, and Dales had yet to find a good opportunity. Forget it. Let's do this. Dales utilized his agility to dodge the giant ape. Atosta's attacks, finding an opportunity to fly out of the giant ape's attack range, cleverly circling around to get behind Atosta. After all, in terms of agility, within a small range, the giant ape state truly couldn't keep up. Just as Dales prepared to attack the tail, a powerful energy wave shot up from below, forcing Dales to halt his advance and wasting this rare opportunity. Dales glared down with a sinister look, shouting Vegeta. On the ground, Vegeta wore a sarcastic smile and gently blew on his retracted hand. Dales, frustrated, turned his gaze away, but out of the corner of his eye he spotted a shadow approaching at high speed. Alarmed, he felt a strong gust of wind hit him, and a tremendous force sent him flying far away. In midair, Dales felt a fiery pain from his face to his chest, as if a layer of skin had been torn off. Dales lay weakly on the ground, feeling as if his body were falling apart, every part of him aching, his head spinning, and his vision blurred against the nothingness. In the depths of his consciousness, Dales seemed to see a dazzling silver light. Dales lay on the ground, his eyes vacant as he stared at the artificial moon in the sky. His face twisted into a snarled expression, his body swelling larger, dense fur erupting all over as he emitted continuous beastly roars. Watching Dales transform, the giant ape Atosta showed no sign of worry. All of this had been anticipated by him. One could even say Atosta was deliberately forcing Dales to become a giant ape. Otherwise, after Atosta transformed himself, he could have destroyed the artificial moon, which would last for an hour, more than enough time. From Dales' behavior, it was clear that he had lost his rationality after transforming. What was there to fear from a beast devoid of reason? It could be said that the outcome of this battle had been decided the moment Atosta produced the artificial moon. Vegeta, the giant ape Atosta, called softly, though his voice still resonated loudly. Standing on the ground, Vegeta nodded and unleashed an energy wave to destroy the now useless artificial moon in the sky, saying, "I know. Let him play for a while, he'll make my move once he tires out." The reason Vegeta didn't transform into a giant ape earlier was mainly to facilitate severing Dales' tail after he transformed. Once Dales' tail was severed and he reverted to his human form, he would enter a weakened state. Although the impact wasn't particularly severe, it would prevent him from escaping swiftly when he tried to rely on his agility. Fundamentally, both Atosta and Vegeta's goal remained the seed of the divine tree. When confronting Dales, it was not only about the battle itself, but also about ensuring he didn't escape. Roar, roar. Dales, now transformed into a giant ape, continuously roared, aimlessly swinging his body and attacking any visible object, pounding his fists against his chest with a resounding thud-thud. Atosta and Vegeta had already dragged the unconscious Naba and the fainting Raditz far away, sneering as they observed the performance of the giant ape Dales. After all, he's just a lower-level warrior. Vegeta scoffed. Yeah. Raditz, having just woken up, chuckled awkwardly. After a while, perhaps tired, the giant ape Dales gradually ceased his movements and sat down to rest. "Let's go over there," Vegeta said, coolly, arms crossed, as he and the giant ape Atosta walked towards Dales, leaving Raditz behind to care for the gradually waking Naba. As they drew nearer, the giant ape Dales seemed to sense something, turning his head to look at them with a savage glare, emitting low growls. Standing at a not-so-far distance, Atosta gazed at Dales with a displeased look in his eyes and coldly remarked, "Let me see what this beast is capable of." With that, he rushed forward at blinding speed, only to be sent flying back even faster, crashing heavily to the ground. Vegeta turned his head, his lips twitching as he watched the giant ape Atosta. The giant ape Atosta lay on the ground with no hint of embarrassment, merely stating, "Let's get to it." Vegeta stealthily approached the giant ape Dales while Atosta got back up to face the giant beast once more. The giant ape Dales fixed his gaze on Atosta, pounding his fists heavily against his chest, roaring in fury. Suddenly, the roar stopped abruptly, and the giant ape Dales emitted a sound as if someone was choking him, a strained ugh-ugh. Then his body visibly shrank, fur receding as he gradually reverted to his human form. Moments later, Dales appeared hunched over with his hands on his knees, gasping heavily. Dales reached behind him with one hand, but found nothing but air. Turning his head, he glared fiercely at Vegeta, who returned a mocking smile. Dales shifted his gaze to the giant ape Atosta, who looked at him with a pitying expression, saying, "You can't escape, Dales." Dales gritted his teeth and with a flash darted to the side, but a figure suddenly appeared before him. Vegeta crossed his arms mockingly, saying, "Where do you think you're going?" Dales' eyes flickered as he sought an escape route, but a gust of wind suddenly swept down from above, sending a chill through his scalp. Just as he intended to dodge, it was too late. The giant ape Atosta struck him hard, slamming Dales' body into the ground. Before the pain could subside, Dales felt an immense force tightly enveloping him, constricting him to the point where he could hardly breathe. With one hand firmly gripping Dales, the giant ape Atosta said, "Dales, hand over the seed of the divine tree, and I'll spare your life." As he spoke, he tightened his grip again. Ugh! Dales spat blood, feeling as if his insides were shattering, struggling to say, "Okay. All right. He'll hand it over. Let go." The giant ape Atosta released his grip, and Dales fell directly to the ground. Oh. Dales lay on the ground spitting out another mouthful of blood, his body convulsing, his voice dripping with weakness. Stop pretending to be dead and hurry up and hand over the seed of the divine tree, or I'll take matters into my own hands. Vegeta flew over, arms crossed, addressing the downed Dales. Dales mustered his strength to flip over, lying on the ground and gasping heavily. After a moment's rest, he shakily reached into his clothes, rummaging for a long time before pulling out an object, slamming his arm heavily down. As his palm opened, a small object slid out and rolled onto the ground. Vegeta bent down to pick it up, and upon examining it in his hand, he found it to be a seed, indeed the seed of the divine tree. Vegeta carefully examined the seed in his hand, a smile creeping onto his lips as he turned to Dales and mockingly said, "Why are you being so obedient this time? This isn't your style, Dales." Dales had no strength to respond, only gasping for breath continuously. In truth, based on Dallas' character, it was impossible for him to hand over the seed of the divine tree so easily. Just moments ago, when he was slapped to the ground by the giant ape Atosta, he had already picked up a few small stones, preparing to use Vegeta and the others' focus on the divine tree seed to fish for an opportunity to escape. However, plans could not keep up with changes, as Dales was genuinely injured and had no strength left at all. No matter how clever his plans were, his body had truly reached its limit, leaving him powerless to pull any tricks. Nokia Planet. Four figures stood quietly encircling the person lying in the middle. Vegeta crossed his arms and looked at the fallen Dales on the ground, saying indifferently, "Let's discuss how to deal with Dales." A restored Atosta coldly gazed at Dales and said flatly, "For someone like him, it's better to kill him quickly." Naba nodded in agreement. Dales, having regained some strength, struggled and pleaded, "No, I am willing to surrender." "Surrender?" Atosta sneered. "Give us a reason to spare you." Dales thought for a moment and said sincerely, "There aren't many Saiyans left. We should unite, shouldn't we? Moreover, I can be a good fighting force and help you in many ways. Trust me, since I've been defeated by you, I will never do anything bad to the group if I join you." "Is that so?" Vegeta said expressionlessly. Deep down, Vegeta actually had some admiration for Dales. Dales displayed commendable character and quality, and his combat power was not bad. If he joined, it would greatly enhance the team's strength. Although Dales had considerable ambition, Vegeta firmly believed that given enough time, he could subdue him with strength and means. Atosta noticed Vegeta's wavering heart and advised, "In time our strength will surely surpass Dales, but right now his combat power is much higher than ours. Once Dales recovers, if he wants to do something, he won't give us a chance to transform. Vegeta, are you willing to gamble on the loyalty of someone you've just met?" Vegeta scanned the faces of Atosta, Naba, and Raditz, observing their similar expressions before decisively stating, "All right then, kill him." He turned away, presenting his back to the group. This decision was not only because Atosta made a valid point, but more importantly, Vegeta did not want to disrupt the unity of the team. Although it was somewhat regrettable, it was not a big deal. "No, trust me." Hearing Vegeta's words, Dales felt a wave of fear and hurriedly shouted, "I definitely won't die." Atosta coldly smiled, raising a hand directed at Dales, instantly unleashing countless energy spheres that struck Dales' already severely injured body without exception. Dales could only let out a scream before being reduced to ashes under Atosta's attack. A once formidable Dales in the universe met his demise on such an unremarkable planet. Atosta and the others sat together discussing future plans. Vegeta toyed with the seed of the divine tree, smiling as he said, "With the divine tree seed, our strength will certainly increase rapidly, and we need to accelerate our plans. Everyone speak up." "Vegeta, I think it's time," Atosta said seriously, looking at Vegeta. "It's time to break away from Frieza." Vegeta frowned, but said nothing, waiting for Atosta to continue. Atosta elaborated, "If we continue working under Frieza, our chances to plant the divine tree will diminish, delaying our strength enhancement. Moreover, if our combat power increases too quickly, it will easily attract Frieza's attention, which is not a good thing. If we break away from Frieza, we can increase our strength without restraint. Even under Frieza's rule, we still have many opportunities to plant the divine tree. Rapid strength enhancement is an issue, but as long as we are careful, we can manage it," Vegeta replied, arms crossed. "If we break away from Frieza, given our status, he would certainly issue a universe-wide bounty on us. While it's not dangerous, it would still disrupt our actions and significantly increase the chances of the divine tree being discovered. And don't forget our plan, Atosta. I've put in a lot of effort over the years for that plan. As long as our own strength is strong enough, stronger than Frieza, Broly, or even King Cold, that plan will truly become insignificant," Atosta said earnestly. Vegeta scoffed. "Are you sure that the fruit of the divine tree has no limits on strength enhancement? Can it make us that strong?" Atosta pointed at Vegeta and then himself, saying, "I believe in our talent, Vegeta. The legend of the Super Saiyan is definitely not just a myth." Vegeta frowned at Atosta and said, "It's not my style to pin my hopes on an elusive legend. I've invested so much effort in that plan or it can't be in vain. Perhaps after leaving Frieza our strength will improve faster, but what I want is not just to defeat Frieza. Don't forget the words we spoke back then." Atosta quietly looked up at the sky speechless. After a long time his voice came out softly. "I've had enough of Frieza's domineering presence over us. Do you remember that time? I was just speaking a little too much when Frieza was in a bad mood, and I got beaten half to death by him. If it weren't for your pleading, I should have died that time. Later Frieza seemed to forget about it, treating me the same as before, joking with me, and I could only accompany him with a foolish smile. I've had enough of this dog-like life. I want to live truly according to my own will." Atosta shouted passionately to the sky. Atosta, feeling something flying towards him, Atosta instinctively reached out to catch it, and when he looked at it, it turned out to be the seed of the divine tree. Atosta looked at Vegeta in surprise, who said calmly with his arms crossed, "Since that's the case, let's split up. You leave to plant the divine tree everywhere while we stay with Frieza. Well, say you died in battle. As long as you are careful to hide your identity, it won't be easy for Frieza to investigate. This is the best plan we have." Atosta quietly looked at Vegeta and murmured, "Handing over something as important as the divine tree seed to me is more than just trust between friends. Those who aren't warriors can never understand what strength represents for a warrior. For an ordinary person, it's like entrusting all their possessions to a friend without any proof. Even a brother would find it hard to do that. Moreover, fooling Frieza is not as easy as Vegeta says. He will bear all the responsibility for that." "Whose communicator is still intact?" Vegeta asked the others. "My communicator is fine. Naba's is with me." Raditz quickly pulled out 2 communicators from his pocket and handed them to Vegeta. Vegeta tossed one to Atosta, saying, "Let's keep in touch. Notify us when the divine tree is planted. Well, find an opportunity to come out. If there's no chance, just keep the fruits for us. We'll see about the specifics later." Atosta nodded, saying, "We'll talk about it then." Then, Vegeta paused and extended a hand. "Part ways here, let's work hard separately." Atosta pushed Vegeta's hand away and hugged him tightly, whispering in his ear, "Farewell, brother. Live well." Vegeta patted Atosta on the shoulder. After they separated, Atosta walked over to Naba and Raditz, embracing them, saying, "Naba, Raditz, I look forward to fighting alongside you next time." Naba grinned, "Don't let me down, Atosta." Raditz also smiled, saying, "Atosta, no need to make it so sentimental. I believe we will meet again soon." Atosta nodded with a smile. After saying their goodbyes, Vegeta and the others boarded their spherical spacecraft and departed while Atosta destroyed his own ship and detector, finding and boarding Dale's ship. Sitting in the spaceship thinking of the earlier moments, Atosta couldn't help but smile warmly. Saiyans are not devoid of emotions. Now where to go? Controlling Dale's spaceship, Atosta muttered to himself, "How about going to find Arakaira? With these injuries, I'll tell her that I defected due to dissatisfaction with Frieza's cruelty and that I was attacked by Frieza's subordinates and barely escaped just to see her. I'm really clever." With Atosta's laughter, the spaceship disappeared into the sky. On a desolate, uninhabited planet, a giant and bizarre tree sprawls like a tumor across its surface, while the rest of the planet appears extremely barren, with the vitality of that tree standing out remarkably. Atosta looked up at the enormous divine tree before him and remarked, "The fruits of the divine tree are about to ripen." Vegeta, standing beside Atosta with his arms crossed, cast a glance at the divine tree and said, "I thought the so-called divine object would be impressive, but it seems just average after all." Atosta chuckled at Vegeta's words, saying, "Come on, it's already quite remarkable. Although the divine tree has many limitations, its effects are undeniably significant. Just look at who we are now compared to 3 years ago. We could crush our former selves with just a finger." Atosta clenched his fist tightly, declaring, "True strength must come from oneself." 3 years ago, Atosta and Vegeta had split up. Vegeta and his companions returned under Frieza's command, while Atosta roamed the universe planting divine trees. However, planting the divine tree was not as easy as initially thought. It required planets rich in life and soil containing a substantial amount of a certain substance. Otherwise, the seeds would not germinate, making such planets quite rare. Counting the current divine tree, Atosta had only successfully planted 8 trees over the past 3 years. However, for Atosta, this was already more than sufficient. Throughout these 3 years of planting, Atosta's understanding of the divine tree deepened. It was indeed different from what he initially imagined, which made him harbor some grievances toward it. How many fruits does a divine tree bear? One could say it bears many, as it consistently yields dozens or even hundreds of fruits. Yet one could also argue it's not enough given the nutrients of an entire planet. Logically speaking, having dozens of fruits for Atosta and his companions to consume should be sufficient, and in reality, it truly was, even excessively so. This is the most deceptive aspect of the divine tree's fruits. Each time a fruit is harvested, the first one consumed significantly boosts one's power, but by the time one eats the second, the increase in battle power is nearly negligible. By the third, it can be regarded as an ordinary fruit. However, to be honest, the flavor of the divine tree's fruits is quite delightful, living up to its reputation as a fruit meant only for the divine. The limitations of the divine tree's fruits do not end there. When Atosta first planted the divine tree, he intended to bring the fruits directly to Vegeta and his companions, but he discovered that the fruits only had a very short shelf life after being picked. If left for even a little while, they would wither and shrivel, becoming not only unpalatable, but also ineffective. Thus, later on, if Vegeta and the others wanted to eat the divine tree's fruits, they had to rendezvous with Atosta first. Moreover, the divine tree's ability to enhance one's strength is also limited. For instance, Atosta, after consuming the divine tree's fruits, found that the increase in his battle power was still less than what he achieved through hard training, and Vegeta and the others were in the same situation, as even Raditz could not gain significant improvement from the divine tree's fruits. Lost in such thoughts, Atosta suddenly turned to Vegeta and said, "You guys really pulled a fast one on me last time. I had already planted the divine tree, and then you suddenly said you couldn't come." Vegeta glanced at Nappa and Raditz, who were resting against a tree root nearby, and explained to Atosta, "We were almost there when Frieza suddenly assigned us an urgent task that we couldn't refuse. We had to leave." Not wanting to delve deeper into the matter, Atosta smiled and said to Vegeta, "I wasn't the only one who ate the divine tree's fruits last time. There was another person you know. Do you know who it is?" Vegeta furrowed his brow, shook his head, and asked who. He truly couldn't figure out who would earn such trust from Atosta. Atosta smiled faintly and replied, "It's your brother Tabul." Tabul. Hearing that name, Vegeta was somewhat surprised. "I didn't expect Tabul to still be alive. How did you find him?" "I discovered him while searching for a suitable planet to plant the divine tree. Originally, I found that planet quite suitable for planting the divine tree, so I landed only to realize it was the very planet where Tabul had been sent. After encountering Tabul, I took him with me to find another suitable planet to plant the divine tree," Atosta recounted. Tabul's personality is still the same as when he was a child. When he saw the process of planting the divine tree, he refused to eat, and in the end, I had to force the divine tree's fruit into his mouth myself. Due to his temperament, I eventually let him return by spaceship. He wasn't suited for our lifestyle. Atosta smiled slightly as he spoke. "That guy Tabul." Upon hearing about Tabul's current state, Vegeta felt a bit displeased, but sighed, "Forget it, let him play on his own." Atosta smiled faintly and turned to the divine tree, saying, "The divine tree's fruits are ripe. Let's start eating." After calling Nappa and Raditz over, the four sat together with the divine tree's fruits. Taking a bite of the fruit in his hand, Vegeta held it up to his eyes and remarked, "Indeed, it still doesn't have much effect." The others nodded in agreement. Atosta chuckled and said, "Actually, having such effects is already quite good. Although it may not be of use now, if we hadn't had it back, then we would never have reached this level so quickly." Suddenly, Vegeta turned his head, focusing intently on Atosta, a hint of interest in his expression, and asked, "Atosta, what is your true battle power now?" Atosta smiled without answering. Vegeta turned to Nappa and Raditz, saying, "You guys should share your battle powers first." Raditz wiped his mouth, a slight smile on his face, and said, 5000. Nappa swallowed the remaining divine tree fruit in one bite, grinning. "My battle power is 8000. Atosta smiled, but did not reveal his own battle power. Instead, he addressed Vegeta, saying, "Vegeta, you should have noticed by now, right?" Vegeta smiled knowingly and nodded, "Of course." Seeing Nappa and Raditz's puzzled looks, Atosta explained calmly, "This is what I sensed from myself. It seems that Vegeta has noticed it too, so that conclusion should be accurate." Taking another divine tree fruit, Atosta bit into it and said, "I call it the Saiyan's limit." Taking another bite of the divine fruit, Atosta declared, "I call it the limit of the Saiyans." "The limit of the Saiyans?" Nappa and Raditz asked in confusion. "When my battle power reached over 900, it just wouldn't increase anymore, even with the divine fruit," Atosta said with a hint of nostalgia. "Afterwards, I trained under a gravity 10 times that of Planet Vegeta, equivalent to 100 times Earth's gravity. By the way, I finally noticed this parenthesis. When I trained tirelessly, I eventually adapted to the gravity and was astonished to discover that my battle power had reached over 300 when I stepped outside." At this point, a joyful smile appeared on Atosta's face. "Since then, there have been no obstacles to my strength improvement. My battle power skyrocketed every day at an astonishing pace, a speed so incredible that it left even me in disbelief," Atosta said, bursting with strong confidence. Looking at the people before him, he smiled and stated, "Just a few days ago, my battle power surpassed 3 million. 3 million. A hint of astonishment appeared on the faces of Vegeta and the others. Vegeta clenched his teeth and said gravely, "My battle power is over 2 4 million. Fixing his gaze firmly on Atosta, Vegeta said, "You've surpassed me, Atosta? This has been your long-held wish, hasn't it?" At that moment, Vegeta's heart felt uneasy. Although they were friends, how could Vegeta, with his pride, allow someone who had always been slightly weaker than him to surpass him? Vegeta looked at Atosta with a fierce gaze. Seeing Vegeta's intense gaze, Atosta waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's have a proper fight another time. This isn't the time for fighting. I'm not, as you think, fixated on surpassing you." After a pause, Atosta revealed a cheerful smile and said, "If we're talking about surpassing you, my height has exceeded yours long ago, ha." Vegeta looked at Atosta with a rather displeased expression. After considering it, Vegeta decided not to dwell on this issue with Atosta and shifted the topic, saying, "By the way, your ability to control ki is quite impressive. After learning to conceal my ki, no one detected our true power while we were with Frieza. Moreover, we can now directly assess others' battle power through the intensity of their ki, which is even more accurate than using a detector." Atosta chuckled and said, "The effects of ki are not limited to these. There are many untapped abilities. If one can master ki to a certain height, it will surely be of great assistance in battle." Vegeta nodded and suddenly asked, "You didn't specify earlier, where did you learn such incredible skills? Where did I learn them from?" A fleeting image crossed Atosta's mind, but he said, "I saw someone using it on a planet I destroyed before. I paid special attention at that time and later figured it out myself." Vegeta lowered his head and clenched his fist, saying, "After learning this ability, I sensed Frieza's power. It should be around 5 definitely much higher than genius, but in my eyes now it's merely that." "Atosta, you've always advised me not to act. Is Frieza's hidden power really as strong as you say?" Vegeta had always been concerned about Atosta's previous words and believed he wouldn't exaggerate. Atosta's expression turned serious as he replied, "Do not underestimate Frieza. His power is far greater than you can imagine. I told you before, the Frieza family belongs to the shape-shifting race in the universe, and Frieza can certainly transform, and not just once. Though I don't have enough information to know exactly how many times he can transform, I can deduce his true power." At this point, Atosta looked up and asked the others, "Do you know the members of Frieza's family?" Vegeta nodded and replied, "Frieza's brother Cooler and his father King Cold. They are both regional tyrants." Atosta slowly said, "You should have seen their appearances. King Cold looks somewhat similar to Frieza, but Cooler looks quite different from them. In fact, they only exist in different forms. It is said that Cooler represents their family's ultimate form. And regarding Cooler, I have heard a terrifying rumor that his battle power is at least 1 billion. If the rumor is true, then Frieza's battle power in his ultimate form must also be over 1 billion. Over 1 billion battle power. You're not joking, are you?" Vegeta and the others gasped in disbelief. Atosta's expression was serious as he said, "For matters with no turning back, it's best to think of the worst-case scenario first. If I receive any news in the future and it's time to act, I will contact you." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and said, "It seems we must continue to endure." Atosta showed a confident smile and said to the others, "Don't worry, this day won't be too far off." Seeing Atosta's smile, they felt a bit more at ease. Then it settled. "In the future, I think we shouldn't plant the divine trees anymore. Their effects have become insignificant, and there's really no need to take the risks." Vegeta crossed his arms and said calmly, "It seems that someone over at Frieza has already begun to suspect us." Vegeta stopped speaking and Raditz took the initiative to add, "At the beginning, we didn't master the technique of concealing our ki, so we exposed some of our battle power. Currently, our exposed battle powers are Vegeta at 500, Naba at 200, and myself at 800. Although Naba and Raditz's displayed battle powers are somewhat high, it's not a big deal. It shouldn't attract Frieza's attention." Atosta placed his hands together to support his head and said, "However, it is indeed unnecessary to plant the divine trees anymore. The road ahead must be walked on our own." "All right." Tossing the fruit pit in his hand, Vegeta stood up and said, "It's getting late, we should go." Everyone discarded the unfinished fruit in their hands, stood up, and tidied up the mess of the divine trees. Of course, it was Naba and Raditz doing the work while Atosta and Vegeta stood by chatting. After watching Vegeta and the others leave, Atosta played with the divine tree seed in his hand, secretly saying, "Divine tree, I'm not done with you yet." No. Irikara lay on the ground, her body trembling slightly, her gaze unfocused, her cherry lips parted as she panted, her cheeks flushed with a captivating wynard hue glistening with fragrant sweat, making her appear almost as if sculpted from water. Atosta revealed a wicked smile and said teasingly, "Now you say no. How could I possibly let you off so easily? No. I promise you." Irikara's eyes seemed to well up with tears as she spoke with a hint of a sob. "Wouldn't it have been better to say that earlier?" Atosta pouted, "Remember, no backing out. If you dare to deceive me, you won't be let off so easily next time." Irikara quickly nodded in agreement. Atosta smiled, gently releasing the tail he had been pinching, feeling the warmth in his palm. He instinctively brought it to his nose to sniff, catching a faint fragrance, then hurriedly pretended to act nonchalant as he lowered his hand. Atosta said with a hint of tenderness, "All right, get your things packed quickly, and let's go. We can take a shower once we're on my spaceship." Arakawa, who had been resting, quickly sat up upon hearing this, wrapping her arms around her tail, and casually asked, "Pack my things." "Why?" Atosta twitched his mouth and said, "Because we're going to a place together." Arakawa suddenly understood and looked away, saying no. Atosta's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, saying, "Hey, you just promised me." Arakawa turned her head back and asked Atosta, "Seriously, promised you what? When did I promise?" "I don't remember." Atosta sighed and immediately lunged in front of Arakawa, shaking her shoulders, and loudly exclaimed, "Hey, enough already. Give me back the innocent and kind-hearted Arakawa who never lies." Arakawa stopped Atosta's actions and angrily replied, "You always bully me and expect me to go with you. Dream on." Atosta, feeling helpless, put on a flattering smile and said, "All right, I was wrong. It's just that every time I see you looking so cute, I can't help myself. Come on, just go with me." Arakawa pouted and said, "No way. This is my home, I'm not going anywhere." Atosta explained helplessly, "I've told you it's just a short trip. I'll bring you back, don't worry." Arakawa looked at Atosta and raised her chin, declaring, "If I say I won't go, then I won't. Who knows where you want to trick me into going?" Atosta, as if wronged, looked at Arakawa with a pained expression and shouted, "How bad could I possibly be? What terrible things have I done that you don't trust me at all? I'm so heartbroken." He placed a hand over his heart, pretending to be in pain. Seeing Arakawa's calm gaze, Atosta knew he had to say something, so he stopped his act and said helplessly, all right, I'll tell you. I was planning to surprise you." After a pause, Atosta said, "I can only say that this trip will help you enhance your strength. I can't tell you the specifics, otherwise it would lose its meaning." Arakawa raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of enhancing her strength. As a member of the warrior race, the Saiyans, Arakawa's thirst for strength was no less than that of her male counterparts, and this became even more pronounced after meeting Atosta. Over the years, Atosta frequently visited Arakawa on Alice Planet, even building a house near her home. Of course, it was a prefabricated house bought from the interstellar black market, equipped with all the essentials, including a gravity training room. Watching Atosta's strength soar while her own progress felt slow, Arakawa was quite frustrated. Every time she felt dissatisfied and challenged Atosta to spar, it ended with her being thoroughly defeated, leaving her even more disheartened. Her daily training became even more intense, to the point that Atosta had to coax her gently several times. Now that Atosta mentioned a way to enhance her strength, Arakawa truly felt a flicker of excitement. As for whether Atosta was deceiving her, he wouldn't dare. This girl, who had been tricked by Atosta countless times, nonetheless had an inexplicable confidence. Though genuinely interested, Arakawa still wanted to maintain a sense of reserve, but Atosta, who saw through her thoughts, forcibly pulled her up, leading her to reluctantly agree. After packing their bags, the two boarded the spaceship that Atosta had bought from the interstellar black market. The method to enhance strength that Atosta mentioned was, of course, the fruit of the divine essence tree. The reason he hadn't given Arakawa the fruit earlier wasn't because Atosta was stingy or didn't want her to meet her Saiyan companions, but rather it simply wasn't the right time. Atosta certainly knew how the divine essence tree was cultivated, but such acts of wantonly destroying other planets for personal desires would obviously not be accepted by Arakawa. The shelf life of the fruit was also too short, so to let Arakawa eat it, he had to find a planet fitting the criteria that lacked advanced intelligent life. This proved to be quite troublesome, as Atosta spent years only to find 2 planets that met the conditions. Moreover, even if it was an uninhabited planet with only flora and fauna, Arakawa's personality wouldn't easily accept it, which was another headache for Atosta. Once the divine essence tree was planted, the desolate scene caused by drawing the planet's life force would require a substantial amount of persuasion for Arakawa to accept. Whether she would agree or not was a separate issue. She would surely express her anger and roll her eyes at Atosta. This was also the reason Atosta only dared to bring Arakawa to eat the fruit of the divine essence tree now. If their relationship hadn't been as close as it was now, just this matter alone could have brought their relationship to an icy point, a consequence of Atosta previously trying too hard to maintain a good image in Arakawa's eyes. Of course, there was also the possibility that Atosta wanted to experience a little romance with Arakawa. On the spaceship, Atosta sat quietly in his seat, his eyes fixed on a door. One hand rested on his head, while the other lightly tapped on the armrest. Atosta's gaze was somewhat dazed, lost in thought, with a hint of anticipation lingering in his expression. With a soft whoosh, the door was gently pulled open, revealing a stunning figure that made Atosta's eyes light up with an unusual brilliance. Seeing Atosta's gaze, Arishira's face flushed slightly. She flicked her still damp hair and shot Atosta a look, saying, "What are you staring at, looking so dazed?" She covered her mouth and let out a light laugh, radiating an allure she had never shown before. Shira's already attractive figure was accentuated by the form-fitting outfit, making her slender silhouette even more striking. Her elevated bosom created a tension that complemented the curves of the combat suit, while her well-defined hips showcased a powerful visual impact. The delicate lines of her slim waist added a captivating explosiveness to her figure, and her long straight legs further enhanced her appeal. Her slender tail playfully swayed, and her waterfall-like long hair cascaded over her shoulder armor, exuding a refreshing aura reminiscent of just having bathed. Set against the rugged backdrop of her combat suit, she displayed a captivating blend of charm and heroism. With an unabashed gaze sweeping over Shira, Atosta smiled and said, "So what do you think? I told you the combat suit suits you perfectly." In his heart, he mused, this can be considered an alternative uniform, right? Much better than those from my past life. If it weren't for the fear of angering Shira, Atosta truly did not want to give her the outer armor of the combat suit. He wanted to see her in just the form-fitting outfit. Shira looked at Atosta with exasperation and said, "Hurry up and return my clothes." Shira had just bathed and Atosta had hidden all her clothes, leaving her with only a set of female combat gear he had specially prepared. Reluctantly, Shira changed into the outfit, but seeing Atosta so captivated, she felt a small thrill in her heart. Time passed unknowingly. A spaceship broke through the atmosphere and landed on a nameless planet. The ship was spherical and did not appear to be a large spacecraft, yet it was sizable, slightly larger than the one Goku took to Namek. The ship landed, the hatch opened, and a ladder descended. Shira stepped down the ladder, glancing around. Though her expression was calm, her eyes revealed a trace of excitement and curiosity. Although she was a Saiyan, Shira had been sent to planet Eris shortly after her birth and had never left in over 20 years. It was natural for her to feel a sense of novelty on her first trip to an alien world. Following Shira, Atosta slowly descended from the spaceship. As he reached the ground, the ladder retracted and the hatch closed automatically. "Atosta, what about this planet?" Shira inquired about the planet, to which Atosta replied directly, "This is an uninhabited planet devoid of any civilized races, only some unintelligent beasts." "Oh," Shira replied, slightly disappointed, as she had hoped to see the customs of an alien world. Glancing around, she smiled lightly, saying, "The scenery on this planet is quite nice." Turning to Atosta, Shira curiously asked, "By the way, what exactly is the so-called method to enhance strength you mentioned? Is there something special on this planet?" Atosta nodded seriously, saying, "This is information I obtained unexpectedly. It is said that on this planet there exists a miraculous tree called the Divine Essence Tree. The fruits of this tree are said to greatly enhance the strength of those who consume them." Divine Essence Tree. Shira repeated the name and asked Atosta, "What are its characteristics? Where does it typically grow?" Atosta pondered. "Its characteristics are particularly obvious, but let me look for it myself first. I can't explain it clearly right now. If I can't find it, I'll come back and tell you." He then flew into the air, heading in a specific direction. "Hey!" Shira, still on the ground, wanted to say something, but Atosta had already taken off, his figure quickly becoming a small black that vanished. Furrowing her brow as she watched where Atosta had disappeared, Shira squinted, her eyes lost in thought. "I hope this goes smoothly." Atosta muttered to himself as he tossed the seed of the Divine Essence Tree into the deep pit he had dug. He knew his actions were somewhat suspicious, but he had no reliable subordinates to assist him. If Raditz were here, things would be easier. As for planting the Divine Essence Tree in advance, and then picking up Shira, that was out of the question. Oh, what if someone else got the benefit? He couldn't afford to lose even the seeds. Although the chances of that happening were slim, Atosta still did not want to take such risks. Once he confirmed the seed was planted, Atosta turned and left, returning from another direction to the location of the spaceship. Looking at Shira's face, Atosta shook his head and said, "I didn't find it, but according to the information, the Divine Essence Tree should sprout in the next few days." Shira's expression was calm as she asked indifferently, "Now, can you tell me?" Slowly, Atosta began to explain. The Divine Essence Tree is a very special tree. Its lifespan is short. From the time the seed sprouts until the fruit matures takes only a brief period, after which it will wither away. Despite this, the Divine Essence Tree grows to an enormous size, far beyond your imagination, and its growth rate is astonishing, which is why I said its characteristics are particularly obvious. However, Atosta paused, looking slightly embarrassed. The growth of the Divine Essence Tree. How should I put it? It can be somewhat aggressive. It absorbs the life force of the planet as it grows, resulting in a somewhat exaggerated scene. However, after it withers, it returns the life force to the planet, so it won't cause any significant long-term damage. It will recover after a few years. You see, this planet is doing just fine now, right? Is that so? Shira lowered her head and replied softly, her attitude somewhat cold, a stark contrast to her demeanor on the spaceship. Atosta, feeling a bit uneasy, sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. He said to Arishira, "I'll go look for some food. Let's have fresh roasted meat today." After Arishira nodded in agreement, he turned to leave, leaving her deep in thought with her head down. Meanwhile in space. Inside a spherical spaceship, a shadow sat in front of the main control system. The shadow glanced at his hands and muttered discontentedly, "That madman has gone crazy again today. How infuriating." With that, he cast an annoyed glance at a tightly closed door. "Forget it," the shadow sighed and murmured, "although the spaceship isn't in any major trouble, most of the food and water are destroyed. Ooh, I should find a way to resupply somewhere." As he spoke, he opened the interstellar map to take a look. Inside the locked room, a slender figure lay quietly asleep. On an unnamed planet, countless thick tree roots broke through the ground, tearing the surface apart. The rivers had long since dried up, leaving behind a cracked, barren floor where numerous small aquatic creatures struggled helplessly. Forests, grasslands, mountains. All had undergone a drastic transformation, with tangled roots sprawled everywhere as countless animals fled in panic. "Is this the divine essence tree you mentioned?" Atosta. In the sky, observing the desolation below, Arishira questioned Atosta. "I'm not entirely sure either. After all, the information I received was incomplete, and I didn't expect the growth of the divine essence tree to lead to such a situation." Atosta furrowed his brow and explained to Arishira, "We cannot allow it to grow unchecked any longer. We must find a way to destroy it." "Atosta, help me." Arishira called out to Atosta loudly. "I already tried, and it didn't work. Even with all my strength, I could only barely sever a small section of the divine essence tree's root. There are too many roots, and even if I exhausted myself, it would be impossible. As for the trunk of the divine essence tree, my attacks barely had any effect. Unless we destroy this planet, there's simply no way to deal with the divine essence tree," Atosta said helplessly. Seeing Arishira's anxious expression, Atosta comforted her. "Although the situation with this tree is indeed terrifying, making it feel as if this planet has reached its apocalypse, don't forget that such events have occurred countless times on this planet." Atosta slowly analyzed. "This divine essence tree has been growing and reproducing on this planet for who knows how long. The animals here have long since adapted to this condition. To them, it is merely a calamity, much like an earthquake. Perhaps the reason this planet has not given rise to intelligent races is also related to this." But Arishira was still unwilling to accept. "In this matter, we are powerless. We can only watch it grow and try to save some animals." Atosta said reassuringly, "Don't worry, once the divine essence tree withers, this planet will soon return to its original state. Let's focus on rescuing the animals first." Arishira looked at Atosta's face, opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately said nothing. The two separated to rescue the fleeing and injured animals in the disaster, and Atosta was putting in a lot of effort. "Is this the fruit of the divine essence tree?" Arishira murmured, gazing at the heavy red fruits hanging from the branches. "Of course it is," Atosta replied with a hint of pride, smiling gently at Arishira. "Arishira, let me help you pick one." Atosta. Arishira lowered her head, her tone sounding somewhat strange. Hearing Arishira's call, Atosta stopped his movements, turned back to look at her, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Arishira looked at Atosta calmly and said softly, "Atosta, look into my eyes and tell me you didn't do this." Seeing Atosta's puzzled expression as he prepared to speak, Arishira interrupted, "You know what I'm talking about. I'm asking if the divine essence tree was planted by you." Atosta sighed helplessly, looking innocently into Arishira's eyes. "Arishira, you don't have to pin every bad deed on me. Of course I didn't plant it. I didn't want to ask, but I couldn't help myself." Arishira sighed lightly, her eyes locked onto Atosta's. "Perhaps to you I'm just a naive country girl who knows nothing. I truly don't know what the divine essence tree is, but I'm not a fool. I know the value of treasures like the divine essence tree that can enhance one's strength, and the divine essence tree was discovered long ago with its growth patterns found. How could no one try to obtain its seeds? I believe for most people, as long as they can obtain the seeds of the divine essence tree, they wouldn't care even if it meant destroying this planet. Yet the current situation is that the divine essence tree continues to grow on this planet." Atosta quietly looked at Arishira and said, "Please continue." Arishira continued, "I have been watching your strength grow. Every time I see you, I notice your power has increased significantly. Although you told me about the Saiyan limit, and while your talent is indeed high, I still cannot consider this progress normal. If the seeds of the divine essence tree were in your hands from the beginning, then everything makes sense. In these past few years, you have been using the fruits of the divine essence tree to continuously enhance your strength, and you found opportunities to plant the seeds of the divine essence tree on this planet, all while feeding me a bunch of lies to make me believe you. Am I right, Atosta?" Arishira's voice grew a bit agitated, her eyes fixed intently on Atosta. Atosta silently sighed. What Aelashira said was merely her speculation, as she did not have enough evidence to prove her claims, and Atosta also knew that Aelashira hoped he could prove he hadn't lied to her. However, Atosta could not prove anything, just like Aelashira, who couldn't provide evidence to refute her own speculation. If he continued to deny it, Aelashira would have no way to deal with him, but given Atosta's character, he couldn't bring himself to act in a way that would embarrass him in front of Aelashira. In Aelashira's heart, Atosta could be a villain, a person who did all manner of evil, but he could never be a coward who was afraid to admit his actions. With a deep sigh, Atosta raised his head to look at Aelashira and said softly, "You are correct." Aelashira's breath caught for a moment, lowering her head, her voice became somewhat hoarse. "Atosta, I once thought you had changed." Suddenly lifting her head, she looked at Atosta with anger, her voice sharp as she shouted, "Were all the things you said before lies? Atosta, you liar, liar. I never want to see you again." "Hey." Atosta grabbed Aelashira, who was about to turn away, and said patiently, "I did say some things to deceive you, but most of what I've said has been sincere. I have always been sincere towards you. Hasn't that been clear to you over the years?" Aelashira forcefully shook off Atosta's hand, breathing heavily, her words carrying a rare moment of weakness. "I'm just a fool who has been toyed with by you all along. Please let me go. Let's end this game of yours here." A surge of unnameable anger welled up in Atosta's heart as he growled, "That's enough." In the universe, on a spherical spaceship, a dark figure crouched over the control panel, murmuring to himself as he gazed at the planets displayed on the screen. "We're getting close now. Although it's just a deserted planet, there will still be food and water available for supply." He glanced back at the tightly shut door and thought to himself, "Fortunately, there's still the controller, otherwise I would have been completely at a loss. It's for his own good too." Enough already. Atosta's eyes widened as he glared at Arahila, his voice laced with barely contained fury. Arahila was taken aback by Atosta's demeanor. Although she knew what kind of person he had been in the past, he had often bullied her over the years, but had never spoken harshly to her. In fact, she sometimes expressed her little tantrums towards him. Now Atosta had suddenly adopted this attitude, leaving Arahila somewhat at a loss. She was the one who was clearly in the right. "For all these years I've been holding back, and today I'm going to tell you directly." Atosta squinted, his tone filled with agitation. "Are you a saint? Are you a savior? You see something you don't like and feel the need to intervene. Who gave you that right? Is it those bumpkins from your planet? Always thinking you're in the right, that everyone should recognize, praise, and respect you. You constantly impose your will on others, and anyone whose views differ from yours is a villain. You think it's easy for me to hold back when I just want to vent my frustrations. Of course I have to endure it, comfort you, tease you, and make you happy. This is part of my duty, and I willingly do it. Yet you always want to stand on the moral high ground, insisting that you are right, making me feel like the ultimate villain. How do you expect me to feel? I am a villain, though I have always acted according to my whims. But whenever I'm in front of you, I pretend to be a good little child. Do you think that's fun for me? What do you think I'm doing all this for? Who do you think I changed so much for? What have you done for me? I've had enough, really enough. From now on, let's draw the line. You continue to be a saint in your little broken place. I want to find my true self." He looked deeply into Arahila's face and pronounced each word clearly. 1. Sword. 2. Cut. He turned away coldly, no longer looking at Arahila. Arahila pointed at Atosta, her lips trembling, but unable to utter a word, tears pooling in her eyes before sliding down her cheeks as she sobbed and flew away into the distance. After a long while, Atosta, like a statue, turned to look at the direction Arahila had left, seeing only the gray sky. Atosta remained silent, looking down at the spirit tree below, his expression twisting into a grimace. "What use are you now?" With a smirk, he gathered countless waves of energy in his hands, swinging his arms wildly as he unleashed them upon the spirit tree below. The entire sky erupted with the sound of explosions, shrouded in endless clouds of dust as the spirit tree and the ground were blown to pieces, the earth groaning under the unbearable weight. Meanwhile, Arahila sat alone in a quiet corner, burying her face between her legs and crying incessantly. Arahila felt deeply aggrieved. Deep down, Arahila had feelings for Atosta, feelings that ran far deeper than Atosta himself realized. Arahila was simply not good at expressing her emotions. Atosta said she threw tantrums, but did she really have that much temper? Atosta was often busy with cultivation. She merely wanted to talk to him, but didn't know how to initiate a conversation and felt shy about expressing her caring thoughts, leading her to act out instinctively. Not understanding matters of the heart, she didn't know how to articulate her feelings. Yet Atosta never got angry because of her outbursts or careless words. Instead, he became even gentler, leading Arahila to naively believe that Atosta enjoyed their interactions this way. Although both were Saiyans, they were fundamentally different in essence. Before breaking away from Frieza's control, Atosta had always lived in subjugation, spending his life in a cycle of violence where not killing meant being killed. After more than 20 years of this, his heart had long since grown cold and hard. Arahila, on the other hand, was the complete opposite, who, despite having fought numerous battles and encountered many villains, she had always lived in the sunlight, which was a significant reason for the formation of her character. The collision of their vastly different personalities was bound to create conflict. All along, Atosta had been the one to actively yield, but that didn't mean he accepted Arahila's perspective. He merely buried his dissatisfaction deep within. Arahila, however, was completely unaware of this and thought that Atosta's heart was as he always portrayed it, never considering deeper issues. Thus, all this dissatisfaction erupted completely on that day. The matter of the spirit tree was merely a trigger. The real cause of this situation lay in the conflict of their personalities and their less than ideal way of interacting. After a long while, Atosta sat on the ground, finally letting out a long sigh and coming to terms with things. Atosta slowly sat up, brushed off the dust from his body, and sighed with a hint of disappointment. Once words have been spoken, they cannot be taken back. Though it's a pity, it seems we really are not suited for each other. Slowly, Atosta began to move step by step towards the direction where he sensed Arahila. Take her back, and then let's never meet again. As for rekindling feelings, that's not very likely, not to mention if we can return to the way things were. The key is that neither of us can lower our pride. How foolish I was, knowing full well I was in the Dragon Ball world, yet still thinking about pursuing some broken romance. Did I really think I was the protagonist? How can I really not let go? Shouldn't I wear a sad expression? It's about time to head to Earth. I've always been too busy to go, but now I have the time. As he spoke, a self-mocking smile appeared on Atosta's face. Wait. Atosta suddenly became serious, frowning as he gazed into the distant sky. Someone is coming. Though their aura isn't strong, why do I feel an unsettling sensation? After hesitating for a moment, Atosta gritted his teeth and said, let's go check it out. If it's a weakling, I'll kill them. It would be a good way to vent my displeasure. Biffits. He clenched his fists, looking with slight concern towards the direction where Arahila was. A spherical spaceship descended onto the ground. The hatch opened, and a figure emerged, stepping onto the surface. The person was dressed in a white robe, appearing to be middle-aged, with a Saiyan's distinctive tail trailing behind him. If Atosta were here and took a closer look, he would recognize him as Baraka's. Baraka's was nothing particularly special, just an ordinary Saiyan lower-class warrior. Atosta had met Baraka's once during his time on Planet Vegeta. He remembered him not for who he was, but for his other identity. He was the father of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Of course, at that time Broly's birth was still far off, and Baraka's was merely an inconspicuous Saiyan, but knowing the story, Atosta had silently remembered him. Looking around at the desolate scenery, Baraka's expressed his confusion, saying, this is not what the star map indicated. It should clearly be a life-filled planet, yet it looks just like a dead star now. What about food and water? His expression turned slightly grim. Let's search first. If there's really nothing, we can go to another planet. Fortunately, there's still a bit of stock, so we won't starve or die of thirst for now. As he spoke, Baraka's turned to the spaceship and shouted, Broly. Father, I originally wanted to use biological father, but never mind, let's keep it normal. A young Saiyan stepped out of the ship, dressed in somewhat exotic clothing with an ordinary face that looked quite calm. Who would guess he was the legendary Super Saiyan? Looking at his son's face, Baraka said, let's go find some food together. He wasn't comfortable leaving Broly alone on the ship. If Broly suddenly went berserk, what he would find upon his return might just be a pile of debris. To minimize trouble, it was better to take Broly along. Atosta floated in the air, observing the two individuals before him. On the left was a middle-aged man who seemed somewhat familiar. On the right, the young man also looked somewhat recognizable. From the tail behind them, it was clear they were both Saiyans. Atosta searched his memory for information about the two, suddenly recalling something that caused a slight change in his expression, his heart stirring with significant waves. Focusing on the young Saiyan, Atosta already knew his identity. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Baraka looked at the person before him and felt a sense of familiarity. He glanced at Atosta's tail and then at his hairstyle, tentatively asking, are you Atosta? Atosta collected his thoughts, a slight smile forming on his lips as he replied, you must be Baraka's. I remember you. It's been a long time, or I didn't expect you to still recognize me. Baraka smiled and said, hee Atosta, you are our genius, how could I not know you? The atmosphere between the two seemed pleasant, but that was merely a facade. Saiyans were not the kind of race that would tear up at seeing a fellow countryman. Each was highly vigilant of the other. For Baraka's, he couldn't gauge Atosta's strength, and there was no animosity between them. Although he was sure the other was not a match for Broly, there was no need to provoke trouble was there. As for Atosta, he also didn't want to have any conflict with Baraka's. Although he sensed that Broly's aura wasn't particularly strong, Atosta knew this was merely a surface phenomenon. He did not wish to experience the true horror of Broly's power. By the way, this is my son Broly. Baraka introduced Broly to Atosta, pointing at him. Atosta smiled at Broly as a form of greeting, and Broly responded with a shy smile, causing Atosta to inwardly sigh. Is this what the legendary Super Saiyan is like? Turning back to Baraka's, Atosta said with a smile, I didn't expect to run into you here, Baraka's. By the way, how did you survive the destruction of Planet Vegeta? Truly congratulations on your good fortune. Although Atosta knew that mentioning this would evoke bad memories for the other, wouldn't it seem a bit strange not to bring it up at such a time? I happened to be on a mission at that time, so I escaped unharmed. Later, I went to a lower-class planet to retrieve my son, and have been wandering through the universe with him ever since. Atosta had already left Planet Vegeta by that time, and Baraka's believed Atosta didn't know about the events surrounding Broly's birth. He had no intention of elaborating, so he fabricated a simple excuse. Although Atosta's words stirred some unpleasant memories, Baraka's would not start a conflict with him because of that. So how have you been these years? Baraka's asked. Atosta smiled and replied, I have been working under King Frieza, just like when Planet Vegeta was still around. There's nothing much to say about that. Oh, Baraka's nodded, saying, this time I intended to take Broly to the South Galaxy for a look, and we plan to resupply food and water on this planet. Atosta thought for a moment and said, although there shouldn't be any issues, you might want to search a bit. In preparing to head back, let's have a proper chat next time we meet. Alright, see you next time, Baraka said with a smile to Atosta. After a light conversation, both Atosta and Baraka felt that the other had no intention of conflict, so they bid each other farewell amicably in a harmonious atmosphere, flying off in different directions. Upon learning the identity of the visitor, Atosta decided to leave the planet quickly. It would not be good if any unforeseen circumstances arose that led to a conflict between the two parties. Using his sense of chi, Atosta headed towards Orisha. Baraka flew slowly through the air with Broly, recalling the information he knew about Atosta. During his days wandering in the universe, Baraka had heard of Atosta's name, knowing that Atosta had indeed worked under Frieza. However, according to rumors, Atosta had perished during a mission, yet now he saw Atosta alive before his eyes. This seems quite interesting, but it has nothing to do with me, Baraka thought. Compared to Atosta, Baraka was more concerned about another person, Vegeta. Baraka had not forgotten what King Vegeta had done back then. With the king dead, the hatred naturally transferred to the surviving Vegeta. However, Baraka wasn't prepared to seek revenge just yet. Although in his heart he believed Broly's strength could easily kill Vegeta, who was said to have a combat power of 5/0, the key issue lay with Broly. Broly was far too disobedient. Glancing at Broly, Baraka's eyes filled with ambition. As long as Broly grew strong, as long as he could completely control Broly, what was Frieza to him? But for now he should focus on more immediate concerns, not finding food and water. What is going on? Logically, even if one were to conquer a planet, they would strive not to destroy its natural environment, yet this planet was completely a lifeless rock. What had Atosta done? Anger welled up in Baraka's heart. Wait, what is that? Seeming to notice something, Baraka gradually slowed down, lowering his head in confusion to look at the ground. Baraka and Broly landed on the ground. Placing his hand on the enormous object before him, Baraka wondered, is this a tree root? Scanning the surrounding area filled with similar objects, a glimmer of realization crossed Baraka's eyes as he recalled a rumor he had heard before, and he widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, could it be? Atosta secretly wiped away his sweat. It was truly exhausting. After seeing Erixala's sorrowful expression, his heart softened. After all, the two had spent a long time together, and their feelings were deep. It wasn't something that could be easily set aside. Thus Atosta put aside his pride and began to apologize. To be honest, Atosta's words at that time were indeed a bit excessive. Initially, Erixala completely ignored Atosta, not responding to anything he said. However, as Atosta apologized and comforted her, Erixala finally reacted, lifting her head, crying and scolding Atosta. With Erixala's personality, she couldn't say anything too harsh. To Atosta, her words were like light rain, neither painful nor itchy. Nevertheless, he still pretended to be very sincere. Regarding Erixala's scolding, Atosta didn't refute a single word, continuously admitting his faults and apologizing, showering her with sweet words which finally turned the situation around. Although Erixala was still somewhat angry, treating Atosta with indifference, at least their relationship had been salvaged. Wiping his sweat, Atosta sincerely regretted his earlier words. For men and women, words like breakup or divorce are indeed taboo unless one truly does not wish to continue. Deep down, neither Atosta nor Erixala truly wanted to leave each other, which was also an important reason for their reconciliation. Now Atosta found himself genuinely liking Erixala's personality. If she were different and more prone to unreasonable outbursts, it wouldn't have been so easy to reconcile. Just as Atosta was preparing to take Erixala back to the spaceship, he suddenly frowned, his expression turning serious. In the next moment, two figures appeared before him. Focusing on Atosta, Bakala smiled and said, Atosta, are you planning to leave? Atosta was somewhat puzzled by their arrival. Although he wanted to leave this planet early due to Broly, it was merely a subconscious thought. He had not expected them to come looking for him, as there was no reason for it. Could it be that they were hoping to borrow food and water? Assuming he had guessed Bacala's intentions, Atosta smiled faintly and said, Bacala's, what's up? Did you not find food and water? I still have some on my spaceship that I can give you. Bacala's chuckled and replied, thank you for your kindness, but we came here to ask you about something else. With a surprised look, Bacala spoke, I want to ask Atosta, do you know about the Divine Essence Tree? The Divine Essence Tree. Atosta scolded himself for his carelessness. Due to the earlier argument with Erixala, he had completely forgotten about the Divine Essence Tree. If he had thought of it sooner, he could have forcibly taken Erixala onto the spaceship and explained slowly. Regaining his composure, Atosta asked the Divine Essence Tree. What is that? Bacala's face showed a hint of cold laughter. Are you playing dumb with me, Atosta? The seed of the Divine Essence Tree is with you, right? This planet has turned out this way because you just planted the Divine Essence Tree, hasn't it? Bacala's couldn't think of any other explanation. Atosta's expression turned cold, his eyes fixed on Bacala's as he spoke harshly, watch your tone, you scoundrel. Atosta was certainly wary of Broly, but that didn't mean a weakling with a power level in the thousands could trample on him, especially in front of Erixala. Though he felt extremely displeased, Atosta still wanted to avoid conflict with Broly. He coldly said to Bacala's, you want the seed of the Divine Essence Tree. You can go find it yourself, oh, it should be over there in the ruins. What I said is the truth. Due to Erixala's matter, I forgot to collect the seed of the Divine Essence Tree and haven't gone back to look for it since. In any case, it wasn't of much use, so it wouldn't matter if I gave it to someone else. However, Bacala's didn't think so. In his mind, the Divine Essence Tree was a legendary treasure, and anyone who obtained it would treasure it like a gem. Clearly, Atosta's words were a lie. Coldly staring at Atosta, Bacala's sneered, it seems the negotiations have failed. We must resort to force. Broly. A powerful aura erupted from Broly as he stood in front of Bacala's, facing Atosta. You really don't know when to quit, Atosta scoffed, turning to Erixala, who looked worried. You step aside for now, trust me. Winking at Erixala and giving her a thumbs up. You be careful. Erixala glanced at Atosta with concern and stepped aside. Atosta shifted his gaze to Broly, a sly smile forming on his lips. Let me see your skills, Broly. A powerful aura erupted, stirring up a gust of wind. Although he had always wanted to avoid combat, the Saiyan's nature stirred a strong desire for battle deep within Atosta. He truly wanted to test his strength against the legendary Super Saiyan and see just how powerful he was. Atosta felt as if his blood was boiling, his heart raced fiercely, yet his mind remained unusually calm, reflecting every detail of the outside world. Only battle is the destiny of a Saiyan, even if the opponent is the legendary Super Saiyan. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, a gentle breeze blowing and stirring up a cloud of dust. Outside the battlefield, Bacala's and Erixala watched intently as the two figures below faced each other. Atosta and Broly's eyes were locked on one another, releasing their auras to pressure each other. After a long time, Broly couldn't hold back any longer, letting out a furious roar as he charged at Atosta. Atosta narrowed his eyes, his figure flashing, and the next moment he appeared behind Broly, raising his leg high to deliver a heavy blow to Broly's back. Broly reacted quickly, sensing danger. He didn't look back, but swiftly moved his body sideways to avoid Atosta's attack. Atosta's kick landed on the ground, using the rebound force to charge at Broly, delivering a knee strike that violently sent Broly flying. Lightly landing on the ground, Atosta crossed his arms and coldly remarked, so you're not that great after all. Broly wiped the corner of his mouth and turned to Atosta, anger flashing in his eyes. Broly stood up, his eyes glaring at Atosta, anger evident in his gaze. It seems your combat skills are lacking, Atosta sneered, beckoning Broly with a finger. Come again. Broly gritted his teeth, his figure flickering as he appeared before Atosta, throwing a punch toward his chest. Atosta quickly raised his palm to catch it, then seized Broly's fist with a powerful grip, shouting as he forcefully hurled Broly into the sky, followed by several energy waves attacking Broly from different angles. Broly took a deep breath in midair, unleashing an energy wave that momentarily blocked Atosta's attack. Seizing the opportunity, he dodged the incoming energy waves and landed on the ground nearby. Observing his opponent, a hint of gravity flashed in Atosta's eyes. Although Atosta was currently dominating Broly, no one understood Broly's terrifying potential better than he did. Broly had not transformed yet, but Atosta had already unleashed nearly all of his power. Bacala's outside the battlefield was also astonished by Atosta's strength. Though Broly had yet to reveal his true power, it was rare to find someone capable of suppressing him. Narrowing his eyes warily at Broly, Atosta beckoned again, come at me. He had made up his mind the only way to defeat Broly was to swiftly eliminate him before he had the chance to transform. Broly's gaze turned cold as he scanned Atosta, only to suddenly realize Atosta's figure had vanished, a gust of wind rushing from behind his head. Broly instinctively turned his head, but the next moment a sharp pain surged from his back, propelling his entire body forward. Atosta did not pause, rapidly pursuing Broly with incredible speed. Broly Airborne opened his eyes to see Atosta's mocking face. With his back to the ground, Broly was parallel to it, while Atosta stood sideways, his right leg slightly bent back. Not good. Broly exclaimed inwardly as Atosta's whip-like kick struck him in the abdomen with lightning speed. Broly's abdomen was struck with immense force, his body bending like a bow as he crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out water with a wow. Atosta, propelled forward by inertia, did not slow down. As Broly's body hit the ground, he unleashed a fierce energy wave with one hand, causing it to explode on Broly, sending a large cloud of dust into the air. With a cold smile, Atosta rushed forward without a moment's hesitation, delivering a powerful punch toward the shadow barely visible in the dust. Just as Atosta's fist was halfway through its arc, a sudden powerful force blocked it. As the dust began to settle, a cold voice emerged from Broly. Enough. Broly knelt on the ground, one hand reaching out to grasp Atosta's fist, his hair rising with the airflow, displaying a peculiar purple hue. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Broly coldly glared at Atosta, saying, "The pain you have given me, I will return to you tenfold." Atosta's expression shifted slightly, retracting his hand and retreating a few steps, watching Broly with a hint of gravity in his heart. This will not be easy to fight. After a moment's thought, Atosta called out to Arashira, "Arashira, you should return to the spaceship now. I will join you shortly." If Arashira left first, Atosta could fight without worrying about her safety, even making an escape easier if needed. "No, if I'm leaving him going together," Arashira said firmly. Hearing Arashira's words, Atosta displayed an expression of as expected. Given Arashira's character, it was absolutely impossible for her to leave at such a time. But it was not a major issue. The situation had not yet reached an irreversible point. Otherwise, Atosta would have used force to make Arashira leave first. Hearing their conversation, Bakalas sneered coldly, "Want to leave? It's not that easy." Just as he finished speaking, he crossed the battlefield and appeared before Arashira. Seeing Bakalas move, Atosta did not stop him, merely sneering as he turned back to face Broly. Bakalas, seeing that Atosta had no intention of intervening, confidently turned to face Arashira, sneering, "If I capture you, Atosta will behave more after being defeated by Broly, right?" Arashira frowned, taking a fighting stance against Bakalas. "Let's continue." Atosta smiled lightly at Broly. Broly said nothing but intensified his aura, his gaze fixed tightly on Atosta. The two locked eyes in the air, seemingly igniting invisible sparks. Atosta's figure flickered, and the next moment he appeared behind Broly, delivering a fierce kick to his back. Broly had already anticipated this, turning just as Atosta appeared behind him, catching Atosta's incoming leg with a cold smile, saying, "No new tricks." Atosta narrowed his eyes, using the leg caught by Broly as an axis, spinning his other leg and delivering a powerful 360-degree kick to Broly's face. Seeing this, Broly immediately released Atosta's leg and crossed his arms in a defensive X shape in front of his face. With a loud bang, Atosta's leg collided with Broly's arms, causing Broly to take a step back, while Atosta gracefully landed on the ground. Broly coldly stared at Atosta, his hair transforming into a blue hue as he moved, creating an afterimage that vanished from sight. Atosta was startled and quickly dodged to the side, but it was too late. A massive force impacted his back, sending him flying. Broly revealed a sinister smile, shouting, "This move I return to you." Atosta stood up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful and brushing off the dust from his shoulder, returning Broly's gaze with a fierce, murderous intent. Clenching his fists, Atosta's expression turned serious, secretly thinking, "Broly is now stronger than me." "Stop!" A sudden voice rang out, and Atosta and Broly turned their heads simultaneously toward the source of the sound. Bakalas lay sprawled on the ground, his face scraping against the surface as he struggled. Arashira half knelt on the ground, tightly gripping Bakalas' arms with one hand, while the other hand choked his neck, her right knee pressed firmly against his back. Arashira let out a huff, tightening her grip on the struggling Bakalas, and shouted to Broly, "Broly, if you let me and Atosta leave, I will release your father." Seeing Arashira capture Bakalas, Atosta felt a sense of clarity in his heart. The reason Atosta didn't intervene when Bakalas was about to attack Arashira was not because he didn't care for her, but because he understood the disparity in their strengths. Bakalas' fighting power was around 500, which was not bad even on the planet Vegeta back in the day, but Arashira's fighting power approached 100. Although Arashira hadn't consumed the fruit of the divine tree, years of training combined with Atosta's guidance meant her strength could not be underestimated. Atosta found Bakalas' actions quite absurd. Even if he couldn't sense chi, he could at least wear a scouter, could he not afford it? Undermining the opponent's gender without understanding their strength and carelessly charging and thinking victory was assured only to be beaten like a dog. It's simply asking for trouble. Atosta smiled and gave a thumbs up to Arashira, praising beautiful. Truly worthy of the woman I have my eye on, indeed splendid. As Arashira's face flushed with embarrassment at Atosta's thick-skinned flattery, she heard him continue, however, this doesn't affect Broly. Not every Saiyan is as sentimental as I am. Arashira glanced at Broly, who merely smirked coldly, showing little concern for Bakalas and instead fixating intently on Atosta. Facing this situation for the first time, Arashira felt somewhat at a loss, but after a moment's thought, she struck Bakalas, leaving him heavily injured and unconscious. Then Arashira stood aside, shifting her focus to Atosta. Though Arashira was inherently kind-hearted, she was not naive. Even if she did not intend to kill this obviously malevolent enemy, she would not hesitate to inflict serious injuries, having done so numerous times. Atosta and Broly resumed their battle. While Broly's combat power surpassed Atosta's, the gap was not too significant, and in terms of battle experience, Atosta was far superior, having been battle-tested countless times, whereas Broly's experience was lamentably scant, mostly relying on a Saiyans instinct during their encounters. Thus, the fight between Atosta and Broly displayed a balance of power, neither side able to completely suppress the other, each momentarily gaining the upper hand. Arashira watched the scene below, her heart filled with concern for Atosta, the previous awkwardness long forgotten. At that moment, a series of muffled sounds came from beside her. Arashira turned to see Bakalas waking from his unconsciousness. Bakalas coughed a few times, using all his strength to roll over onto his back, breathing lightly. Arashira glanced at him and coldly said, "If you dare to move, I'll knock you out again." Bakalas self-deprecatingly remarked, "I never thought I'd be defeated by a little girl like you. What a disgrace." Arashira stared directly at Bakalas and said earnestly, "Let's call it a truce. Neither of us owes the other anything. How about we both take a step back?" Bakalas scoffed, "A truce? Impossible. Even if you hand over the divine tree now, this fight won't just end like that." With a sneer, Bakalas growled, "Do you really think Broly's power is just this? He hasn't even shown his true strength yet." Bakalas looked at Arashira and casually asked, "Do you know the legend of the Super Saiyan?" Without waiting for Arashira's response, Bakalas continued, "According to ancient legend, every 100 years a special Saiyan with immense energy is born among the Saiyans, known as the legendary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan possesses combat power exceeding that of most Saiyans right from birth and continually grows stronger, far surpassing the limits of ordinary Saiyans, wielding unparalleled power." Bakalas' face shone with fervor as he shouted, "Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. His combat power at birth exceeded 1000. Broly is the strongest warrior in the universe." After speaking too much, Bakalas couldn't help but cough again, perhaps stirring his wounds. After a moment's rest, Bakalas pointed at Arashira and laughed madly, "None of you will escape. Once Broly shows his true strength, someone like Atosta would only need a finger to handle." "Hey, you're talking too much nonsense." Just as Bakalas felt triumphant, a chilling voice echoed in his ear, followed by darkness, as a large foot heavily stomped on his face, bringing his head into intimate contact with the ground. Bakalas' face contorted with humiliation as he roared, "Atosta." During the previous battle, Atosta had shifted a bit of his focus this way, vaguely hearing Bakalas bluster. Fury surged within him. Atosta suddenly unleashed his full strength to push Broly back and took the opportunity to come over here. After being pushed back, Broly did not follow, but instead watched with interest from his spot. Stepping on Bakalas' head, Atosta scoffed, "Fool, I don't know where your confidence comes from. Even if a legendary Super Saiyan exists, that would be your son, not you. You should just obediently stand aside. The protagonist of this battle is not you." Bakalas remained silent, glaring fiercely at Atosta. As he spoke, a glint of hatred flickered in Atosta's eyes. "If it weren't for you, how would things have come to this point? It just makes me feel more and more irritated." Letting out a soft breath, a murderous intent burst forth in Atosta's gaze as he calmly said, "I'll teach you one last lesson. If you don't cause trouble, you won't die. In your next life, be a good person." Sensing Atosta's murderous intent, Bakalas felt overwhelming fear rise within him as he cried out, "No." With a crunch, Bakalas never got the chance to finish his sentence as Atosta's foot crushed his head into fragments, mixing red and white, emitting a nauseating stench. Arashira turned her head away, not wanting to witness the disgusting scene. She didn't care about Atosta killing Bakalas. Someone like him would be on anyone's kill list, even hers. She just disliked Atosta's methods. Casually unleashing an energy wave to obliterate Bakalas' corpse, Atosta shifted his gaze toward Broly, who was not far away. Broly locked eyes with Atosta, raising an eyebrow, coldly. "No matter what, he is still my father. To have him killed like this truly displeases me." Broly took a step forward, slowly walking towards Atosta, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. "Now there's one more reason to kill you, Atosta. Broly's body erupted with an unprecedented intensity of energy, radiating a blinding light that made Atosta and Erishira instinctively avert their gazes. As the light faded, the reappearing Broly looked vastly different from before. His physique had grown enormous, his muscles exaggeratedly strong, his pupils vanished, and his whole body radiated a fierce aura like green flames, with hair exhibiting a unique grass-green color that swayed with the energy's movement. The legendary Super Saiyan has arrived. Atosta felt a sense of foreboding. As he watched Broly's figure draw closer, his body felt as if it were beyond his control, almost paralyzed, trembling instinctively. What is happening? Move, come on. Despite the frantic calls in his mind, his body still refused to obey his commands. Atosta gathered all his strength to finally turn his head, discovering that Erixila beside him was in a similar state. Shifting his gaze to Broly, locking eyes with those pupilless orbs, a strange fear surged within Atosta. This fear did not stem from Atosta's own consciousness, but from a deeper place. It felt as if he were facing a natural predator in the food chain. Weren't you just quite impressive? Broly said with a cold smile, grabbing Atosta by the neck and lifting him into the air, aligning their faces at the same level. Atosta turned his head away from Broly's face, gritting his teeth tightly, unable to speak, as Broly's grip choked him, his face reddening from lack of oxygen. You really disappoint me, Broly said with disinterest, swinging Atosta's body and tossing him onto the ground a short distance away. Lying on the ground, Atosta's body continued to tremble, but his mind was racing. Atosta recalled the episode from his past life where Broly made his entrance in the Dragon Ball movie. A particular aspect had always puzzled him: Vegeta's demeanor when facing Broly. Faced with the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, Vegeta's response could only be described as embarrassing, as he dared not intervene while his allies battled Broly, a stark contrast to his usual proud demeanor as the Prince of Saiyans. Now standing before Broly himself, Atosta's reaction mirrored that of Vegeta's back. Then he understood the reason behind Vegeta's shameful display. It was not a matter of cowardice, but of inability. Atosta bit down hard, trying his utmost to control his body. Although he knew he had to stand and fight Broly, he felt no sense of rebellion within. Where does this fear truly come from? Broly grabbed Atosta by the hair, hoisting him up and delivering a powerful punch to Atosta's abdomen. Letting go, Atosta fell to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. From the original narrative, only Vegeta had shown such a response, yet now both he and Erixila shared the same feeling. Could it be due to his half-blood human heritage? What about Son Goku? Or perhaps it is the difference between elite warriors and lower-tier fighters. Broly seized one of Atosta's legs, lifting him upside down. With a cold sneer, Broly suddenly swung Atosta down violently, treating him like an object. Atosta's face crashed onto the ground, dust swirling into his nose and mouth, causing him to cough. I must break this emotional state quickly. If Vegeta can do it, why can't I? Broly stepped on Atosta's abdomen, tilting his head back and laughing maniacally. How could I let you die so easily? I will crush you to pieces. In the distance, Erixila struggled to raise her head, tears in her eyes as she looked this way. Atosta. Bastard. I will kill you. I will kill you. Broly wore a crazed smile as he cradled Atosta's body tightly in his arms. Broly would not bring Atosta any warmth. Atosta felt as if all his bones were about to shatter, every inch of skin bearing immense pressure. Breathing became a luxury, and even the instinctive cries of pain grew weaker. Just when Atosta felt he could not hold on any longer, he suddenly felt a release, his body dropping to the ground. How boring, you don't even dare to move, Atosta, Broly said expressionlessly. If that's the case, then let me give you an end. Broly's body relaxed as he slowly floated upwards into the air. Then I'll give you a conclusion. Broly halted in the air, one hand open towards Atosta, a green glow emerging from his palm. Atosta, Erixila screamed from afar. Atosta's body stirred, his eyes glaring at Broly, revealing a fierce, killing intent. Seeing Atosta facing imminent danger, Erixila felt as if her body shattered some barrier, suddenly regaining control. But Erixila paid no mind to her own body's changes. Her focus was solely on Atosta, her body erupting with unprecedented speed towards him. Broly noticed Erixila's movement, throwing his head back and laughing wildly, deliberately, sending the green energy sphere towards the grounded Atosta at a slower pace. Erixila's speed increased, finally arriving just as the energy sphere was about to strike Atosta. Erixila turned her back to Broly's attack, facing Atosta with a reassuring smile, gently closing her eyes. Erixila quietly waited with her eyes closed, expecting the imagined pain, but instead felt a warm embrace, hearing a tender voice. Fool, if you were just grazed, you'd die. Oh, why be so foolish? Erixila said nothing, tears streaming from her tightly shut eyes as she leaned against Atosta's shoulder with peace. Gently patting Erixila's fragrant shoulder, whispering a few comforting words before releasing her, Atosta took a few steps forward, raising his head, with unmasked killing intent, fixing his gaze on Broly's icy stare. The sky darkened, lightning flashing through the clouds with blinding brilliance before extinguishing in an instant, deafening thunder roaring. Broly. The lightning illuminated Atosta, making his figure appear flickering. Atosta's body slowly floated up, golden light flickering in his hair, with an odd pale green glimmer flashing in his eyes. The pain and humiliation you have given me? Atosta stood face to face with Broly in the air, the frequency of the golden light in his hair increasing rapidly, as if something was about to erupt. I will repay you tenfold, 100-fold. Atosta roared, his gaze towards Broly becoming sharp, his entire being bursting forth with an intense aura, fierce winds howling, golden light spreading the sky, darkening, as if the entire planet trembled. His hairstyle slightly altered, golden hair, pale green eyes, his entire body enveloped in golden energy, his gaze becoming even colder and more merciless. Super Saiyan Atosta. Broly smirked disdainfully, coldly saying, "Are you talking big again?" Atosta and Broly's gazes crossed in the air, seeming to spark with invisible electricity. The light of the lightning shone on both of them, the atmosphere growing heavy amidst the thunderous sound. Two figures stood tall in the sky. A cool breeze brushed against the face of Atosta, slightly distracting her. Is it raining on? Large raindrops began to fall from the sky, initially sparse, but soon becoming heavy. The rain intensified, creating a curtain of water that blurred the vision of all beneath it. However, for Atosta and Atosta, this made little difference as their attention remained focused on each other. Atosta coldly observed the blurred figure of Broly in the distance, his form shifting into a vague silhouette as he charged towards Broly, using the rain to obscure his approach. Just before colliding with Broly, Atosta suddenly vanished, prompting Broly to instinctively turn around. But Atosta had already launched a surprise attack, kicking Broly in the waist, sending him staggering back several steps. Broly steadied himself in midair, his expression darkening as he said, "Another boring trick. Do you have no other skills, Atosta?" Atosta chuckled derisively, replying, "You fell for this boring trick again. Have you no brains, Broly?" Yet despite his words, a sense of heaviness settled within him. That last attack had required considerable effort from Atosta, yet Broly had only been pushed back a few steps. Broly's face contorted in rage, his eyes burning with unquenchable fury as he shouted, "Atosta, I will tear your mouth apart." Bang! A figure crashed hard into the ground, creating a sizable crater and splattering mud everywhere. Atosta stood up, wiped the mud from his face with his hand, gritting his teeth as he looked up at Broly, who stood with his arms crossed. Damn it, this isn't how the script is supposed to go. In the original story, the Saiyans would turn the tide of battle with each new transformation, slaughtering their foes. Why is it so pitiful for me? Clenching his fists in frustration, Atosta could only redirect his thoughts back to the battle at hand. Though Atosta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had to admit that Broly's strength still surpassed his, especially in terms of physical power. "I've made up my mind." Atosta suddenly revealed, a radiant smile, determination filling his heart. "Broly." Atosta tilted his head back and shouted at Broly, "You claim my techniques lack novelty. Allow me to show you something new, a technique I learned from a fool in the past, perfect for dealing with you." Broly remained silent, his cold gaze fixated on Atosta on the ground. Atosta let out a light sigh, stretching his hands towards Broly, each palm glowing with bright energy. Atosta smiled, his arms shaking slightly, and the next moment a barrage of energy spheres erupted forth like a machine gun, raining down upon Broly with overwhelming force. All Broly could see were countless energy spheres. He merely responded with a disdainful smile, showing no intention of dodging as a spherical shield suddenly appeared around him. The energy spheres pummeled the shield like raindrops, yet the shield remained unyielding. The onslaught gradually weakened before coming to a stop. "Is that all?" Broly sneered coldly, casting his gaze towards Atosta's location, his voice faltering. At that moment, there was no sign of Atosta below, only the empty ground. "You can't escape." Broly erupted with a green aura, his face contorted with rage. After Atosta had unleashed the Dale's technique against Broly, he immediately flew towards the spaceship with Atosta in tow. The distance between them was not far, and in no time they arrived beside the spaceship. Atosta opened the hatch and set Atosta down, saying, "You should go inside." Atosta turned to Atosta, replying firmly, "What about you? If we're leaving, we should leave together." Atosta replied calmly, "I can't leave. Broly will be right on our heels. If I board the spaceship too, neither of us will escape. I won't let you." Atosta anxiously grabbed Atosta, but her words were cut off by Atosta's roar, "Listen to me. You must go." Atosta's tone was resolute and brooked no argument. Grabbing Atosta's arm, Atosta pressed his forehead against hers, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Do you remember? You still owe me 3 requests. For the first request, promise me you'll live well." Their breaths mingled warm against each other's faces. For the second request, promise me you'll live well. Tears streamed down Atosta's cheeks, soaking her face. For the third request, promise me you'll live well. Atosta shouted, striking Atosta's neck and sending her into the spaceship. The hatch of the spaceship slowly closed as Atosta heard Atosta's final words, "We still have hope. Don't forget what I told you before, it's true." Muttering his name, Atosta's heavy eyelids could no longer hold up and fell shut, her consciousness slipping away, yet tears continued to flow. Watching the spaceship rise slowly, Atosta suddenly shouted, "Broly." From behind came a round of applause as Broly's massive form appeared, his tone oddly cheerful. What a touching scene, I can't bear to interrupt. Atosta remained silent, raising his hand to unleash a wave of energy that deflected Broly's energy sphere. Broly lamented, "I was hoping to see your despair, what a pity." Atosta's cold voice echoed, "Do you think I had no defenses against you?" Broly chuckled maniacally, "You have no way out. Let me enjoy this, Atosta. Are you jealous?" Atosta suddenly spoke, not giving Broly a chance to respond. "Atosta and I love each other. We would sacrifice our lives for one another. What about you?" Atosta turned to face Broly, a hint of scorn curling his lips. "Your father merely sees you as a tool to fulfill his ambitions, a tool he can discard at any moment. I truly pity you, the legendary Super Saiyan. Your life is a tragedy devoid of family, friends, or anyone who cares for you." Atosta lifted his chin, deriding, "You living like this is utterly meaningless. It would be better if you just died." "Enough." Broly raised his head to glare at Atosta, his eyes devoid of pupils radiating a murderous intent. "Atosta, I will slay you." Infinite counterattack cannon. A crimson wave of energy erupted from Atosta's palm, surging forward at blinding speed toward the colossal green energy sphere hovering nearby, striking it with a thunderous impact that slowly forced the sphere backward. Interesting, Broly smirked, his lips curling upward as emerald light flared anew in his palm. One after another, radiant green orbs surged forth and merged into the massive sphere. "Ha ha ha." Amid Broly's manic laughter, the titanic green sphere hurtled toward Atosta. His infinite counterattack cannon strained desperately, but to no avail, as the sphere advanced with inexorable glacial inevitability. "Up!" Atosta roared, mouth wide, eyes bulging, every vein on his body erupting in violent prominence as he channeled every last ounce of strength into his arms. The cannon's radius swelled outward, its concussive force intensifying dramatically. Yet Broly's sphere continued its slow, unyielding advance, utterly unaffected. Broly's arrogant, unrestrained laughter rang on his hands, never ceasing their relentless augmentation. No miracle intervened. In this clash, Atosta fell, his body seized by the colossal green sphere and hurled far into the distance. Mid-flight, Atosta plummeted from the sky, crashing violently onto the earth and carving a vast cratered wound into the ground. The sphere soared onward, piercing through the planet's atmosphere and vanishing into the void. "I am still alive." Atosta's consciousness blurred, his Super Saiyan transformation dissolved spontaneously. His garments lay in tattered ruins. Only a final scrap of cloth remained to shield his lower body. His body was a tapestry of wounds, blood mingling with mud, rendering him grotesquely battered. Too strong, constantly growing stronger. No hope remains. Every inch of him screamed with pain, yet numbness had long since set in. He lacked even the strength to lift a hand, lying motionless upon the frigid earth as rain lashed his broken form. Sleep, just sleep. Drifting between wakefulness and oblivion, Atosta witnessed fragmented visions from his past, phantoms he knew were illusions, yet could not dispel. How long had passed? He could not tell, until faintly a voice called his name. "Is it Atosta?" He opened his eyes, only to meet not the face he'd imagined, but Broly's cold, mocking grin. "Atosta, your vitality is astonishing. Like a cockroach clinging to life." "Huh." Broly burst into raucous laughter at the sight of him. "I assumed you were dead, but came back to verify. Imagine my surprise at actually finding you. Still, what can you possibly do now?" Atosta raised his gaze, empty, hollow, toward Broly, then struggled upright, limbs trembling uncontrollably, muscles spasming with each movement. Cough, cough. He choked twice, and then strangely smiled. "The rain has stopped." "Broly, our battle isn't over yet." Broly watched, intrigued, silently awaiting Atosta's next move. Atosta raised his right hand. A small, dim, luminescent orb shimmered above his palm, seemingly feeble. Yet Broly felt a flicker of recognition. This tiny sphere stirred a distant, half-forgotten memory. "Huh." With a sharp upward thrust, Atosta launched the orb skyward, where it detonated in a blinding celestial radiance, bathing the entire heavens in luminous silver. "That's the moon." Broly's heart hammered violently, his gaze locked helplessly upon the artificial moon suspended above, a surreal luminous orb forged from pure ki. Seeing Broly's stunned paralysis, Atosta's spirit surged, triumph flaring within him like a sudden fierce flame. This was Yatosta's stratagem. If external power could not overcome Broly, victory must be seized from within, by triggering Broly's Great Saiyan transformation to shatter his legendary Super Saiyan form. Broly's face contorted. Two thick, protruding fangs erupted from his jaw, his already immense frame swelled further, dense fur erupting across his body. As Broly's form warped toward that of a Great Saiyan, Yatosta's initial smile faded, replaced by grim disbelief. What is this thing? A wave of profound dread crashed over Atosta. He shook his head violently, refusing to accept what his eyes beheld. Roar. A primordial roar split the heavens. A mountainous silhouette rose, towering, ancient, primal, its fists hammering its chest with earth-shaking force. Could it be? Yatosta's lips twitched, a confusion clouded his eyes. This is the legendary supergiant ape. Broly's Great Saiyan form bore no resemblance to any Atosta had ever witnessed among Saiyans. In sheer scale alone, Broly's ape form dwarfed all others, more than double their size. Other Saiyans' ape transformations appeared childlike beside him. Such overwhelming magnitude extinguished any thought of combat before it could even arise. More uncanny still, the fur covering Broly's ape form was not black or brown, but an eerie, vivid grass green, uniquely his own. Every aspect of this transformation exuded an unsettling, unnatural aura. Sensing the monstrous aura emanating from Broly's ape form, Yatosta wisely abandoned his original plan to strike, while Broly was vulnerable, and shifted instead to escape. After all, evading a mindless beast was well within his capabilities. Surely if Broly, already barely rational in his Saiyan form, could retain lucidity as a Great Saiyan that would defy all natural law. Broly's behavior confirmed it. No trace of reason remained, only raw, untamed bestial instinct. Just as Yatosta turned to flee, a colossal claw blocked his path. He sighed, turning back with weary resignation. What do you want? Damn it, why chase me? Go find Kakarot instead. Reverting once more to his Super Saiyan form, Atosta shot forward at full velocity, his voice a volatile mix of fury and exasperation. Not far behind Broly, now a Great Saiyan, pursued on all fours, his gargantuan limbs shattering the earth beneath him with thunderous seismic crashes, raising plumes of dust high into the sky. Broly's eyes remained locked on Atosta, roaring ceaselessly, primal, furious, unrelenting. Though utterly devoid of reason, Broly pursued Atosta with singular obsessive fixation, perhaps born of the deep visceral impression Atosta had left upon him. Damn it, only one option left. Glancing back at Broly's colossal form, Atosta gritted his teeth. Pity this planet lacks deeper waters, else I'd save myself the trouble. Resolving inwardly, Atosta unleashed a torrent of ki, then plunged headlong into the earth, burrowing deep beneath the surface. Broly mimicked the maneuver, slamming his massive frame downward, but his sheer size became his undoing. Each attempt only carved a deeper crater, yet yielded no progress underground. Frustrated, Broly ceased his futile digging, pounding his chest with both fists before lifting his head to unleash a furious, sky-rending roar. It should be nearby. Emerging from the earth, Atosta circled cautiously, searching. Suddenly his eyes lit up, unmistakable elation spread across his face. Found it. He strode forward, chuckling softly, before halting before a spherical spacecraft gleaming under the open sky. This vessel had carried Broly and his father to this planet, and now represented Yatosta's sole means of escape. After a swift internal inspection, Atosta confirmed the craft was fully operational, its controls nearly identical to those of his own ship. Pausing, he chose not to depart immediately, instead stepping out and ascending into the sky. Broly, you've wounded me so grievously. How could I possibly let you live? A flash of cold resolve hardened in Yatosta's eyes. Bracing his hands at his chest, he gathered an immense sphere of energy, then with a chilling smile hurled it downward with devastating force. Boom! A cataclysmic detonation shook the heavens. Blinding light consumed the world. When the glare and thunder subsided, the planet itself trembled, its very foundations unsettled. A cruel, satisfied smile played upon Yatosta's lips as he streaked toward the spherical craft. Broly, you'll perish alongside this world in mere minutes. A pity I won't kill you with my own hands. The hatch sealed shut, the vessel lifted gently, hovering above the fractured ground. Yatosta reverted to his base form and reclined on the ship's floor, smiling serenely, reflecting upon the ordeal with quiet, profound contemplation. Thinking of Broly, he scoffed softly. Even boundless strength is meaningless without wisdom. Such beings are doomed to be outmaneuvered and destroyed. Only someone like me possesses the intellect and the will to ascend to the true pinnacle of existence. A look of sovereign pride graced his features. Upon returning, I shall propose to Areshula, huh? A radiant, unguarded smile bloomed across his face, as he drifted enraptured into visions of a luminous future. This time when I go back, I will propose to AI Rueshi Lahi. Atosta displayed an unusually happy smile, envisioning a bright future. Suddenly, a warning signal surged in Atosta's heart. It was an instinctive premonition of danger accumulated from years of battle, a feeling that had saved him countless times. Atosta instinctively dodged, and in the next moment cracks appeared around the interior of the spaceship as several thick, dark, elongated objects broke through the hull and intruded. Atosta made a swift decision, finding an opening to break through the hull of the spaceship, and emerged into the outside world. Floating in the sky, Atosta stared blankly at the scene before him. The giant ape Broly gripped the body of the spaceship with one hand, several fingers deeply embedded within. Seemingly aware of Atosta's departure, the giant ape Broly roared in fury, violently swinging his hand that grasped the spaceship, causing it to disintegrate into a pile of debris that drifted in the sky, turning to dust in the explosion. Atosta stared blankly at the sight of the explosion, one hand reaching out as if trying to grasp something, his fingers trembling slightly. Spaceship. Atosta whispered softly, his voice trembling. There was no longer another spaceship on the entire planet. This planet would explode into cosmic dust in a few minutes. Atosta suddenly laughed, a hint of madness in his smile, his laughter growing louder and more heart-wrenching until it was impossible to tell whether he was laughing or crying. Just as Atosta was about to escape, just as he was feeling triumphant, and just as he was ready to return with the aura of a Super Saiyan to showcase his grand ambitions, the cruel reality struck him like a heavy blow, plunging him into despair. Was it the explosion from when I destroyed the planet that attracted Broly? Atosta gradually calmed down, reflecting on the reason for Broly's arrival, and self-mockingly said, "Turns out it was me seeking my own death, haha." Turning to look at Broly, who was pounding his chest with both fists, Atosta suddenly felt that his hatred for Broly had diminished. Although it was Broly who had destroyed his hope of life, in a few minutes both of them would turn to cosmic dust, and Atosta instead let go of the past. But Atosta suddenly erupted with intense energy, his whole body ablaze with golden light, transforming once again into a Super Saiyan. As a warrior, one must die like a warrior. Letting out a roar, Atosta charged towards the giant ape Broly, without hesitation, his back appearing more resolute than ever. AI Rueshi Law suddenly awoke from her stupor, half sitting up and screaming, her forehead drenched in cold sweat, as if she had just dreamed of something terrifying. After sitting dazed for a few seconds, AI Rueshi Law abruptly stood up and rushed to the spaceship's control panel, steering the ship to turn back on its original course. The panic in AI Rueshi Law's heart intensified as time passed. When she finally reached the nearby star field, she could no longer hold back and leaned over the control panel, her eyes fixated on the spaceship's display screen. Where there should have been a planet, there were only countless fragments of celestial bodies scattered in the universe. What happened? Where's the planet? Where has the planet gone? Where has the planet gone? AI Rueshi Law hugged her head tightly, instinctively denying her own conjectures, but tears couldn't help but flow. She helplessly leaned against the control panel, softly, sobbing, repeatedly murmuring Atosta's name. "We still have hope. Don't forget what I told you before. That is true." Atosta's last words suddenly surfaced in AI Rueshi Law's heart. AI Rueshi Law's eyes brightened, and she suddenly recalled the scene at that time in the gravity training room. AI Rueshi Law wrapped her arms around her tail, looking at Atosta and pouting, "Once I become stronger than you, I will definitely pull your tail 100 times every day." Atosta, with his hands on his hips, scoffed at her words. "Stronger than me? Even if you get the Dragon Balls, you can't fulfill such an unreasonable wish." Dragon Balls. AI Rueshi Law keenly noticed the term mentioned by Atosta. Her curiosity piqued and asked, "What is that?" "The Dragon Balls." Atosta's eyes gazed ahead, seemingly lost in some memory, a slight smile emerging at the corner of his mouth. "They are magical objects that can grant any wish." AI Rueshi Law pouted, looking disdainfully at Atosta. "Where in the world is there such a thing? I didn't expect you to have such a cute side, actually believing in such fairy tales, ha." Saying this, AI Rueshi Law couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Atosta was furious. "What I said is true there on Earth. It's real, not some legend." AI Rueshi Law wore an unmistakable smile, yet feigned seriousness as she nodded. "Of course, if Atosta says it exists, then it certainly does." Atosta's lips twitched, pretending to be angry as he said, "Mocking my intelligence. I absolutely can't tolerate this." With a mischievous grin, he lunged at AI Rueshi Law, eliciting a scream from her. "Dragon Balls. Earth." As she repeated these two terms, hope ignited in AI Rueshi Law's eyes, and she immediately busied herself at the spaceship's control panel. All right, all souls, please line up in order and move forward. Hey, over there, please do not split into two lines. Make sure to line up in a single row." It's so noisy that my head is spinning." Atosta crossed his arms, standing amidst the crowded and noisy queue, feeling extremely irritable. "Broly should be at the back, right?" After all, I died a minute or two earlier than him. I wonder how many souls have diverged in the meantime. Atosta thought to himself, not seeing Broly around. After what felt like an eternity, Atosta finally reached the end of the line where a large, imposing man sat behind an old desk with the nameplate on his chest, clearly reading King Yinluo. King Yinluo looked up at Atosta and asked, "Name?" Atosta shrugged. "Let me take a look." King Yinluo searched through a gigantic book in his hands, and after a few seconds, he found Atosta's name. So many sins. A person like you with such heinous deeds, I couldn't possibly let you off easy. Go over there and line up. Someone will take this batch of people to hell shortly. King Yinluo put down the book and coldly smiled at Atosta. Atosta said nothing and obediently headed to the place indicated by King Yinluo. No one likes the idea of going to hell, but considering that even the infamous Majin Buu in the original work obediently reincarnated after death, Atosta wisely decided not to resist. Hell, Atosta silently muttered in his heart. Earth. Since Sun Wukong defeated the second generation of Piccolo Daimao at the world's first martial arts conference 5 years ago, the world has entered a period of peace. People have gradually forgotten the pain brought by Piccolo Daimao and have started new lives. The warriors of that year have also laid down their arms and returned to ordinary lives. However, an event that occurred on this day shattered this tranquility. A streak of light like a shooting star streaked across the sky, approaching the ground at an astonishing speed. As it was about to reach the ground, it suddenly defied logic and slowed down drastically. Under the influence of Earth's gravity, it ultimately landed gently on the surface. If an Earthling were here, they would surely point at this massive spherical object and exclaim, an alien spaceship. And indeed, it was a spaceship from outer space. With a click, the spaceship's hatch opened, and a dazzling figure stepped out dressed in a combat suit that shimmered under the sunlight with a tail swaying behind her. Is this Earth? Erihira placed her hand on her forehead, squinting towards the distance. The environment here is quite nice. As for the Dragon Balls, I should ask the strongest person on this planet. If they truly exist, he should know. Saying this, Erihira closed her eyes and sensed the energy of the people on Earth. Found it, she exclaimed, her eyes brightening as her body floated towards the sensed direction. There must be Dragon Balls. Goku, where do you want to take Gohan? Chi-Chi asked, her head bowed, arms crossed over her chest, radiating an astonishing aura that could only be described with 4 words: terrifyingly formidable. Goku was clearly shaken by Chi-Chi's aura. His previously hunched posture straightened immediately, and he gently set down Gohan, turning around with an awkward smile as he scratched his head and looked at Chi-Chi, saying, Goku, are you planning to take Gohan to train again? I've told you countless times that Gohan needs to study hard. His dream is to become a scholar. You can't do anything but fight. Do you want Gohan to be just like you? Chi-Chi pulled off her apron and pointed her finger at Goku, scolding him. Goku chuckled and said, Chi-Chi, Gohan has great talent. It would be a waste if he doesn't train. I don't care if you dare to take Gohan out today. I won't let it go. Chi-Chi shot Goku a glance, snorted coldly, and turned away to return indoors to do housework, leaving behind an embarrassed Goku and a bewildered Gohan. Daddy, Gohan called weakly. Goku smiled, squatting down to pat Gohan's head. Let's not go today. Your mom is angry. We'll go another day. You should go study now and make your mom happy. Gohan nodded vigorously. Just as Goku stood up intending to take Gohan back inside, he suddenly furrowed his brow and looked up at the sky. What is that energy? In the sky, a small black appeared, moving towards them at an incredible speed. Gohan stepped back. Goku assumed a fighting stance and shouted at Gohan. Gohan immediately ran back, hiding behind Chi-Chi, who had come out due to the commotion, clutching her leg and peeking out. A gust of wind blew up as a figure gracefully landed on the ground in front of Goku. The newcomer was a woman dressed in strange attire that Goku had never seen before, but he did not underestimate her because of that. This woman's power was something Goku had never encountered before. Although she didn't seem like a bad person based on her energy, Goku remained vigilant. Hello, may I ask if this is Earth? Seeing the cautious look on the other person's face, Erihira softened her voice to ask, Are you an alien? Goku, seeing that she had no intention of fighting, relaxed his stance and stood up straight, asking with curiosity. Well, you could say that. Erihira nodded and said, I have come to Earth because I need your help with something. Help? Goku instinctively asked. Erihira flicked her hair and focused her gaze on Goku's eyes, asking earnestly, Do you know about the Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls? Goku exclaimed in surprise. How do you know about the Dragon Balls? So does such a thing as Dragon Balls really exist? A look of excitement appeared on Erihira's face. So the Dragon Balls can really grant any wish. Goku, seeing Erihira's eager eyes, could only respond, It's pretty much like that. What do you want to use the Dragon Balls for? If it was for something bad, Goku wouldn't agree. Erihira's face bore a hint of complexity as she said, My husband passed away due to certain reasons, and I want to bring him back. Bring your husband back. Goku stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then suddenly smiled, and said such a complex matter should be judged by the gods. He turned to Arahira with a smile, and said, how about this? They'll take you to the gods, and let them decide whether to lend you the Dragon Balls for use. The gods are the creators of the Dragon Balls. God. Arahira silently repeated the word in her heart. Let's go now? Just as Goku finished speaking, Chi-Chi's voice came from behind Goku. Come here. Goku turned in confusion, greeted Arahira, and walked over to Chi-Chi, asking what's wrong. Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi shot Arahira an unfriendly glance, and with a hint of anger cautioned Goku in a whisper, Goku, don't have any strange ideas. Arahira chuckled lightly, and together with the bewildered Goku they flew up into the sky. Is that a tail? A Saiyan? Hell. Atosta sat in a desolate wasteland, one hand calmly resting on his face, surrounded only by emptiness. I was too naive. When I first entered Hell knowing I wouldn't suffer any torture, I was quite happy. Only now do I realize this is the most terrifying part. No one. I haven't seen a single person. How can there be no one in Hell? Is this the real punishment? There aren't even wind, water, stones, or flowers, let alone anything that moves. It's just me. So boring. Could this be the legendary loneliness and emptiness? Oh, just someone come by, please whip me. In the sky, Sun Wukong and Elishira were traveling one after the other. Mr. Wukong, may I ask you a question? Elishira inquired. Wukong turned around to look at Elishira, unsure of how to address her. Elishira understood his confusion and said, you can just call me Elishira. Sun Wukong smiled and said, then Miss Elishira, what would you like to ask? That child we saw earlier, is he your son, Mr. Wukong? After receiving a nod of affirmation from Wukong, Elishira smiled and said, then that means you are a Saiyan, Mr. Wukong. After all, based on combat power, Shishi does not seem like a Saiyan at all, so this must be the only explanation. Sun Wukong looked puzzled and said Saiyan. This was the first time Wukong had heard that term. Elishira also appeared surprised. Don't you remember anything? Did you have a tail when you were young? If Sun Wukong's answer was no, Elishira decided she would not discuss this awkward topic any further and would look for other male Saiyans on this planet later. Fortunately, Wukong's words relieved Elishira. I had a tail when I was young, but it was a weakness, so I had it cut off later. Speaking of which, Miss Elishira, do you also have a tail? Wukong shifted his gaze toward the tail behind Elishira. That's right, I am a Saiyan, Elishira nodded. Actually, you are also a Saiyan. You must have been sent to another planet right after birth, just like me. But why don't you remember anything about being a Saiyan? Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled. When I was a child, I bumped my head, and I don't remember anything before that, or it might be related to that. I really didn't expect to be an alien. No wonder I felt different from others when I was a child. Wukong naturally accepted his identity as an alien. Elishira smiled and nodded in understanding. I see, that explains a lot. We've arrived. Ahead is the place where the gods reside, the Divine Temple. After flying for a while, Wukong pointed to a location hidden among the clouds and said to Elishira. Elishira nodded, and the two landed on top of the Divine Temple. There were two figures standing on the temple, appearing to have known visitors would arrive. Through Wukong's introduction, Elishira got to know the god and the temple's guardian Bobo, and the god also gained a preliminary understanding of Elishira. Miss Elishira, so you wish to use the Dragon Balls to revive your husband? The god asked with a serious expression. Yes, Elishira nodded. My husband Atosta saved me, but he was killed by bad people. I must bring him back to life. Elishira's eyes reflected determination. Your energy feels balanced and peaceful, so I believe your husband is not a bad person. After a moment's hesitation, the god agreed to Elishira's request. I grant you permission to use the Dragon Balls. Elishira's face lit up with joy. The thought of Atosta being revived soon filled her heart with unrestrained happiness. Wukong and the god also smiled. The god had initially wanted to propose checking Elishira's memories, as it would be safer and provide insight into the universe's situation. However, considering Elishira's strength, the god decided to abandon that idea. Bobo, go collect the Dragon Balls for Miss Elishira, and after gathering them, return to the temple with the Dragon Balls. The god instructed Bobo. Yes. Bobo immediately set off from the temple upon receiving the order. After watching Bobo leave, the god turned to Elishira and said, Miss Elishira, collecting the Dragon Balls will take some time. You should go rest for a bit. Elishira shook her head, pursing her lips. No need, I'll wait right here. At such a critical moment, when Atosta was about to be revived, Elishira had no time to rest. The god Wukong and Elishira engaged in conversation, with Elishira asking mostly about the Dragon Balls, while Wukong inquired about training, and the god expressed interest in the situation of the universe. After a long wait, Bobo finally returned with the Dragon Balls. Looking at the Dragon Balls laid out in front of her, Elishira suddenly felt a bit anxious and couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. Encouraged by Wukong and the others, Elishira took a few steps forward, stood before the Dragon Balls, raised her hands, and shouted, "Come forth, Shinron." Suddenly the sky darkened, lightning flashed continuously, and thunder roared. A golden light surged from the Dragon Balls on the ground, shooting straight into the sky and tracing an extremely long curve in the air. As the light gradually dissipated, a massive figure slowly revealed itself. Above the temple, a colossal green dragon coiled, and a deep voice echoed through the sky, "State your wish." Hell! Atosta stood in the sky in his Super Saiyan form, letting out a furious roar as he slammed the energy ball in his hand forcefully into the ground, creating a massive pit. "Damn, is this what preferential treatment looks like?" Atosta clenched his fists and said resentfully, his eyes filled with intense dissatisfaction. "I never paid attention before. In the original work, the Z fighters all trained with their physical bodies after death. Now it seems the difference without a physical body is huge. Right now, even if I undergo the most arduous training, it won't help much. My progress is negligible." Atosta felt extremely angry. The slow progress of his strength was one aspect, but how to pass the time was also a problem. His progress being negligible was somewhat overstated, yet compared to souls with physical bodies, the gap was still significant, and the effects of training were indeed not great. After venting for a while, Atosta lay quietly on the ground, one hand resting behind his head, the other casually placed on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. "I wonder how Elishira is doing." "Speak your wish." Upon hearing the dragon god's words, Elishira's heart pounded violently, and her eyes welled with tears. She whispered, "So soon, I shall see Atosta again." The divine being, ever delighted to witness the reunion of devoted spouses, smiled warmly and teased, "Miss Elishira, though I, as an outsider, cannot fathom the depth of your marital bond, it is impossible for you to see your husband instantly." Elishira's breath caught, a chill of foreboding swept through her. Trembling, she asked, "What do you mean?" The deity chuckled softly and explained, "A wish granted by the dragon god can indeed restore life, but the revived soul returns precisely where death first claimed them. Thus, if you wish to reunite with your husband swiftly, you must hasten back aboard your starship. Should he have already departed that place, your search will be long and arduous." What was meant as light-hearted banter struck Elishira like an explosion. Her heart plunged into glacial despair. They returned exactly where they fell. Noticing Elishira's pallor and trembling lips, the deity leaned forward with gentle concern. "Miss Elishira, what is wrong?" Wukong stepped closer beside her while even Mr. Bobo approached silently, his expression unchanging. Gazing at the assembled figures before her, Elishira forced a fragile smile and turned to the deity. "My lord." "You mean Atosta will awaken at the very spot where he sacrificed himself? Is that true?" Her eyes pleaded, desperate for the word "no" to fall from the deity's lips. Reality offered no mercy. When the deity confirmed it with a quiet nod, Elishira collapsed onto the ground, head bowed, her entire body shuddering. She bit her lip until blood threatened, but still tears spilled one by one onto the backs of her hands, braced against the earth. Wukong and the others exchanged startled glances, rushing to support her. "Miss Elishira, what is it?" Her lips trembled, tears glistened in her eyes as she whispered, "Atosta perished upon a planet, and that planet has been utterly destroyed." She covered her mouth and dissolved into quiet sobs. In that instant, the truth crystallized for the deity and his companions. Even if Atosta were resurrected, the vacuum of space and lethal cosmic radiation would extinguish him anew within moments. Wukong and the deity stood in shared silence, exhaling a slow, sorrowful sigh. "Speak your wish," boomed the celestial dragon coiling high above the heavens. Hell! Atosta sat motionless upon the barren ground, then erupted into Super Saiyan form, his aura blazing with golden fire. In the next breath, he reverted to his ordinary state, black hair, calm visage, only to ignite once more, cycling repeatedly through transformation and reversion. After a dozen such cycles, he settled finally in Super Saiyan form, drawing a deep, steadying breath. "I've mastered the transformation itself, but this power remains elusive," he murmured, palm upturned, gaze fixed upon his own open hand. "I know only how to ascend. I understand nothing else about it. No matter. Time is the one thing I lack least now. Whether I'll ever return to life remains uncertain. I must rely entirely on Elishira. So I've become a man who lives only by a woman's grace. How pathetically weak I am." He spoke with wry self-mockery. "Granted, cultivation is slower without a physical vessel, but even my research into this energy crawls. Did I truly waste all those lifetimes devouring novels and anime? Will I unravel its secrets before reincarnation? Who knows? And yet, am I imagining it, or has my intellect dimmed since becoming a Saiyan? Do Saiyans grow muscle, not mind, in their skulls?" Once the chief strategist of Prince Vegeta's inner circle, and a man who took perverse delight in belittling others to elevate himself, Atosta now questioned his own intellect. Yet resurrection is not beyond reach. After a long contemplative silence, the deity spoke again. Hope flickered in Arashira's eyes as she lifted her gaze toward him. He paused, then said, "A human comprises two essences, flesh and soul. At death the body remains in the mortal world, the soul journeys to the netherworld." Arashira stilled her breath and listened, silent, attentive, reverent. Of the two, the soul holds far greater weight in resurrection. The body may be reforged. Even I possess that ability. To revive your husband, we must first determine whether his soul has already entered the netherworld or still lingers in our realm. Arashira considered carefully. It has been months since Atosta's passing. Surely his soul has already crossed over. We may divide his resurrection into 2 stages, but the Dragon Balls require 1 full year before reuse. Souls typically remain in the netherworld for precisely that duration before rebirth. I fear time may slip beyond our grasp. The deity's expression darkened. "My lord," Arashira interjected, urgently, unwilling to let hope fade. "Could you explain how souls fare within the netherworld?" The deity replied slowly. "Upon arrival, each soul faces judgment. The virtuous ascend to heaven. The ordinary dwell in the netherworld for 1 year before rebirth. The wicked endure penance in hell, its length dictated by the gravity of their sins." Relief softened Arashira's features. Smiling faintly, she said, "Then the timing issue resolves itself. There is no obstacle here." The deity raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Miss Arashira, are you certain your husband qualifies for heaven? That is the crux of the matter." In his view, the husband of a woman like Arashira could hardly be anything but righteous. Arashira's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her voice held quiet conviction. "I trust my husband. He will not be sentenced to a year's wait before rebirth." Far in hell, Atosta suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and murmured, "Someone's thinking of me. It must be Arashira." The deity nodded, smiling. "Then we shall proceed in 2 stages. First summon his soul. Then 1 year hence he shall awaken upon earth." Arashira frowned. "His soul resides in the netherworld. If we call it forth prematurely, will it not simply return there after a time? Then where precisely will he awaken? On earth, or adrift in the void of space?" The deity hesitated, voice uncertain. "Presumably upon earth. There is no precedent for such a case." Arashira sighed. "I cannot risk it. Is there another way?" The deity shook his head. Arashira narrowed her eyes, thinking deeply. "My lord, consider this. What if the Dragon Balls first craft Atosta's body? Would his soul then anchor to it and awaken there when the time comes? Would he not then rise anew within that very vessel?" Understanding dawned. The deity's eyes brightened. "Precisely so. Let us proceed thus." Beside him, Wukong broke into a radiant, relieved smile. Arashira turned her gaze upward, to the celestial dragon coiling across the sky, her eyes alight with renewed brilliance. In the dim expanse of the universe, a streak of light, resembling a meteor, raced swiftly towards a certain direction. As the camera zoomed in, it revealed a spherical spaceship designed for a single occupant inside, which sat Raditz, the old comrade of Atosta. Raditz sat quietly in the spaceship, examining the interstellar navigation chart displayed on the control panel, and remarked, "It seems we will reach Earth in just a few days." Kakarot should have wiped out all the people on Earth by now, right? Although his battle power was only 2 at birth, once he grows up, there will be no one on Earth who can rival him. Leaning back against the seat, Raditz pondered this. Months ago, Atosta suddenly lost contact with several Saiyans, and no news about him could be found in the universe, leaving the group bewildered. After all, considering Atosta's strength, they believed he would only face danger from direct confrontation with the Frieza clan. His mysterious disappearance came without any forewarning, and Vegeta and the others could not fathom his whereabouts. Due to Atosta's disappearance, the small team of Saiyans found themselves in a predicament with a shortage of manpower. During missions, this did not pose much of an issue, as their strengths far exceeded what they displayed. Even when they first obtained the seed of the Tree of Might, they had continued missions after Atosta left. However, for Vegeta's plans, Atosta's absence hindered their main channel of communication with the outside world, delaying the progress of their plans. Thus, Vegeta and the others urgently needed someone to take over Atosta's responsibilities, and this person had to be trustworthy. They could not rely on those alien beings. At this moment, Raditz thought of his younger brother Kakarot, who had been sent to Earth shortly after his birth. Although Kakarot's strength should be quite weak, he was still a Saiyan and had a clean background, making him the most suitable candidate they could find. Therefore, after Vegeta nodded in agreement, Raditz volunteered to undertake the mission of finding Kakarot on Earth. In truth, Raditz's suggestion stemmed from some selfish motives, though it was certainly not about a brotherly reunion. Saiyans valued martial camaraderie over familial ties. Raditz's true objective was to have someone weaker than himself in the small team, thus elevating his own status. Ironically, Raditz could not comprehend this aspect. If previously he had been looked down upon by his teammates due to his low strength, now, thanks to the fruits of the tree of might, his power had increased exponentially, yet his standing in the small team had not changed much. This only made Raditz long for the days spent teaming up with Atosta, as at least Atosta, even if he looked down on him, would not express it overtly. Enough of this. I should focus on finding Kakarot first. Raditz shook his head, dismissing these tangled thoughts, closed his eyes, and leaned back to rest quietly. After Irishula wished upon the dragon to create Yatasuda's body, the dragon transformed into a beam of light and vanished. However, the Dragon Balls were intercepted by the god, allowing Goku to avoid searching again in a year. Irishula tightly embraced Yatasuda's body, burying her head in his neck and crying softly, though this time her tears carried joy. The god smiled and said to Irishula, "Although I do not wish to disturb you, I still suggest that you preserve Mr. Yatasuda's body for now. This will require the help of Goku's friends." With that, he turned his gaze to Goku. Upon hearing the god's words, Goku's eyes lit up, and he slapped his head, exclaiming, "Right, for this sort of thing, we definitely need to ask Bulma." He then turned to Irishula and explained, "Bulma is my friend. Her family runs a company called Capsule Corporation or something like that. Anyway, she can definitely solve this problem." Goku winked and gave Irishula a thumbs up. Bulma. Irishula softly repeated the name. Goku flew with Irishula, who was carrying Yatasuda's body, towards Bulma's house, while the god and Mr. Bobo remained at the temple. "We're here." After flying a considerable distance, Goku and Irishula arrived above Bulma's house and landed directly on the ground. "I'm looking for Bulma." At the entrance of Bulma's house, Goku spoke into an intercom, and a mature woman's voice came from inside, saying, "Oh, it's Goku. Come on in. Bulma is in the backyard." "Thank you, ma'am." The door opened, and Goku, with his head held high, entered the house with Irishula. After greeting Bulma's mother, Goku and Irishula went to the backyard of Bulma's house, where they found Bulma, who was dressed in work clothes, focused on a machine. Goku waved and smiled, calling out Bulma. Bulma looked up at Goku, her face lighting up with surprise, and walked over to him with a smile, saying, "Goku, you rascal. It's been a while. How have you been?" At the same time, she curiously glanced at Irishula, who was holding Yatasuda's body behind Goku. Goku scratched his head, grinning as he replied, "I'm doing pretty well. What about you? Let me step aside and introduce you. Bulma, this is Miss Irishula. Can you find something to store the body? They'll explain everything in detail in a bit." Bulma, looking puzzled, retrieved a vacuum chamber, the kind used to store Master Roshi and Krillin's bodies during the fight with Piccolo, and Irishula gently placed Yatasuda's body inside, closing the chamber door and gazing longingly at Yatasuda within. Meanwhile, Goku explained Irishula's situation to Bulma, including her identity, her purpose in resurrecting her husband, and the events that had just unfolded at the temple. Upon hearing Irishula's story, Bulma was quite moved. Such a tale of love held a significant impact on her. Thus, when Irishula intended to take Yatasuda back to the spaceship, Bulma urged her to stay, providing many reasons, and hoping Irishula would reside there. After several refusals, Irishula could not resist Bulma's enthusiasm and decided to stay, while Goku returned home after reminiscing with Bulma. In the following days, Bulma and Irishula spent nearly every day together, rapidly deepening their friendship. Both had previously lacked peers of the same age, and now that they found a friend with whom they could relate, their bond became quite close. With Bulma's encouragement, Irishula gradually became more cheerful, no longer sorrowful about Yatasuda's situation, and became more optimistic about his resurrection. Bulma's favorite activity was taking Irishula shopping for clothes. Although Irishula herself was not very interested in such matters, it must be said that she was a natural model, and with her beauty, she looked good in anything, making Bulma somewhat envious. Amidst these tranquil days, a meteor-like object broke through the atmosphere and fell to Earth. Hell. Looking back now, Broly's appearance after transforming into a Great Saiyan was profoundly unsettling. Recalling that form, mockingly dubbed by Atosta himself as the legendary Super Gorilla, a quiet unease stirred within Atosta's heart. That power. As the memory resurfaced, Atosta, seated upon the ground, clenched his teeth and tightened his fists until his knuckles whitened. The moment the Great Saiyan Broly first emerged, Atosta sensed his terrifying presence, an aura of unfathomable depth like an abyss, which instantly extinguished any thought of combat. Later, Atosta endured staggering rises and falls just as escape seemed within reach. Broly crushed his last hope of survival in a single devastating blow. Thus, Atosta engaged the Great Saiyan in a final desperate clash, exactly as he had foreseen. The moment he lunged forward, the battle concluded with ruthless efficiency, in mere seconds, and ended inevitably in Atosta's annihilation. To this day, that despair-inducing power remains seared into Atosta's memory. Broly's state at that time must have been the simultaneous occurrence of both the Saiyan Great Saiyan transformation and the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Though he had never heard of such a fusion in his past life, its absence from lore did not prove its impossibility. only that its feasibility for ordinary super science remained unknown. Atosta weighed the possibility in silence. If achievable, my strength would surge beyond mere incremental growth. Such power could never be explained as a simple sum of two transformations. A surge of fierce resolve rose within him. Truth emerges only through action. This was no theory to be pondered, but a truth to be forged in practice. Without hesitation, Atosta rose. He had time in abundance, and prepared to begin. This was a tranquil land, untouched by the clamor of metropolises, steeped instead in the serene stillness unique to remote regions where scattered dwellings nestled sparsely across the soil. Yet on this day, tranquility shattered. A meteor plummeted from the heavens, striking the earth, a rare earth-shaking event in these quiet parts. Owing to the vast emptiness and sparse population, only one curious middle-aged farmer made his way to the impact site. Peering cautiously over the rim of the colossal crater, he glimpsed something pale, shimmering faintly at its deepest point. That must be the meteor, he mused, when suddenly the meteor split open down its center, and a figure clad in strange attire emerged. It was Raditz, arriving on Earth in search of Kakarot. His figure ascended slowly, then settled soundlessly onto the ground beyond the crater's edge. The farmer, his worldview utterly upended, recoiled in terror and raised his rifle, firing blindly at Raditz. Raditz caught the bullet midair. His scouter flickered, and a cold, disdainful smirk curled his lips, a pathetic 5-point power level. With a single strike, the farmer fell dead, his final cry barely escaping his throat. There are still humans on this planet. Raditz's expression hardened, his voice edged with fury. Kakarot, what kind of failure are you? First, I'll locate the strongest being here. If Kakarot still lives, it must be him. If not... A flash of cruel intent crossed Raditz's eyes. Activating his scouter's global scan, he began hunting for high-energy signatures across Earth. Though Raditz possessed the ability to sense ki, innate limitations prevented him from scanning the entire planet using that technique alone. In such circumstances, the scouter proved far more reliable. A 300-point reading. As he spoke, his scouter abruptly flared crimson, displaying a shocking figure 5,000. Arahira had suppressed her ki. The scouter registered far below her true power. Raditz frowned. Though 5,000 posed no threat to him now, such a reading defied all logic. No being on this world should possess such power. Kakarot. Impossible. He lacked such potential. Could it be a hidden alien? Regardless, I'll investigate firsthand. With those words, Raditz shot skyward, streaking toward Arahira's location. Meanwhile, far away on Master Roshi's island, Arahira's expression turned grave as she lifted her gaze toward Raditz's approach. Beside her son Goku and the others stood ready. She had sensed his arrival the instant he touched down on Earth. Though Goku and the others could not perceive such distance with their key senses, they trusted Arahira implicitly and braced themselves for battle. That morning, Bulma had brought Arahira to visit Master Roshi's island. To their surprise, Krillin was already there, and soon after Goku arrived with his son Gohan. Amid laughter and reunion, Krillin and Roshi met Arahira, after which Roshi predictably sustained injuries. But that sudden surge of ki shattered the joyous atmosphere. Its intensity paled beside Atosta's, but dwarfed Arahira's current power, and its faint creeping malevolence unsettled her deeply. Feeling the ki draw nearer, Arahira tensed, alerting the others. Bulma, Gohan, and the non-combatants retreated to the rear. This visitor means no good, Arahira muttered, gritting her teeth. Yet unbidden, Atosta's image flashed across her mind. What would he do? No, Atosta is gone. I stand alone now, relying solely on myself. Arahira, how dare you grow so weak? Where is the woman who once saved the world single-handedly? Her gaze hardened, she shook her head fiercely, casting aside doubt and hesitation, and rekindled a long-dormant flame, the fire of battle. Watch closely, Atosta. This is my fight. An overwhelming surge of ki drew ever closer. Then in an instant, a figure materialized above Roshi's island. Every body on the island coiled tight, eyes locked on the figure hovering in the sky. Raditz descended slowly, a chilling smirk playing on his lips, and alighted silently upon the earth. The moment Raditz laid eyes on Son Goku, he instantly recognized him, Kakarot. His face bore an uncanny resemblance to their father Bardock. Shifting his gaze to Ursula, Raditz felt a flicker of confusion. Who was she? Her tail unmistakably marked her as a Saiyan. But Raditz had no memory of ever encountering this female Saiyan before. A subtle narrative thread planted earlier, Raditz and Ursula had never truly met. Could she also be one of the Saiyans dispatched to Earth? That seemed implausible. Why would the Saiyans send two warriors to such a low-tier planet? It was unheard of for them to assign multiple infant Saiyans to the same world. Shaking his head, Raditz dismissed the thought. After all, his sole purpose in coming to Earth was to retrieve Kakarot. Though this female Saiyan might hold potential as an ally, she lacked the fundamental trust he placed in Kakarot. Such tedious matters are better left to Vegeta. He is the Saiyan Prince, Raditz mused, redirecting his attention back to Son Goku. He himself failed to notice that his attitude toward Vegeta's orders had grown increasingly perfunctory, a quiet accumulation of long-simmering resentment. Had it been Nappa, devoted, unwavering, and utterly obedient to Vegeta, he would have seized both Ursula and Kakarot without hesitation, knocking them unconscious should they resist. Kakarot. Raditz fixed his glare upon Son Goku, a flash of fury tightening his features. Have you forgotten your Saiyan heritage? Kakarot. The others turned their gazes toward Goku. Though they had already surmised he might be extraterrestrial during earlier conversation, this revelation now confirmed it. Bewilderment shimmered in Goku's eyes as he stepped forward and asked Raditz, "Who are you?" "So you truly have forgotten," Raditz scoffed, flicking his tail behind him with grim disdain. "Let me remind you, you are no earthling. You are a warrior of the Saiyan race. And I," Raditz locked eyes with Goku, each word deliberate and heavy, "am your elder brother, Raditz." Goku's brother. The Earthlings cried out in astonishment, their collective gaze shifting to Goku, standing silently at the forefront. Ursula's brow furrowed faintly. Raditz. The name stirred a distant memory. Atosta had mentioned it once, referring to a group of Saiyans who served under Frieza. She recalled Atosta's words that band of Saiyans had ostracized him relentlessly. Unrepentant villains, every one. At that thought, Ursula's gaze hardened as it fell upon Raditz, her sudden chill leaving him momentarily bewildered. Ignoring the others, Raditz refocused entirely on Goku, who stood stunned by his revelation. Watching Goku's expression, Raditz continued, "Kakarot, you were born with a battle power of only 2, so you were exiled to this primitive world. Your mission was to eradicate every human on Earth." "Eradicate every human on Earth?" Goku echoed Raditz's words, his eyes narrowing with growing hostility. Raditz, oblivious to the shift in Goku's demeanor, pressed on. "Later, our homeworld, Planet Vegeta, was obliterated by a meteor impact. Of all the Saiyans who survived," he paused, briefly glancing sidelong at Ursula, "only 5 remained. Yourself, that female Saiyan, myself, and 2 others. Though now, alas, only 4 remain. One has long since perished. The 5th, the one long dead, was Dares." Raditz's tone grew fervent. "We now serve under Frieza, but we harbor our own ambitions. Yet one among us has vanished, depleting our ranks and stalling our plans. So come with us, Kakarot. Even if your battle power is negligible, your presence is required." "Listen well," Goku frowned, voice firm. "Whether or not you're my brother means nothing. I won't join you. You don't strike me as honorable men." Ursula listened, puzzled. Raditz's account diverged from what Atosta had told her. Raditz claimed 5 survivors, who Atosta had spoken of only 4. And Ursula could not determine whether Atosta was the one Raditz called dead, or the one who had vanished. If Atosta were the deceased, did the Broly incident bear some connection to that group? If instead he were the missing one, did he still maintain contact with them? Raditz's mood darkened. How dare Kakarot speak to him so brazenly? His face hardened, his stare locking onto Goku with icy intensity. "Kakarot, do you even comprehend what you've just said? Out of fraternal leniency, or rather impatience, I spared you the order to slaughter Earth's people, yet you refuse me." Then Raditz's lips curled into a cold, predatory smile. "I shall resort to less amicable measures." Meanwhile, deep within the underworld, Atosta initiated his super Great Saiyan plan. First, he needed to verify whether Saiyan transformation was possible in the underworld. Concentrating energy, he formed an artificial moon in his palm, then hurled it skyward. With a blinding flash, it stabilized in orbit. Atosta stared upward, his irises bleeding crimson as his features began to contort. His body swelled, thick black fur erupting across his skin, until with a thunderous roar the colossal Great Saiyan known as Atosta stood towering over the desolate plain. The Great Saiyan, Atosta bellowed toward the heavens, a surge of exhilaration flooding his being, as though shedding the restraints of humanity and returning at last to his primal nature. In the days of Planet Vegeta, most Saiyans disdained the Great Saiyan transformation, resorting to it only in direst extremity. Atosta, however, was different. For reasons unknown, even to himself, he found profound satisfaction in the transformation, choosing restraint only for practicality's sake. As the Great Saiyan, Atosta loomed over the land, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within him, one he had never experienced in any prior transformation. But with urgent experiments awaiting, he suppressed his unease and turned his focus to the task ahead. Closing his eyes, Atosta calmed his spirit and carefully recalled the visceral essence of ascending to Super Saiyan. His massive frame crouched low, then erupted with explosive force. A guttural cry tore from his throat. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. Ailish's expression turned cold and with a delicate shout, a powerful aura erupted from her, stirring up a fierce wind that swept around. Sun Wukong and Krillin also erupted with energy, and even Master Roshi flexed his muscles, tearing his clothes to protect Gohan and Bulma in front of him. Without the need for a detector's readings, Raditz determined from the aura alone that this female Saiyans combat power was above 10,000, which greatly surprised him. However, that was still far from enough. A smirk appeared at the corner of Raditz's mouth as he roared, unleashing all of his power. The raging wind it created stung the faces of those nearby, suppressing them solely with his imposing aura. Raditz pushed off the ground with his right leg, lunging toward Alisha, delivering a heavy punch aimed at her head. Alisha calmly faced Raditz's assault, stepping aside to evade his attack, and with a fierce swing of her right leg struck hard at Raditz's ribs. Raditz scoffed disdainfully, taking Alisha's hit without flinching. He tightly grasped her ankle, roaring in anger as he hurled her skyward. Just as Raditz prepared to unleash a series of energy blasts towards Alisha, Sun Wukong and Krillin had already closed in. Raditz coldly smirked and turned to deal with the two in front of him. In an instant, he appeared before Sun Wukong, landing a punch to his abdomen, causing Wukong to lose his fighting ability and collapse to the ground, clutching his stomach. As for Krillin, he was struck in the face by Raditz's tail and sent flying unconscious on the ground. At that moment, Alisha dove down from the sky, heading straight for Raditz. Raditz stood still, shooting several energy blasts toward Alisha. Frowning, Alisha dodged the attacks, but suddenly a dark figure appeared before her unexpectedly. Raditz stood upside down in the sky, flashing a slight smile at Alisha before delivering a powerful kick to her back, sending her body plummeting to the ground like a broken kite. Raditz landed on the ground and slowly walked toward the others. Master Roshi gritted his teeth and shouted at Raditz, "You scoundrel, what do you want?" Just as he was about to attack the approaching Raditz, everything suddenly went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. After dealing with Master Roshi, Raditz faced only Bulma, who was trembling in fear, and Gohan, who was clinging to Bulma's leg. And of course, there was also a large turtle withdrawing its head into its shell. Raditz approached Bulma, and Gohan coldly gazing at the two. A smirk crossed his lips as he suddenly reached out to grab Gohan by the back of his collar, lifting him up. Bulma, instinctively trying to grab Gohan, was knocked to the ground by Raditz's strength. Gohan cried out, struggling desperately in Raditz's grip, but he was clearly unable to escape the Saiyans' grasp. Holding Gohan as if he were a mere package, Raditz stood before the fallen Sun Wukong and declared loudly, "Kakarot, I am taking your son. If you do not want anything to happen to him, bring me the heads of 100 Earthlings by noon tomorrow." Raditz's tone suddenly softened. "As long as you join us, you will be one of us. We Saiyans would never harm our own allies. After all, he could be considered my nephew, and I do not wish for anything to happen to him. This is all up to you, Kakarot." Raditz glanced at Wukong, and then turned, taking Gohan into the sky as he left his final words, echoing, "Kakarot, remember noon tomorrow. If you make an irrational decision tomorrow, I will kill everyone on this planet." The giant ape Atosta closed his eyes, calming the emotions within him, and carefully recalling the feeling of transforming into a Super Saiyan. His body slightly hunched, he suddenly exerted all his strength, bursting forth from his chest as he shouted, "Ha!" Nothing happened. The giant ape Atosta bared his teeth and roared, unleashing all the power within him, creating a fierce wind that roared against the ground. But that was all. "Fine, let's try another approach," Atosta said, calmly relaxing his tense body and sitting down to rest while pondering the situation. After a long while, Atosta's body began to shrink, returning to his human form. Taking a gentle breath, Atosta stood straight and murmured, "This time, let's transform in this way." With a slight movement, his hair instantly transformed to gold, and golden energy erupted around his body. Atosta looked up at the artificial moon in the sky, his body gradually changing, accompanied by a mighty roar as he transformed once again into a Saiyan giant. The giant ape Atosta stood silently on the ground, clenching his fists in anger. "Why can't I still achieve it? What exactly went wrong?" Suppressing his displeasure, the giant ape Atosta closed his eyes, reminiscing about the feeling from just before the transformation. Just as he transformed into the giant ape, the unique power of the Super Saiyan within Atosta quickly dissipated, retreating deep within his body. When Atosta in giant ape form tried to draw upon that power belonging to the Super Saiyan, he found that the strength which usually responded to his command now felt like a stagnant pool of water, completely unresponsive to his will. Could it be that the power of the giant ape conflicts with the power of the Super Saiyan? How should Broly's state be explained then? The giant ape Atosta pondered, constantly calculating various possibilities. When in human form, the power of the Super Saiyan feels more active, readily available for transformation. However, once transformed into a giant ape, that power seems to lose its vitality, as if it cannot coexist. Could it be that Broly's super great ape form is unique to the legendary Super Saiyan? While that possibility cannot be ruled out, I still feel it is not that simple. There must be a method, and my intuition tells me that these two powers can coexist, as there is no reason for them to conflict. Atosta's thoughts calmed down, beginning to slowly search for the reasons behind his failed experiment. Perhaps it is an inadequacy in the quality and quantity of the Super Saiyan's power. To what extent is considered sufficient? Is it Super Saiyan 2 or Super Saiyan 3? No, although there is no evidence, I still feel that even if this is a factor, it cannot solely be due to this. There must be something deeper that I have not considered. With a loud bang, the giant ape Atosta sat on the ground, shaking the earth, and began to ponder deeply. Beast. Sun Wukong knelt on the ground, clenching his fists and striking the earth forcefully. Wukong. Bulma supported the staggering Arashira as they approached, helplessly calling out at the sight of Sun Wukong. Yes. Arashira spoke, her gaze sweeping over the unconscious Krillin and Master Roshi. Bulma nodded heavily, helping Arashira to slowly sit on the ground before turning to pull Master Roshi and Krillin into the house. Arashira sat quietly on the ground, recalling the moment when Raditz had easily defeated her, her fists tightening in frustration. I can't believe I'm so useless, it's infuriating. You all seem to have been beaten quite badly. A voice came, and Arashira looked up to see a green-skinned figure wrapped in a white bandage cloak. Although the person was looking at Sun Wukong on the ground, Arashira still felt annoyed by his words and coldly glared at him, saying, "Are you trying to imply that you're stronger than me? Let's see about that." Wait. Wukong slowly stood up and with a serious expression addressed the figure. "Piccolo, what are you doing here?" The green-skinned individual was none other than Piccolo the Demon, who had battled Wukong 5 years ago at the World's Martial Arts Tournament. Piccolo crossed his arms and replied to Wukong, "When I sensed that unfamiliar energy, I moved in this direction along its path." Looking down at his clenched fists, he said in a deep voice, "That kind of power is truly beyond imagination. Piccolo, you aren't just here to watch us make fools of ourselves, are you? What do you really want to say?" Sun Wukong rubbed his stomach with one hand, his gaze fixed on Piccolo. "To be honest, tomorrow at noon, I want to join you. With your personality, you certainly won't submit, Sun Wukong," Piccolo said with certainty. Noticing Wukong's confusion, Piccolo coldly stated, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to protect Earth or anything. We will always be enemies. It's just that the guy wants to kill everyone on Earth, which naturally includes me. I have to resist, and allying with you is unavoidable." Hearing Piccolo's words, Arashira, who was sitting aside, chuckled to herself. Characters like him facing Raditz would simply be fodder, no matter how many there were, yet he dared to act so arrogantly. However, Arashira's character prevented her from saying such things. Evening. In Master Rose's house, Arashira, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo were gathered together. Arashira examined the senzu bean in her hand and remarked, "This thing is truly miraculous. It can instantly heal injuries and restore energy. If only I had this back then, perhaps Asta would not have died." However, Arashira did not voice this thought. Now was not the time for such discussions. "What should we do tomorrow? It's already clear that we are no match for Raditz," Arashira said, glancing at the two beside her. "Damn it, I have no ability to resist in front of him." Even Gohan was taken by him. Wukong's expression darkened as he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Defeating Raditz will be very difficult." Piccolo, with his arms crossed, said with a serious expression. Arashira pondered and then spoke. "Wukong, I know you won't submit to Raditz, especially since he wants you to kill. I think it would be best if I go alone tomorrow." In the face of Raditz, now Piccolo and Wukong cannot be considered combatants at all. Arashira's expression became serious as she looked at Wukong and said, "Wukong, I will risk my life to stop Raditz. If anything happens to me, please use the Dragon Balls to wish for Asta's revival." Though Arashira's strength fell far short of Raditz's, she was confident she could take him down with her. Arashira had no particular feelings for Earth, but the Dragon Balls there were Asta's only hope for revival. The previous hint, Asta had not told Arashira about Namek, and Arashira had been living on a remote planet unaware of the legends of Namek, and she absolutely could not neglect Earth. Moreover, as long as she could kill Raditz, Arashira could also use the Dragon Balls for her own revival. In this regard, she trusted Wukong and the others' integrity. "No, Earth is our home. How can I leave it to you alone to bear? Although our strength is weak compared to you and Raditz, as an Earthling, I must protect my home with my own hands." Wukong stood up excitedly, rebutting Arashira. Beside him, Piccolo nodded in agreement, saying, "If you fail, we all die. It's better to take a risk. Perhaps victory or defeat is in our hands," Piccolo said with determination in his eyes. Wukong's demeanor reminded Arashira of her former self, and she ultimately agreed to let Wukong and Piccolo join the battle. For the battle tomorrow, each of them carried a senzu bean just in case. According to Sun Wukong, there used to be many senzu beans, but now it was unclear why their numbers had decreased to so few. Arashira felt quite regretful about this. A certain fat man in Krillin's room sneezed. As night deepened, a campfire flickered in the wilderness, the rising smoke blending into the night, becoming less noticeable. Raditz sat quietly in front of the campfire, holding a stick skewered with the wild game he had just hunted, rolling it over the flames. The meat Raditz was roasting smelled quite good, which was partly due to Atosta. Under certain conditions, Atosta was somewhat picky about food, and during the days they teamed up for missions, Raditz prepared all the food for Atosta. Over time, coupled with his desire to please Atosta, Raditz's cooking skills improved significantly. The meat rolled over the flames, dripping grease and emitting an enticing aroma. Gulp! Raditz looked up, seeing Gohan huddled on the other side of the fire, rubbing his stomach and staring blankly at the roasted meat in Raditz's hand, drooling slightly, but too afraid to say anything. Huh. Instinctively catching something that suddenly flew over, an enticing aroma wafted up. Gohan looked at the roasted meat in his hand in surprise, then raised his head and turned his gaze to Raditz, who was continuing to roast another skewer, his head lowered and seemingly ignoring him. Gohan swallowed, bringing the roasted meat to his lips and devouring it eagerly, making muffled sounds, as if praising the deliciousness of the roast. Raditz remained focused on roasting the meat, but in the firelight a subtle smile could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Atosta, the giant ape, sat on the ground, racking his mind over the enigma of the super gorilla. Until finding no answer, he resolved to set the matter aside for now and let his thoughts drift into calm. Then a peculiar sensation he'd felt during his initial transformation into a giant ape resurfaced in his memory. At the time, preoccupied with his research, he dismissed it, but now at leisure it returned with quiet insistence. Closing his eyes, Atosta stilled his mind and reached inward, searching for that elusive sensation. Gradually, an inexplicable tremor stirred within his heart, growing stronger, deeper, as if something were calling to him, a summons utterly foreign to his humanoid self. A flicker of hesitation crossed Atosta's face. Then, jaw clenched, he rose and strode purposefully toward the source of the pull, each heavy step shaking the earth with thunderous resonance. The following morning. So, you've chosen not to comply with my orders. Raditz sneered, his glacial gaze sweeping over the three who had just arrived. Erishira stood before Raditz alongside Son Goku, and Piccolo, clad in her battle suit, her expression taut with grim resolve. Gohan, imprisoned inside Raditz's solitary spherical spacecraft, watched helplessly through its transparent viewport, silently urging his father onward. Since you've chosen death, Raditz rose, his aura erupting with overwhelming intensity, his eyes blazing with unmasked bloodlust. I'll slaughter every last soul on Earth after I erase you. Erishira and the others assumed battle stances. Yet before they could react, Raditz vanished from sight, surging forward at blinding speed. Neither Goku nor Piccolo could track his movement. Only Erishira sensed the danger and cried out, "Watch out." Too late. A piercing scream tore through the air. Piccolo, standing at the edge, was already seized by Raditz's iron grip, his left arm wrenched into a grotesque, unnatural angle. Raditz's expression remained impassive. With a subtle twist of his wrist, he ripped Piccolo's left arm clean off, then delivered a crushing kick, sending Piccolo crashing unconscious to the ground. Goku recoiled in shock, shouting, "Piccolo!" rushing to his side to assess his injuries while bracing for Raditz's next assault. Raditz ignored Goku entirely, fixing his cold stare upon Erishira. "You're next." Erishira gritted her teeth, meeting his gaze without flinching. To Raditz, these fighters posed no real threat. The gulf between their powers was simply too vast. He intended to leave his younger brother Kakarot for last. Not only did he have words for him, but he wished to avoid confronting him until absolutely necessary. His eyes locked onto Erishira. With a powerful thrust of his left foot against the earth, he launched himself toward her like a meteor. Erishira pushed off the ground in kind, twisting midair to evade. Then landing, she surged forward instead of retreating, closing the distance at even greater speed. Caught off guard, Raditz raised his arm to block, only for Erishira to slip past his guard and deliver a devastating kick to his back. Erishira pressed her advantage, but Raditz recovered instantly, intercepting her strike and shoving her forward. She yielded to his momentum, landing lightly and gracefully upon the earth. Raditz cracked his neck, a chilling smirk spreading across his lips. Not bad. Time to get serious. And with that, he blurred forward, faster than before. Erishira spread her palms wide and unleashed several energy blasts. Raditz darted aside from most, but charged straight through the final one, closing the gap in an instant and driving a thunderous fist down upon her head. Erishira crossed her arms to block, yet the sheer force hurled her backward, her boots carving deep furrows into the ground. Raditz gave her no respite. He lunged forward and struck again, this time hammering her crossed arms with such ferocity that she soared backward, helpless in flight. Raditz extended his right arm, aimed squarely at Erishira, and roared, "Die!" A colossal energy wave erupted from his palm, surging toward her just as she regained her footing. No, the thought flashed through Erishira's mind. Dodging was impossible now. Her only recourse counterattack. She gritted her teeth, instinctively drawing her right hand behind her, then snapped it forward with explosive speed. A searing crimson energy wave burst forth, hurtling to meet Raditz' own. Raditz froze in disbelief, eyes wide, voice cracking with shock. That technique is infinite counter cannon. The move Arashira had unleashed in desperation was none other than Atosta's ultimate technique, the infinite counter cannon. Over the years spent together, training had occupied a significant portion of Atosta and Arashira's time. Even though their power levels rendered joint practice impractical, they frequently exchanged insights and techniques. Arashira taught Atosta the refined application of ki. In turn, Atosta shared hard-won combat expertise and even entrusted her with his signature technique, the infinite counter cannon. Raditz halted mid-motion, leaping sideways to evade the blast. His face paled with sudden doubt as he shouted urgently, "Woman, where did you learn that technique?" "My husband Atosta taught it to me," Arashira replied, wiping a trace of blood from her lip, unflinching in her gaze. "Raditz, I've heard Atosta speak of you before. You serve Prince Vegeta, don't you?" "Husband?" Raditz frowned. When had Atosta married? Yet the infinite counter cannon was a technique uniquely tied to Atosta. Its complexity made it virtually impossible to replicate, even for a genius like Vegeta. Could this woman truly be Atosta's wife? At that thought, a chill ran down Raditz's spine, and Atosta's imposing visage rose unbidden in his mind. What would happen if Atosta learned he'd struck his wife? Atosta? Would he kill me? Raditz whispered, his voice trembling faintly. Of course Raditz knew, at least intellectually, that even if this Saiyan woman truly were Atosta's wife, Atosta would not execute him. Though Atosta possessed the Saiyan's characteristic ruthlessness, he retained deep loyalty and warmth toward comrades. Such a killing would never cross his line. At worst, he might endure a brutal beating. A brutal beating. Just imagining it sent shivers through Raditz's core. Taking a deep breath, Raditz forced his fear down. What mattered now wasn't how Atosta might punish him, but where Atosta was. With an awkward, nervous chuckle, Raditz approached Arashira and asked, feigning nonchalance, "So, where is Atosta now, eh?" Arashira's expression hardened. After a long, heavy silence, she spoke slowly, "Atosta is dead." Silence. Atosta has died. Raditz's first reaction was disbelief. In Raditz's impression, Atosta was an invincible powerhouse. How could anyone possibly kill him? However, seeing the expression on Arashira's face, Raditz began to believe her words and asked with a dry voice, holding onto a glimmer of hope, "Atosta really is dead?" He received a firm answer from Arashira. "How did he die, eh?" Raditz asked eagerly. Arashira fell into memories of that time, her tone tinged with sadness as she briefly recounted the events to Raditz. At the same time, Arashira felt some confusion. Raditz did not appear to be faking his sorrow, and it seemed he had a close relationship with Atosta, which contradicted what Atosta had previously said. Arashira, with her doubts, asked Raditz, "Raditz, what was your relationship with Atosta back then?" Raditz was still immersed in Arashira's previous words. He wanted to ask about the Super Saiyan and the legendary Super Saiyan concepts beyond his imagination. However, now that Arashira was asking him a question, he answered honestly, "We were a pretty good team, rarely hiding anything from each other." At this point, Raditz subconsciously glanced at Arashira. Reflecting on the past, Raditz continued, "Atosta and I formed a duo for several years. He helped me a lot. Without his care, I would have died countless times by now. Later, he left Frieza's command, and we helped him stay hidden. He has been planting divine trees for everyone in the universe. Without his divine tree fruits, our strength would not have increased so much." After hearing Raditz's words, Arashira had developed some trust in him. Indeed, the divine tree was planted by Atosta along with other deceptive words. Arashira decided she would have to tell Atosta something when he was revived. However, there were still some matters to address. Arashira said seriously to Raditz, "Raditz, what do you want to do now? Do you still want to force Goku to come with you?" Raditz shook his head, feeling uninterested. "No, I don't have the mood for that right now. Kakarot can stay on Earth. I need to go back and tell Vegeta and Nappa about this. I never expected that the last time I saw Atosta would be a farewell." Raditz clutched his hair with one hand, looking somewhat dejected. "It's okay, Atosta will be revived after a year. Don't be too sad." Goku, who had appeared next to them at some point, spoke up, his smile bright. After Raditz abandoned his original plan, Goku dropped his hostility towards him. Upon hearing Goku's words, both Raditz and Arashira were startled. Raditz looked at Goku in surprise and asked suspiciously, "Kakarot, are you saying Atosta can be revived?" Arashira gritted her teeth, secretly on guard. Although she had already begun to believe in Raditz's relationship with Atosta, she wasn't sure if Raditz would act out of greed regarding the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls were Atosta's only hope of revival, and Arashira wouldn't allow anyone to have designs on them. Fortunately, the situation she feared did not occur. After Raditz asked about the Dragon Balls, although he showed a hint of interest, he did not take any further action, Instead, he felt happy about Autostar's potential revival. This also relieved Erihira. So Autostar can be revived after a year. Raditz's previous dejection vanished, his face lighting up with excitement. Yes, Erihira nodded. Raditz's face broke into a smile as he moved swiftly to his spaceship, took Gohan out from inside, and flew back holding him. Kakarot, this is your son, Raditz said, handing Gohan to Goku. He is a child with Saiyan blood, take good care of him. Goku nodded and smiled, hugging Gohan and ruffling his hair. Gohan happily embraced his father and laughed joyfully. As things progressed to this point, the group set aside their previous grievances and the atmosphere became cordial. Piccolo had already woken up, standing off to the side with a stern expression, not joining the group. Being knocked down by Raditz this time made him crave strength even more. Raditz asked Erihira about the Super Saiyan and the legendary Super Saiyan. Erihira simply recounted the events briefly as she didn't fully understand them either. Raditz then asked Erihira more questions regarding Autostar, and only then did he realize that Erihira was the powerful figure from Planet Eris years ago, marveling at how deeply Autostar had hidden himself. Goku briefly shared his experiences on Earth. Raditz sighed, saying, if you hadn't hit your head back then, Earth would probably be a different place now. Erihira and Goku were somewhat interested in Raditz's tales, and Raditz shared some of the less bloody and evil events from the past few years. Through Raditz's narrative, Erihira gained a deeper understanding of Autostar, while Goku reflected on the numerous strong beings in the universe, deciding to train harder. I'm leaving now, I need to report this to Vegeta and the others. A year later, he'll come to Earth to welcome Autostar back. After chatting for a while, Raditz expressed his intention to leave. Erihira and Goku smiled and bid farewell to Raditz. Raditz boarded his spherical spaceship, closed the hatch, and the ship slowly ascended. Gohan ran forward a few steps, waved at Raditz inside the ship, and called out goodbye. Raditz smiled at Gohan, waving back. Gohan, goodbye. The spaceship suddenly accelerated, turning into a dot and vanishing into the sky. Erihira sighed in relief as she looked at the sky, smiling as she remarked, I never expected this crisis would be resolved so easily. Goku, you now have another brother, she said, turning her gaze to Goku. Goku smiled and replied, yes, although he has done many bad things in the past, he is not a bad person after all. And Gohan seems to really like him. Goku chuckled, ruffling Gohan's hair. Just then Goku's expression suddenly froze, and he looked up at the sky, asking loudly, Mr. Bobo, what are you doing here? Wukong the god requests you to visit the temple now. Oh, he has something to discuss with you. Mr. Bobo, who had just arrived, floated in midair, speaking to Wukong with his ever-expressionless poker face. The god is looking for me. Son. Wukong's face revealed a hint of confusion as he nodded, saying, all right, I understand, I will go right away. Wukong turned his head to entrust Gohan to Erishira before leaving with Mr. Bobo. Erishira held Gohan in her arms and gently said, Gohan, let's return to Kame House for now. Your father will come to pick you up once he is done. Gohan obediently nodded. Hey, over there. Erishira turned to call out to Piccolo, I'll take Gohan and leave first. Goodbye. Piccolo simply looked at Erishira without responding. Knowing Piccolo's personality from their previous interactions, Erishira ignored him and flew away with Gohan towards Kame House. After returning to Kame House, Bulma and Master Roshi rushed over to surround Erishira, inquiring about the events of the day. Erishira casually knocked the lecherous Master Roshi aside and began recounting the strange and twisted events of the day, causing Bulma to react as if she were listening to a story. By the way, Erishira. Bulma poked Erishira with her finger, whispering in her ear with a hint of excitement, what do you think of that Raditz? Is he handsome? As she spoke, stars seemed to sparkle in Bulma's eyes. I didn't notice. Hearing Bulma's words, Erishira couldn't help but twitch her lips. After spending a few days with Bulma, she felt she couldn't comprehend Bulma's thoughts at times. Bulma, aware of Erishira's personality, didn't press further and instead fell into her own fantasies, her eyes glimmering with a strange light, tall, handsome, and powerful. Seeing Bulma lost in her daydreams, Erishira quietly left the room and went outside to play with Gohan. Erishira realized that she quite liked children, so perhaps she should. A thought crossed her mind and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on the Nimbus cloud, reflecting on what had just transpired in the temple. With Erishira and Raditz, two powerful beings from the universe, arriving on Earth, their strength far surpassed that of Earth's strongest son. Wukong felt a sense of concern. Perhaps Earth has already caught the attention of those with malicious intents. Reflecting on the words of the godson, Wukong agreed with the sentiment. Currently, the strongest ally on Earth was Erishira, but she was not a native of Earth, nor was she exceptionally powerful. Her current strength was far from enough to protect the planet. The King Kai, huh? Wukong thought, scratching his head. If that King Kai can really make me stronger, as the god said, then going there to train might be a good choice. And then there's Gohan. That kid has even greater potential than I do. If he can also become a qualified warrior. With this thought, Wukong made a decision in his heart. Wukong, what did you say? Arashira looked at Wukong in surprise. Yes, I want Piccolo to be Gohan's teacher. Wukong nodded seriously. But Gohan is just a child. Can he bear such a heavy burden? Arashira couldn't bear to let such a small child fight, and despite being an outsider, she still tried to persuade Wukong. However, Wukong had made his decision. Seeing that her persuasion was ineffective, Arashira suggested, isn't it too risky to let someone like Piccolo teach Gohan? Why not let me be Gohan's teacher instead? Wukong looked at Arashira and said, the god told me that if we decide to let Gohan participate in the battle, it would be best to have Piccolo teach him. Only someone as strict as him can quickly turn Gohan into a qualified warrior. If you teach Gohan, perhaps before long Shishi will take Gohan away. Wukong understood his wife well. Seeing Wukong's firm attitude, Arashira said nothing more and looked compassionately at Gohan, who was still outside playing with Bulma. Thus son Wukong sent Gohan to Piccolo, who was also quite surprised by this. Although Gohan cried terribly, Wukong still left with a heavy heart. Gohan's tragic life began from that moment. After Piccolo discovered Gohan's talent, he trained him even more rigorously, and their relationship gradually grew closer without either of them realizing. After sending Gohan away, Wukong, due to Chi-Chi, didn't dare return home, instead directly crossing over to the underworld with the god and stepping onto Snake Way. Having witnessed Raditz's formidable power, Wukong specifically had the god provide him with a set of exceptionally heavy clothing equivalent to double his body weight. The god gathered the warriors of Earth for training in the temple, including Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, and Kairatsu. The four of them were undergoing rigorous training in the other world, their strength increasing day by day. Arashira was also training in Bulma's gravity chamber, as training had become a part of her daily life. Now they awaited the day in a year when Atosta could be revived. It should be around here. The response is strongest in this area. But why can't I find it after searching for so long? The giant ape form of Atosta roared, slamming the ground furiously. After searching for quite some time, the source of that feeling was right in front of him, yet he couldn't locate it, which left Atosta feeling quite frustrated. It seems that since I died, I really haven't achieved anything. The only progress I've made is fully mastering the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Sitting down heavily, Atosta felt an indescribable sense of loss and self-deprecatingly laughed, saying, it seems I really am not the protagonist. I thought I could obtain some sort of golden finger, but it turns out it was all for nothing. Haha. After a long while, Atosta gradually calmed his emotions and sighed, saying, I might as well train, although it doesn't yield much effect, it's better than doing nothing. Time quietly flowed by, and nearly a year had passed in the blink of an eye. At night, Arashira opened a well-preserved box, revealing 7 grayish-white spherical stones lying quietly inside. In a few days, the Dragon Balls can be used again, and Atosta can finally be revived. Arashira's eyes reddened slightly as she spoke, her tone revealing an uncontainable joy. Meanwhile, in the universe, 2 streaks of light raced towards Earth. Raditz, do you think Atosta has been revived yet? Naba asked Raditz on another spaceship through the communication device. Raditz confidently replied, I've calculated it. Atosta should be revived in a few days. We'll reach Earth in the fastest time possible, in just one more day in time to welcome Atosta. Naba's face lit up with excitement, saying, that guy Atosta, I didn't expect him to die so quietly. When he's alive, I must teach him a lesson. Raditz responded with a dry laugh. According to Vegeta, once Atosta is revived, we will assist him in establishing a base on Earth so that we can take control of the planet. This way we can make a wish every year. We can achieve immortality. Ha! At this point, Naba couldn't help but laugh heartily, and Raditz also laughed genuinely. It's a pity that Vegeta was called away by Frieza at the last minute, saying it was an urgent mission. Who knows what that guy Frieza is trying to pull? Naba, that's not important. What matters is that the universe will belong to us Saiyans from now on. Their raucous laughter echoed, but would things unfold as they hoped? In the universe closer to Earth, a massive spaceship was heading towards the planet. A strangely looking person knelt on the ground, surrounded by several individuals of different appearances, while a dark figure sat casually on the highest chair. The kneeling person respectfully addressed the shadow above, saying, my lord, we will arrive at this planet called Earth in a few hours. After testing, Earth fully meets our requirements. Earth, huh? The shadow's voice was somewhat deep as it casually reached out to grab something nearby, stuffing it into its mouth and chewing vigorously before swallowing slowly. Prepare for landing. Earth. This unfamiliar malevolent aura. Arisela sensed something. She soared from the window and landed in Bulma's courtyard, gazing up at the sky with furrowed brows, her heart stirring with unease. Not a Saiyan. Then who could it be? Why now, just days before Atosta's resurrection? I pray nothing else interferes. No matter who they are, none shall disturb Atosta's rebirth. Arisela clenched her lips, her gaze hardening with unwavering resolve. Atop the divine temple, the god stared grimly into the heavens, cold sweat glistening on his brow. Such overwhelming foreboding. Could a formidable foe already be approaching? I must alert Goku immediately. He turned sharply to the man beside him and urged urgently, Bobo, go summon those undergoing trials. He hurriedly contacted the Kaioshin. Meanwhile, on the other side of Earth, Piccolo and Gohan trained beside a clear spring. Suddenly, Piccolo froze. His instincts flared. With effortless precision, he deflected Gohan's strike and declared gravely, Gohan, enemies have arrived. Gohan's eyes widened in shock. Outer space above Earth. Lord Frieza, all forces stand ready for planetary descent, and the global smokescreen system is fully deployed. A diminutive figure knelt before the towering regal silhouette seated upon the throne, Lord Frieza. Frieza was a legendary tyrant across the cosmos. Unvanquished for millennia, his name alone evoking dread. Though he commanded few elite subordinates, his own power was terrifyingly supreme. A sovereign whose dominion spanned star systems and who wielded the forbidden art of planetary engineering, reshaping worlds into mobile fortresses. Frieza sat motionless upon his throne, his voice calm and detached. Kishu, how many days to transform Earth? Kishu, the diminutive scientist kneeling below, bore that name. Kishu bowed deeply and replied, My Lord Frieza, the reconnaissance probes confirm 13 days are required to complete Earth's transformation. 13 days? Are you jesting? Before Frieza could speak, one of his underlings stepped forward, voice laced with contempt. He strode toward Kishu and demanded, Are you mocking us, Kishu? You will expedite this, by any means necessary. Pausing, he lowered his voice. Lord Frieza's years weigh upon him. He must act swiftly. His words trailed off, eyes widening in horror, as he realized what he had just uttered. To speak of Frieza's age was a death sentence. He had no time to repent. In the next breath, a searing energy beam pierced his chest. He collapsed, writhing in silent agony. Frieza withdrew his finger as if brushing away dust, his tone unchanged. Kishu, how many days to transform Earth? Kishu glanced at the corpse slumped beside him, then bowed lower still. My Lord Frieza, 10 days. Under Frieza's glacial stare, Kishu dropped his head further. My lord, if we adjust Earth's axial tilt slightly, I guarantee completion within 7 days. Frieza gave a quiet, non-committal hum, then scooped a handful of beans into his mouth and chewed deliberately. Kishu exhaled in trembling relief and retreated silently. Live broadcast. This is XX Television reporter XX reporting from West City Center. Minutes ago, an unidentified flying object, believed to be an extraterrestrial spacecraft, descended into the city center. It remains motionless. Crowds have gathered en masse around the site. XX Television will continue live coverage. The blonde reporter spoke rapidly into the camera, surrounded by a sea of jostling spectators. Thousands crammed tightly, straining to glimpse alien life. Arisala scanned the crowd with narrowed eyes, then grasped Bulma's arm. Bulma, we must evacuate these people. Our adversaries are no fools, and certainly no friends. Bulma sighed helplessly. I'm afraid there's little I can do in a crisis like this. At that moment, the nearby spacecraft stirred. The hatch hissed open with a sharp metallic screech. Rows of soldiers clad head-to-toe in gleaming white armor marched forth and launched immediate, indiscriminate assaults upon the onlookers. Damn it! Arisala erupted into motion. Leaping skyward, she hovered midair and unleashed a barrage of radiant energy beams toward the enemy ranks. Explosions roared. Most foes in that sector were obliterated, corpses plummeting lifelessly to the ground. Arisala landed lightly and shouted to the surrounding crowd, Run! This place will become a battlefield. Her warning ignited fresh panic among those already reeling from the assault. The crowd surged chaotically, screams, sobs, and curses erupting in deafening waves. Fortunately, Tien Shinhan and his companions arrived just then, calmly organizing evacuation. With their aid, catastrophe seemed averted. Yet Arisala remained rooted in place, still watchful, waiting. She knew the true adversary was about to appear. In an instant, her gaze sharpened. 3 black silhouettes streaked across the air and took positions around her, forming a perfect triangle. Arisala did not flinch. Her expression remained serene, her eyes calmly meeting those of the intruders. These 3 were Frieza's most trusted lieutenants: Dota, the hulking warrior with leathery bat-like wings; Angora, the gaunt pallid figure and big eyes, the diminutive being with enormous lidless orbs. Earthlings who resist Lord Frieza pay in blood. Angora twisted his neck with a chilling grin. Dota and Big Eyes cackled in eerie unison. Frieza, Arisala murmured the name softly. So, this was the true threat. As for these 3, stand down. A deep, resonant voice cut through the air. Yes, my lord. Instantly, the trio retreated, halting at a respectful distance. Arisala's pupils contracted. Her eyes locked onto the towering figure emerging from the shadows, and her heart sank. Such overwhelming pressure. Is this Frieza? Compared to him, even Raditz seemed harmless. I confess, I did not expect to encounter a Saiyan on Earth. Unexpected. Frieza's gaze swept over the prehensile tail coiled at Erisila's waist. His tone remained icy detached. We've arrived. A cool, measured voice rang out, white cape billowing in the wind, as two figures descended, one tall, one small. Piccolo and Gohan had entered the battlefield. A gust of displaced air heralded their arrival. Several more figures landed in swift succession, each locking their gaze upon Frieza, muscles taut, senses razor-sharp. Tien Shinhan, Krillin Yamcha, and Kairatsu had joined the fray. Across the void, two meteoric streaks blazed toward Earth. The sky, which should have been clear and bright, was strangely darkening, as if enveloped by a vast shroud of smoke hiding the sun's radiance behind its veil. Although surrounded by numerous warriors, Shigula paid them no heed, focusing his gaze solely on Piccolo, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. How rare indeed. Shigula suddenly uttered a baffling statement, creating a subtle shift in the atmosphere, causing the Earth warriors to tense up even more. Shigula scanned the crowd before his gaze suddenly locked onto Bulma, who was hiding not far away, revealing a hint of eager anticipation as he said, "Let me see if you know that." Before his words fell, Shigula's entire figure vanished, and in the next moment, he suddenly appeared right before Bulma. The warriors gasped in shock and quickly turned to look at Bulma. Bulma was startled by the sudden appearance of the figure, instinctively recoiling back and fearfully exclaiming, "What do you want?" Seeing this, Erishira shouted, "Bulma," and promptly dashed towards her direction. "Don't interfere." Shigula's deep voice resonated, gathering a powerful wave of energy in his hand, and in the next moment Erishira was struck by the energy wave and sent flying. "Stop them." Shigula issued his calm command as Piccolo and Tianjin Fan found themselves blocked by three of Shigula's subordinates, unable to rush to Bulma's aid. Shigula turned his gaze towards Bulma, who was terrified and seated on the ground, extending his right hand to draw her closer, his palm hovering over the struggling back of her head. As Shigula acted, Bulma's eyes lost their luster, her hands that were resisting fell limply to her sides. "So this is how it is, eh?" Shigula marveled, his face displaying unreserved ecstasy. "The vague impressions in my mind are real. Dragon Balls truly exist." Having harbored doubts since the moment he first saw Piccolo, Shigula had just used his special ability to read Bulma's memories and discovered the existence of Dragon Balls on Earth, which was undoubtedly monumental news for Shigula, who was already in his twilight years. "Is it over there?" Releasing Bulma's body to slide to the ground, Shigula lifted his head and gazed off into the distance. From Bulma's memories, he learned that all 7 Dragon Balls on Earth were stored in that very location. Shigula grinned widely, his body soaring into the sky towards Bulma's home. Not good. Erishira, who had just swallowed a senzu bean, instantly deduced Shigula's intentions upon seeing his direction of movement, angrily exclaiming, "Don't even think about it." With a powerful aura erupting from her entire being, she dashed at full speed towards Shigula. Dragon Balls. Piccolo also realized this and attempted to take flight after him, but was blocked by a sudden energy wave. Piccolo's gaze hardened as he turned to see Duda, the strong-bodied figure with wings, slowly retracting his smoking hand. With a cold snort, Duda boldly glared back at Piccolo, gruffly stating, "Your opponent is here." Haha. Piccolo's gaze sharpened, a cold smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "If you have the guts, come at me." "Is this the Dragon Ball?" Shigula carefully cradled a box within which lay 7 round grayish-white orbs. Fixated on the Dragon Balls, Shigula couldn't help but break into a hearty laugh. "In just a few days I can regain my youth, ha ha ha." With a sudden whoosh, a graceful figure appeared in the sky. Erishira had arrived. Looking down at the scene below, Erishira tightened her fists, her teeth grinding together, her eyes blazing with deep fury. What should have been Bulma's home was now in ruins. More than half of the courtyard had been completely overturned, and the wet earth mixed violently with shattered concrete and would resembling a post-war wasteland. The only consolation was that Bulma's parents' house had not suffered significant damage and appeared to be safe. Erishira's breath quickened as she glared at Shigula standing below, squeezing out a few words filled with boundless rage, "Shigula." Shigula cautiously stored the box containing the Dragon Balls, looking up at Erishira floating in the sky with a calm expression, saying, "So you're not dead after all." That scoundrel Duda, knowing full well our strengths aren't suited for group battles, left us with such a large number of enemies. Angola frowned, casting a glance at the Earth warriors before speaking to his companion with Big Eyes. "It doesn't matter after all." Big Eyes curled up his body, a cruel glint in his eyes as he chuckled sinisterly. "They're just a bunch of small fry." The Earth warriors frowned upon hearing this, their gazes turning unfriendly towards the two. Lepin revealed a cold smirk, stepping forward. "Oh, really? Then let me show you the strength of the small fry you speak of." The other Earth warriors silently supported Lepin's move. "Hiya." Lepin raised his palm, an orb of energy appearing in his hand. He glanced at Big Eyes, and with a swift flick of his arm the energy orb shot towards him at high speed. What a pathetic move. Big Eyes tilted his body, slightly, effortlessly dodging Lepin's attack, unable to resist mocking him. However, Lepin wore a smile, his gaze sharpening as he extended 2 fingers from each hand, proclaiming loudly, "Let me show you my chi ball." Just as his words fell, he suddenly yanked his right hand back sharply. Big Eyes, watching Lepin's movements like a monkey show, suddenly sensed a gust of wind from behind, instinctively dodging to the side, as an energy orb whizzed past the spot his head had just occupied, sending a chill down his scalp. That was close. Big Eyes swallowed hard, his mouth twitching as he turned to face Lepin, a fierce expression on his face. "How's that?" Lepin grinned with delight, shouting, "It's not over yet." His hands quickly crossed, changing gestures, and the trajectory of the chi ball shifted at will with his fingers. Big Eyes concentrated all his attention, constantly dodging Lepin's chi ball attacks, moving with remarkable agility. Although it looked a bit awkward, he had never been hit even once. "This won't do." Tianjin Fan frowned as he watched the ongoing battle. Though Lepin seems to have the upper hand now, the opponent clearly has more power to spare. The onlookers knew well. Except for Gohan, everyone present understood the predicament Lepin faced. After all, the opponent's strength was significantly greater than Lepin's, and winning wouldn't be that simple. The battle below continued. Big Eyes kept dodging Lepin's chi balls, while Lepin began to feel fatigue from maintaining the chi ball's operation. "I've completely figured it out." Big Eyes thought to himself while dodging At that moment, a gap appeared in the trajectory of the chi balls, and his eyes widened with a grin as he lunged forward in a curved arc, directly attacking Lepin, who was busy controlling the chi balls. Seeing Big Eyes charging right at him, Lepin revealed a knowing smile, making a subtle gesture with his fingers, causing the chi ball to silently return and strike towards the back of Big Eyes' head. Big Eyes seemed oblivious to the danger, having reached Lepin's front fist raised high, as if to deliver a powerful blow. Just as Lepin felt victory was within his grasp, Big Eyes suddenly vanished from sight, startling Lepin, who felt something sticky attached to his face. In his moment of panic, as he tried to peel the strange substance off his face, he suddenly heard Krillin's urgent voice calling out, "Watch out." Before Lepin could react, a tremendous force struck his abdomen, sending his entire body flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Lepin lay on the ground, still bewildered about what had just happened, when suddenly a tearing pain shot through his forehead, causing him to lose consciousness entirely. "Yu Ping is dead." Tian Shinhan and the others could not believe their eyes. A comrade who had just fought beside them now lay before them, a cold, lifeless corpse, shattering all sense of reality. Yet reason forced them to accept the unbearable truth: Yu Ping was truly gone. Moments earlier, as Yu Ping launched his energy sphere toward the Baijid man, the latter abruptly dropped to the ground. From his shoulder emerged a strange, autonomous entity, alive in its motion, that lunged onto Yu Ping's face, blinding him completely. Deprived of Yu Ping's control, the energy sphere continued its trajectory unaltered, striking him squarely in the abdomen and inflicting grievous injury. Seizing the opening, the Baijid man unleashed a searing energy wave that pierced straight through Yu Ping's forehead, reducing his skull to ruin. Thus Yu Ping met his end. "Yu Ping." Krillin rushed to his side, hands trembling as they touched the fallen warrior's still form. "Yu Ping." "Humph." Outside the battlefield, Angal extended a finger and counted aloud, pointing mockingly at each earthling. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 remain. One by one. Soon all will be erased, the Baijid man cackled, echoing Angal's cruel mirth. The Netherworld. The Serpent Path. A lone figure streaked forward, trailing afterimages in his wake. "I never imagined enemies would actually invade Earth." Sun Wukong planted his right foot on the ground, and in an instant propelled himself far ahead. His left foot struck the earth, launching him once more. Faster, faster still. His gaze remained locked on the path ahead. "Please, let them all be safe." "Damn it." Krillin roared in fury, clasping his hands together to unleash a colossal energy blast aimed directly at the Baijid man standing nearby. The Baijid man merely leapt backward, effortlessly evading the assault. Unfazed, Krillin pivoted his palms midair. The energy wave veered sharply, pursuing its target anew. "Oomph." A contemptuous snort escaped the Baijid man as he thrust out a hand, releasing a counterwave that deflected Krillin's blast aside. They stood frozen, Krillin glaring with burning intensity. In silence, Angal thought, time to take the initiative. Without warning, he crouched low, sinking both hands into the earth. Instantly, 2 serpentine ridges erupted from the ground, slithering swiftly toward Krillin's position. Krillin sensed danger, immediately leaping skyward, feet drawn tightly together. The moment he left the ground, the spot where he'd stood detonated violently. 2 elongated tendrils shot forth, locking tightly around his ankles. "No!" Krillin's heart lurched in alarm. "Baijid man!" Angal shouted. With a grotesque grin, the Vegeta man coiled his body inward, his shoulder muscles twisting, swelling unnaturally high. With a guttural roar, those bulging muscles tore free, transforming midair into several sentient writhing entities that darted toward Krillin's face and shoulders, jaws wide, biting down with ravenous hunger. Ahawk! Krillin screamed in agony, crashing heavily to the ground. Cursed wretches! Tien Shinhan's eyes narrowed. His stance shifted instantly as he charged. Angal crouched low on the ground. Kaiatsu and Gohan followed his silent command, surging toward the Vegeta man. Angal vaulted into the air, dodging Tien's strike. His impossibly elongated arms burst horizontally through the earth, then retracted with terrifying speed, snapping back into place. He executed a flawless aerial somersault before landing firmly, then grumbled aloud, "This is precisely why I loathe fighting groups." Confronted by Gohan and Kairatsu's coordinated assault, the Vegeta man leapt backward into the air, whistled sharply, and recalled his creatures from Krillin's body. Landing beside Angal, he stood shoulder to shoulder with his ally. Tien Shinhan watched them warily, then hurried to Krillin's side. "Krillin, how are you holding up?" Gohan and Kaiatsu gathered close. Cough, cough. Krillin rasped weakly. "I'm alive, but utterly drained. Whatever those things were, they siphoned my strength. Beware." Tien nodded gravely. "So that's how it works." "Understood. Pity we arrived too late." The Karen Tower had already run out of Senza beans. While Tien and the others tended to Krillin, Angal and the Vegeta man conferred quietly on tactics. "Vegeta man, target the three-eyed one first," Angal instructed. "Understood," the Vegeta man replied, a chilling smile playing across his lips. "Once he falls, the two brats pose no threat whatsoever." Angal raised his voice, calling across the field, "Have you decided how you'll die? Or have you already lost your nerve?" Tien glanced briefly at Angal and the Vegeta man, then turned whispering urgently to Katsu and Gohan. "Katsu, go on. Follow the plan I outlined moments ago." "Yes, brother Tien," Kaiatsu affirmed solemnly. Gohan swallowed hard, nodding. "Yes." As both sides rose, poised to resume battle, they simultaneously lifted their gazes skyward. A smirk flickered across Angal's face, Tien's brow furrowed in deepening dread. From the heavens descended a towering silhouette, settling gracefully between the two factions. "So," Gohan stared up, voice tight with anxiety, "where's Lady Ericerilla?" Cell idly tapped the small box in his palm. "That's Saiyan woman. Whether she lives or perishes, I neither know nor care. Find out for yourself if you dare." He tucked the box away and fixed his gaze upon Angal and the Vegeta man. "Defeat them, then lead your forces in conquering Earth. And while you're at it, see whether Dodorius still breathes." "Yes, sir." Both warriors knelt, heads bowed in submission. Cell uttered no further word, rising silently into the air and gliding toward his waiting vessel. Having unexpectedly acquired the Dragon Ball, Cell had long since lost interest in this childish skirmish. His mind raced, not with battle strategy, but with visions of restored youth, of power reborn, of glory reclaimed. Watching Cell vanish into the distance, the Vegeta man turned, grinning wickedly at Tien and his allies. "Earthlings, come forth and meet your doom." Not far from the battlefield, the land lay shattered, ruined walls and rubble strewn across the wasteland as though scoured by countless explosions. Piccolo lay motionless amid the ruins, eyes half-lidded, breath shallow and faint. His severed arm lay limp beyond regeneration. He was spent, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Nearby, a headless corpse rested in eerie stillness, its violet blood dripping steadily onto the cracked earth. "I have won." The thought drifted through his fading consciousness. His eyelids grew heavier, until darkness claimed him entirely. "Hurry up, faster." On the snake path, Sun Wukong urged himself continuously, his feet daring not to pause as he sprinted forward. He had maintained this speed for a long time, and if it weren't for the significant improvement in his strength from training with the King of the Realm, he would have long since collapsed. "Wait, what is that?" As Wukong ran wildly, he suddenly saw a glimmer ahead. The exit of the snake path was now visible to the naked eye. Wukong's spirit lifted, and he burst forth with even greater speed. Just as he leaped out of the snake path, he heard a familiar voice calling to him, "Wukong, over here. Come quickly." Sun Wukong saw that the deity had arrived, and he hurriedly grabbed the deity's hand. In an instant, their figures vanished, leaving only Yama, who was still marveling. Sun Wukong and the deity suddenly appeared atop the temple on Earth. After greeting the deity, Wukong flew down from the temple without pause. Wukong was already aware of the events that had transpired, and now all he needed to do was reach the battlefield as quickly as possible. Wukong's figure plummeted rapidly, passing by the Kalinta below the temple, where the cat sage tossed over something he had prepared, shouting, "Hey, Wukong, here are the last 2 fairy beans." "Thanks." Wukong kept moving, directly consuming one of the beans after catching it, riding the summoned Nimbus cloud straight towards the battlefield. Watching Wukong's departing figure, the cat sage murmured, "Wukong, you must do your best." A gentle breeze blew, stirring up the dust that had settled on the ground. Suddenly, without warning, Tianjin Fan's body moved. He stomped forcefully on the ground, and his entire body launched forward, attacking Big Eyes. Just in time. Big Eyes cackled, curling up his body to unleash his babies, once more attacking Tianjin Fan from different directions. Beside him, Angola sneered, coldly squatting down and sinking his hands into the ground. Facing the two's onslaught, Tianjin Fan remained unfazed, still maintaining his forward charge. Suddenly, he aligned his middle and index fingers, pointing at his temple, and shouted, "Solar Fist." In an instant, an incredibly blinding light erupted from the center where Tianjin Fan stood. The unprepared Big Eyes and Angola were immediately blinded, covering their eyes and screaming in pain. "Umph." Tianjin Fan snorted, coldly grabbing Big Eyes' body and forcefully throwing him backward, shouting, "Jiaozi, Gohan." Tianjin Fan then moved forward, charging directly at Angola. "Damn it." Big Eyes yelled angrily from the air, his eyes slightly opening, suddenly seeing a figure ready to strike before him, exclaiming, "Not good." Gohan stood in midair at the spot Big Eyes was about to pass, his eyes fixed firmly on Big Eyes, his right foot raised high. As Big Eyes' body involuntarily approached Gohan, Gohan let out an angry shout, delivering a powerful kick to Big Eyes' neck, sending him crashing down to the ground. On the ground, Jiaozi was already prepared, raising his right index finger high, a golden energy wave shooting straight at Big Eyes. This was the ultimate technique of the Crane School, the Dodon Wave. Meanwhile, Gohan in the air did not pause, raising his hands to gather an energy sphere, shouting, "Magic Flash." Gohan and Jiaozi's coordination was indeed impressive, but Big Eye's strength was significantly greater than the two, and with more combat experience, he decisively unleashed an energy wave, using its recoil to swiftly evade the attacks from Gohan and Jiaozi. Big Eyes flipped in the air several times, landing smoothly on the ground. Letting out a sigh of relief, Big Eyes glared fiercely at Gohan, and Jiaozi growling, "I will kill both of you brats." Meanwhile, after being struck by the Solar Fist, Angola had been ambushed by Tianjin Fan, suffering considerable damage, but ultimately relied on his superior combat power to push Tianjin Fan back. Tianjin Fan leaped backward, returning to Gohan and Jiaozi's side. "I must say you two did quite well," Angola remarked, touching the wound on his face with a sinister smile. If Gohan and Jiaozi's strength had been a bit higher, Big Eyes definitely would not have escaped unscathed. Big Eyes subtly signaled to Angola, curling his body as several babies wriggled out from his back. Babies hovered in the air before suddenly launching towards Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan coldly smiled, gathering energy in his hands, prepared to eliminate them as they approached. Just as the few babies were about to fly in front of Tianjin Fan, they suddenly changed direction, bursting forth with even greater speed towards the unguarded Gohan. Gohan was startled and quickly leaped backward, but Big Eyes' babies pursued him with even greater speed, fiercely biting at his face and shoulders. Gohan cried out in pain, desperately trying to shake off the creatures, but the babies clung tightly. "Gohan!" Tianjin Fan exclaimed in alarm, rushing to help, but just as he intended to move, he suddenly felt a tight grip around his ankles. Looking down, he saw two pale hands tightly gripping his feet, and Angola's sinister voice echoed, "Your opponent is here." Jiaozi turned his head to look at Gohan, and Tianjin Fan hesitating for a moment before flying towards Gohan, only to be blocked by the suddenly appearing Big Eyes. Big Eyes cackled, lunging at Jiaozi and engaging him in combat. After a few exchanges, he sent Jiaozi flying. Big Eyes glanced at Tianjin Fan and Angola, who were in a struggle, and thought to himself, "I should deal with one first." With a swift movement, he charged towards the struggling Gohan. Gohan's vision was obscured by Big Eyes' babies, and he didn't see Big Eyes' movements. He only felt a larger mouth suddenly latch onto his neck, causing his strength to drain away rapidly. "Oh!" Gohan screamed in agony, feeling his strength gradually fading, his voice growing weaker. Seeing that the power he could absorb from Gohan was dwindling, Big Eyes slid off him, wiping his mouth, and threw Gohan's body towards the ground. Gohan's body fell helplessly from the sky and was hit by another energy wave from Big Eyes, crashing heavily onto the ground. "Gohan!" Jiaozi, just returning, rushed over and placed his small hand on Gohan to check his condition. Fortunately, Gohan was merely exhausted and his injuries were not too severe. On the other hand, under the combined assault of Angola and Big Eyes, Tianjin Fan was forced to retreat and finally fell to the ground covered in wounds. He now only that little brat remains. Big Eyes cast a glance at Jiaozi, chuckling maliciously. Angola touched the wound on his face, casting a cold gaze at the helpless Tianjin Fan lying on the ground, growling, "I will kill this bastard first." Raising his right hand high, he revealed his sharp claws and lunged fiercely toward Tianjin Fan's head. Not far away, Jiaozi was horrified. "Tian, no. Stop. Halt. Who's there?" Onlara turned back and raised his gaze toward the source of the voice. A figure floated motionlessly in the sky clad in an orange martial arts uniform bearing a large bold character, Jia, across its back. Goku, you've come. Tien Shinhan looked up at Goku's silhouette, a faint relieved smile, softening his features. His eyes then shifted to another figure standing behind Goku, and he murmured gently, Irisala is here too. What a relief. Goku soared toward the battlefield atop the flying Nimbus cloud. As he passed over West City, he sensed a familiar key, faint yet unmistakable. Trusting his instincts, Goku identified its source and swiftly descended, digging Irisala, barely clinging to life, from the rubble. Goku fed Irisala his last senzu. Once she regained her strength, the two raced together to the battlefield and arrived just in time to save Tien Shinhan from certain peril. Gohan, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Krillin. Goku's gaze swept across the battered figures before settling upon Yamcha's lifeless body. His voice trembled, Yamcha. Damn it. Goku clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked, fury blazing fiercely in his eyes. Unforgivable. Another fool rushing to his death. Onlara sneered, darkly crouching low and plunging both hands into the earth. Instantly, two serpentine ridges surged upward, racing with terrifying speed toward Goku's feet as he landed. Goku's expression remained unchanged. His body did not stir, not even a twitch, as Anglera's grasping hand seized him. Haha, my turn now. The large-eyed creature cackled, curling inward and unleashing its swarm of babies. They swarmed Goku in frenzied haste, mouths wide open, latching onto him and greedily draining his energy. Goku stood utterly still, unmoved, unaffected, as though the assault were no more than a passing breeze. The large-eyed creature's pupils darted sideways. In a flash, it lunged upward, toward Goku's head. After all, siphoning energy was far more satisfying when done mouth-to-mouth. Irk! Just as the creature prepared to savor its feast, Goku suddenly drove a devastating punch deep into its abdomen, sending it rocketing skyward, broken and helpless by sheer unimaginable force. Goku bent his arms forward, roared, and unleashed a torrent of explosive ki. The swarm, still clinging to him, was blasted away midair, disintegrating into ash before they struck the ground. A chill of foreboding gripped Onlara. He opened his mouth wide and hurled a searing blast of energy straight at Goku. Goku's eyes hardened. At the instant the blast reached his face, he struck back, reversing its course with a single contemptuous backhand. The energy slammed back into Anglera's throat. Anglera's face paled instantly. His grip on Goku's ankles slackened, then released entirely. He collapsed backward, eyes wide with disbelief, breath gone, life extinguished. Goku remained rooted in place, then raised one hand calmly to catch the large-eyed creature plummeting from the sky. With effortless grace, he tossed it forward. With a deafening boom, the creature exploded midair. Goku frowned, gazing ahead, where a towering figure approached, deceptively slow, yet unervingly swift. Gura. Irisala's eyes burned with fury, locked unflinchingly upon the 7-star Dragon Ball orb cradled in Sayura's hand. Worthless fools, I must intervene myself. Sayura spoke coolly, withdrawing his hand and stepping forward with unhurried poise. Sayura halted before Tien Shinhan, glanced down, and a cruel, predatory smile curled his lips. Dare you block my path? Tien Shinhan, watch out! Goku cried, eyes widening in alarm. Sayura lifted his leg and delivered a brutal kick to Tien Shinhan's flank. A guttural scream tore from Tien's throat as he was flung skyward, then crashed down like a severed puppet, lifeless and limp. Big brother Tien! Kaiatsu shrieked, dashing to his side with desperate speed. Tien lay broken on the ground, his face contorted in agony, whispering ragged, pain-racked breaths. Tien Shinhan's spine had been shattered by that single kick, leaving him with barely half a life remaining. Tien Shinhan! Goku roared in shock and fury, knuckles grinding, head snapping around, eyes blazing with infinite wrath. Sayura. Such theatrics are unnecessary, Sayura remarked with detached disdain. You are merely choosing between dying now or dying later. Sayura's brow furrowed sharply. He twisted his head, glaring coldly over his shoulder. Little pest, what do you think you're doing? Kaiatsu, get back! Goku's face darkened. He bellowed the warning without hesitation. None of Earth's warriors understood Kaiatsu's intent, except Tien Shinhan. His mouth fell agape in horrified realization. Grief and rage contorted his features as he screamed through unbearable pain, Kaya. Goodbye, big brother Tien. Please live on. Kaiatsu gazed deeply at Tien, tears streaming unchecked down his cheeks. Yet a serene, sorrowful smile graced his lips. In the next instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted where Sayura stood, blinding dust and debris swallowing the entire field of vision. Kaiatsu! Tien whispered, hollow-eyed and broken, staring numbly at the smoke-choked epicenter, tears tracing silent paths down his ashen cheeks. Humph, you've ruined my clothes. From within the swirling dust came Sayura's voice, calm and different. As the haze parted, he emerged untouched and scathed, save for minor rips in his attire. Goku, move aside. Goku was still locked in confrontation with Sayura when the urgent cry rang out behind him, and instinctively he stepped aside. In that very moment, a colossal beam of ki erupted, accompanied by Tien Shinhan's piercing cry, Kikaho. His ultimate technique, charged with his life's will and final resolve, struck Sayura dead. Yet, how much longer must this feeble resistance persist? Sayura's voice drifted lazily through the smoke, still flawless, still untouchable, though his garments now bore faint rents. Haha. A quiet, peaceful smile touched Tien Shinhan's lips. His body slumped heavily to the earth, consciousness fading, slipping beyond reach. Kaiatsu, I'm coming to join you. Yamcha fallen. Kaiatsu fallen. Tien Shinhan fallen. Gohan gravely wounded. Krillin gravely wounded. Piccolo vanished without trace. Goku and Erisala exchanged a silent, solemn glance, then turned as one towards Sayura, assuming battle stances. Atosta, I have come for you at last. No, a liar like you, destined for hell, must chase me all the way to heaven to see me. Haha. Erisala's lips curved into a tender, unwavering smile as she met Sayura's gaze. Suddenly, two meteor-like beams streaked across the heavens, hurtling downward at impossible velocity. Hell! Atosta lay motionless upon the scorched earth, one arm cushioning his head, the other resting loosely at his side, as he stared blankly into the endless void above. Though I've mastered that technique, it seems useless here. Still, my cultivation over this year has progressed better than I'd dared hope. That at least is an unexpected blessing. Atosta sighed, softly, a note of resignation in his voice. Perhaps no amount of training matters. It's been over a year, and I remain unrevived. Maybe Erisala never found Earth. When my sentence in hell concludes, I suppose it's time for reincarnation. Sigh. His gaze remained vacant, fixed upon the abyss, lost once more in thoughtless stillness. Two streaks of meteor-like light tore across the sky and crashed violently not far from Erisala and her companions, gouging two enormous craters and sending plumes of dust billowing into the air. As the dust gradually settled, two silhouettes emerged faintly from the haze. Sun Wukong and Erisala's faces lit up with astonishment. Unexpected reinforcements had arrived at this moment of utter despair. Hey, what's going on here? Raditz glanced around, furrowed his brow at Slugra, and turned to Erisala with genuine bewilderment. Raditz, he stole the Dragon Balls. Erisala clenched her teeth, a flash of bitter self-loathing blazing in her eyes as she shouted at him. What? A jolt of shock flickered across Raditz's gaze. He whirled to glare fiercely at Slugra, his heart tightening with sudden gravity. The man before him was terrifyingly strong. Nappa studied Slugra intently, then hesitated. Slugra. He had seen photographs of Slugra before and knew fragments of his history. Without Vegeta present, Slugra was an adversary they could not afford to provoke. Haha, Slugra sneered twice in silent confirmation, his expression cool and detached as he countered. Are you Saiyans under Frieza's command? So, you intend to oppose me. I suppose I'll take this a little more seriously now. A faint smile curled across Slugra's lips. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, dropped the Dragon Ball-laden box inside, tilted his head back, and swallowed it whole. The Dragon Balls. Erisala cried out in horror. Raditz observed Slugra in silence, calculating inwardly. Their sole enemy stood before them, Slugra, with a battle power exceeding 400. On their side, Nappa's power reached 800, his own 500. Though Erisala's and Kakarot's powers had astonishingly surged to 200 and 100, respectively, outright combat would still end in certain defeat. Thinking thus, Raditz subtly shifted his stance toward Nappa and murmured lowly, Nappa, if we engage Hedon, we stand no chance against Slugra. Let's withdraw first with Kakarot and the others, then contact Vegeta. Once Vegeta arrives, Slugra will die without question, and we can use the Dragon Balls to revive Atosta. Raditz's tone carried quiet, unshakable certainty. Hearing his suggestion, Nappa's face went utterly blank. Nappa lowered his gaze to the ground and said flatly, Raditz, clench your jaw. Though baffled by the words, years of ingrained habit compelled Raditz to obey instantly. In the next instant, Raditz's body rocketed backward, slammed hard onto the earth in humiliating disarray. Nappa, have you lost your mind? Raditz stared, stunned, one hand clutching his stinging cheek as he roared furiously at Nappa. Raditz, do you know why we despise you? Nappa retracted his fist and locked eyes with Raditz, his expression uncharacteristically grave. We scorn you, not because your strength is weak, but because you are a coward. Nappa bent low over Raditz, enunciating each word like a hammer strike. Every time you fight, it's only against those weaker than yourself. And whenever a true threat appears, you scramble behind Atosta and Vegeta for shelter. Nappa straightened, bellowing at Raditz. Such a man does not deserve the name Saiyan. Raditz rubbed his cheek speechless. No retort rose to his lips. Atosta's resurrection is possible only once. By the time Vegeta reaches Earth, Slugra will have vanished without a trace. Nappa's voice dropped low. He turned his face aside and spoke calmly. Decide for yourself what to do. Then he turned, his gaze locking onto Slugra, who watched with mocking amusement. And in that look burned the savage ferocity of the Saiyan warrior race. So, you've chosen suicide? Slugra scoffed disdainfully. Ugly brute. Nappa's face split into a wild, arrogant grin, heedless of Slugra's darkening scowl, as he bellowed, "Let Uncle Nappa teach you how to live." Erisla and Sun Wukong watched Nappa's broad back, exchanged a glance, and broke into fierce, exhilarated smiles. They assumed battle stances facing Slugra together. Nappa, Raditz rose slowly, glancing sideways at the icy figure of Slugra, and declared word by measured word, "I will prove myself to you." Everyone. Erisla interjected sharply. Don't clash with Slugra directly. Engage him in prolonged combat. After all, he's aged, he cannot sustain battle for long. Sun Wukong and Nappa nodded silently. Raditz looked at Erisla with mild surprise, and inwardly mused, this woman truly is a worthy warrior. Aged. Slugra's fists clenched tight. Then in a blur he shot forward and delivered a thunderous slap toward Erisla's face. Erisla had been watching him closely. The moment his form stirred, she darted sideways, evading the blow entirely. Huh. Nappa and Raditz fired energy waves in unison, only for Slugra to sidestep them effortlessly. Slugra flicked his eyes backward, then pivoted to attack Nappa, the instigator of the taunt. His left leg swept forward like a whirlwind, aimed squarely at Nappa's abdomen. Nappa dared not block heat, and instead he stomped hard into the earth and leapt backward several paces. At that very instant, Sun Wukong's fist and Erisla's whip-like kick converged upon Slugra's back. Slugra dropped low, roaring, and absorbed both strikes. A violent surge of aura erupted from him, hurling the two warriors apart. He lunged forward, toward Nappa. Slugra saw clearly, eliminate Nappa first, and the rest would pose no threat. Nappa gritted his teeth, crossed his arms before him, and took Slugra's punch full force, his body flung backward through the air. As Slugra pressed the assault, Nappa, still airborne, suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed a searing blast of energy. Caught off guard, Slugra staggered, letting out a guttural grunt as his momentum faltered. In that suspended instant, Raditz materialized silently beneath Slugra. With a cold smirk, he drove his foot upward, kicking Slugra square in the abdomen and launching him skyward. Before Slugra could regain balance, two beams, one blue, one red, slammed into his chest. He roared, spun midair, and landed hard on the ground, his voice icy. Well done. You've earned my respect. Seeing that Slugra remained virtually unscathed, grimness shadowed their faces. Those exchanges had drawn near their absolute limits. Nappa gazed at Slugra from afar, wiped blood from his lip, and murmured, "It seems there's only one way left. The Battle of Namek. Who remains?" Namek. Drifting dust slowly dispersed, revealing a lone, towering figure standing defiantly in the wind. "So, it's you," QE sneered, eyes narrowing. "Atosta." The figure was indeed Atosta. He said nothing, merely surveyed the scene around him. Gohan lay motionless on the ground, unconscious. Krillin knelt nearby, barely clinging to awareness. Vegeta struggled upright, his gaze fixed upon Atosta. Atosta glanced at the QE special forces encircling him, then turned, meeting QE's gaze directly, and remarked coolly, "QE, you seem rather arrogant." "Haha, he'll soon find out." QE chuckled, then lunged without warning toward Atosta. The rest of the QE special forces moved as one. Though outwardly calm, Atosta had maintained razor-sharp vigilance, and reacted instantly, springing skyward with explosive force, breaking free of their encirclement. Batter, the self-proclaimed fastest being in the universe, was first to give chase, shouting, "Your life is forfeit," and driving a fist toward Atosta. Atosta snorted, seized Batter's wrist mid-swing, yanked him forward, and followed with a devastating roundhouse kick to his abdomen, sending Batter reeling, bile rising in his throat. Noticing the others closing in, Atosta hurled Batter straight into the path of the charging Recom, knocking both backward, then surged toward Geese. Geese braced himself for impact, only to hear a chilling voice ring out behind him, "I'm right here." A brutal kick struck his spine, launching him forward. Atosta blurred again, kicking aside Goldo, who tried to intercept, and engaged QE in furious close combat. Fists and feet flew, so fast they left afterimages in the air. After several exchanges, both stepped back. The remaining members of the QE special forces closed in, eyes locked on Atosta with predatory intensity. QE eyed Atosta warily and snarled, "Atosta, you still have time to retreat. When Lord Frieza arrives, even escape will be impossible." Atosta's gaze swept slowly across them. Then a faint mocking smile touched his lips as he asked deliberately, "Are you afraid?" The legendary QE special forces, This is all your power amounts to, eh? Watching their expressions darken, Atosta added with cruel satisfaction, truly disappointing. That wasn't even a warm-up for me. Ha! His laughter abruptly deepened, turning cold and resonant now. It's time to reveal my true power. Atosta crouched, and a torrent of overwhelming energy exploded from his core, whipping up gales so fierce that the others swayed unsteadily on their feet. Staring at the numbers flashing on their scouter displays, terror gripped Q and his men. Geese forced a nervous laugh. Huh, could the scouter be malfunctioning? Ignoring their inner turmoil, Atosta merely said softly, "Here I go." For an instant, the very fabric of space seemed to freeze. Atosta shifted his foot and shot forward like lightning toward Q. Q focused every fiber of his being on defense, yet the expected strike never came. Instead, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air behind him. Q whirled, only to witness a sight that made his blood run cold. Atosta remained frozen midair, half-crouched, and Guldo's severed head rolled across the ground, bouncing several times. Knowing Guldo's physical weakness but formidable special abilities, Atosta had naturally prioritized him for elimination. With a single energy blast, he vaporized Guldo's head and stated calmly. First, panic seized the QE special forces, but Atosta granted them no reprieve. He reappeared before Batter, who was already fleeing, and said coldly, "Do you truly believe you can escape?" A crushing knee strike slammed into Batter's gut. Then Atosta seized his throat and hurled him forward, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that obliterated his body completely. Double kill. QE bellowed attack. They knew. Hesitation meant annihilation. Better to charge headlong into battle. QE Rikum and Geese assaulted Atosta from three directions. He blocked Rikum's punch with his left arm, Geese's flying kick with his right, and parried QE's elbow strike with his raised knee, then detonated his aura, blasting all three away with staggering force. Instantly, Atosta appeared before Rikum, locked his right arm around Rikum's neck, and snapped his cervical vertebrae with a single brutal twist. Atosta reduced Rikum's corpse to ash, lifted his gaze, and fixed it coldly upon the remaining two. Triple kill. Geese trembled violently, watching his equally powerful comrades fall one by one, frost creeping up his spine from deep within. Then, a death-like voice echoed from behind him, "Your turn." Geese cried desperately, "I surrender." But before he could react, Atosta kicked him skyward, then hovered upside down, legs aloft. Geese, utterly broken in spirit, rasped, "Together, we could defeat Frieza." Atosta ignored him, delivered a vicious knife-hand strike to Geese's chest, and shattered his internal organs with concussive force. Geese forced his eyes open, saw only a palm outstretched before him, and mustered his last breath to shout, "Wait." Before the word finished, a torrent of energy erupted from Atosta's hand, reducing Geese's body to drifting ash. Gazing at the floating remnants, Atosta murmured, "You are unworthy." Quadruple kill. QE, strangely composed now, assumed a fighting stance, and said quietly to Atosta, "Come." Atosta smiled, and closed in for bare-knuckle combat. Within moments, he pierced QE's chest, driving half his arm deep into the wound. Blood streamed down Atosta's arm as QE choked out, "Lord Frieza will kill you." Atosta laughed coldly. "Your Lord Frieza will soon join you in hell." His arm ignited with energy, ripping QE's torso apart in a cataclysmic explosion, scattering gore and viscera across the battlefield. Quintuple kill. Annihilation complete. Ha! Atosta threw back his head and laughed wildly, gazing upon the scattered remains of the QE special forces. Damn it! Who else? Who? Vegeta, watching from afar, felt a wave of desolation and bitter frustration rise within him. "So, you've reached this level. One man stands firm, 10,000 cannot breach. My name is Atosta. I am a Saiyan. Yet I hold another identity, as a transmigrator. But upon entering the Dragon Ball world, I discovered many things diverged from my prior knowledge, leaving me deeply unsettled. 3 years after my birth, Son Goku, the protagonist of Dragon Ball, also known as Kakarot, was born. Yet Planet Vegeta did not meet the fate I remembered. Its destruction by Frieza never occurred. Instead, it maintained a stable, even cordial relationship with him. Thus, I lived upon Planet Vegeta, ever watchful of Frieza, training relentlessly, never daring to lower my guard for a single moment. Any mission with Atosta is effortless. Nappa scratched his head, grinning broadly. Of course, Atosta is the strongest Saiyan alive. Another spiky-haired Saiyan chimed in, laughing. His name was Brian, a high-class warrior from a distinguished lineage. A faint smile curved Atosta's lips as he draped an arm around the female Saiyan seated beside him and said lightly, "Even without me, you'd accomplish this mission flawlessly. I hate people like you most. Are you boasting about your strength just to show off?" She feigned disdain. Atosta chuckled softly, saying nothing. He was genuinely content with his life. In status, he held near-equal standing among the Saiyans with King Vegeta himself. In power, he possessed the highest battle power of any Saiyan, 0, surpassing even Vegeta's 600. In family, he had a stunningly beautiful and formidable wife, high-class warrior Natasha, and a son Acto living safely on Planet Vegeta. If Atosta wished, he could easily overthrow Vegeta and claim the Saiyan throne. But what purpose would that serve? Becoming king would mean endless duties, far less pleasant than his current ease and freedom. Moreover, his privileges nearly matched Vegeta's, and his influence among the Saiyans was immense. There was simply no need to undertake such thankless labor. Still less did he wish to betray Vegeta, his childhood friend with whom his bond ran deep. To shatter that for mere prestige would be profoundly unworthy. Atosta paused thoughtfully, then said, "Let's rest a while longer, then proceed directly to the next planet. Complete all missions at once, and then we may enjoy our leave." Agreed, the team responded in unison. The Atosta squad was assembled temporarily. Due to the recent surge in high-difficulty assignments, Atosta had gathered several elite warriors into a unit. Otherwise, given Atosta's temperament, he'd prefer training alone in the gravity chamber, or spending time with his wife and child, over undertaking missions at all. Atosta squad roster. Captain High-Class Warrior Atosta, Battle Power 8000. Member High-Class Warrior Natasha, Atosta's wife, Battle Power 1000. Member High-Class Warrior Nappa, Battle Power 15000. Member High-Class Warrior Brian, Battle Power 1200. Thanks to Atosta's ascendance and the widespread adoption of gravity chambers, a cultivation boom had swept across the Saiyan race, elevating their collective battle power. Saiyans now frequently trained together. After Nappa and Brian departed for sparring, Atosta, ignoring Natasha's playful protest, pulled her tightly into his arms and whispered tender words into her ear. Just as their affection deepened, a piercing scream shattered the peace. "Brian." Atosta's expression hardened instantly. He stood tall, shielding Natasha behind him, and turned alertly toward the source of the cry. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached, revealing a small, delicate figure stepping into view, followed by several figures of varying stature. Humph. Cold sweat beaded along Atosta's temples. He clenched his fists, jaw rigid, and enunciated each syllable with chilling precision. "Frieza." "He, mister." "Atosta, it's been quite some time." Frieza smiled warmly, waving amiably. "Lord Frieza, how may I serve?" Atosta lowered his posture. Though he sensed ill intent, he clung to a sliver of hope, not only for himself, but for his family. Open conflict with Frieza permitted only one outcome. "Oh." Frieza's expression flickered with surprise, then softened into a knowing smile. "I simply wish to witness your strength, Atosta. I admired you even as a child, though I wonder how far you've grown since." "Very well, let us make it vivid. Fight Captain Q. It will be an excellent demonstration." Frieza offered the suggestion with a gentle smile, yet his tone brooked no refusal. "Of course, I am honored to display my skills before Lord Frieza." Atosta smiled brightly, even as his eyes gleamed with quiet, ominous depth. "Atosta." Natasha tugged gently at his sleeve, her eyes brimming with unmistakable anxiety. Atosta gently patted her hand, offering a reassuring smile, and murmured, "It's all right. Trust me." The strongest Saiyan alive, Atosta. Q strode forward, grinning with theatrical flair. "Q, captain of the Q Special Forces," Atosta replied, coolly stepping forward. Their gazes locked, auras swelling, pressure mounting. Where their eyes met, sparks of raw tension crackled like lightning. For Atosta, this was a battle for survival. Nappa took a deep breath, raising one hand, gathering a glowing energy ball in his palm. The energy ball in Nappa's hand fully formed as he instructed Raditz without looking back. Raditz nodded in understanding and retreated with Sun Wukong and Arashira. Nappa glared fiercely at Shigula, suddenly swinging his arm with force, throwing the energy ball into the sky. The energy ball exploded with dazzling light as it mixed with the air. "Shigula, the battle has just begun," Nappa shouted loudly, tilting his head to gaze at the sky. Shigula dodged the light by leaning back, suddenly recalling a rumor about the Saiyans, his heart skipping a beat. Nappa's eyes widened as he stared at the artificial moon in the sky. His body began to swell, and his face twisted as countless black hairs grew rapidly from all over his body. Accompanied by a mighty roar, a massive creature appeared on this land. Shigula looked at the giant ape Nappa with a grim expression and said fiercely, "Poor Saiyan monkey, do you think you can win like this?" Originally, Nappa's battle power was above 800, and after transforming into a giant ape, although the increase in battle power was not as terrifying as when he was weak, it still surpassed 3500. Though still inferior to Shigula, facing an enemy who was already aging, it wasn't too much of a disadvantage. The giant ape Nappa roared angrily, lunging towards Shigula and stomping down hard. Facing such a massive opponent, Shigula did not dare to take the attack, Hiden swiftly dodging to the side. The two continued to clash, although the giant ape Naba had yet to land a hit on Shigula. He had been struck a few times by Shigula's counterattacks, appearing to be led around in circles. However, both fighters knew that if Shigula were to be hit by the giant ape, he would not feel at ease. This was the advantage that size brought. Raditz watched the battle ahead and suddenly turned to Sun Wukong and Arashira behind him, saying, "They'll go help Naba. You two stay here and find an opportunity to strike." Seeing Sun Wukong and Arashira nod in agreement, Raditz swiftly flew towards the battlefield where Naba and Shigula clashed, engaging Shigula in combat. Raditz's fighting style was clever, adhering to the principle of never confronting Shigula. Hiden constantly moving around Shigula, looking for opportunities to disrupt his actions. Raditz was very clear about his positioning. He played the role of support in this battle. Every action was to assist the giant ape Naba. As the giant ape Naba swung a paw at Shigula, Shigula moved sideways, but was unexpectedly kicked by Raditz, causing a momentary halt in his momentum. Shigula cursed internally. His body erupted with power, forcefully shifting a few steps to narrowly evade the giant ape Naba's paw. Shigula glared angrily at the jumping figure, unleashing a surge of energy waves from his eyes towards Raditz, but Raditz, constantly in motion, evaded them. Raditz smirked coldly and shouted, "Naba, don't mind me, just focus on Shigula." "I understand." The giant ape Naba's voice boomed like thunder, completely letting go of his reservations, increasing the frequency of his attacks and speeding up his strikes, causing Shigula to gradually become flustered. "This won't do," Shigula thought to himself, glancing cautiously at Raditz from the corner of his eye. As Naba's fist came crashing down, Shigula swiftly retreated to dodge. Raditz quietly approached from behind, preparing to deliver a powerful kick, but Shigula suddenly vanished from sight. Raditz was startled and was about to leave the spot when a sharp pain struck his neck. A powerful hand firmly grasped his throat from behind, and Shigula's cold voice echoed in his ear, "You brat, have you had enough fun?" As Raditz was about to speak, his body was suddenly thrown forward, colliding with the giant ape Naba's incoming fist. Although Naba pulled back some of his strength at the last moment, Raditz was still sent flying, landing far away on the ground. "Raditz!" The giant ape Naba shouted in alarm, then hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "Did you tell me not to hold back?" "I know." Raditz lay on the ground, one hand covering his face, looking particularly disheveled. As if accumulating something, Raditz fell silent for a moment before suddenly shouting frantically, "Take him down." Shigula stood far away, expressionless, watching the giant ape Naba. With a cold huff, Shigula removed his hat and gloves, tossing them aside, revealing two antennae on his forehead. Sun Wukong's expression turned shocked as he stepped forward a few paces, pointing at Shigula and questioning Piccolo. Arashira's expression also changed slightly. The giant ape Naba paused for a moment, looking at Shigula, and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" "A Namekian." Shigula did not answer. His body curled up, tensing, then he roared, unleashing a powerful aura. With Shigula's roar, his body expanded at an astonishing speed, quickly reaching a size comparable to that of the giant ape Naba. "Saiyan monkey." A cruel smile appeared on Shigula's face as he coldly stated, "Taste the flavor of hell." The giant ape Naba roared several times, charging fiercely towards Shigula. Shigula did not retreat, but advanced, crashing into the giant ape Naba, both of their claws tightly gripping each other's shoulders, stabilizing their footing, exerting all their strength against each other, causing the ground beneath them to barely withstand the force, sinking slightly. Shigula shouted loudly, his veins bulging as he lifted the massive body of the giant ape Naba high. Ignoring the struggles of the giant ape Naba, Shigula shouted, lifting him above his head and forcefully swinging him downwards. Boom! The giant ape Naba's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, causing a deafening sound, with countless ruins being shattered by the tremendous impact, and even the ground cracking with huge fissures. If Atosta were here, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "This is just like Ultraman fighting a small monster." Shigula did not relent, shouting as he lunged at the fallen giant ape Naba, throwing punch after punch at his head. The giant ape Naba crossed his arms in front of his face, struggling to fend off Shigula's attacks. Shigula's fists rained down like a storm upon the giant ape Naba's head, and after a while he began to feel tired, his movements involuntarily slowing down. The giant ape Naba gritted his teeth tightly, seizing the opportunity to flip Shigula off him. Naba took a moment to catch his breath before pouncing again to engage Shigula. Both fighters had nearly abandoned defense, focusing solely on knocking each other down, their blows landing heavily, sweat pouring down, blood splattering. Both of them bore numerous wounds, their stamina rapidly depleting, yet their movements became even more frenzied. The giant ape Naba, with one injured eye closed, struck Shigula hard in the chest, but he was also kicked by Shigula, their entangled forms separating as they both staggered back a few steps. The giant ape Naba roared, suddenly unleashing a massive energy wave towards Shigula. Shigula responded in kind, opening his mouth wide to unleash a powerful energy wave. The two massive energy waves collided in midair, compressing into an extremely unstable giant orb of light suspended in the air. Faraway Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as a burst of red aura erupted from his body. Threefold Kaioken. Two colossal waves of energy locked in midair, neither yielding an inch. Shigula's eyes blazed with savage malice, his neck shot forward, and in that instant he unleashed a surge of overwhelming power. His energy wave swelled in size, propelled by newfound force, and swiftly closed the distance until it loomed before great ape Nappa. Nappa's heart lurched. He strained every fiber of his being, yet could not halt the tide of defeat. With a thunderous BOM, Shigula's energy wave struck Nappa full force, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that hurled the giant ape's massive frame backward like a ragdoll. Seconds later, Nappa's colossal body crashed to the earth with a deafening impact, so violent the ground itself trembled. He lay broken upon the soil, half his body reduced to mangled flesh and gore, emitting faint ragged breaths as his life force dwindled to its final ember. Shigula gazed down at him, throwing back his head in manic, echoing laughter. Saiyan monkey. This is the fate of defiance. Now, who dares stand against me? At that very moment, his triumphant grin froze. Recalling the flash of crimson light moments earlier, a subtle twitch tugged at the corner of his lips. What did I just swallow? Far away, Erihira clenched her fists, a spark of exhilaration lighting her face. Goku. Brilliant. Shigula stood rigid, then suddenly doubled over, clutching his abdomen as cold sweat streamed down his face. Erihira paused, then turned sharply to Raditz. Raditz. You strike now while he's vulnerable. I'll tend to Nappa. Understood. Raditz, still half slumped on the ground, rubbed his jaw and rose, then shot towards Shigula. A cruel smirk flickered across Raditz's face. Filth. I've waited long enough for this reckoning. Meanwhile, Shigula writhed on the ground, screaming in unrelenting agony. Raditz hovered midair, expressionless, unleashing relentless barrages of energy, most striking Shigula squarely across the face. Elsewhere, Erihira knelt beside Nappa, voice soft with concern. Nappa, how are you holding up? Baring his teeth against searing pain, Nappa forced a defiant grin. I can still fight. Erihira sighed, faintly, turning her gaze back to the battlefield. Within Shigula's gut, Goku stirred, unseen, unstoppable, inflicting such torment that Shigula could think of nothing else. Raditz seized the moment. With Shigula helpless to retaliate, he poured forth his fury unrestrained, pummeling, humiliating, reducing the tyrant to a broken, wailing wreck. Then Goku's voice echoed from within Shigula's belly. Shigula, do you yield? Relief washed over Shigula's features. He nodded frantically, shouting, I yield. I yield, just get out of me. Kakarot. Raditz cried in alarm. Goku's voice rang again. Calm, absolute, unshakable. Swear to me now, leave Earth immediately and never return. Only then will I emerge. Shigula hesitated for a breath, then blurted, agreed. As soon as you're free, I depart. Forever. Kakarot. Raditz shouted, frantic. Don't trust his lies. Only death ends this. Alarmed by Raditz's outcry, Shigula swore solemn oaths, vowing with trembling conviction to honor his word the moment Goku left his body. Goku, don't believe him. Even Erihira flew over, joining Raditz in urgent unified appeal. I do, Goku declared resolute. Then raising his voice, he commanded Shigula. Shigula, open your mouth. A flicker of triumph crossed Shigula's face, and obediently he parted his lips. In the next heartbeat, a streak of crimson flashed, and Goku burst forth whole and unharmed. Straightening to his full height, Goku tossed something into Erihira's waiting hands and smiled. Erihira, I've retrieved the Dragon Balls. Erihira caught the box with wide-eyed wonder, gripping it tightly, as if afraid the precious spheres might vanish once more. Goku grinned, then turned to Shigula with unwavering gravity. Shigula, I am free. Now uphold your vow. Shigula pressed his lips together, silent, then began shrinking rapidly, reverting in an instant to his original humanoid form. His battered body trembled faintly as he lifted his gaze to Goku's face, offering a smile devoid of warmth. Very well. Witness my promise. In the next breath, Goku's body blurred past Erihira and Raditz, hurled violently backward. Shigula flexed his fist, a chilling smirk spreading across his lips. How grateful I am for your naivety. Erihira and Raditz narrowed their eyes, their expressions hardening with grim resolve. And what of that one? A venomous snarl twisted Shigula's features. Without hesitation, he struck Erihira and Raditz down, then charged toward the fallen Nappa, roaring, curse Saiyan monkey. Ugh! Just as Shigula envisioned, tearing Nappa limb from limb, a massive hand erupted from the dust, clamping down upon him with crushing force. You wretch! Shigula snarled, fury contorting his face. How dare you move? Ha 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 ha! Blood spilled freely from Nappa's mouth as he roared with wild, exhausted laughter, his brow etched with profound weariness. Clutching Shigula tighter, Nappa's voice dropped. Quiet, eerie, unnervingly serene. This is all I have left. He threw back his head and bellowed toward the heavens. Raditz, be a man as you were today. And you, woman, treat Atosta well. Brother of Raditz, you must learn what it means to be a Saiyan. I go first. Nappa's body began to glow with an unearthly radiance. Still gripping Shigula without slackening, he offered a final effortless smile and cast one last lingering glance toward Raditz lying motionless in the distance. A deafening kaboom shook the skies. At Nappa's epicenter, a cataclysmic detonation erupted, giving birth to a vast, surreal mushroom cloud. Ash and smoke choked the air, scorching shockwaves flung the fallen warriors far and wide. Nappa. Raditz landed hard, but felt none of it. Dazed, he whispered his friend's name, voice hollow with disbelief. Erihira, Goku, Gohan, and Krillin lay scattered across the scorched earth, staring silently at the inferno's aftermath, each face marked by sorrow, awe, or quiet reverence. At the heart of the blast, a shadow dragged itself forward, half a body, limbs torn and broken, crawling inch by agonizing inch toward the site where Shigula's ship had first descended. I cannot die. I must achieve immortality. At the heart of the blast, the curtains were suddenly drawn open and sunlight poured through the window, illuminating the previously dim room. Bulma leaned on the windowsill, gazing at the clear sky, took a deep breath of fresh air, and stretched lazily, saying, "Today is another beautiful day." After pausing for a few seconds, Bulma turned to Sun Wukong, who was lying on the hospital bed, and called out, "Wukong, are you still feeling guilty about that incident?" Sun Wukong, wrapped in bandages and lying on the bed staring at the ceiling, replied with a hint of dejection, "If it weren't for my blind trust in Shigura, then Naba wouldn't have met with misfortune. Moreover, in the end, Shigura even managed to escape. Raditz landed a few punches on me, which made me feel a bit better. Alright, it's been a few days since that incident, let's not dwell on it anymore." Bulma clasped her hands behind her back, walked over to Sun Wukong's window, bent down with a smile, and said, "Today the Dragon Balls will be usable again, but unfortunately, you won't be able to see it." As she spoke, she poked Sun Wukong's injury with her finger, causing him to involuntarily cry out in pain. Bulma laughed heartily and quickly ran out of Sun Wukong's hospital room. In the battle a few days prior, Naba had self-destructed, determined to perish alongside Shigura. Although Shigura was on the brink of death, he still managed to drag himself back to his spaceship, fleeing from Earth. The severely injured group realized Shigura's intentions, but were powerless to stop him, allowing him to escape. In the end, they were rescued by Bulma and Master Roshi, who arrived just in time, and they found the severely injured Piccolo. With no Senzu beans left, everyone had to stay in the hospital. The ones with the lightest injuries were Krillin and Gohan, who had already been discharged, while Piccolo was recovering quickly. The most severely injured was still Sun Wukong, who had taken a full-force hit from Shigura and later endured a few punches from the equally injured Raditz, worsening his condition. Raditz and Erishiro were also injured by Shigura's vengeful attack, but their injuries were not as severe as Wukong's. Today, Erishiro woke up early in the morning and as usual checked the Dragon Balls placed beside her pillow, discovering that they had regained their luster. This meant that the Dragon Balls could be used again. The 7 Dragon Balls lay quietly on the grass in the hospital's backyard, with some onlookers having been expelled by Bulma's connections, leaving only those in the know. Erishira leaned on her cane in front of the Dragon Balls, with Bulma's family, Gohan's family, Master Roshi, Krillin, and others standing behind her in a line. Piccolo was nowhere to be seen, while Raditz and Sun Wukong sat in wheelchairs. Erishira quietly looked at the Dragon Balls in front of her, a complex expression in her eyes. "How about this?" Erishira, without moving her body, suddenly spoke. "This time let the deceased come back to life first, and I will wait another year." "Erishira, you've waited over a year to resurrect your husband, and now you actually..." Bulma exclaimed in surprise, with others showing similarly confused expressions. "Those who have died sacrificed themselves for the entire Earth. Although I really want to see Atosta, I cannot let my selfishness delay the resurrection of everyone else." Erishira's expression was somewhat sad, yet she smiled and said, "Waiting another year is nothing to me. Moreover, West City has also suffered significant damage, with many injured or even dead. Those who survived are faced with a home that has become ruins. I really can't ignore this and only bring back Atosta." Erishira's voice was clear. The others behind her looked at her back, exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. The atmosphere on site fell into silence. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, sitting in his wheelchair, moved forward a bit and said to Erishira, "Erishira, Tianjin fan, and Naba have something to say to you." "Huh?" Erishira turned to look at Sun Wukong, her expression one of confusion. Sun Wukong explained, "They have already reached King Kai's place and have been keeping an eye on the situation here. Just now they contacted me through King Kai, hoping to talk with you." Suddenly, an elderly voice echoed from somewhere in the sky. Miss Arashira, I am King Kai of the North Galaxy, and there are a few people who wish to speak with you. Then a younger voice took over. Arashira, I am Tianjin Fan. Jiaozi has already died once before and cannot be resurrected again. I plan to stay here with Jiaozi, so please resurrect your husband. Then the speaker changed to Lu Ping. Arashira, I am Lu Ping. I want to train here with King Kai for a while, and am not in a hurry to be resurrected. Besides, I am really curious about what kind of person your husband is, ha. So please use the Dragon Balls this time. After listening for a while, Naba's voice rang out. Arashira, hurry up and resurrect Atosta. There's a whole pile of work waiting for him. I've been very busy and wanted to take a break this time, ha. Finally, everyone's voices chimed together. Arashira, please resurrect your husband. Everyone, you all. Arashira's eyes glistened with tears as she turned to look at everyone. All present wore encouraging smiles, clapping their hands. Arashira's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd. Her lips trembled slightly, and a few tears streamed down her cheeks. Suddenly a smile appeared on Arashira's face, and she stored this feeling of gratitude in her heart, turning to face the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, taking a few steps forward and raising her hands high. Come forth, Shenlong. The sky suddenly turned dark with lightning flashing continuously and thunder rumbling. From the Dragon Balls on the ground, a golden light suddenly surged up towards the sky, tracing a long arc in the air. As the light gradually faded, a gigantic figure slowly revealed itself. In the sky, an enormous green dragon coiled, and a deep voice rang out, "Speak your wish." Arashira turned to look at everyone, receiving countless encouraging gazes. Arashira gritted her teeth, took out a universal capsule from her bosom, and tossed it onto the nearby ground. Bang! With a loud noise, the vacuum chamber containing Atosta's body appeared on the spot. Shenlong. Arashira looked up at the dragon floating in the sky, her eyes filled with immense hope. Please resurrect Atosta. With a sharp thud, the lid of the vacuum chamber on the adjacent empty ground suddenly swung open. A hand emerged from within, gripping the chamber's rim, and a figure rose to their feet and stepped out. Aratisala stared dumbfounded at the figure before her, tears streaming down her cheeks, as she lunged forward and clung tightly to Atosta, her voice trembling with sobs. Atosta. Atosta's face softened into a smile etched with the quiet weight of time and hardship. Gently, he cupped Aratisala's cheek in his palm and murmured, Aratisala, I'm home. It's truly wonderful to see you again. Though his voice remained calm, uncontainable joy shimmered beneath its surface. Behind them, the gathered onlookers watched the two embrace, and each face broke into a warm, knowing smile. Who hurt you, Aratisala? Atosta asked softly, his hand still resting gently on her back, his eyes flashing with sudden chilling intensity. Gradually, Aratisala's breathing steadied. Leaning close, she whispered into Atosta's ear the story of all that had unfolded after his death. Shigura, is it? Atosta murmured soothingly, even as a cold, silent vow hardened in his heart. Even if we haven't crossed paths yet, I'll find you soon enough. That evening, inside the training chamber aboard his own starship, Atosta stood in his Super Saiyan form, performing simple warm-up exercises, while Aratisala watched quietly from the side. Much better now, Atosta said, pausing mid-stretch and letting out a relaxed yawn. That dissonance I felt right after revival has completely faded. Though Atosta had lain dead for over a year, his rigorous cultivation in the afterlife was no trivial matter, and combined with his deep mastery of Super Saiyan power, his current strength far surpassed what it had been during his fateful battle with Broly. To put it plainly, even if he still fell slightly short of Goku's power upon returning to Earth after the Frieza saga, the gap was negligible, especially since Goku had devoted most of that year to mastering instant transmission. With a soft exhale, Atosta reverted to his natural black hair, and smiling warmly strode toward Aratisala. Let's call it a day, he said, placing a hand lightly on her shoulder. Together they exited the ship and soared toward Bulma's home. Flying side by side through the twilight sky, Atosta mused aloud, come to think of it, we owe Earth's guardian a great debt. Had he not pleaded with King Yama, Nappa would surely have descended into hell, not ascended bodily to King Kai's realm. Yes, everyone here is truly kind, Aratisala nodded, then turned to him with gentle but earnest gravity. They even yielded their wish upon the Dragon Balls so you could return. So, don't go doing anything reckless. Hey now, Aratisala, am I really that bad? Atosta sighed inwardly, utterly baffled. Was she teasing him or genuinely worried about his moral compass? In moments they arrived at Bulma's residence. After exchanging greetings, Aratisala led Atosta upstairs. This is my room, she said, pointing, then added with a light smile, you'll stay across the hall. Get some rest. As she turned to retreat, Atosta smiled and reached out gently, taking her hand. Puzzled, Aratisala glanced back and met Atosta's gaze, tender, resolute, unwavering. Aratisala, he said, each word deliberate, his voice rich with sincerity, let's get married. Huh? Startled beyond words, she froze. eyes wide expression adorably bewildered. I said, let's get married. His eyes held hers firmly, and he repeated it clear and strong. What are you rambling about all of a sudden? Just go to bed already. Her cheeks flushed crimson, flustered she stammered, trying desperately to pull her hand free. Hey, Atosta said, holding fast, not letting go, and gazed at her with quiet intensity. I mean it. The time is right. She stopped struggling, lowered her head, and listened, blushing fiercely. You remember, I'd already boarded the ship back then. I was so close to escaping. And just before takeoff I swore to myself when I return, I'll propose to Atosta. But fate denied me that chance. This time, I won't wait. I refuse to live with the regret of waiting until it's too late. I want to marry you now. Our years are no longer young. We mustn't delay. Look, Kakarot is 2 years younger than I am, and his child is already out fighting villains. Shall we linger any longer? We've known each other nearly 10 years, weathered countless trials together. In my heart you've long been my wife. And haven't you on Earth itself already called yourself my wife? Opening his arms, he gently cradled her shoulders, and spoke slow and certain. So, let's get married. They stood in silence for a long moment. Atosta kept her head bowed, and whispered barely audible, Atosta, you're saying yes. A radiant smile bloomed across Atosta's face as he pulled her into a tight embrace. Humph, talkative fool. Go to sleep already. With that she wrenched herself free, spun around, snapped at him, and darted flustered into her room. Then I'll begin preparing the wedding tomorrow. His words were cut off by the sharp thump of her door slamming shut. Atosta chuckled softly, whistled cheerfully, and turned toward his own room, joy bubbling up inside him even though he'd long been certain of her answer. Meanwhile in her room, Atosta collapsed onto her bed, buried her face deep beneath the quilt like an ostrich, and faint, breathless giggles escaped her lips. The night was hushed and still. Tonight the moon hung full and luminous. What? Marriage? In the hospital, everyone stared in stunned silence at Atosta and Atosta. Yes, please join us for our wedding tomorrow, Atosta said with a warm smile, holding Atosta's hand as he addressed the gathered guests. But weren't you two already married? Krillin asked, puzzled. Atosta couldn't admit they weren't truly wed. Atosta would be mortified. So he improvised, we were married, yes, but circumstances delayed our ceremony. You know how things unfolded afterward. A collective ah rose from the crowd, followed by enthusiastic assurances that they would all attend Atosta's wedding tomorrow. By the way, Atosta added as if recalling something vital, I heard from Atosta that during the battle against Slug a warrior named Kaiotsu perished and cannot be revived. Yes, Krillin replied, his voice subdued. Kaiotsu has died once already. He cannot be brought back. Krillin's expression dimmed. After a thoughtful pause, Atosta lifted his gaze and said, reviving Kaiotsu isn't impossible, though certainty remains elusive. The group leaned forward, eyes wide with anticipation hanging on his every word. Without further delay, Atosta explained, during my wanderings across the cosmos, I heard whispers of a legendary set of orbs on Namek, a sacred race said to grant any wish. Given that the Earth's guardian, the one who forged the Dragon Balls, was himself a Namekian, this legend now held undeniable truth. The Dragon Balls truly originated on Namek. Then do you know where Namek lies? Master Roshi asked. Atosta shook his head. He had no precise knowledge of its location. Though he'd watched Dragon Ball in his past life, such trivial details hadn't lodged in his memory. And during his time under Frieza's command, his investigations into Namek had yielded nothing. Perhaps Lord Kai knows. Roshi mused uncertainly, then turned to instruct Gohan to ask his father later. If you learn Namek's coordinates and choose to go, I'll gladly lend you my starship, Atosta declared with a confident grin, patting his chest. That night, Atosta and Atosta sat side by side on a park bench, gently embracing beneath the starlit sky, savoring this rare, tranquil peace. Though Atosta thrived in battle, even he found quiet moments like these deeply restorative. Atosta murmured, I wish we could stay like this forever. She rested her head upon his shoulder, her voice brimming with quiet hope. Is that so? Heh. Atosta gazed upward, lost in the vast, silent heavens. Yet perpetual serenity was never destined to be his path. Atosta craved the fierce exhilaration of combat, the rush of blood, the clash of power. Unbroken calm would dull his spirit, leaving him restless and unfulfilled. His recent brush with death had matured him profoundly. Had he been his former self, he would have stormed off the very next day to confront Frieza, to flaunt his newly awakened Super Saiyan, might humiliate his former master and obliterate him without mercy. Now vengeance against Frieza remained inevitable. Every indignity suffered under his tyranny demanded recompense. Yet urgency had faded. What mattered most now was honoring the woman who had sacrificed so much for him. He had no intention of joining the Namek expedition. In the original timeline, Frieza learned of the Dragon Balls only because his scouters detected their energy signatures. But thanks to Atosta, everyone now habitually disabled their scouters, so Frieza had no means of discovering the Dragon Ball's existence. Thus, the journey to Namek posed little danger, and Atosta saw no reason to involve himself. Glancing down at Erexila, his Sunto bride resting softly against his shoulder, Atosta smiled inwardly, ruefully noting that the last of the Senza beans had long been spent. The following day, the wedding day, Atosta wore a crisp white suit, his chiseled features and commanding presence turning heads. Erexila, radiant in a flowing white gown, traded her usual martial intensity for an elegant tender grace. Laughter and warmth filled the air, the celebration pulsed with vibrant, joyful energy. Guests included Bulma and her parents Master Roshi, Krillin, Gohan, Chi-Chi, Ox King Yajirobe, Mr. Popo, the divine representative, and Raditz. Goku remained hospitalized, too gravely injured to attend. Piccolo, ever the solitary warrior, declined the invitation. Atosta and Erexila greeted each guest, sharing countless toasts. Not a single sip clouded his senses, yet the ritual stirred faint, cherished echoes of his past life. The ceremony's host, invited by Goku, was none other than the legendary announcer of the Tenkaichi Budokai. His masterful wit animated the event, exuberant, yet never chaotic. At the moment of solemn vows, the host stood before the couple and intoned to Atosta. Atosta, do you pledge to stand beside Erexila as lawfully wedded spouse, from this day forward, in poverty or prosperity, in sickness or health, in triumph or trial, whether she blooms in youth or bears the gentle marks of time? Loving her, cherishing her, sustaining her for all your days, without parting. Do you swear this? Atosta glanced at Erexila, smiled warmly, and nodded with unwavering sincerity. I do. The host then turned to Erexila. Erexila, do you pledge to stand beside Atosta as lawfully wedded spouse, from this day forward, in poverty or prosperity, in sickness or health, in triumph or trial, whether he stands in vigor or yields to age, loving him, cherishing him, sustaining him for all your days, without parting? Do you swear this? Erexila beamed, her answer resolute, her voice clear. I do. Then, before cheers and blessings, they exchanged rings and became husband and wife. That night, in their bridal chamber, Atosta swept Erexila into his arms, grinning mischievously. After all these years, I've finally claimed you. Erexila shot him a playful, knowing glance, her cheeks flushed with quiet joy. What is it? Give me a child. Before she could gasp, he swept her gently onto the bed, breaths quickening, hearts racing in unison. Then, in a little while you may depart. Atosta leaned against his starship, glanced at the time, and turned his face toward Bulma and the others. It was the third day since Atosta's marriage to Arahira, and the very day Krillin's group planned to journey to Namek. Though the timing of this voyage appeared hasty, in truth, all preparations had long been completed. After receiving Atosta's counsel, Krillin's group contacted King Kai through Son Goku and obtained the precise coordinates of Namek. After deliberation, they resolved that Namek was indispensable, not only to revive Kaiatsu, but also to restore everyone else as swiftly as possible. Thanks to Arahira, Atosta had come to see them off. Though Arahira herself had wished to attend, her physical condition prevented it, so she sent Atosta alone. This admittedly was partly Atosta's fault. His mastery over Super Saiyan power fell far short of Son Goku's or Son Gohan's during the Cell Saga. Lacking their effortless control, he could not wield such power without consequence, and thus ought to exercise greater caution at critical moments. We owe this trip to you, Uncle Atosta. My mother only agreed because of you. Thank you so much, said Son Gohan, shouldering a massive pack as he bowed deeply before Atosta. Not at all, Atosta replied with a smile. It was truly your words, Gohan, that proved decisive. I never imagined a child so young could possess such profound insight. It left me utterly astonished. Gohan shyly scratched the back of his head. Earlier, when facing Shishi's furious outburst, Gohan had wept as he declared, everyone fought to the death for Earth. I failed to help. Now I must do everything within my power to revive them. Coupled with Atosta's reminder, 1,000 books pale beside a single journey. These words ultimately swayed Shishi. Still, Gohan, don't forget the essay you promised your mother, a travelogue of Namek, Atosta said, ruffling Gohan's hair with a gentle smile. Bulma, have you mastered the ship's controls? Atosta turned to ask her, prompting an indignant glare from the brilliant inventor, who took the question as an insult to her expertise. After exchanging a few casual words with Krillin, Atosta shifted his gaze toward Piccolo, who stood silently with his back turned. A quiet thought crossed Atosta's mind. Is he hoping to glimpse his homeland once more? Perhaps something intriguing will unfold. At that moment, a black speck appeared in the sky, growing rapidly larger. With a sharp thud, a figure landed. The final member of the Namek expedition team had arrived. Apologies. I was delayed. Raditz nodded respectfully toward Atosta, then strode confidently toward Bulma, and the others, hands empty. Well, I never expected you'd join us, Bulma remarked, arms crossed, eyeing Raditz skeptically. Raditz scoffed. I simply wish Nappa revived sooner. He then followed the group aboard the ship. As the hatch began to close, Raditz cast one last glance toward Atosta outside and gave a quiet, solemn nod. In truth, he had never intended to go, until Atosta's words the previous day changed his mind. The previous evening. Raditz, what are your plans now? Atosta asked, coolly, arms folded across his chest. Raditz paused, then replied, I'll return to report to Vegeta. Something's wrong. I can't reach him via communicator. I must go see for myself. Raditz, what do you think of Vegeta's plan? Atosta fixed his gaze upon Raditz as he spoke. Before Raditz could answer, Atosta continued, I know precisely what you're thinking. Yes, the plan is sound. Success would yield unimaginable gains, and perhaps the Saiyans truly could rise again. Yet I say this: Vegeta has placed the cart before the horse. His assumptions are dangerously naive. That is why I've never taken this scheme seriously. Watching Raditz's expression, Atosta spoke slowly, his tone laced with quiet condescension. Compared to Vegeta, I have always revered individual strength above all. In this universe, ultimate combat prowess remains the final arbiter of power. With sufficient might, Frieza cooler, even King Cold himself, become nothing more than helpless prey slaughtered at will. Why resort to underhanded schemes? Very well, words alone lack conviction. Witness it for yourself. A fierce, arrogant grin flashed across Atosta's face. Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. His hair blazed gold, his eyes turned icy pale green. Merely by projecting his presence, he pinned Raditz motionless, paralyzed beneath its sheer weight. This power, could it possibly be? Raditz strained against the crushing pressure, disbelief surging through him like a tidal wave. Super Saiyan, Atosta declared, his voice devoid of inflection, his cold gaze locked onto Raditz. In the next instant, Atosta reverted from the transformation. The oppressive force vanished, and Raditz collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Tomorrow, accompany them to Namek. Though mishaps seem unlikely, proceed with caution and watch over them. Should anything happen on Namek, and should Piccolo perish, the Dragon Balls will be lost forever. Atosta regarded Raditz, still kneeling, with calm authority. I will speak with Vegeta myself. As for Frieza, I shall deal with him in due course. His plan need not be abandoned, but nor does it warrant obsession. I will await your return on Earth. Atosta extended a hand and lifted Raditz to his feet. Yes, sir. Raditz answered, bowing low in earnest respect. Raditz? Huh. Raditz snapped from his reverie and turned. What were you thinking about? The ship's about to launch. Find a seat. Bulma set down her luggage and addressed him. Nothing, Raditz replied flatly, his expression unreadable as he strode silently into the vessel. Bulma said nothing further. She stepped up to the starship's control console, glanced back at the others already seated and ready, and her face lit up with exhilaration. Departure. Destination Namek. Elsewhere in the cosmos, a colossal disc-shaped starship glided through the void. Were Atosta present, he would instantly recognize its insignia, the personal vessel of Frieza. Within a chamber aboard the ship, we approach Namek. Lord Frieza is most pleased. Indeed, we owe you our thanks, for without you we'd never have learned of the Dragon Balls. Haha. Geese of the Ginyu Force sneered, gloating with malicious glee. Isn't that right, Vegeta? Geese, you traitorous scum, came Vegeta's weak, venomous voice from the shadows. Geese, you traitor. In the deepest part of the room, Vegeta was covered in wounds of various sizes, his limbs locked in special handcuffs that suppressed his energy, making him appear exceptionally disheveled. Traitor, Vegeta, you are too naive. Do you really think I would submit to you? G-Eyes looked at the shackled Vegeta and laughed disdainfully. Vegeta, do you think King Frieza is unaware of your little schemes over the years? The king just wanted to see how far you could go for his amusement. How many people have you managed to rally over the years? How many truly capable individuals are genuinely devoted to you? G-Eyes reveled in the fierce gaze of Vegeta, sneering. You are only at this level, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth, a surge of intense hatred rising within him, not only towards Frieza, but also towards his own weakness and inability. He was completely at the mercy of Frieza's whims. However, when did the dignity of a Saiyan prince come to be trampled by a lowly figure like G-Eyes? Vegeta cast a cold smile at Geese, his eyes revealing unabashed murderous intent. Geese, you can say whatever you want now, but think of the fate that befell Goldo. Oomph. Remembering how Goldo lost his head with just one glance from Vegeta, cold sweat trickled down Jist's temple as he forced himself to calm down. You should reconsider your current situation, Vegeta. After giving Vegeta one last glance, he turned to leave the room where Vegeta was imprisoned. With a click, the door locked, plunging the room into darkness once more. Vegeta glanced at the now locked door, his peripheral vision caught sight of his shackled right foot, a glimmer of relief flickering in his gaze as he thought to himself, fortunately that item is not lost, otherwise the loss would be great this time. Frieza? Reflecting on the events of a few days ago, a cold light flashed in Vegeta's eyes. A few days ago on a desolate and uninhabited planet. King Frieza, what mission are we to execute on this deserted planet? Vegeta asked Frieza, frowning as he surveyed the surroundings. Hey Vegeta, Frieza said with a smile. In fact, there is no mission, I merely have some things to discuss with you. A sense of foreboding arose in Vegeta's heart as he saw the sudden appearance of the Ginyu Force calmly addressing Frieza. Oh, what guidance does King Frieza have? The news of Atosta's death saddened me for quite a while. Though his death was somewhat suspicious, I decided not to pursue the matter. Frieza began to speak slowly. Vegeta's expression remained unchanged as he quietly awaited Frieza's next words. Later, your power, along with those of the other Saiyans, increased dramatically. If it were only you, it would be one thing. Your talent is high, but the significant increase in strength of both Nappa and Raditz is what truly perplexes me. As he said this, a peculiar smile appeared on Frieza's face. Vegeta watched Frieza in silence. It was indeed difficult to find flaws from the perspective of combat power. At the very beginning, Atosta did not possess the ability to control his chi. Thus, they could not conceal their combat power and could not resist consuming the fruits of the divine tree, making it inevitable for them to expose their weaknesses. Even after learning to conceal their chi, the combat power that had already increased could no longer be hidden, making them even more suspicious. Frieza paused for a moment, looking at Vegeta with a strange gaze. You all have a bad habit of frequently turning off your scouters, which troubles me greatly. But I am really curious about you, so I devised a method. A few days ago, I equipped you with the newly developed scouters. There is no change in performance, it just has an additional feature, Frieza said with a smile. The new scouter appears to be off when you press the off button. In reality, it just enters standby mode and can still transmit messages. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. I never expected this to be such a brilliant move. In just a few short days, I have heard many interesting rumors. For instance, the Dragon Balls on Earth, Atosta's resurrection, the legendary Divine Tree, and of course your dull plan to overthrow Frieza. As he spoke, Frieza looked at Vegeta, running his finger beneath his nose. You should feel honored. I chose to believe your words. I hope that little Atosta revives so I can personally deal with that so-called Super Saiyan. After a detailed investigation, I found the traces of Namek and am about to set off there. As for you, Vegeta, Frieza said with a hint of coldness, it's best to capture you just in case, and then dispose of both you and Atosta together. Vegeta's expression turned icy, and with a roar he unleashed his full power, instantly appearing before Frieza and delivering a fierce knife hand strike, sending the stunned Frieza flying. Just as Vegeta intended to pursue his advantage, he suddenly felt a binding force on his body and glanced down at Guldo, who was sweating profusely. In the next moment, Vegeta's figure vanished and suddenly appeared in front of Guldo, delivering a knife hand strike that severed Guldo's head, causing the other members of the Ginyu Force to retreat in terror. Geese, you traitor. Vegeta's cold gaze swept over Geese, and the terrifying aura made Gi's break into a cold sweat. Vegeta. Frieza's voice suddenly echoed, accompanied by an immense aura as Vegeta looked at Frieza in disbelief. Frieza's appearance was completely different from moments ago. His stature was small, his body smooth and devoid of angles, giving him an innocuous look, yet the terrifying presence was palpably looming before Vegeta. So Atosta was telling the truth. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his expression turning grave as he raised his guard against Frieza. I am angry, Frieza said flatly, looking at Vegeta, and the next moment he appeared before Vegeta. Vegeta roared and punched towards Frieza's face. Frieza's expression was indifferent, casually grasping Vegeta's wrist and squeezing tightly, making Vegeta cry out in pain. Frieza's eyes reflected disdain, and he struck first, knocking Vegeta to the ground after just a few exchanges. Frieza continued to attack without changing his expression, and as he severely injured Vegeta, he lost the ability to continue fighting. Watching Vegeta's pitiful state, Frieza's fury gradually subsided, and he instructed the remaining members of the Ginyu Force. You all take Vegeta back to the ship and lock him up using that special lock. Yes. The Ginyu members knelt down and replied respectfully. Return to Planet Frieza first, then organize the team and head to Namek. Frieza raised his head, a glimmer of ambition shining in his eyes. Across the cosmos, a massive spherical starship surged forward at breakneck speed. I can't bear to watch any longer. Raditz emerged from the training chamber and frowned upon seeing Gohan and Krillin seated side by side, locked in a contest of mental focus. Hey, Kakarote's son. Raditz wiped sweat from his brow with a towel and called out loudly toward Gohan. Both Gohan and Krillin turned toward him, startled. Raditz took several measured steps forward, his brow furrowed as he addressed Gohan. Son of Kakarote, you're squandering your Saiyan potential. Come with me. I'll show you what true cultivation demands. Gohan gazed up at Raditz standing before him and instinctively swallowed hard. Though Raditz had aided them during the earlier battle on Earth, Gohan harbored no ill will toward him. Yet an undercurrent of apprehension lingered. Hey, Gohan doesn't need your interference. Let him decide for himself. A white robe billowed softly as Piccolo materialized behind Gohan. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan glanced back, his expression clouded with hesitation. Namekian, this is a Saiyan matter. Outsiders ought not meddle. A sharp edge edged Raditz's tone as his gaze locked unflinchingly onto Piccolo. Were it not for Yatosta's explicit instructions, Raditz would have responded without mercy to such provocation from one weaker than himself. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan lifted his voice. He'll go train with him. Gohan. Piccolo watched silently as Gohan walked away beside Raditz, his fists clenching tightly. Raditz and Gohan entered the training chamber side by side, the heavy doors sealing shut behind them. Son of Kakarot, attack me now. Raditz pivoted to face Gohan, his expression stern. Use every ounce of your power. If you prove too weak, I will kill you. Gohan's complexion paled slightly. Though he knew Raditz wouldn't truly take his life, fear still coiled cold in his chest. His eyes met Raditz's growing impatience, and with a fierce cry he lunged forward. Too slow. Raditz sidestepped effortlessly, then delivered a precise palm strike to Gohan's torso, sending him crashing to the floor. Get up. Arms crossed, Raditz loomed over the fallen boy. Don't feign unconsciousness. Keep attacking. Gohan rose wordlessly and charged again, only to be struck down once more. Again and again he rose, each time bearing fresh wounds, each impact searing pain through his nerves. A crushing blow to his abdomen sent Gohan sprawling heavily onto the ground. He strained to rise, but his limbs refused to obey. That's enough for today. Raditz snorted coldly. Hearing those words, Gohan's taut resolve dissolved instantly. Exhaustion flooded his body like icy tide. His vision dimmed and darkness swallowed him whole. With a quiet huff, Raditz hoisted Gohan's limp form over his shoulder and carried him from the training chamber into the ship's medical bay. He slid Gohan into the central healing pod. As the machine whirred to life, emerald green therapeutic fluid rose smoothly to envelop the boy's battered frame. A faint smile flickered across Raditz's lips as he murmured that Atosta really knows how to spend, installing a healing pod aboard a starship. Since it's his money, it'd be wasteful not to use it. Raditz watched Gohan float within the pod, a subtle smirk playing at his mouth. Looks like I'll have my hands full these next few days. Let's see just how far this hybrid can rise. Earth. Atosta stood clad in battle armor before a compact spherical spacecraft, the same vessel left behind by Nappa and Raditz during their initial invasion. Arashira stood behind him, her expression layered with quiet complexity. Atosta turned, offering Arashira an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Arashira. We've only been married a week, yet I must depart on urgent business. Arashira said nothing, only held his gaze steadily. An old friend may be in trouble. I have no choice but to investigate. Don't worry. I'll return as soon as it's resolved. Gently he cupped her cheek in his palm, his voice soft with reassurance. Atosta, she whispered, biting her lower lip as she looked into his eyes, I'll wait. For you always. Atosta nodded solemnly, then drew her into a warm embrace. Their lips met, soft, tender, lingering. At last they parted. Atosta stepped backward, drawing nearer to the waiting craft behind him. He opened the hatch, then turned toward Arashira, raising his right-hand thumb extended upward, his smile radiant and unwavering. I will return. As the vessel lifted skyward, Atosta called out firmly from the cockpit to his newlywed wife. The ship accelerated in an instant, shrinking rapidly until it vanished into the horizon as a mere speck against the vast blue. Beyond Earth's atmosphere, a streak of light blazed like a meteor across the void. Seated within the cockpit, Yatosta's eyes shimmered with restless intensity, his thoughts racing ahead. To leave so soon after marrying the woman he'd loved for years was agony. Yet Prince Vegeta had been silent for far too long, and Raditz's cryptic words had stirred deep unease. Frieza often dispatched Vegeta on urgent missions, a common occurrence. His radio silence could plausibly be attributed to interference in some remote region. Yet something felt profoundly off. No evidence, only instinct sharp and unshakable. So after spending precious days with Arashira, Yatosta resolved to journey near Frieza's planet, to quietly seek news of Vegeta. It was unfair to Arashira, yet decades of loyalty and kinship could not be so easily dismissed. Vegeta, you'd better not be dead. Yatosta rested his forehead against folded arms, a glint of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. This time, I'll finish Frieza off too. Through the infinite blackness of space, a solitary beam of light tore forward, relentless, inevitable. After several days of rapid travel through the cosmos, Atosta arrived in the star region near Planet Frieza. However, Atosta did not head directly towards Planet Frieza. Instead, he parked the spacecraft on an inconspicuous, uninhabited planet at the edge of this star region. This was one of their secret bases primarily used to monitor the movements of Planet Frieza. After disembarking from the spacecraft, Atosta walked to what appeared to be an ordinary rock and gently twisted a part of it. In the next moment, the ground split open, revealing a tunnel leading underground where only darkness could be seen from the entrance. Atosta calmly walked down the tunnel, arriving in front of a large door made of alloy. Atosta placed his hand on the sensor area next to the door, and with a whoosh, the alloy door opened, revealing several figures kneeling at the entrance who greeted, "Welcome back, Lord Atosta." Atosta passed by them with a calm expression and said lightly, "Get up." The kneeling figures stood up and followed Atosta as the alloy door closed tightly behind them. "Do you have any news about Vegeta?" Atosta asked the extraterrestrials as he walked, turning back to face them. "Currently, there is no latest news about Lord Vegeta. We only know that he left with Frieza in a spaceship last time," one of the extraterrestrials replied. Atosta nodded and instructed them to continue gathering information about Vegeta. For now, he had some matters to handle before he could personally seek out Vegeta. Atosta sat in a chair, his gaze sweeping over the several extraterrestrials standing before him, and said calmly, "Tell me about the situation over the past year." "Lord Atosta, currently we have successfully recruited a total of 34 combat personnel from Frieza's subordinates, among which there are 2 warriors with battle powers exceeding one of his own named Xiao-E and Jis. They were persuaded by Lord Vegeta himself." Well done." Atosta nodded in approval, but then suddenly changed his tone. "However, let this type of action be temporarily halted." "But Lord Vegeta instructed." One of the extraterrestrials raised his head, his expression hesitant. "I will explain this to Vegeta. Oh, just follow my instructions for now." A fierce look flashed in Atosta's eyes. "How can we waste our already strained funds on that bunch of trash?" "Yes." The extraterrestrials hurriedly lowered their heads in agreement. "By the way, has that thing been confirmed yet?" Atosta suddenly asked, his expression becoming slightly expectant. The extraterrestrial was momentarily stunned, quickly recalling what Atosta was referring to, and lowered his head to answer, "We are not aware. This matter is personally handled by Lord Vegeta." Atosta replied with a faint hum, inwardly reflecting, "It seems their progress is quite slow without my help, truly frustrating." The item Atosta mentioned stemmed from a hypothesis he had previously proposed. For most people it was merely useless garbage, but for them its significance was substantial. In the past, Atosta had wondered if the Saiyans were really down to just a few of them, yet he could not arrive at an answer, constrained by the original work. Later, after meeting Ireshula Dales and others, Atosta boldly proposed a hypothesis that many Saiyans were still alive in the universe. Since following Frieza, the Saiyans had developed a habit of sending unqualified Saiyan infants to low-level planets each year. From the original work, it was evident that among the batch of infants that Goku and the others were part of, only he remained. But what about the previous batch before Kakarot? What about the batch before that? A Saiyan infant would take at least 7 or 8 years to grow to the point of conquering a planet, even if it were a low-level one, since they would only be 7 or 8 years old by then. For those who matured slower, it was entirely possible to take over a decade. Thus, there would definitely be a large number of Saiyans who had not experienced the destruction of Planet Vegeta, living on other planets during that time. If we calculated by numbers from the first batch of Saiyans that had not returned to Planet Vegeta until before its destruction, there must have been at least hundreds of Saiyans sent away during those years. Even if we excluded those who died for various reasons, and those who left the planet to wander and could not be found, there would still be at least 100 Saiyans remaining. If we could find these potentially existing 100 Saiyans, it might not be impossible to rebuild the Saiyan race. When Atosta shared this hypothesis with Vegeta and the others, they were all stunned, as they had never considered this possibility. While it was not an ecstatic joy, it was still a considerable surprise, as no one wished to live in the world without a sense of belonging. Looking at the original work, even the proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta eventually admitted to being a Saiyan living on Earth, didn't he? However, reality is never as beautiful as one imagines. In this matter, the root of the problem facing Atosta and Vegeta still lay with Frieza. This was certainly not a concern that Frieza would take drastic actions to eliminate the remaining Saiyans on various planets after the destruction of Planet Vegeta. That would be absurd if Frieza did not even take action against Kakarot, who had left his sight, so why would he waste time and energy to eliminate those discarded Saiyans? The problem Atosta and his group faced was that they had no idea where those Saiyans had been sent. When Planet Vegeta was still around, records were kept for every Saiyan infant that was sent away, but those records had disappeared along with the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Thus, Atosta proposed another idea. Given Frieza's stringent monitoring of his subordinates, he would undoubtedly possess detailed information about the Saiyans. While this information may have already been destroyed, there was also a possibility that it remained likely sealed within Frieza's secret files alongside some of his other dark histories. However, would Frieza ever show such things to others? Even his most trusted Sorbet and Dodoria would not see them. Frieza truly only trusted himself. Obtaining that potentially existing list was not something that could be achieved easily. Over the years, this plan had made no progress, but Atosta's hope for it had never waned. Atosta awakened from his deep thoughts and instructed the extraterrestrials below you all bring over all the documents from the past year. Yes, one of the extraterrestrials immediately stood up to find the documents, quickly returning with a thick stack of papers and handing them to Atosta. Whom you may leave now, and do not relax your monitoring of Planet Frieza. Report to me immediately if you receive any news about Vegeta. Atosta looked down at the documents in his hands, not lifting his head as he instructed. Yes, the extraterrestrials replied respectfully and slowly exited. Atosta's gaze swept across the documents in his hands, but his mind was pondering Vegeta's whereabouts. Vegeta, where on earth are you? A massive disc-shaped spaceship descended upon this land, bringing a breath of something different to the long quiet Namek. The hatch of the spaceship opened and a group of alien warriors clad in battle suits descended one after another, forming a line on the ground as they turned their heads in unison towards the hatch. Sabo and Dodoria emerged from the hatch, standing on the ground awaiting their king. Under the sunlight, a strange object slowly floated out, resembling some sort of special chair machine. On the chair sat a petite figure with a delicate face and a body that exuded a round beauty. He was none other than the ultimate form of Frieza. Frieza rested his head on his propped-up hand, tilting his head to observe his subordinates, a faint smile appearing on his face as he said, "Well then, let's set off to seek the Dragon Balls." Yes. Frieza's subordinates responded in unison, following behind him towards the target indicated by the detector. Frieza lounged comfortably in the chair, thinking to himself, once I transform back to my original form, changing back again will be quite a hassle. However, since my father emphasized it for a reason, I am certainly not a fool like Kula. I should focus on transforming back after fulfilling my wishes. On Frieza's spaceship, the remaining members of the Jinyu force gathered together. Raikum scratched his head and said to the others, I also want to search for the Dragon Balls alongside King Frieza. Surely we will encounter some interesting happenings. The Jinyu glanced at the faces of the others and said, there are no powerful enemies on Namek. Everything can be resolved without our intervention. In contrast, Vegeta poses a greater danger. We must keep an eye on him and cannot leave the spaceship. Bardo nodded in agreement. G.I.'s quietly listened to the others, a slight, cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth, though he hid it well from the others. After a while, G.I.'s found an excuse to leave due to boredom, returning to his room to sleep. Jinyu and the other two casually chatted, their eyes discreetly observing Jis' departing figure, a different light flashing in their eyes. Gently closing the door, Jis' previously calm expression turned somewhat unfriendly as he muttered, My King Frieza, why do you distrust us so much? Is it because you fear we might secretly hoard the Dragon Balls? It seems my decision was indeed correct. Frieza shortly after returning set off again, with a large group of warriors, destination unknown. Notably, Vegeta was nowhere to be seen. Atosta's face darkened, his tone suppressing anger. Yes. The alien stammered, looking at Atosta's expression, a sense of unspeakable fear growing within. So much time has passed, and you just received the news. Are you seeking death? A cold glint flashed in Atosta's eyes, his voice piercing with chilling severity. The alien, frightened by Atosta's killing intent, knelt to the ground, his forehead pressed to the floor, urgently saying, My lord, the defenses on Planet Frieza are too tight. We couldn't receive the news in time. Please forgive us. Useless. Anger flashed in Atosta's eyes. A cold snort escaped his lips as he unleashed an invisible force that violently sent the alien flying, injuring him severely. They'll spare you this time. If you fail again, you can end it yourself. Withdraw. Atosta's icy voice echoed. Thank you for sparing my life, my lord. The alien, dragging his injured body, knelt and bowed before Atosta, staggering as he crawled out the door, leaving the office in silence. Damn it. Atosta stood up, pacing around the room, suddenly stopping to gaze at the wall. Could it be that Vegeta has already been killed? No, it seems I must personally go to Planet Frieza to take a look. Atosta resolved within himself, turning to exit the room, his steps echoing with a distinct sound. Earth. I'm healed. Sun Wukong climbed out of bed, stretching his body, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Thank you for the senzu beans, Yachirobe. Yachirobe, biting into an apple, retorted, It's just your good luck. I didn't expect the senzu beans to sprout so quickly. This time, all 7 senzu beans are yours. Thanks, Yachirobe. As Sun Wukong changed into his martial arts uniform, he asked the turtle hermit who was standing beside the bed, Grandpa Turtle, is the spaceship ready? The spaceship I referred to is the one I took when I came to Earth as a child. I had given it to Bulma's father for modifications earlier. The turtle hermit adjusted his hat and replied, It's ready. You can go directly to Bulma's house to find her father. Okay. Wukong jumped out the window, landing perfectly on the flying Nimbus, calling back to the turtle hermit in the hospital room. Please tell Shishi that I will definitely bring Gohan back. The Nimbus carried Sun Wukong towards Bulma's house, leaving a yellow trail in the sky. Soon Sun Wukong arrived at Bulma's house, landing on the ground and walking forward quickly spotting Dr. Brief, who was busy on the spaceship. Hi, Bulma's dad, son Wukong greeted with a smile. How's the spaceship coming along? Dr. Brief led Wukong on a tour of the spaceship, saying, the spaceship is mostly completed, only the final part has yet to be installed. What part? It can't be the gravity device, can it? Dr. Brief replied seriously, it's the stereo sound system. Of course one needs music on the spaceship, otherwise it would be too boring. Son Wukong twitched his mouth and urgently told Dr. Brief, no need for any sound system. The spaceship can take off now, right? Dr. Brief hesitated, saying, the spaceship can indeed take off now, but do you really not need the stereo sound system? It's a good thing. Ultimately, under Son Wukong's persistent insistence, Dr. Brief regrettably abandoned the plan to install the stereo sound system, and the spaceship was ready for takeoff. Son Wukong surveyed the scene inside the spaceship, slightly moving his body, a hint of excitement appearing on his face. 100 times the gravity. I wonder if I can adapt to it. Just thinking about it excites me. Namek, here I come. A measured rhythmic tread echoed. Atosta advanced with unhurried grace, each step radiating an aura of overwhelming authority. Contact our operatives near Planet Vegeta, Atosta commanded without breaking stride, his voice calm, yet commanding as he addressed the alien underling beside him. Issue them an urgent directive, immediately. A flash of cold fury ignited in Atosta's eyes, and his words dripped with chilling menace. Mobilize at once. Prepare to seize control of Planet Vegeta. Wait. The alien barely had time to react before Atosta vanished from sight in a blur of motion. Staring at the space where Atosta had stood, the alien hesitated only a moment, then weighed the dire consequences of disobedience and swiftly set off to relay the order to their forces. Atosta boarded his spherical single-pilot spacecraft, pressed the launch sequence with serene composure, and watched as the vessel paused midair before surging into the void at breakneck velocity. Seated calmly in the cockpit, Atosta gazed silently at the star chart displayed before him, then closed his eyes, folded his arms across his chest, and reclined deeply into the seat. Rest in peace, Vegeta. I will avenge you. Frieza's decades of conquest shall crumble beneath your name. Bide your time in the afterlife. Once I have dealt with Planet Vegeta, I will journey to Namek and summon the Dragon Balls to restore you to life. Then I will hunt down Frieza, bind that wretched mongrel before you, and let you strike the final blow yourself. Planet Vegeta, Central Command. An urgent electronic chirp erupted from the deep space scanner. Instantly, 2 technicians rushed to investigate, bending low over its interface to examine the incoming data stream. One frowned in confusion. Spherical object, likely a combatant. Yet no prior alert was issued. Why is it approaching unannounced? The signature matches Nappa's energy reading, the other observed, studying the screen intently. Perhaps he returned ahead of schedule. Should we dispatch a greeting party? Beyond Planet Vegeta's orbit, Atosta's lips curled into a frost-laced smirk. His finger flicked the throttle, propelling the craft to maximum acceleration in an instant. The vessel surged forward like a comet, streaking toward the planet with terrifying velocity. Having served under Frieza for years, Atosta knew well piloting Nappa's ship granted him passage, if he remained inconspicuous. Yet he refused such quiet entry. To do so would dishonor Vegeta, the fallen prince already buried in his heart. What Atosta demanded was nothing less than sovereign descent, a thunderous, unassailable arrival. Something's wrong. The ship's accelerating beyond all limits. It's unnatural. The scanner operator sensed danger instinctively and barked into the comlink. Alert the armed divisions. Activate all weapons systems and lock onto Nappa's vessel. The second technician immediately opened a channel to the inbound craft. Combatant. Reduce speed immediately and report your status. Frieza's verminous lackeys on this planet. Cleanse your throats and await your slaughter. A voice, cold, familiar, unmistakable, replied, not Nappa's at all. The operator didn't pause to identify the speaker. He slammed his palm onto the emergency console. Full assault. Engage Nappa's vessel. Execute now. Near Central Command, over a dozen colossal launch tubes glowed faintly, then erupted in unison, unleashing searing violet energy beams that tore through the void, converging upon Atosta's position in orbit. Watch closely. A spark of fierce exhilaration flared in Atosta's gaze. With a contemptuous snort, he ascended into Super Saiyan form, golden aura blazing. As his eyes locked onto the dozen roaring energy waves hurtling toward him, he drew a sharp breath and unleashed a cataclysmic surge of power. The spacecraft shattered, instantly exploding into glittering fragments suspended in the black expanse. Atosta hovered freely in the vacuum of space, encased in a shimmering golden barrier that repelled cosmic radiation and lethal stellar particles alike. Amidst the infinite dark, a solitary golden light blazed, radiating an aura both radiant and unervingly commanding. His gaze fixed upon Planet Frisia, a fierce, unmasked thrill danced across his features. Inside, a single thought ignited time to descend. Entering the atmosphere before suffocation sets in. Not a problem. With a subtle shift of posture, he shot forward at peak velocity, unwavering, unstoppable hurtling toward the planet's surface. Violet energy beams lanced toward him, but Atosta wove effortlessly between them, evading every retaliatory strike with flawless precision. His eyes narrowed ahead. Within his mind, certainty bloomed. Almost there, breaching the atmosphere now. With a thunderous whoosh, he pierced an invisible threshold, suddenly weightless, liberated, soaring deeper into the planet's embrace. Planet Frisia, penetrated. Atosta slowed gracefully, halting midair high above the landscape, his face alight with radiant, merciless triumph. He retracted his golden shield. Flames of incandescent gold roared around his frame, while his icy gaze swept the terrain below with utter disdain. Then, a sudden guttural snarl. He threw back his head and unleashed a deafening, earth-shaking roar. The entire planet trembled, every living soul on its surface recoiled under a crushing wave of dread. A cruel smile twisted his lips as he plunged downward, blazing like a falling star, straight toward Central Command. Chaos consumed Central Command. The invader was far more formidable than any had imagined. Some scrambled to arm themselves, others fled in panic, and many simply surrendered to despair. Panic reigned absolute. Then, an eerie, absolute silence fell. Every eye lifted skyward, faces pale with primal terror. There, suspended in the heavens, stood a golden figure, tall, still, radiating such overwhelming power that all present felt as though frozen in glacial ice. Atosta surveyed the crowd below with detached indifference. His voice resonated, not through air but directly within every mind. Reveal Frisia's whereabouts, or die. His presence bore down like a physical weight, pressing upon every heart. After a long, trembling silence, a timid voice quavered from the shadows, "Frisia. Frieza-sama has gone to Namek." Before the words fully left his mouth, Atosta clenched his fist, and the speaker was wrenched violently into the air, drawn across the distance by sheer psychic force. Cradling the captive in his grip, Atosta's lips curved slightly. A familiar face. His battle power exceeded 10,000, a high-ranking officer among Frisia's ranks. His testimony carried weight. Atosta's voice dropped to a venomous whisper. "Are you certain Frisia has gone to Namek? Speak one falsehood, and your death will be so complete, not even ash will remain to mark your end." "Yes, truly. Frieza-sama has gone to Namek. Please spare me." The alien stammered, paralyzed by fear. "Very well." Atosta smiled, gentle, almost tender, then released his grip and cast the alien downward. Just as the alien began to exhale in relief, a sudden heat flooded his body, then blinding light. In the next heartbeat, he dissolved into drifting embers scattered across the sky. Atosta slowly lowered his hand, a razor-edged grin spreading across his face, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated slaughter. Let the massacre begin. Frisia planet, shattered. Atosta surveyed the devastation around him, wiped blood from his face, and a familiar phrase suddenly surfaced in his mind. Dragon Ball Wushuang. He chuckled softly at the irony. Atosta cracked his neck, ignoring the waves of awe and reverence cast upon him by passing squads of warriors, and strode directly toward the former headquarters of Frisia planet. In the preceding assault, Atosta had exercised remarkable restraint. Though he possessed the power to obliterate the planet entirely, he chose instead to destroy only large swaths of its surface and infrastructure. As for personnel, he had executed every combatant without exception, even those who might have been spies loyal to his own faction. The scientists, however, were largely spared. Aside from a few accidental casualties, most were detained alive, their low threat level outweighed by their considerable strategic value. Civilian casualties on Frisia planet were of no concern to Atosta. Once he had secured the planet's core objectives, his forces finally arrived. By conventional standards, their response time was not slow. Rather, Atosta's speed had simply rendered all expectations obsolete. The chasm between their capabilities made victory appear effortless. Though several hundred troops had gathered, only a few dozen qualified as true warriors. The rest were support personnel, technicians, and logistical aides. After all, the Saiyan faction remained nascent. Mobilizing even this many under such urgency was already an extraordinary feat. Yet this force sufficed perfectly for the current situation. Resistance on Frisia planet had been all but eradicated. Atosta's forces swiftly assumed full administrative and military control, integrating the planet into their dominion. Atosta entered the former Frisia planet headquarters, now repurposed as his provisional command center, where a dozen officers worked with disciplined urgency. At his arrival, all activity ceased. The staff bowed deeply. A senior alien commander stepped forward respectfully and asked Lord Atosta, "What are your orders?" Atosta replied coolly, "Prepare me a spacecraft. I depart for Namek." After the commander relayed the order, Atosta added, "You will manage the aftermath here. Keep our forces consolidated. Let the planet descend into chaos if necessary. Should reinforcements arrive from other planets under Frieza's command, evacuate immediately with the captured scientists." "Yes, Lord," the commander affirmed, bowing again. He understood while the conquest of Frieza planet rested solely upon Atosta's overwhelming personal might. With Atosta gone, confronting Frieza's legions would be suicide. Atosta gave a faint, indifferent nod. His instructions were merely precautionary. The sheer magnitude of his displayed power ensured no one would dare mount an assault in the immediate aftermath. In truth, supremacy in this cosmos was determined not by numbers, but by apex-tier combatants. Within moments, a compact, spherical, single-pilot vessel stood ready. Atosta settled into the cockpit, input the recently acquired coordinates of Namek, and the craft surged forward into the stardust void. How bitterly ironic. Frieza still heads for Namek. Was my confident deduction ultimately powerless against the inertia of narrative destiny? He sat in silence, gazing through the viewport at the endless expanse of stars, a wry, sardonic smile playing upon his lips. Encountering Frieza, will they all perish? The faces of Raditz and Son Gohan flickered across his mind. "Hold on," he murmured quietly. "I'll come, as fast as I can." "Namek." Frieza's expression darkened. With a contemptuous snarl, he crushed the scout device in his hand. "Humph, Atosta." Silence fell over his entourage. Not a breath dared disturb the air. Not even Zarbin or Dodoria, Frieza's most trusted lieutenants, who now clutched the Dragon Balls tightly, their faces taut with tension. All present knew one immutable law: never speak when Frieza was enraged. It was tantamount to signing one's death warrant. Yet, had they truly heard correctly? Had Atosta alone seized Frieza planet? Atosta. Yes, they knew the name. But hadn't he perished long ago? To conquer Frieza planet single-handedly implied a power beyond comprehension. Zarbin and Dodoria knew more than the others. From Frieza himself, they'd learned Atosta still lived, but never imagined he could achieve such a feat. Cold calculation replaced fury in Frieza's gaze as he began to reassess the situation. Golden hair. So Vegeta's warnings held truth after all. Beware the golden-haired Saiyan. It aligns with our ancestral legends. Perhaps some forebear was defeated by just such a warrior. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Then lifting his head, he swept his gaze across his subordinates and declared, "For now, set aside Atosta. We continue gathering the Dragon Balls. Once I attain eternal life, I shall deal with him personally." "Yes, Lord." His followers exhaled in unison, relief palpable in their voices. With Frieza's wrath abated, their lives were safe, for now. He reclined upon his floating throne, his signature smile returning to his lips. Frieza had already decided strength meant little. If Atosta was formidable, so be it. After fulfilling his wish, he would seek out his father, King Cold. Atosta's fate would be sealed. Under Frieza's command, the expedition resumed its relentless pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Elsewhere on Namek, a towering figure stood motionless upon Namek's arid soil, surveying the landscape, vast expanses of sun-baked ochre earth, scattered patches of resilient greenery, and 3 blazing suns suspended in a cerulean sky. The vista evoked a profound, haunting desolation. "Is this Namek?" The shadowed figure closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. Such a soothing aura. His eyes snapped open, sharp alert, as he turned toward a distant horizon. Was that a call directed at me? Let me investigate. Sun Wukong let out a fierce battle cry, bending his knees slightly to harness the ground's rebound and launch himself toward Raditz. Raditz remained expressionless, swiftly pivoting and driving his right elbow upward in a sharp arc, aiming at the airborne Gohan. His elbow sliced through empty air, striking only a fading afterimage. Gohan reappeared instantly on the opposite side, launching a lightning-fast kick toward Raditz's neck. "Oomph." Raditz snorted coldly, crossing his arms to block Gohan's blow, then forcefully shoved the boy forward before raising his hands high. Fingers interlocked into a massive hammer fist that descended with crushing force. Not good. Gohan's heart leapt in alarm. He instantly shifted his center of gravity, landing with accelerated precision. Then planting his feet hard against the floor, he sprang backward in a rapid series of somersaults, creating distance just as Raditz's devastating strike slammed into vacant space. "Not bad at all," Raditz remarked with faint approval, his tone calm and measured. "Continue." This time he surged forward first, closing in on Gohan from the flank. Unwilling to engage Raditz, heating Gohan leveraged his compact frame and exceptional agility, darting and weaving ceaselessly while firing sporadic ki blasts to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. Gohan's nerves were taut, his body instinctively recoiling backward as he thrust both palms forward, unleashing a vast shimmering ki barrier that briefly impeded Raditz's advance. Raditz lowered his crossed arms from his face. And there hovering nearby was Gohan, hands raised, high palms cradling a radiant sphere of condensed energy. Masenko. With a thunderous roar, Gohan hurled the energy sphere straight at Raditz. The Masenko struck with such blinding speed that Raditz had no time to evade. He could only brace for impact. Raditz's gaze sharpened into lethal focus. At the very instant the Masenko reached him, he snapped his hand sideways, slapping the blast aside with contemptuous ease. Boom! The Masenko detonated against the wall in a deafening explosion. Yet the wall remained utterly unscathed, for Athostar's engineering was no mere extravagance. Gohan drew a quiet, weary breath as he landed, gazing at Raditz with dejection. My attacks are still too weak. No, they're far stronger than you realize. You've upheld the Saiyan name with honor. Raditz studied him, voice firm with genuine affirmation. Seeing Gohan's spirit lift anew, Raditz subtly shook his hand behind his back, just once. That last deflection had stung more than he'd admit. Raditz had watched Gohan's growth closely, from barely surviving a single blow at the outset to now holding his own in sustained combat. Even as a sparring partner rather than a true adversary, Gohan's progress was nothing short of exceptional. During these days aboard the ship, Gohan had spent most of his waking hours locked in grueling training with Raditz, enduring pain, suffering injuries, yet reaping immense gains. He had now fully adapted to Earth's tenfold gravity. As Raditz put it, this is the gravity best suited for Saiyans, the very same gravity that once defined Planet Vegeta. Fueled by intense gravitational training, relentless combat, and the constant stimulus of injury, Gohan's power had multiplied several times over. Quantified, his battle power now exceeded 5,000. Training ends here for today. We'll reach Namek in a few hours. Go prepare yourself, Raditz declared, arms folded across his chest. Yes. Gohan nodded, earnestly bowing deeply. Thank you for your guidance these past days. Raditz bristled visibly at Gohan's polite deference. Son of Kakarot, show some Saiyan pride. True battle is far more brutal than you imagine. With that temperament you'll pay dearly. Gohan nodded in quiet agreement. But changing one's nature is never so simple. Raditz knew this well and said no more. The two exited the training chamber one after the other. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's first act upon emerging was to seek out his mentor. Standing before Piccolo, Gohan beamed with hopeful anticipation. Uncle Piccolo, I've grown stronger. Piccolo stood with arms crossed, eyes fixed calmly on Gohan. Gohan, I'll train you next. I'll make you stronger still. Huh? Gohan blinked, then broke into a wide, delighted grin, nodding vigorously. Yes. The ship will arrive at Namek in 3 hours. A synthesized voice echoed through the ship's intercom. The vessel will reach Namek in 3 hours. Their destination loomed ever closer. The true Namekian Odyssey was about to begin. Bulma slept soundly in her cabin, buried beneath her blanket, her dreams occasionally stirring soft, coquettish murmurs. Raditz leaned against the corridor wall, eyes closed in feigned slumber, conserving energy with disciplined ease. For any warrior worthy of the title, rest must be mastered as a reflex. Piccolo sat cross-legged in midair, eyes shut in serene repose. Meanwhile, Gohan and Krillin headed together to the bathhouse, ready to cleanse themselves before the journey ahead. Gohan, you've already surpassed me by a wide margin, Krillin mused as he peeled off his shirt. You and your father, both of you advance at an almost terrifying pace. Gohan flushed modestly, scratching his head with a warm smile. But you've grown much stronger too, Uncle Krillin. Krillin draped his clothes aside and said, my progress owes much to this ship. The equipment aboard is astonishingly advanced. A wistful gleam flickered in his eyes. I never imagined Arisola's husband could afford such a magnificent vessel. It must have cost a fortune. Krillin spoke enviously, unaware that in another world countless souls envied him. Come to think of it, has Piccolo's strength increased as well? He's always aimed to surpass your father. He missed the battle against Frieza last time. Surely that left him bitterly frustrated. The two soaked in the steaming bath. Krillin turned to Gohan and asked. Yeah, Gohan replied, nodding with quiet pride. I can feel how much stronger Uncle Piccolo has become. He's trained relentlessly. Krillin sank deeper into the water, sighing thoughtfully. Honestly, Gohan, you're remarkable. Whether it's Piccolo or Raditz, you managed to earn their respect and trust. Gohan surfaced, drawing a deep breath before replying earnestly. Actually, both Uncle Piccolo and Raditz are good people. Raditz is even my father's elder brother. By family ties, I should call him Uncle Raditz. Really? Huh? Krillin stared blankly at Gohan, scratching his head with an awkward chuckle. He found it hard to believe either man qualified as easy to get along with. After bathing, Gohan and Krillin donned fresh garments. Gohan settled quietly near a window to await landing while Krillin went to rouse Bulma. Finding the wait dull, Gohan pressed his forehead against the viewport, gazing out at the cosmos. Through the glass, countless stars pulsed, brightening and dimming. streaking silently across his field of view, lending vivid splendor to the infinite black void. Planet Namek. In front of the massive disc-shaped spaceship, a group of alien warriors dressed in battle gear stood silently on the ground, quietly watching their king. Frieza lounged comfortably in his chair, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his subordinates, a habitual smile gracing his lips as he said, "After several days of effort, we have gathered 4 of the 7 Dragon Balls, with 3 remaining to be found. However, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, we must expedite our next actions." At this point, a cold glint appeared in Frieza's eyes. "Today we must collect all the Dragon Balls." "Yes," Frieza's subordinates shouted in unison. Frieza revealed a satisfied smile and said, "Let's set off." As soon as the words left his mouth, the chair Frieza was sitting in shot upward into the sky, dozens of light beams rising behind him as everyone flew toward the predetermined direction under Frieza's lead. In the sky, Zarbon, flying beside Frieza, spoke up. "Lord Frieza, is it all right to keep the 4 Dragon Balls we've collected inside the spaceship?" Frieza glanced at Zarbon with a smile and said, "What are you trying to say?" Before Zarbon could respond, Frieza continued, "I have great trust in Captain Jinyu and the others. I spoke too much." Zarbon lowered his head and apologized to Frieza, falling silent afterward. Dodoria, flying on another side, cast a puzzled glance, but did not ask anything. This was Dodoria's survival principle over the years. If he didn't know, there was no need to know. He could simply do his own job faithfully. This was also what Frieza appreciated most about him. While Frieza and his team were on their way, a medium-sized spherical spaceship quietly descended onto the land of Planet Namek. "Yay, we have successfully arrived at Planet Namek." As the spaceship's hatch opened, Bulma stood at the front with her hands on her hips, laughing heartily, while Krillin and Gohan also smiled. The group disembarked from the spaceship, stepping onto the soil of Planet Namek. Bulma, Gohan, and Krillin looked around curiously at the environment of Planet Namek, with Raditz and Piccolo calmly following behind. "Huh, this place looks a lot like the one where Uncle Piccolo taught me to train," Gohan remarked, recognizing the familiar scenery and turning back to look at Piccolo. Piccolo nodded, a mysterious expression in his eyes as he said, "I always felt more at ease here. It brings a sense of calmness. It seems there is a reason for that. Even though I pride myself on being the great demon king who will conquer the world, I can't help but reveal a different emotion when facing my homeland." "Hey, stop getting sentimental, didn't you notice?" Raditz suddenly shouted, his voice sounding somewhat anxious, and everyone looked at him in confusion. "This energy, it can't be wrong. It's Frieza." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Raditz's face, his breathing hastening. "Why is Frieza here on Planet Namek?" "Frieza?" Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin closed their eyes, sensing the energy, and soon their expressions turned grim. The power of that presence far exceeded their imagination. The formidable Skulla they had painstakingly defeated on Earth seemed like nothing more than an ant in front of him. Hey, Atosta." Raditz hurriedly took out his communicator to contact Atosta. "Yes, I'm here." Atosta's calm voice came through the communicator, which somewhat reassured Raditz. Taking a moment to steady himself, Raditz spoke. "Atosta, we've arrived at Planet Namek, but we found Frieza here too. What should we do?" On the other end of the communicator, Atosta, reclining in the spaceship's chair, replied to Raditz. "I know Frieza is on Planet Namek. I'm currently on my way there on the spaceship, don't worry." Then Atosta instructed through the communicator, "Try not to have direct contact with Frieza. Let him gather the Dragon Balls, well, settle accounts once I arrive." "Okay." Raditz nodded in agreement, hesitating for a moment before lowering his voice to cautiously ask, "Atosta, honestly, how do you compare to Frieza?" Atosta let out a speechless sigh and said, "I've already told you before, and now I will make it clear again. I can defeat Frieza with a single finger." "Oh, then I'm relieved." A relaxed expression appeared on Raditz's face, bolstering his confidence in the mission to Planet Namek. Although he suspected that defeating Frieza with a single finger was just Atosta bragging, given Atosta's character, he would never claim to be able to defeat Frieza if it weren't true. It was clear that Atosta was definitely stronger than Frieza. "You all be careful, I'll arrive as soon as possible." After reminding Raditz once more, Atosta hung up the call, looking at the communicator in his hand and muttering, "I already demonstrated my strength in front of Raditz before. It seems it's not easy to make ants understand who is larger, the elephant or the hippo." On Planet Namek, Raditz put away his communicator and turned to the others, saying, "It seems you all understand how strong Frieza is. Honestly, even all of us combined wouldn't be enough for Frieza to toy with using just one finger." Everyone fell silent, the atmosphere darkening, even Bulma losing her usual vigor. Bulma had some understanding of Frieza. Atosta had stayed at Bulma's house for a few days, and under Bulma's persistent questioning, had shared some information about the universe, much of which focused on Frieza. Earlier, Bulma had informed Gohan and the others about Frieza, and they now had a preliminary understanding of him. But it's okay, Atosta will arrive at Planet Namek soon, and Frieza is no match for him. Our current task is to preserve our lives, but as long as we are cautious and avoid direct contact with Frieza, everything will turn around once Atosta arrives. Raditz's face wore a smile, exuding confidence. Seeing Raditz like this, Piccolo interjected with a sideways glance. Right now you're the one who doesn't understand the situation. If Frieza gathers the Dragon Balls, who can guarantee that after he makes his wish, he won't become even stronger? Whether Atosta can defeat him is still a question. Moreover, if he fulfills his wish before Atosta arrives, and then kills the god of the Dragon Balls who created them on Namek, or even destroys the planet directly, what should we do? Raditz's mouth twitched, unable to find a retort. Although he found Piccolo's attitude rather disagreeable, Raditz had to admit that Piccolo had a point. With Frieza's unpredictable nature, it was not impossible for him to destroy the planet after making his wish. If that happened, even if Piccolo died, they would lose 2 sets of Dragon Balls at once, leaving them with no chance of resurrection. The atmosphere on site turned somewhat gloomy, everyone's mood heavy with no inclination to speak. Now there are 2 options. Finally, it was Piccolo who broke the deadlock, drawing everyone's attention. Piccolo turned his gaze to Raditz and said, "The first option is that we awkwardly escape to another planet, wait for your so-called invincible Atosta to arrive, and then easily eliminate the underling Frieza." As he said this, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Piccolo's mouth. The second option, Piccolo's expression turned serious, his voice resolute, is to use our brains and strength to do what should be done and thwart Frieza's plans. Everyone looked at Piccolo in unison, different colors flashing in their eyes, their morale somewhat lifted. Gohan and Krillin rekindled their fighting spirit, and even Raditz, who had been following Atosta, was unwilling to passively wait for someone else's rescue. Beep beep. Accompanied by the sound of the machine starting up, the Dragon Ball radar displayed a grid-like image with 7 glowing dots flickering on the screen. For Dragon Balls are gathered together, but they aren't at Frieza's location. Could it be that someone on planet Namek is still collecting Dragon Balls? Looking at the image displayed on the Dragon Ball radar, Gohan asked in confusion. Raditz crossed his arms and said, "That should be the location of Frieza's spaceship. Perhaps Frieza has stored the previously collected Dragon Balls on the spaceship. That wouldn't be surprising. Who knows, this might be our opportunity." Piccolo glanced at Raditz and said, "Let's check the status of the other Dragon Balls first. Apart from the 4 that are gathered together, the other 3 are separated and 1 is quite far away." Krillin stroked his chin, directing his gaze towards the farthest Dragon Ball. Piccolo lowered his head to examine the Dragon Ball radar again, then looked up at the sky, frowning and stating, "According to the Dragon Ball radar, the direction Frieza just went seems to be here. In that case, is this the target for Frieza and his team?" Raditz pointed at a glowing dot on the screen. "Raditz, do Frieza and his team also sense the position of others based on ki?" Piccolo turned to Raditz and asked. Raditz shook his head and replied, "Frieza's crew cannot sense ki. They rely on detectors worn on their eyes to search for life signals. We Saiyans didn't have the ability to sense ki before a later Yatsuda learned to sense it on a planet and then taught a few of us." "I see." Piccolo frowned, appearing to contemplate something. Raditz impatiently said, "What's there to think about? The most important thing right now is to quickly obtain a Dragon Ball, preventing Frieza from gathering them all." Gohan and Krillin exchanged glances and nodded. Raditz's words indeed made sense. "Let's split into 2 teams. Piccolo raised his head and surveyed everyone, saying, "One team will go to collect the nearby Dragon Ball, while the other team will go check on Frieza and try to gather some intelligence." "Are you joking?" Raditz scoffed, actively seeking Frieza. "No one can guarantee what will happen then." Piccolo glared at Raditz. "Are you scared of Frieza? Only by obtaining detailed information can we increase our chances. Who knows what unexpected gains we might have. If you're afraid, no one is forcing you to go." "Say that again." Raditz's expression turned grim, his tone laced with tension. "Enough!" Gohan suddenly shouted, causing everyone to turn their heads towards him. Gohan directed his gaze towards Piccolo and Raditz, pleading, "Now is not the time to argue. Finding a way to solve the problem is what matters most." "Oomph." Both Piccolo and Raditz snorted in unison, turning their heads away from each other, though they no longer seemed intent on arguing. "Uncle Krillin, why don't you speak up?" Gohan turned to Krillin. "Me." Krillin looked at the still fuming Piccolo and Raditz with a twitch of his mouth, resting his forehead and saying, "Fine. I think it is necessary to see the situation with Frieza, but we must hold back our ki so that Frieza doesn't detect us. At the same time, we need to find a way to obtain the Dragon Ball from the other location. We can go for the farther one later. Also, we should see if we can get our hands on the 4 Dragon Balls at Frieza's spaceship as well." After saying this, Krillin looked at everyone, seeking their opinions. After a brief moment of thought, everyone nodded in agreement with Krillin's idea. Seeing that there were no objections, Krillin began assigning tasks. "Piccolo, you are in charge of collecting that Dragon Ball, since you are a Namekian and can negotiate with them more easily. Piccolo frowned. He actually wanted to see what the legendary Frieza was like, but Krylen's words made sense, and in the end he agreed. Raditz, you are more familiar with Frieza, so you handle the spaceship. Krylen looked at Raditz with an inquiring gaze. I don't mind, but that means you and Gohan will be going to Frieza's place, right? Raditz frowned. I have no problem with that, Gohan said, earnestly, determination on his face. In Frieza's eyes, aren't we all weak? Krylen and I are even easier to overlook, so don't worry. Despite Piccolo and Raditz's attempts to dissuade Gohan, he remained adamant about his decision, repeatedly assuring that nothing would go wrong. Raditz and Piccolo had no choice but to relent. Then let's get moving. Krylen looked around and raised a fist high, shouting, everyone, let's give it our all. Piccolo crossed his arms and closed his eyes lightly. Raditz looked to the other side, twisting his neck to warm up. Gohan stared with his innocent big eyes at Krylen. Krylen quietly lowered his raised fist, feeling a bit awkward as he cleared his throat, and turned to Gohan. Stop staring, let's get ready. Raditz flew alone in the azure sky, not moving very quickly as he had to maintain a concealed aura. If he unleashed his full power, he feared it might attract Frieza's attention. This was something they had discussed before setting out. Frieza's confidence in leaving the Dragon Balls on the spaceship is quite unusual. Raditz contemplated a thought crossing his mind. Could it be that Frieza has brought the Ginyu Force? No, that shouldn't be the case. Raditz dismissed the idea in his mind. The Ginyu Force has almost never acted alongside Frieza. It doesn't make sense for this time to be an exception. Forget it, I'll see when the time comes. A confident smile appeared on Raditz's face. Even the Ginyu Force, aside from Ginyu himself, has no one who can match me as long as it's not 2 against 1. Meanwhile, Piccolo was also silently making his way through the sky, heading towards the only village on planet Namek that had not encountered Frieza. On the other side, Krylen and Gohan were rapidly jumping across the ground, moving towards Frieza's direction. Gohan! Krylen suddenly called out. Don't worry, I'll be careful, Gohan replied without turning his head. This issue had already been emphasized by Raditz and Piccolo several times. No, that's not what I meant. Krylen scratched his face, looking somewhat puzzled. I feel like I've forgotten something. Gohan found it strange, but after thinking it over he couldn't recall anything, so he dropped the matter and focused on moving forward with Krylen. Suddenly, a large rock rolled down from the mountain, startling Bulma, who was riding a motorcycle, causing her to slam on the brakes. The rock landed not far from her stopping point, but Bulma was thrown into the air by the sudden stop and fell to the ground. Wah! Bulma gently rubbed her little leg that had just been bumped, slumping to the ground in despair, and cursed, those bastards. Does no one understand how to cherish a lady? They just left me here all alone. Damn it! Damn it! Suddenly a strange sound echoed, as if some unknown beast was howling. Bulma swallowed hard, quickly got up, and hopped back on her motorcycle, speeding away, as if the pain from earlier was just an illusion. Son Gohan and Krillin held their breath, cautiously lying on the cliff beside the Namekian village, watching the scene below. Gohan's gaze settled on the only seated figure among the many aliens below as he turned to Krillin and whispered, "It must be him, his power is extraordinary. I didn't expect Frieza to look like this. He appears just like an innocuous child," Krillin whispered to Gohan. After all, a whole bunch of terrifying enemies were right before them, and Son Gohan and Krillin dared not speak much, silently observing the situation in the village below. Frieza and his subordinates were waiting outside the Namekian village, surrounded by several alien warriors who brought the captured villagers before him. There were 5 captured Namekians in total, appearing as 3 elderly individuals and 2 children. The elder among them seemed to be the village elder, with a serious and composed expression, while the 2 Namekian children clutched at the elder's garment in fear. Frieza, with a friendly demeanor, inquired about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls from the Namekian elder, who adopted a non-violent resistance attitude, evading Frieza's interrogation. Namekians are always so stubborn, Frieza said with a smirk, showing a hint of amusement on his face. However, I have ways to make you obedient. Zarbon, let them see what happens. Zarbon, with an elegant smile, swiftly appeared behind the Namekians and delivered a devastating kick that broke the neck of one elder. Bastard! Another Namekian elder cried out in retaliation, but it was too late. The elder was killed by the energy blast unleashed by Zarbon. Afterwards, 3 young Namekians returned to the village, bringing a glimmer of hope to the elder. Unfortunately, although they managed to kill several alien warriors, they were soon easily dealt with by Dodoria. The only good news was that the Namekian elder had seized the opportunity to destroy all the detectors, marking the Namekians' final act of resistance. Frieza calmly addressed the elder, saying, "If you hand over the Dragon Balls, honestly consider it compensation for the damaged detectors. If you resist, we will kill those children." In the face of such a situation, the Namekian elder had no other choice but to reluctantly trust Frieza's promise and handed over the Dragon Balls. Frieza passed the Dragon Balls to Zarbon and turned to the Namekian elder to inquire about the whereabouts of other villages, only to be met with refusal. Thus Frieza nonchalantly broke his recent promise and issued the order for no mercy. Dodoria grinned wickedly as he clenched his fists. "You've received the Dragon Balls, are you going back on your word?" The elder's face was filled with anger. "Oh, did I say anything? I don't recall." Frieza feigned confusion, turning to Zarbon beside him and asking, "Mr. Zarbon?" "In my recollection, Lord Frieza made no promises," Zarbon replied with a serious expression. Frieza shrugged his shoulders at the Namekian elder, raising his chin as if to say, "See, there was clearly no promise, it was your own imagination. You demons, do you have to drive us to extinction?" The elder turned to the two Namekian children and shouted urgently, "Children, run, run now. Let me show you the power of the Namekians." The elder's tone was resolute. Frieza lightly extended a finger, instantly firing a purple energy beam that grazed past the elder's face, killing one of the Namekian children behind him. "Cock!" The elder and another Namekian child screamed. Dodoria appeared, swiftly snapping the elder's neck with a clean motion, tossing the body to the ground, and mockingly said, "There's no time to showcase your power now." The only surviving Namekian child watched helplessly as everything unfolded before him, weakly crying out as tears streamed down his face. Dodoria landed in front of the Namekian child, looking down at him and saying, "Haha, dealing with you little ones is easier than squashing a bug." Dodoria raised one hand high, saying, "I'll be merciful and let you die quickly." Suddenly a childish voice rang out, and Dodoria looked around in surprise, only to receive a heavy kick to his face, knocking him to the ground. "Who are you?" Dodoria rubbed his face and asked the person who appeared before him. "I am Son Gohan, the one who will punish you for being a villain." Gohan shouted angrily at Dodoria. "What a big mouth." Dodoria sneered, preparing to get up and deal with Son Gohan, only to be kicked down again. "Uncle Krillin." Gohan was surprised. Krillin had previously told him not to come out, but now had come to help, which touched Gohan's heart. "Fool, hurry and run," Krillin shouted as he picked up the Namekian child, urging Son Gohan to flee. Gohan quickly realized and hurriedly flew away with Krillin. Dodoria chased after them. Frieza looked puzzled at Gohan and Krillin's retreating figures, shouting at the just-risen Dodoria, "Those two little brats." Dodoria rubbed his face, cursing in anger as he flew up to pursue Gohan and Krillin. In the sky, Krillin and Gohan unleashed all their strength and flew forward with Dodoria hot on their heels, the distance between them gradually closing. Krillin looked back, thinking, "Not good. He's faster than us. He'll catch up. Why not just fight him?" Gohan suggested, feeling confident in his current strength. Although he was at a disadvantage compared to the large brute behind, he believed he still had a chance to win. "Let's play it safe. The risk is too high. If we attract his allies, we're done for." Krillin was unwilling to take such a risk. Dodoria continued to close, and now only a few body lengths away from Gohan and Krillin. "I've got an idea," they suddenly exclaimed in unison. "In a dire situation," Gohan said directly, "Uncle Krillin, take that child and leave. He'll lead that guy towards Raditz." Without waiting for Krillin's response, Gohan quickly distanced himself from Krillin and the child, firing several energy blasts that struck Dodoria's face, infuriating him. "Wait, Gohan. I can use the solar flare," Krillin called out, but it was too late. The enraged Dodoria had already pursued Gohan in another direction. Looking at Gohan's vanishing figure, Krillin helplessly said, "Forget it, Gohan should be fine. I hope he runs into Raditz soon." That's the basic sequence of events. In front of the shelter Bulma had constructed inside a cave, Gohan briefly recounted what had just transpired to the others. Gohan lured Dodoria away, and after fleeing a considerable distance, Raditz finally arrived, exactly as Gohan had anticipated. With remarkable ease, the once arrogant Dodoria was swiftly defeated. Raditz and Gohan then located Bulma's newly established base and reunited with the group. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the mind, but this sudden turn of fortune felt unsettlingly smooth, as though something wholly unexpected had to occur to restore balance. Krillin shook his head, dispelling the odd notion, then turned to Raditz and asked, "Raditz, what happened on your end?" "At first I halted not far from Frieza's spaceship. I sensed the presence of the Ginyu Force." Raditz's expression grew oddly strained. "The Ginyu Force." Raditz proceeded to brief the group on their nature. Their faces darkened in unison. "I'd intended to withdraw, but then..." Raditz furrowed his brow. "I faintly, almost imperceptibly detected Vegeta's aura." "Vegeta?" Bulma murmured the name. Earlier Yajirobe had spoken extensively about Vegeta, granting her some understanding. He was the prince of the Saiyans, his power vastly surpassing both Raditz and Nappa's. "So I approached the ship to assess the situation, but the Ginyu Force discovered me. After several exchanges, I seized an opening and withdrew." Raditz instinctively pressed his shoulder. The lingering ache still throbbed. From now on we must proceed with greater caution, he declared, his gaze sweeping gravely across each face. Gohan nodded, then turned toward Piccolo, who leaned against the wall nearby. Uncle Piccolo, how did things go for you? After reaching that village, I negotiated with its inhabitants and secured the Dragon Ball, Piccolo remarked, glancing toward the Dragon Ball resting behind them. I informed them of Frieza's threat. They've likely evacuated by now. Is that so? Then all is well, Gohan replied, a gentle smile softening his features. Though utterly unfamiliar with those Namekians, Gohan still fervently hoped they would survive. Raditz stroked his chin. Now that we possess one Dragon Ball, the tide has shifted. We're no longer at a disadvantage. It is Frieza who should feel the pressure. Clapping sharply twice, Krillin drew everyone's attention. Holding the rescued Namekian child by the hand, Krillin addressed the group, then shared certain revelations with regard to the Dragon Balls and the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder. All exchanged puzzled glances awaiting Krillin's explanation. He is akin to Earth's guardian, a divine architect who forged the Namekian Dragon Balls. Moreover, every Namekian springs from his very essence. At present, Frieza holds 5 Dragon Balls, we hold 1, and the final one rests with the Grand Elder himself. The last Dragon Ball, so a journey is inevitable. Raditz cracked his neck, musing inwardly. Once we secure 2, Yajirobe will surely regard me with newfound respect upon his arrival. Then let us decide who shall go, Krillin said, surveying the group. We cannot send many. Larger numbers increase visibility and risk detection. I have questions I wish to pose directly to the Grand Elder, Piccolo interjected. It was ultimately decided that Piccolo and Gohan would accompany Din to seek the Grand Elder, while Raditz and Krillin remained behind to guard the Dragon Ball, and Bulma naturally would stay put. With no preparations needed, the trio departed immediately toward the Grand Elder's location. To conceal their auras, they flew deliberately slowly, knowing it would take considerable time to arrive. Meanwhile, Krillin and Bulma used specialized equipment to establish contact with Earth and learned Son Goku was nearing arrival. A spark of excitement flickered between them. Raditz retrieved his communicator and contacted Yajirobe, sharing his deductions. Through the device, Yajirobe's voice resonated. You sensed Vegeta's aura, though faint. Yes, though I cannot claim absolute certainty, Raditz replied. I see. A long silence followed before Yajirobe spoke again. Do nothing rash. Await my arrival before taking any action. If opportunity arises, gather intelligence, but under no circumstances reveal yourselves. Raditz nodded solemnly, and the transmission ended. Across the void aboard his vessel, Yajirobe studied the star chart on his display and murmured softly, so Vegeta lives. Indeed, a most favorable development. Yet, did my campaign to seize Frieza's planet trouble him at all? On the opposite side of Namek, Frieza accepted 2 scouters handed to him with deference by Captain Ginyu. One he inserted into his conveniently positioned console, the other he casually tossed to Zarbin beside him. Captain Ginyu, recount your encounter with Raditz, Frieza said, propping his head on one hand as he tilted his head slightly. Using our scouters, we detected a faint energy signature. Curious Birder ventured out and confirmed Raditz's presence. Ah, so Raditz proved stronger than anticipated? Frieza asked, intrigued. Indeed. His battle power approaches 60,000. He wounded Birder when he pursued. I arrived shortly thereafter and engaged Raditz in combat, inflicting injury, but failed to capture him. Forgive this grave failure, your majesty. Ginyu bowed low in penitence. Frieza fell silent in contemplation, then lifted his gaze sharply. Captain Ginyu, listen well. Yes, your majesty. I grant the Ginyu Force liberty to operate freely, yet one member must remain aboard the ship to guard Vegeta. Frieza fixed Ginyu with a penetrating stare. Do not disappoint me, Ginyu. A fierce gleam ignited in Jinyu's eyes as he bowed deeply. Yes, your majesty. Your loyal servants shall apprehend Raditz and his allies, fulfilling your majesty's highest expectations. Thereafter, Frieza entrusted the Dragon Ball to Ginyu for safe return to the ship. Having saluted Frieza, Ginyu rose and departed to deliver the exhilarating news of their newly granted autonomy to his team without delay. Confined for days aboard the ship, these warriors, accustomed to unrestrained freedom, had found the monotony agonizing, yet dared not defy Frieza's decree. Now granted liberty, and assigned a thrilling mission to alleviate their tedium, what greater boon could there be? Mr. Zarbin, Frieza observed, watching Jinyu's figure recede into the sky. Dodoria's energy signature has vanished entirely, most likely eradicated by Raditz. He raised the scouter in his hand. Zarbin lowered his head, offering no reply, his silence an implicit acknowledgement. Though he and Dodoria had often clashed, learning of Dodoria's demise stirred within Zarbin a quiet, somber empathy. Resume the search for the Dragon Balls, Frieza commanded, and set off at once toward the direction indicated by his scouter, his remaining retainers falling swiftly into formation behind their sovereign. On the opposite side of Namek, On the desolate plain, the lifeless bodies of several Namekians lay quietly, their tragic states evident. Frieza sat in his chair, resting his head on his hand, impatience evident as he tapped his fingers on the armrest. Mr. Sabo, have you not found the Dragon Balls yet? Sabo halted his search among the pile of corpses, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. Humph, no Dragon Balls found, and Captain Ginyu has yielded no results either. Frieza gently clenched his fists. This is truly frustrating. Sabo approached Frieza, speculating. Your Majesty Frieza, perhaps what those Namekians said is true. The Dragon Balls are no longer in their possession. Frieza replied noncommittally, who knows? Speaking of which, this is the first time we've encountered Namekians fleeing. Our news should have spread by now, right? Forget it, it's not a big deal. Frieza leaned back. Let's go check out the village of those Namekians. Perhaps the Dragon Balls are hidden there. Your brilliance is unmatched, my king, Sabo timely responded. Frieza pointed in a direction, saying, according to that Namekian child, their village is over there. Let's go take a look. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, in a silent corridor, a shadow flashed past the end, leaving behind two cosmic warriors with bloodied heads, their faces reflecting disbelief. The shadow nimbly maneuvered, traversing through corridor after corridor until it finally halted at the end of a passage where an obviously different alloy door came into view. The shadow stood at the door, seemingly hesitating, and after a moment gritted its teeth and pulled out an exquisite card from its pocket. The card was waved over the sensor next to the door, and the electronic light above the door suddenly flickered on. Finally, the light turned green, and the alloy door parted in the middle, creating an opening. The shadow stepped into the room, its gaze fixed on the innermost part of the chamber. There, a figure was tightly bound by massive alloy chains, suspended in the air like prey trapped in a spider's web, its tail drooping helplessly behind. Lord Vegeta, the shadow called softly. Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, staring directly at the shadow with a low, rumbling voice. Chio, you've come. This person who secretly came to see Vegeta was Chio, one of the few subordinates of Frieza with a battle power over 10,000. In the original story, Chio had long been at odds with Vegeta while under Frieza's command, eventually chasing Vegeta from Frieza's planet to Namek, where he was easily killed by Vegeta. However, here Chio had previously allied with the secret forces of Vegeta and Atosta. Lord Vegeta, I have come to rescue you. Chio's face displayed loyalty entirely devoid of any previous hesitation. Chio quickly approached Vegeta, pulling out a key-shaped magnet from his pocket, respectfully addressing Vegeta. Lord Vegeta, I had no opportunity to act while the Ginyu force was present. Later, when Ginyu and the others left the spaceship, the only one remaining JS wanted to take a nap, so I swiftly stole the door card and key from Jinyu's room and rushed over here. Hee, a hint of a smile appeared on Vegeta's face. I will remember your contribution, Chio. Chio inserted the key-shaped magnet into the socket on the wall behind Vegeta, and with a crackling sound, the chains binding Vegeta's limbs loosened and slid off. After days of humiliating captivity, Vegeta finally regained his freedom. As the chains released, Vegeta, suspended in midair, lost his support and fell towards the ground, caught just in time by Chio. Lord Vegeta, are you alright? Chio asked with concern. Vegeta attempted to move his body involuntarily, letting out a muffled groan as intense pain caused beads of sweat to form at his temples. Vegeta had already sustained severe injuries during his battle with Frieza. After a hasty treatment to ensure he wouldn't die, he was captured and suspended. His remaining consciousness was solely supported by his astonishing willpower, otherwise an ordinary person would have already fainted. With Chio's support, Vegeta leaned against the wall, gradually taking deep breaths to recover his strength. Chio, tell me about the significant events that have occurred recently. After catching his breath, Vegeta directed his gaze towards Chio's face. Chio briefly recounted the recent events to Vegeta, Frieza's situation, the happenings on Namek, and Atosta's solo assault on Frieza's planet. Atosta, Vegeta murmured softly, his expression shifting as he contemplated something. Chio, where are Frieza's Dragon Balls? Vegeta suddenly inquired. Chio was taken aback and replied honestly, Your Majesty Frieza. All of Frieza's Dragon Balls are kept by Captain Ginyu in the conference room, and the key is with Ginyu. I see. Vegeta suddenly smiled and posed a somewhat strange question. Chio, do you have anything else to say? Chio displayed a puzzled expression, but thought carefully and replied, I don't think so. Then farewell. A smile curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth as he naturally placed his hand on Chio's chest, his palm faintly glowing. In the next moment, a wave of energy pierced through Chio's chest, blood gushing from the wound. What a... Blood spewed from Chio's mouth as disbelief filled his face. Lord Vegeta. Vegeta did not spare him another glance, walking past Chio step by step towards the door. There lay what he desired. As Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, how could I let trash see my humiliating state? Chio's body collapsed weakly, the rate of blood spraying slowing down, soaking the ground beneath. In his eyes, the spark of life gradually faded, leaving only a trace of resentment and regret. Vegeta, that detestable Saiyan monkey. Frieza, Your Majesty. With a loud crash, the door to Frieza's conference room shattered and Vegeta's figure appeared at the entrance. Huff, huff. Vegeta panted heavily, his strength rapidly draining, yet an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Frieza, you never anticipated that the Dragon Balls you painstakingly collected would become mine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Counting the Dragon Balls laid before him, Vegeta extended his fingers into the air. Good, there are 4 Dragon Balls. I will. Vegeta unleashed an energy wave, shattering the outer wall of Frieza's spaceship, sequentially tossing the Dragon Balls outside. Now is not the time for battle. Though it was strange that JS, who remained on the spaceship, had not yet appeared, Vegeta had no intention of seeking him out. Even in his current state, Vegeta had confidence in defeating JS, but he was concerned about wasting too much time and attracting Frieza's attention, which would truly seal his fate. It's time to go. Vegeta took a deep breath and flew out through the hole in the spaceship, heading towards his predetermined direction. After flying for a while, Vegeta landed at a location he estimated. Indeed, the 4 Dragon Balls were nearby, not far away. Vegeta picked up the Dragon Balls one by one, straining to carry them as he flew to a spot quite a distance from Frieza's spaceship. He placed the Dragon Balls into a nearby crevice of a mountain, leaning against the wall beside him as he caught his breath. Although this wasn't a particularly safe place, Vegeta instinctively relaxed his mind. No, I can't fall asleep. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and Vegeta forced himself to stay alert, sitting there to gradually rest. This won't do, I must do something. What is happening? Krillin looked at the Dragon Ball radar in confusion. At this moment, the radar displaying the 7 Dragon Balls flickered. 1 Dragon Ball was here with them, another was with Piccolo and Gohan, who were heading towards the Elder, and these 2 remained unchanged. However, the positions of the other Dragon Balls had undergone significant changes. Originally, 5 Dragon Balls were gathered together at the location of Frieza's spaceship, but just a moment ago, 4 Dragon Balls abruptly reached another location at high speed, with 1 Dragon Ball remaining in place. This abnormal situation left the few present somewhat puzzled. Bulma blinked and questioned, if Frieza is moving the Dragon Balls, why leave one behind at the original spot? Could it be a bait with the Dragon Ball? Krillin speculated, stroking his chin. Raditz frowned in thought, gritting his teeth. He'll go take a look. Frieza and his crew won't conceal their energy, so if something feels off, he'll escape. This concerns 4 Dragon Balls, it's worth the risk. Raditz's expression became resolute. With a soft sigh, Vegeta immersed himself in the cool green healing liquid, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Through the window of the healing pod, he saw Raditz outside, smiling and gesturing with a reassuring sign. Vegeta returned a knowing glance and closed his eyes to rest. Watching as Vegeta gradually fell into a deep sleep, Raditz quietly exited the room and descended from the spherical spaceship of Atosta. In that case, the spaceship can only be left outside. I wonder if it will attract anyone's attention, Bulma said somewhat worriedly. But with such a vast Namek, how could Frieza and the others possibly find us so easily? Raditz waved his hand, signaling Bulma to be at ease. However, I never expected that Vegeta would actually escape from Frieza's ship. Truly, he is Vegeta. Raditz smiled. Vegeta's appearance had instantly changed the situation on Namek, and Raditz believed that Frieza was the only one they needed to worry about now. Moreover, one could easily imagine Frieza's furious expression upon learning this news. Just thinking about it was amusing. Is that Vegeta really that strong? How does he compare to Atosta? Bulma couldn't help but ask, seeing Raditz's admiration for Vegeta. Of course, Vegeta is the Prince of the Saiyans, hailed as an unprecedented genius since birth. Although he may not match Atosta right now, I believe he will catch up. Raditz replied matter-of-factly. Oh, Bulma nodded thoughtfully. Sitting on a nearby rock, Krillin redirected his gaze back to the dragon radar in his hand. The displayed images showed no changes, neither the Dragon Ball on Frieza's ship nor the one with the Grand Elder had shifted. I wonder how Gohan and the others are doing. Krillin quietly looked up at the sky. With the sounds of footsteps echoing, Gohan, Piccolo, and Dandy, after a long journey, finally arrived at the Grand Elder's dwelling. The Grand Elder's residence stood atop a high rock, its solitary structure appearing quite distinctive. Just as Gohan and the others arrived, the door to the Grand Elder's house suddenly swung open, revealing a robust figure who stepped out and stood tall before them. Dandy looked at the figure in confusion, but Son Gohan and Piccolo's expressions changed simultaneously as they exclaimed, Shigura. The person who appeared before them was none other than Shigura, who had fought against them on Earth not long ago. After the self-destruction of Ba, Shigura had miraculously survived, dragging his crippled body away from Earth. In the vast universe, Gohan and the others thought they would never see Shigura again, not expecting to meet him so soon. I thought it was someone else, who I didn't expect it to be you guys. Shigura wore a cold smile. Have the others also come? How about another round? Piccolo and Gohan tensed their bodies, adopting a battle-ready stance, while Dandy stood aside looking uncertain. Enough, Shigura, they are guests of the Grand Elder. A youthful voice interrupted as another Namekian appeared. Naru. Dandy's face lit up with a smile as he greeted this Namekian, who bore a strong resemblance to Piccolo. Shigura scoffed disdainfully, but showed no intent to fight, turning back to re-enter the Grand Elder's room. Naru glanced at Shigura, then turned to Dandy, addressing Gohan and the others. The Grand Elder is already aware of the general situation. The Grand Elder wishes to see you. Follow me. As they followed Naru inside, Dandy couldn't help but ask, since he already knows, why not avoid him. Naru turned back to explain to Dandy the Grand Elder is advanced in age and knows his time is limited, which is why I have been guarding here. I understand now. Dandy nodded and ceased further inquiries. They all walked into the room together. The Grand Elder sat in the center of the room on a chair, and compared to other Namekians, his body appeared particularly large and heavy, exuding an aura of frailty. Child, come here. The Grand Elder's gaze fixed on Piccolo, beckoning him. Looking at the Grand Elder's figure, Piccolo felt a strange emotion rise within him and walked over to his side as instructed. You are the child of Kafaz, right? I never expected you to safely reach Earth. That is truly wonderful. The Grand Elder's face showed a look of confusion, but why does your power? Child, do you mind if I touch your head? Piccolo shook his head, allowing the Grand Elder to place his hand on his head. Foolish, truly foolish. The Grand Elder exclaimed loudly while reading Piccolo's memories to actively split yourself into two due to the intrusion of evil consciousness having your innate power. Such ignorance. He looked at Piccolo with a pained gaze. The other one is no better. The Grand Elder's gaze flicked towards Shigura, who turned his head away with a twitch of his lips. The Grand Elder withdrew his hand and looked up at the ceiling, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. Perhaps several hundred years ago, Namek faced a calamity causing sudden climatic changes that even the dragon couldn't alter. We didn't want to abandon our homeland, but feared the complete extinction of the Namekians, so we sent a few children away in a spaceship. You and Shigura are among those children. As he spoke, the Grand Elder's gaze turned to Piccolo, whose expression shifted restlessly. Later, all our kin on Namek perished, leaving only me. The Grand Elder's expression turned faintly sorrowful as he seemed to recall that scene. Now Namek faces another calamity. The Namekians present, including Shigura, wore similar expressions, and the atmosphere fell into silence. After a brief pause, the Grand Elder looked at Piccolo and said the Namekians are inherently a peaceful and kind species, but during childhood they are particularly susceptible to external influences, much like you and Shigura. Spare me, Shigura sneered. I do things according to the laws of survival in the universe, which is why I thrive, while the rule-abiding Namekians have fallen into decline. Be quiet. Piccolo glared coldly at Shigura. All right, let this old man finish speaking. The Grand Elder smiled, stopping the argument between Piccolo and Shigura, and turned to ask, do you know about the classifications of Namekians? Classifications of Namekians. The gathered crowd was curious. Even Naru, who knew a bit, showed interest. The most notable ability of Namekians is their capacity to create Dragon Balls and various unique abilities, the Grand Elder continued. However, not everyone possesses these abilities. Ordinary Namekians do not have any particularly powerful abilities, which need not be mentioned. Naru is the only combat-type Namekian on this planet, with combat power far exceeding that of ordinary Namekians. Above ordinary Namekians, there are some with extraordinary innate abilities known as the Dragon Clan. The Grand Elder emphasized. Within the Dragon Clan, there are also significant differences. Some in the Dragon Clan possess the potential to create Dragon Balls, but lack strong combat abilities like Dandy. Others, lacking the talent to create Dragon Balls, possess extraordinary combat skills, but these individuals are particularly susceptible to external influences, which we generally refer to as the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan, huh? Piccolo and Shigura muttered simultaneously. Within the Dragon Clan, there exists an even rarer type, true geniuses who not only master the ability to create Dragon Balls, but also possess extraordinary combat talent and exceptional abilities. At this point, the Grand Elder's gaze locked firmly onto Piccolo. Like me, like you before the split. He added, such individuals are generally referred to as Super Namekians. If I were still young, I could have easily defeated Frieza. Alas, excessive reproduction and advancing age have depleted nearly all my vital energy. I am now utterly incapable of combat. At this, the Elder sighed wistfully. Enough. There is no point dwelling on such things now. He then raised his hand toward Gohan. Child, come here. Gohan looked momentarily surprised, but obediently stepped forward to stand beside the Elder. The Elder reached up and removed the Dragon Ball from its place upon his throne, placing it gently into Gohan's hands. You are all kind and courageous souls. I offer my utmost aid without reservation. The Dragon Ball is yours. However, your wish may prove exceedingly difficult to fulfill. Wait. Slug protested indignantly. Why should the Dragon Ball be given to him? Wouldn't it be better entrusted to me? The elder gazed at Slug. You lost the contest of wits against me. You have forfeited your right to claim the Dragon Ball. Moreover, your intent is neither pure nor selfless. I cannot make an exception for you. Slug muttered discontentedly under his breath. Though the elder's reasoning was somewhat tenuous, he astonishingly offered no rebuttal, silently accepting the decision. Once Slug had been placated, the elder turned again to Gohan. My remaining lifespan is only a few days. Can you retrieve the Dragon Balls from the villain's grasp within that brief time? Otherwise they will vanish with my death. Gohan's expression hardened with unwavering resolve. Yes, we will succeed. We shall spare no effort. A gentle, benevolent smile softened the elder's features. You are a hybrid of Earthling and Saiyan. Within you lies immense, untapped potential. Let me help awaken that power. As the elder placed his hand upon Gohan's head, a torrent of overwhelming power surged forth from Gohan's body. A fierce, radiant aura erupting around him, transforming him utterly from his former self. Your latent potential is truly staggering. I can only guide you thus far. What remains must be discovered by you alone. The elder spoke slowly to Gohan. My power. Gohan beamed with joy, then suddenly recalled himself and asked, Elder, will this shorten your lifespan? The elder smiled reassuringly, explaining that he merely channeled and awakened innate potential. His own longevity remained wholly unaffected. With the elder's consent, Gohan proposed bringing his companions to undergo similar empowerment, and the elder readily agreed. Gohan, return and bring your friends. I must also speak with Piccolo. Finally, the elder said. Huh. Gohan blinked in mild surprise, then nodded. Understood. I'll leave at once. After bidding farewell to everyone, Gohan departed from the elder's abode and soared toward their hidden refuge. Piccolo watched the elder, deeply puzzled. Piccolo, lie down. I shall perform a special cultivation upon your body, the elder explained. Special cultivation. A faint, knowing smile touched the elder's lips. Your premature division, like that of Earth's Kami, left your abilities profoundly undeveloped. Even if you later fuse, you will never attain the true power of a Super Namekian. Through a sacred ritual, I shall draw forth the authentic power slumbering within your body and reshape you so that in time you may become a genuine Super Namekian. Piccolo met the elder's gaze and abruptly refused. I refuse. At the elder's look of quiet astonishment, he added, I will never fuse with him. And this ritual will shorten your life, won't it? After a long silence, the elder nodded. Yes, it will diminish my remaining years. But I am already near death, it matters little. Yet, his voice softened, filled with quiet yearning. Though I shall not witness it myself, I long, more than words can convey, to know what heights a Super Namekian might ultimately reach. An unprecedented solemnity settled upon the elder's face. To rebuild Namek, I abandoned the path I once pursued. I entrust that dream to you. Please carry it forward. Piccolo held the elder's gaze in silence. Then, after a long pause, gave a slow, hesitant nod. I understand. He removed his white robe and laid it aside, then stretched out flat before the elder, awaiting the ritual's commencement. Nail and Din watched without protest. Some duties, after all, are simply inevitable. Slug, the elder said just before the ritual began, Namek is no longer safe for you. You should depart. Humph. I go where I please. That's none of your concern. Slug twisted his neck defiantly, showing no intention of leaving. I'm still hunting for the Dragon Balls. Thank you. The elder offered the gratitude with quiet sincerity. Ignoring Slug's bluster, the elder fixed his attention upon Piccolo. A soft, verdant light emanated simultaneously from both of them, rising into the air, intertwining like twin serpents of emerald flame. Piccolo felt a deep, soothing warmth envelop his entire being, like returning to the primordial stillness of his egg. Gradually, he slipped into profound slumber. Slug, Nail, and Din stood motionless, watching in silent reverence, eyes gleaming with unspoken understanding. Sabo flew alone across the sky, guided by his scouter, as he swept the vast expanse in meticulous search. Earlier, Frieza had taken him to the Namekian village, scouring the area repeatedly, uprooting the very earth itself, yet the Dragon Balls remained unfound. Then came Jinyu's urgent transmission. Vegeta had escaped, and the Dragon Balls stolen. Enraged, Frieza immediately returned to find his ship half destroyed, while the 4 surviving members of the Jinyu force knelt trembling in abject supplication. All 5 Dragon Balls had vanished. Only Jinyu, who had stayed behind, lay grievously wounded, his abdomen pierced clean through. Only Jinyu's swift intervention, rushing him into the medical pod, had saved his life. Though Frieza seethed with apoplectic fury, he restrained himself from executing his most loyal subordinates. Instead, he dispatched the remaining Jinyu force, Jinyu Rikum and Birder, alongside Sabo to hunt down Vegeta and recover the Dragon Balls, while he remained aboard the ship, stewing in solitary wrath. Only 4 scouters remained. Frieza kept one for himself, so the others divided into 3 teams: Jinyu alone, Rikum and Birder together, and Sabo, who maintained a cool distance from the rest, assigned to work independently. each searching separate regions for Vegeta and the Dragon Balls. Still no word. His Majesty Frieza is truly incensed. Sabo murmured to himself. That incompetent Jinyu, what a catastrophic blunder. Were it not for Jinyu's plea. Suddenly his scouter emitted a sharp, insistent beep-beep. Sabo instantly snapped alert. Over 20,000 battle power. Who could it be? A Namekian, or perhaps one of Raditz' allies. His mind raced, but his body moved without hesitation, accelerating full speed toward the signal's origin. In that very direction, Gohan streaked forward, enveloped in a blinding white aura, his speed shattering the sky itself. Gohan shot across the lake's surface enveloped in a blazing white aura. The shockwave he generated cleaved the water cleanly in two like a blade, only for the halves to crash back together moments later, erupting into towering plumes of spray. Ha ha ha, what incredible power. What blinding speed. Gohan laughed joyfully, cradling the Dragon Ball tightly as he raced without pause toward Krillin and the others. With this one we now have 6 Dragon Balls. Gohan declared, his expression brimming with unwavering confidence. Once we locate the final one, everyone can be revived. At that thought his speed surged once more. Lost in the exhilaration of his newfound strength and the hope kindled by the Dragon Balls, Gohan failed to notice, far behind him, a tiny black speck suddenly appearing on the horizon. There he is. Zarbin's face lit up with fierce excitement as he abruptly accelerated, hurtling after Gohan, the distance between them shrinking rapidly. Wait. As he drew nearer, Zarbin's eyes locked onto the object clutched in Gohan's arms. What is that? Dragon Balls. Zarbin erupted into full-speed pursuit, roaring with triumph. Ha ha ha. What an unexpected bounty. Lord Frieza will be delighted. At that very moment, a sudden chilling sensation prickled Gohan's spine, the unmistakable feeling of being watched. Instantly alert, he sensed the powerful advancing aura trailing behind him. Trouble. I've been spotted. Gohan's expression tightened. That energy, it's the man who stood beside Frieza. I didn't sense him until he was this close. Have I grown too arrogant? Gohan pushed his speed to its absolute limit, desperate to outpace Zarbin. But Zarbin was faster. In no time he closed the gap entirely. Halt! A blur of motion, and Zarbin materialized directly in Gohan's flight path. Gohan jerked to a stop midair, hovering face-to-face with his pursuer, intense, silent confrontation. So it is you. Gohan's face darkened instinctively as he tightened his grip on the Dragon Ball. Zarbin crossed his arms, gaze fixed unflinchingly on the orb. With cold condescension, he commanded, Earthling child, hand over that sphere. Dream on. I'll never surrender the Dragon Balls to scum like you. Gohan glared fiercely, fists clenched tight. Zarbin's eyes hardened to ice. Refuse. Then I'll take it by force. A gust swept past, whipping their hair wildly as their stares locked, unyielding, electric. Gohan tensed every muscle, ready for battle, but his mind raced just as fast, searching desperately for a way to break this deadly impasse. Zarbin wasted no time. Without warning he lunged, closing the distance in a blink, and thrust his hand toward Gohan's head. Gohan gritted his teeth. His intensive training aboard Raditz' ship paid off. He twisted aside, with uncanny agility, evading the strike. His free right hand unleashed a searing ki blast at Zarbin, then used the recoil to propel himself backward, widening the gap between them. Zarbin batted Gohan's blast aside with a flick of his wrist, then leveled his right arm, and fired a colossal energy wave straight at his opponent. Gohan veered sharply, darting sideways at breakneck speed. Zarbin's blast scorched empty air, trying to flee. A sardonic smile flickered across Zarbin's lips. In a flash he reappeared directly before Gohan, blocking his escape once more. Damn it! Gohan's brow furrowed as he glanced down at the lake below. Clutching the Dragon Ball, I can't unleash my full power. There's only one choice left. And before Zarbin's astonished gaze, Gohan hurled the Dragon Ball downward, straight into the lake. They had the Dragon Radar. Retrieval would be easy. This was far better than letting it fall into enemy hands. What? Zarbin cried in shock, and instantly dove to intercept the falling orb. Just as his fingers neared it, a searing ki blast struck, forcing him to recoil. Helplessly he watched the Dragon Ball vanish beneath the water's surface with a soft plop, sending concentric ripples shivering outward. Zarbin stared at the now calm lake, knuckles cracking as fury coiled in his chest. He whirled around, eyes blazing with murderous intent at Gohan. Brat. I'll kill you. His words were met, not with fear, but with the thunderous impact of Gohan's fist. The two clashed, fists a whirlwind of motion colliding in rapid bone-jarring succession. Within seconds dozens of blows had exchanged, neither gained ground. For now they stood perfectly matched. Zarbin burned with rage, but Gohan burned hotter. Unleashing power beyond anything he'd ever known, he refused to yield, even against a foe stronger than himself, his spirit surging defiant, dominant. Remarkable brat, Zarbin thought grimly, never slackening his assault. He must not be allowed to grow. Zarbin's movements suddenly intensified. Gohan felt the pressure mount. The raw, volatile energy born of his fury began to ebb, leaving him vulnerable. Their battlefield shifted constantly. Zarbin's speed escalated further. Then in a lightning-fast maneuver, he seized Gohan's arm, and before Gohan could react, hurled him high into the air. Die! Zarbin gripped his right forearm with his left-hand palm aimed upward at the off-balance Gohan soaring above, and unleashed a devastating energy beam. Zarbin's full-power blast tore through the sky like a celestial spear. Damn it! Gohan tumbled midair, flipped upright, then locked eyes with the onrushing attack, raised both hands high, and roared Gallic Gun. The two beams collided midair, erupting in a cataclysmic detonation whose shockwave blasted outward in all directions. Meanwhile, Krillin snapped his head up, alarmed. No, Gohan's energy. In another, Frieza's henchman. Raditz' face hardened. In an instant he vanished, blasting toward the battlefield. Bulma, Raditz and I are going to rescue Gohan. You stay here, Krillin called back urgently, and shot off in pursuit of Raditz. Bulma weakly raised her hands, then slumped her shoulders in resignation. Fine. I'll go check on that Saiyan prince aboard the ship then. Elsewhere, Geese halted midair, adjusting the scanner on his visor, then turned sharply toward the direction of Gohan and Zarbin's battle. Without hesitation, he pivoted and sped off. Zarbin's engaged with someone. Far away, Birder glanced at his scouter's readings, then turned to his comrade. Let's go have a look. Lycum cracked his neck, grinning. Maybe Zarbin's stumbled upon something interesting. Two blazing trails of aura flared across the sky as Lycum and Birder shouted in unison the Ginyu Force. Deploy. Aboard Frieza's flagship, Frieza tossed his scouter aside with bored disdain, propping his chin in one hand. Let's hope Geese finally does something useful this time. Inside the medical chamber, Geese slowly opened his eyes. Two waves of energy collided in the air, intersecting to form an unstable sphere of energy closer to Gohan, the intense waves of pressure radiating outward, causing the surrounding air to become somewhat scorching. Zabo exerted all his strength, slowly pushing the energy sphere closer to Gohan. You little brat, die here. Damn it. Gohan's veins bulged, and his eyes seemed to bulge outward. I am the son of Sun Wukong. How can I lose to you villains? With Gohan's roar, it seemed a force surged from within him, instantly exploding into a formidable aura. His hands trembled slightly as the beam of demonic light suddenly expanded outward, its impact much stronger than before, pushing the energy sphere towards Zabo at a steady pace. What? Zabo hurriedly summoned all his power, beads of sweat the size of peas falling like rain, yet he still could not halt the approaching energy sphere. Impossible. Where did this little brat get such power? No matter how Zabo thought, the energy sphere continued to close in on him almost right before his eyes. It's over. Zabo's eyes widened. The detector he wore suddenly exploded, and his body underwent drastic changes, swelling up significantly, transforming his once handsome features into those of a grotesque reptile. What is this? The change before Gohan exceeded his imagination, leaving him momentarily stunned. Zabo let out a long howl, unleashing all the power within him, and the energy wave he emitted suddenly doubled in size, rushing towards Gohan at an incredible speed. Gohan squeezed every ounce of power from his body, but Zabo's energy wave remained unaffected, continuing to surge towards him at the same velocity. Die! Accompanied by Zabo's furious roar, the energy sphere exploded near Gohan, engulfing his body in a torrent of energy and filling the sky with endless smoke. Zabo looked coldly at the smoke above, taking deep breaths as he reverted to his previous form. I've dealt with that brat. Now it's time to find the Dragon Balls. That's the real business. He wiped the sweat from his face, thinking to himself, with such a commotion, Ginyu and the others might be rushing here. I can't let them steal my credit. With that thought, Zabo immediately dove into the lake, starting his search for the Dragon Balls. When he usually held them, he found the Namekian Dragon Balls somewhat large, but now he cursed their small size, finding it incredibly difficult to search for such tiny objects in such a vast lake. Not here. Not here either. Still not here. After a long time, Zabo finally discovered a Dragon Ball half buried in the sand at the bottom of the lake. A smile spread across Zabo's face as he hurriedly dug it out and cradled it in his arms, swimming upwards excitedly. With one Dragon Ball in hand, I won't have to worry about others making wishes first. Now King Frieza will be a bit happier, right? Zabo burst out of the lake, but just as he surfaced, his smile suddenly froze and his expression became grim. Raditz. In the sky, Raditz stood with his arms crossed, coldly staring at Zabo. Zabo turned to look at the lakeside, astonished that the little brat had survived. Son Gohan, bloodied, glared fiercely at Zabo, who was partially exposed from the lake, while Krillin stood beside him with a hand on Gohan's shoulder. Zabo, how do you want to die? Raditz growled fiercely, but instead of letting Zabo choose his method of death, as he said, he immediately attacked, appearing before Zabo, in an instant, his fist crashing down. Zabo hurriedly pulled his head back into the lake, quickly diving to escape. Oomph. Raditz chose not to pursue him into the lake, but instead ascended into the sky. Raditz looked coldly at the lake below, raising both hands to gather an energy sphere. Huh. Raditz suddenly slammed his hands together in front of his chest, unleashing dozens of energy waves from the sphere towards the lake, continuously attacking, causing the water to evaporate drastically from the violent energy fluctuations. Zabo's figure appeared in the sky, fleeing rapidly in one direction. Can you escape? Raditz held his hands in front of his chest, the aura enveloping his body radiating a dazzling light as a massive energy wave shot towards Zabo at an incredible speed. Not good. Zabo's face filled with fear as he waved his hands, firing off dozens of energy waves in an attempt to deflect Raditz's attack, but it was all in vain. Raditz's energy wave continued to surge towards him unchanged. Am I really going to die? Just as Zabo prepared to close his eyes and accept his fate, an energy ball flew from behind him, casually striking Raditz's attack, redirecting it straight up into the sky. Zabo, you look truly pathetic. A familiar voice came, and Zabo looked up in surprise, excitedly shouting, Captain Jinyu. Jinyu floated slowly to Zabo's side, arms crossed. The sound of rushing wind approached as two tall figures rapidly came towards them, appearing behind Jinyu moments later. Captain Jinyu, you sure are fast. Jinyu turned back with a smile and nodded. Raikum, Birdie, you guys are here. Raditz frowned warily, eyeing the suddenly appearing Jinyu and his team, thinking to himself, this is going to be troublesome. Zabo, take the Dragon Ball to find King Frieza. This is no longer your concern. Jinyu twisted his wrist, not even glancing at Zabo, saying indifferently. Zabo cautiously looked at Jinyu and whispered, all right, I understand. After saying that, he gave a cold smile towards Raditz in the distance and turned to leave. Raditz merely glanced at Zabo's retreating figure before shifting his gaze back to Jinyu and his team. Gohan and Krillin appeared beside Raditz, facing off against Jinyu and his team in the sky. One side had a tense atmosphere with serious expressions, while the other was relaxed and carefree. Gohan felt the intensity of the aura from the figures opposite him and spoke with a grim expression, are you the ones? Kid, that's a good question. Jinyu clapped his hands in praise, exchanging glances with Raikum and Berta behind him, and the three immediately made astonishing moves. Raikum lifted one leg high over his head, spinning a few times in the air, then suddenly leaned forward at a 90-degree angle, declaring, I am Raikum. Berta twisted his body, keeping his left foot still while raising his right leg over his knee, hands raised high, then standing on his right leg, crossing his left leg over it, right hand on his chest, left arm raised high, saying, I am Berta. Jinyu knelt on one knee, placing his hands at his feet, then lifted his arms above his head to clap, standing on his toes, legs forming a large circular-shaped palms, facing forward, declaring, I am Jinyu. We are the Jinyu Force. The three gathered together, striking a symmetrical pose centered around Jinyu, standing motionless in the air like statues. Raditz, Krillin. Gohan looked at the Jinyu Force before him, muttering to himself, so cool. At that moment, the elegant and graceful dance of the Jinyu Force, their trendy and eye-catching poses, and their carefree attitude left a deep impression on the young heart of Son Gohan, laying a solid foundation for the future emergence of the masked Saiyan. The Jinyu Force is here. The Jinyu Force, make your entrance. The three members of Jinyu struck a striking pose, standing still in the air like statues. Klin turned his head and whispered, Raditz, do we really have to fight? There's no way to escape now. We must fight with all our might. Raditz's face was filled with seriousness. If it were just him, Raditz would have confidence in escaping, but Raditz turned to look at Son Gohan, standing aside. Raditz, it's time to settle the score from last time, haha. Barda stepped forward with a cruel smile. Let's see how you escape this time. Umph. Raditz scoffed, his gaze bypassing Barda and focusing directly on Jinyu, who stood with his arms crossed at the back. Raditz did not regard Bardo as a threat. Compared to him, Barda's only advantage was speed. If Jinyu and the others hadn't arrived on time, last time Bardo would have been finished. What made Raditz most vigilant was the silent Jinyu. Lycum, hold the line for me, and he'll treat you to chocolate later. Barty turned to Lycum and said something. Lycum responded with an O. Jinyu's eyes shifted slightly. Although he said nothing, it was hard to imagine he wouldn't intervene if Bardu truly faced danger. Raditz furrowed his brows in thought, then leaned closer to whisper a few words to Gohan and Klin before stepping forward to meet Barda's gaze. Let's go to the ground, Raditz suggested. Barda nodded in agreement, and everyone descended to the ground, instinctively clearing the middle space. Hiya! Raditz and Barda simultaneously shouted and lunged at each other, colliding in the center of the battlefield. Barda staggered back a few steps, but Raditz relentlessly darted forward, delivering a heavy punch to Barda's abdomen. Barda reacted just in time, hastily crossing his arms in defense against Raditz's assault. Though he was sent flying far away, he sustained no significant injury. Raditz stared coldly at Barda, disdainfully saying, "Is this all you've got?" It's no different from last time. With that, his peripheral vision swept over to Jinyu and Lycum. Assessing the situation, it was completely one-sided. On Raditz's side, Klin's battle power of a few thousand was negligible and Gohan's power was under 200. The only considerable strength was Raditz's nearing 600. In contrast, Jinyu's side had both Lycum and Bardu with over 400, while Jinyu himself boasted an impressive 1200. Winning seemed hopeless. The only chance. Raditz glanced at Bardu, his expression growing resolute. "Damn, Raditz." Bardu rubbed his wrist and glared furiously at Raditz, then turned to Lycum, signaling him, and charged at Raditz again. From behind, Jinyu quietly instructed Lycum, "You will ambush Raditz. If Raditz's friend comes to help take out the one with the higher battle power, the other bald one is no threat." Lycum grinned and acknowledged with a nod. Raditz and Bardu struggled against each other's grip. A fierce aura erupted from Raditz, creating a strong wind, and Bardu was clearly beginning to struggle. Suddenly he shouted, "Lycum." "Got it." Lycum saluted and dashed towards the two battling, only to be met with a powerful energy wave surged toward the advancing Lycum, forcing him to halt. He exclaimed in surprise, "You're also playing tricks." "Haha." Raditz unleashed an even greater power. "It's not over yet." Unnoticed by everyone, Klin suddenly made his move, extending 2 fingers from each hand to his temples, shouting solar flare. In an instant, blinding light filled the sky. Gohan and Raditz had already closed their eyes, but the unprepared Jinyu force was momentarily blinded, unable to open their eyes. Raditz unexpectedly hurled the bewildered Bardo upwards while he and Gohan rushed towards Lycum, who was screaming and covering his eyes. "Damn bald guy." As Bardo ascended, he cursed while covering his eyes. Suddenly feeling weightless, he sensed something warm leaving his body, followed by an overwhelming pain, and his consciousness began to fade. Not far away, Klin lowered his raised hand and glanced at Barda's body, which had been cleaved in two by his energy attack. He turned his gaze toward Gohan and Raditz, a look of excitement spreading across his face. Pshh. Raditz pulled his arm out from Lycum's chest and tossed Lycum's body aside, exchanging a smile with Gohan. In the distance, Jinyu removed his hand from his eyes, staring in disbelief at the bodies of Lycum and Bardu on the ground, his face twisted in agony as he weakly extended his hand, grasping at the air. "Lycum, Bardu, Jinyu, how do you feel?" Raditz flicked his long hair, his eyes revealing an unwavering resolve, and mockingly addressed Jinyu. "Because of my carelessness, Barda and Lycum are dead." Jinyu's voice was somewhat subdued. Clap, clap. Jinyu suddenly clapped his hands, laughing crazily. "Raditz, you did well. You've successfully enraged me." Raditz remained silent, focusing all attention on Jinyu's movements, while signaling Gohan and Klin to be careful. After all, Jinyu's battle power reached 1200, completely different from the previous two. Suddenly, Jinyu moved. In an instant, his figure appeared above Raditz's hands, shaped like hammers crashing down. Raditz hurriedly crossed his arms to defend. Boom. Jinyu's hand struck Raditz's arms, sending a powerful shockwave through Raditz's body, forcing him into the ground, half of his body embedded in the earth. "Let me show you what a gap in power looks like." Jinyu paused, giving a cold smile to the fearful Raditz before suddenly turning away. "Watch out!" Raditz yelled. Jinyu's figure appeared in front of Klin, looking down from above. "It's you, bald one." Jinyu tightened his fists, his knuckles crackling. Cold sweat dripped down Klin's face as he hurriedly raised his hands to his temples, saying solar. "Humph." Jinyu scoffed coldly, and as Klin made his move, delivered a heavy kick to him. Klin flew backward, landing on the ground with his neck twisted, unnaturally twitching uncontrollably, barely hanging on to life. Death was just a matter of time. Jinyu's expression showed no sign of emotion as he stated coldly, "I will kill you one by one to accompany my fallen comrades." "Uncle Klin!" Gohan screamed, turning to glare at Jinyu, his teeth clenched tightly. "You villain!" "Yeah!" Gohan shouted angrily, leaping up and unleashing all his power, raising his hands high to launch a powerful energy blast at Jinyu. Gohan stepped back. Raditz pulled himself out of the ground, urgently calling out to Gohan. The power gap between Gohan and Jinyu was too vast. Such an attack would be ineffective. Indeed, facing Gohan's furious full-power strike, Jinyu merely waved his hand, sending it flying away. Gohan's energy blast struck the distance, causing a violent explosion. Gohan landed, staring blankly at Jinyu. "It's my turn." Jinyu looked indifferently at Gohan, gathering energy in his palm, creating a crackling ball of energy that radiated an intensely dangerous aura. "Die for me. Die for me." Jinyu forcefully threw the energy sphere in his hand, transforming it into a massive stream of energy that surged toward Gohan, illuminating the sky with its dazzling brilliance. A look of despair flashed in Gohan's eyes as he instinctively crouched down, placing his hands in front of himself in a feeble attempt to provide some psychological comfort. Such a powerful move, if it hit, would undoubtedly mean death. The stream of energy surged toward him like a torrent, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost upon Gohan, a suffocating sensation rising in his heart. Whoosh! The energy stream engulfed Gohan's body, roaring as it surged into the distance. The dust it stirred up, enveloping the surroundings, casting a golden glow all around. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, Jinyu suddenly paused, then burst into laughter. Ha! I never expected that the cold-hearted Saiyan would do something like this. How amusing. Ha ha! The place where Gohan had been was now scorched earth under the torrent of energy, yet Gohan, the intended target, had only sustained light injuries. Sensing the end of the attack, Gohan removed his hands from his head and looked forward, his expression changing dramatically. A tall silhouette stood before Gohan, its long hair singed in patches, wisps of smoke rising from its body, emitting the scent of cooked flesh. Gohan stared blankly, his mouth agape, but unable to make any sound. With a thud, Raditz's body collapsed heavily to the ground. Uncle. Gohan knelt beside Raditz, tears streaming down like water as he finally called out the title he should have uttered. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Raditz's mouth as he struggled to say, Gohan. Kakarot's son. Don't cry, don't forget your Saiyan identity. Gohan nodded vigorously, tears continuing to flow. Training with you. Watching you grow. These days have truly been very happy. Gohan opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound, nodding vigorously. Run away. Return to Earth. Someone will take care of things here. Just live on. That's all that matters. No, I'm not leaving. I want to fight with them. Gohan shook his head forcefully, shouting loudly. Hearing this, a slight smile crept to the corner of Raditz's mouth, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Very well. We are. Raditz suddenly raised his head and shouted hysterically to the sky. The warrior race. Saiyans. Ugh. Raditz's head fell to the ground, the scenery before him slowly darkening, his consciousness beginning to fade. In a daze, several blurry faces seemed to drift past his eyes. Kakarot, perhaps you have surpassed me now. Atosta, I can't see your mighty form anymore, just like before. Vegeta, heal quickly, we need you now. Finally, a rugged smile flashed, and Raditz suddenly felt a desire to laugh. That nappy, you rascal, when we meet next time, I will definitely punch you hard and grab your collar to tell you. I, Raditz, am not a coward. Uncle. Uncle. Gohan cried loudly on Raditz's corpse. Though he had often feared Raditz, Gohan had long accepted this suddenly appeared brother of his father. This man, who usually seemed strict and cold, actually died to save him, leaving an unimaginable shock in Gohan's heart. This guy originally wanted to keep Raditz for last, but I didn't expect him to come out and die willingly, Jinyu said in a teasing tone, walking toward Gohan as casually as if taking a stroll. Actually, you must be his son, otherwise he wouldn't have acted this way. Thinking about it, you two do look quite alike. Jinyu stopped in front of Raditz's body, stroking his chin as he looked at Gohan. Gohan buried his head in Raditz's embrace, showing no intention of speaking, causing Jinyu to find it somewhat boring. Jinyu chuckled and suddenly raised his foot to step on Raditz's body, glancing at Gohan from the corner of his eye, saying, Even this useless Raditz has a son, yet I, Jinyu, am still unmarried. Burning him to death is really too cheap for him. Gohan suddenly charged at Jinyu, only to be swiftly slapped in the face, crashing back with even greater speed. Ugh! Gohan's neck twisted unnaturally as he struggled to say something, his voice sounding like an old broken wind instrument. Finally can't hold it back anymore, huh? Jinyu wiped his nose, watching Gohan with great interest. Suddenly the scouter on his eyes emitted warning beeps, and Jinyu's expression changed as he sharply raised his head to look at the sky. In the sky, a red aura stopped, and a figure appeared above. Daddy. Gohan, who lay on the side, sensed the arrival's aura, his face lighting up with surprise. Thud. Son Goku's figure landed on the ground, looking around carefully. Gohan, Krillin, Raditz, I arrived a step late. Goku's face flashed with anger, his gaze fixed on Jinyu. A Saiyan? Jinyu asked tentatively. With a whoosh, Goku appeared next to Gohan, crouching down carefully to feed a senzu bean to him. In the next moment, Gohan's injuries were healed, and he climbed back up. Shock crossed Jinyu's face. Goku looked at Raditz's body side and shook his head, first going to the other side to use a senzu bean to revive the nearly dying Krillin, then returned to Raditz's side with him. Goku slowly picked up Raditz's body, glaring at the ground beside him, blasting a pit just large enough to hold a body. Although I still can't stand your way of living, I admit you, my brother, are a true warrior. Son Goku placed Raditz's body in the pit and began to cover it with dirt little by little. Krillin glanced at Jinyu, who was standing with his arms crossed, and said with concern, even if we join forces, we probably can't defeat that guy. No, Son Goku stepped forward, his words carrying a decisive tone. I can handle this guy all by myself. Ha ha ha, did I hear wrong? Jinyu dug at his ear and laughed heartily. You say you want to defeat me. Son Goku's expression turned serious, his aura gradually rising. Suddenly, a red aura erupted from Goku, instantly elevating his power to its peak. Bang! The scouter on Jinya's eyes shattered, and his confident expression froze, replaced by fear and disbelief. 180. Goku said nothing unnecessary, extending his hand toward Jinyu, unleashing an invisible force from his palm that violently sent Jinyu flying. What? Jinyu flew backward parallel to the ground, and Goku's figure flickered, instantly appearing again in front of Jinyu. Huh? Goku bent his legs feet together, delivering a dual-footed kick to Jinyu's abdomen, causing Jinyu to scream as he was sent crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. Goku stepped forward to the edge of the pit, opened his mouth as if to say something, but suddenly turned around and swatted away a rapidly approaching energy sphere, his gaze sweeping toward the source of the attack. Captain Jinyu, are you okay? A red figure landed on the ground, showing no sign of caution towards Son Goku. Jinyu looked up in surprise at the newcomer, asking, "Geez, did Lord Frieza send you?" "I sent him here." A cold voice came as a foot stepped down with a thud on the ground. "Frieza?" Gohan gazed at the newcomer, uncertain. "No, although very similar, he is not Frieza." Krillin shook his head, denying it. Jinyu looked at the newcomer, his expression changing, exclaiming, "Kefla!" Jinyu looked at Kefla in surprise, then suddenly turned to JS with anger in his eyes. "JS, you betrayed King Frieza." JIS nodded, then shook his head, his expression serious, as he said to Jinyu, "We will discuss this later. Captain Jinyu, I will provide you with a detailed explanation." Kefla coldly glanced at JIS, then turned his gaze to Son Goku and the others. "Saiyans. That guy Frieza still left some remnants behind. Who are you?" Son Goku warily stared at Kefla, his expression growing grave. The aura of the person before him was terrifyingly strong. "I am Kefla, Frieza's brother." Kefla slowly took a few steps forward and asked, "Saiyans, do you have any news about Vegeta?" Gohan and Krillin's expressions changed. "Oh, so you do know," Kefla smirked. "I will spare your lives if you hand over Vegeta. More accurately, the Dragon Ball that took Vegeta away." Goku fixed his gaze on Kefla, exchanging a glance with Krillin, and nodded slightly. "Solar flare." Krillin suddenly moved, and in an instant a blinding light burst forth as if a second sun had suddenly appeared. Unprepared, Kefla and his companions hurriedly covered their eyes and turned their heads, temporarily losing their vision. "Damn it." Kefla tightly closed his eyes and immediately launched an energy ball in the direction he remembered, followed by an explosion sound, unsure if he hit his target. As the light gradually dissipated, Son Goku and the others had completely vanished. "Humph." Kefla snorted coldly, turning around and swiftly flying into the sky, heading towards Frieza's spaceship. JIS nodded at Jinyu, and the two of them followed suit. Suddenly, a splash erupted from the calm lake's surface as a bright head emerged from the water. Krillin cautiously looked around before diving back in. Moments later, figures surfaced again, with Krillin and Gohan supporting Goku as they slowly swam towards the shore. Kefla's earlier attack was aimed at Krillin, and with Krillin's strength, being hit would mean certain death. Goku used his body as a shield to block the attack, but was severely injured in the process. Krillin and Gohan helped Goku to sit on the shore. Krillin's expression was somewhat ashamed as he lowered his head and said, "Goku, this time I got you into trouble." Goku moved his body with difficulty, forcing a smile as he said, "Krillin, we grew up together as friends. There's no need to say such things. Dad, do you still have any sense of beans?" Gohan wiped his face and looked down at Goku, asking. Goku shook his head and said regretfully, "I only have 2 left after using them for training on the spaceship, and I already gave you guys some." "It's okay, we'll go back to Miss Bulma. There's a healing pod on Atosta's spaceship that can treat injuries. Although there are still people inside, by the time we return, they should be fine." Krillin put one of Goku's arms over his shoulder and turned to say, "That's fine. Let's slowly fly back, hiding our energy to avoid being detected by those people." Gohan draped Goku's other arm over his shoulder and along with Krillin flew into the sky with Goku. The sound of footsteps echoed on the ground, tap, tap, tap. "King Kefla." 3 figures knelt before Kefla, respectfully bowing. Kefla lightly nodded, signaling them to stand up. Jinyu looked around and fixed his gaze on Jis' face. "Where is King Frieza?" "Captain Jinyu, I know you have a lot to say. I'll come with me over here." JIS looked at Jinyu, turned, and walked in one direction, with Jinyu following him with a complex expression. Kefla shot a cold glance at Jis, back snorted, and turned to his subordinates, commanding, "You go search this planet and make sure to find traces of the Saiyans and the Dragon Balls." "Yes." The 3 members of Kefla's mech squad nodded in response, their figures flashing and disappearing from sight. Not far away, Sabo sat alone, coldly watching the scene, the Dragon Ball at his feet, reflecting a golden light under the sunlight. On the other side, in the shadow under a tree, Jinyu and JIS sat facing each other. "Go ahead, tell me everything." Jinyu clasped his hands together under his nose, staring intently at JIS. JIS leaned against the tree, trunk his right leg flat on the ground, his left arm resting on his knee while the other hand lay casually. JIS turned his head to the side and said, "Captain Jinyu, how do you feel about life right now?" Jinyu replied coldly, "I'm fine. But I feel bad." JIS shifted his gaze to Jinyu and said earnestly, "Especially when facing Sabo and Dodoria?" Jis' tone was filled with unwillingness. Sabo and Dodoria clearly much weaker than us, yet they are the most trusted subordinates of King Frieza. They have always issued orders beside King Frieza, while stronger warriors like us can only conquer planets like ordinary soldiers day in and day out. I refuse to accept this. Is that why you sided with Kvila? A cold smile appeared on Jinyu's face. JIS shook his head and said, "No, I didn't side with Kvila. Oh, I just maintained contact with him, making Kvila believe I had sided with him. Just like Vegeta before. I'm not stupid. Kvila has a terrible temper, and his mech squad is by his side. Going there would lead to no future for me. Ooh, I might be killed one day, just for not pleasing him." Jinyu remained silent, quietly observing JIS. JIS leaned back against the tree, looking at the branches and leaves, saying, "The one I truly side with is actually King Frieza's father, King Cold. Kvila indeed was called by me, but that was at the behest of King Cold, who said he wanted to teach his children a lesson." JIS sat up, looking seriously at Jinyu, and said, "Captain Jinyu, let's side with King Cold together. King Frieza sometimes acts like a child. Kvila's temper is too bad. Only King Cold is the most suitable choice. After so many years of fighting, I no longer wish to battle, but to find a pleasant planet to enjoy life. Captain Jinyu, join me. We are the only two left now." JIS looked at Jinyu with hope. In response to Jis' proposal, Jinyu's response was a cold stare. JIS understood Jinyu's meaning and no longer pursued the topic. He knew that if he said any more, Jinyu would personally take him out. From Kvila's attitude, it seems he knows you are a person of King Cold. Jinyu turned his neck and asked, "I'm curious, how did you survive?" JIS suddenly broke into a smile. "I admit the incident of Vegeta escaping last time was orchestrated by me from behind the scenes. Vegeta only took 4 Dragon Balls while I secretly hid one in a place only I know. It was because of the existence of this Dragon Ball that both King Frieza and Kvila did not kill me. As long as I wait for King Cold to arrive, I will hand over the Dragon Ball." JIS, you have changed. Jinyu suddenly lost interest in continuing the conversation with JIS, standing up and asking, "Where did King Frieza go?" "King Frieza went alone to search for the secret of the Dragon Balls," JIS explained to Jinyu. "The Dragon Balls can grant 1 wish, but what if they could grant 2 wishes? King Frieza wants to compete with Kvila for the remaining slot, so making more contributions at this time is always good. JIS, this is my final advice as your captain." Jinyu said seriously to JIS, Run as far as you can. You have offended both King Frieza and Kvila. King Cold will not protect you." JIS nodded, smiled, and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Captain, but I have a backup plan, please rest assured." Jinyu took a deep look at JIS, turned, and left, leaving one last sentence, "If one day we meet in battle, I will not show mercy." JIS watched Jinyu's back, silent and unmoving. Cough, cough. The elder coughed violently, a few times, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a heavy heart, the elder glanced at the lifeless body of Nailu on the ground, and placed his hand on Dandy's head beside him, speaking in a solemn tone, "Dandy, hurry and find the Earthlings to help them." Dandy looked at the elder with tears in his eyes. "But elder, I won't be alive much longer anyway, but it's all right. Hurry up or it will be too late." The elder urged, his voice weak, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Dandy bit his lip and nodded heavily. With sorrowful eyes fixed on Nyla's body, he tearfully bid farewell to the elder before turning and flying out of the room. The elder watched Dandy depart, then lowered his gaze to the still sleeping Baika lying on the ground. The ongoing ritual had been interrupted by the sudden appearance of Frieza. If it weren't for Shigura diverting Frieza's attention, the elder believed he would have already perished. "Let's continue the ritual. Oh, I wonder if I can hold out." The elder sighed, closing his eyes to resume the ceremony. A considerable distance from the elder's home, Shigura's face turned a dark shade as he struggled against the tail tightening around his neck, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. "Humph." Frieza snorted coldly, swinging his raised tail forcefully, throwing Shigura hard to the ground. Shigura lay on the ground, clutching his neck and gasping for air, stealing glances at Frieza while inwardly cursing, "What a joke. How can Frieza be this powerful? Though he calls himself the Emperor of the Universe, his fame is merely a step above mine in the grand scheme of things." Frieza casually rested one hand on his hip, looking at Shigura with a blank expression. "I suppose I must swallow my pride. I can't afford to anger him and have him seek out the elder again," Shigura thought to himself. "Frieza, I've told you everything I know. All the Dragon Balls are in the hands of the Earthlings, right? Is there any incantation or command needed to summon the Dragon Balls? Don't try to trick me." Frieza stepped forward, standing before Shigura. There is no incantation. Shigura stared intently into Frieza's eyes, speaking earnestly. As long as all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered and placed together standing before them with raised hands and shouting, "Come forth, Shinran, your wish will be granted." Frieza furrowed his brow, suddenly grabbing Shigura and throwing him away with great force. As Shigura's body soared through the air, Frieza swiftly followed up with an energy blast, causing a violent explosion that sent Shigura crashing to the ground. While I believe you wouldn't dare to lie, I can't shake the feeling that you're deceiving me. Frieza stretched his neck and slowly approached Shigura. Tell me about this elder you mentioned. Frieza crouched down in front of Shigura, tilting his head with a smile. If I am satisfied, I won't kill you. Cough, cough. Shigura coughed a few times, widening his eyes to look at Frieza, struggling to say, the elder is the creator of the Dragon Balls. If anything happens to him, the Dragon Balls will disappear. Frieza's smile faded, and he stood up, glancing at Shigura before turning to fly into the sky. Although uncertain if Shigura spoke the truth, Frieza dared not take the risk. What if the Dragon Balls really disappeared? Just a few Namekians, letting them go is no big deal. Shigura watched Frieza leave, exhaling in relief as he collapsed to the ground, feeling the pain coursing through his body, a smile of gratitude spreading across his face. Finally, I made it through this. Finally arrived. Looking at the cave below, Krillin wiped the sweat from his forehead. After a long trek, narrowly evading the searches of several members of the Kawaira mech team, Gohan and Krillin finally brought the injured Goku back to the base. Let's go down, Gohan said after checking Goku's injuries, turning to Krillin. The two of them carefully supported the heavily injured son Goku, landing gently on the ground. Bulma, Krillin called out loudly but received no response. Shaking his head, he turned to Goku and said, Goku, let's head straight to the spaceship. Bulma might be there. Goku nodded, and the three of them walked toward the place where the spaceship was parked, hidden in the shadow behind the mountain. Upon boarding the spaceship, a cool sensation enveloped them, courtesy of the air conditioning. They quickened their pace toward the medical bay. Krillin took the lead, opening the door to the medical bay, which seemed to hit something, and paused momentarily, followed by Bulma's pained cry, ouch. Bulma, I'm so sorry. Krillin scratched his head, looking apologetically into the room. His expression suddenly froze in surprise, revealing a look of joy. You finally made it, Atosta. In front of the medical pod, Atosta stood with his arms crossed, turning around to smile and nod at everyone. It's been a while, everyone. I just got off the spaceship. Atosta's gaze swept over Goku, saying, You all seem to be in quite a predicament. Did Frieza do this to you? And what about Raditz? Atosta's tone appeared calm, yet it contained an oppressive feeling akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Uncle, he was killed by Jinyu while trying to save me. Gohan lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly. I see. Atosta smiled slightly, turning to Bulma and saying, Bulma, you have the Dragon Ball radar with you, right? Lend it to me for a moment. Etch. Bulma approached, rubbing her head where she had just bumped it, handing the Dragon Ball radar to Atosta with a puzzled expression. What do you need the Dragon Ball radar for? Of course, to collect the Dragon Balls, Atosta casually replied while fiddling with the radar. Aren't 7 Dragon Balls needed to make a wish? But the remaining 2 Dragon Balls are in Frieza's possession. Krillin supported Goku to the side, thinking Atosta was unaware of the situation, and reminded him. And there's also a guy named Kawaira who is as strong as Frieza. Gohan stood beside Goku, his expression serious. Kawaira. Atosta shifted his gaze from the Dragon Ball radar to Gohan, asking, Did a guy named Cold also appear? No, from what I overheard in their conversation, there shouldn't be anyone else, Gohan replied. That's good to hear. Atosta raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his lips. Gohan, let's go collect the Dragon Balls together. I'm afraid having the radar on me might get it damaged. Gohan was about to refuse when Goku suddenly spoke up. Gohan, go with Atosta. Goku smiled at Atosta, who returned the smile. Gohan looked at Goku, receiving an approving nod from his father, and agreed to join Atosta, taking the Dragon Ball radar from Atosta. As Atosta walked past son Goku, he paused, placing a hand on Goku's shoulder, smiling. Vegeta's injuries will heal soon. You can go in afterward. Bulma will explain how to use the medical pod. Goku nodded, locking eyes with Atosta as they both smiled simultaneously. Atosta turned and flew away, with Gohan heading in the direction indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. The two flew side by side in the sky. After hesitating for a moment, Gohan turned to Atosta and asked Atosta, Yes, nephew, what should we do when we get there? What to do? Atosta's eyes sparkled, suddenly breaking into a wild grin. Isn't it obvious? He declared, We just charge right in. With a thud, Frieza landed, yawning and stretching, while Jinyu and Sabo hurried over to greet their king. Frieza waved his hand dismissively at the two, casting a cold glance at JS, who was sitting alone in the distance, before turning his attention back to Kawaira and the others nearby. Any progress? Kawaira inquired. Frieza shrugged and asked in return, What about you? Any news on those Dragon Balls? Kawira glanced at the three members of the mech team, standing behind him, replying with slight dissatisfaction. I have no leads either. Oh then. Frieza was about to say something when the detector on his eyes suddenly emitted a beeping sound indicating a life form, prompting him to turn around. With the sound of footsteps landing, a tall figure appeared on the ground. Long time no see, Frieza. Atosta wore a faint smile, glancing at Kawira. So Kawira is also here. Frieza and his crew watched Atosta silently, adopting a wait-and-see attitude. Kawira shot Atosta a cold look, asking, Who are you? What do you want? Me. Atosta's mouth curled into a slight smirk, calmly responding, I'm just a Saiyan. I'm here to find out the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Do you happen to know where they are? Atosta's gaze locked onto Kawira, showing no other intentions, yet it made Kawira feel thoroughly uncomfortable. Oomph. Kawira scoffed, and the three members of the mech team exchanged glances, their figures flashing as they surrounded Atosta from three directions. The leader of the mech team, Savaiza, sneered, Saiyan, monkey, you dare to come here and act wild in front of King Kawira. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, we won't give you a chance to live. Atosta suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Savaiza felt unable to comprehend the thought process of this Saiyan with a battle power of only 5,000. Atosta extended his right hand, fingers poised, and suddenly jabbed upwards. Instantly, three beams of light erupted from beneath the feet of the three mech team members, incinerating them into ashes before they could even scream. As the light dissipated, Atosta calmly looked at Frieza and Kawira. Jinyu. Atosta suddenly turned his head to look at Jinyu, who was standing far away, coldly sneering as he unleashed a massive energy ball. It's time to settle the score with Raditz. Humph. Frieza let out a cold snort, waving a wave of energy that sent Atosta's attack flying. Do you really think so little of me, Atosta? Grateful Jinyu glanced at Frieza before silently retreating to the side. To be honest, not really, Atosta said, lightly casting a glance at Frieza before suddenly vanishing into the air. With a loud bang, the spot where Atosta once stood turned into scorched earth. I said don't interrupt my reunion with my Lord Frieza. Kfila. Atosta's figure floated in the air, his golden hair moving as if in a breeze. Just a mere Saiyan monkey. As Kfila spoke, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Atosta's figure that had just been in the air had vanished. In the next moment, a sharp wind sound came from behind Kfila, and a tremendous force struck heavily against his waist, propelling him forward. Frieza frowned as he looked at the appearing Atosta, pushing off the ground to swiftly lunge at him, throwing a punch aimed at Atosta's neck. Hey! Atosta suddenly struck, grabbing Frieza's arm, and with a loud shout hurled him towards the sky, following closely behind. His right hand clawed back, eyes locked on Frieza's chest. Saiyan monkey, don't get too arrogant. In a fit of rage, Kfila attacked from below, feet aimed upwards towards Atosta. Atosta immediately shifted his attack target, one claw meeting Kfila's assault heaton. Their limbs collided, causing Atosta to take a step back as Kfila fell heavily. Above, Frieza seized the opportunity to attack Atosta. After exchanging blows a few times, they separated, retreating to their respective sides. Atosta stood in the sky, surrounded by blazing flames, his golden hair flowing in the wind. Frieza and Kfila before him temporarily set aside their grievances, standing side by side. Do you see me like this? Atosta pointed to his hair, his cold light green eyes staring at the two before him. I am the legendary Super Saiyan, the one your tribe fears the most. Atosta, I admit that you are indeed very strong now. However, a mocking smile crept onto Frieza's lips. Saiyans are indeed a lowly species. This sudden power has made you arrogant. The Atosta I once knew was not like this at all. No, my personality has not changed much. Atosta gently shook his head, gazing at Frieza and smiling. You are underestimating your own charm, Frieza, my lord. I am very clear that I am still weak now. There are too many people in this world stronger than me. But just thinking about facing you, the one who has stood on my head for over 20 years. Atosta clenched his fist, an exceptionally joyful smile appearing on his face. I can't help but want to brutally and wildly torment you both physically and mentally, making you live in my shadow during the countdown of your life. Huh. Atosta's aura surged violently as he charged towards Frieza and Kfila. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously lunged at Atosta, engaging in fierce combat in the sky. Frieza and Kfila surrounded Atosta, their punches raining down like raindrops from all directions. Atosta's gaze shifted, his hands moving faster, his fists and elbows changing positions, evading and dodging flawlessly as he neutralized the brothers' onslaught. If this continues, my stamina will deplete quickly. Atosta's mind raced as he continued to defend against the attacks. Grasping a moment of laxity, he suddenly crouched, raised his hands in a roar, and unleashed an invisible force that blew Frieza and Kfila away. Ugh! Just as Kfila steadied himself, he caught a glimpse of a golden light rapidly approaching from the corner of his eye. Startled, he hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was too late, and he was hit by the energy wave emitted by Atosta, causing an explosion that engulfed him in dark smoke. Meanwhile, Atosta had flashed in front of Frieza, delivering a heavy punch to his abdomen. Frieza's body was struck hard, arching like a cooked lobster, retching and spitting saliva. Not done yet. Atosta shouted as he raised his hands high, smashing them together in a heavy strike on Frieza's head, forcefully driving him into the ground. Then Atosta remained in place, his body surrounded by an aura crossing his palms and aiming at the descending Frieza. A towering energy wave shot forth, seemingly raising the surrounding temperature. As Frieza descended, he squinted his eyes and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raising his hands to create an oval-shaped energy ball to counter Atosta's attack, momentarily halting the energy wave's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza darted to the side, escaping the energy wave's attack range. Boom! The energy wave struck the ground, obliterating a large area of land and creating a massive pit, the dust and debris filling the sky. Frieza glanced back, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Atosta was originally looking at Frieza when suddenly his gaze shifted to the back. A gigantic yellow energy ball was hurtling towards him, already right in front of Atosta. Below, Kfila squinted one eye, his face filled with rage as he glared at Atosta. "Saiyan, how dare you insult me, Kfila?" "Yeah." Facing the gigantic energy ball that was almost upon him, Atosta shouted in anger, raising his hands to push against it, his body being pushed back a few steps by the impact. Atosta gritted his teeth against the energy ball, thinking to himself, "No, if I go back, the entire Namek will be destroyed." Then, Atosta's eyes narrowed, instantly unleashing all his power. He pivoted backward with his feet as the center, while simultaneously throwing his hands upward with force. The energy ball swiftly changed direction, flying straight upwards and breaking through Namek's atmosphere into space. Atosta exhaled lightly, coldly gazing down at Kfila. "How is this possible?" Kfila's eyes widened in disbelief. "You easily deflected my full-powered attack." Frieza's figure landed beside Kfila, his expression cold as he looked up at Atosta in the sky, telling Kfila, "Don't be fooled by him, he's not strong enough to ignore your full power." Kfila bit his lip, turning to Frieza beside him. "Frieza, hold me off, I am going to unleash my full power." Frieza looked at Kfila in surprise, giving a slight nod. Atosta gazed at the massive energy sphere drifting away in the sky, letting out a faint sigh of relief. Sensing something amiss, Atosta furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze downward. Frieza watched him warily while Kfila growled lowly, arching his body. Could it be a... Atosta recalled Kfila's transformation, once again a cold smirk appearing on his face. So naive to think this would turn the tide of battle. Kfila roared from the ground, his body undergoing violent changes as his power surged, his size expanding dramatically, a crown-like structure sprouting from his head and sharp blade-like protrusions emerging from his limbs. "Here I come." Kfila coldly glanced at Atosta, his mouth sealed by the protruding object, and with a powerful push of his feet against the ground, he shot toward Atosta like a bullet fired from a gun. Just in time. Atosta snorted coldly and transformed into an afterimage as Kfila's fist swung toward him, suddenly appearing behind Kfila and delivering a heavy elbow strike to his back. Atosta's eyes flickered as he struck with his elbow, only to hit a mere illusion. Kfila was no longer in place. "Have you improved? Did you think I am still the same as before?" Kfila's figure suddenly reappeared, delivering a knee strike to Atosta's lower back, his knee passing effortlessly through Atosta's body. "What?" Kfila's face showed surprise, and before he could react, he felt a heavy kick to his face, losing balance and stumbling sideways, followed by Atosta's cold voice, "Too slow." Kfila covered his face with one hand, staring at Atosta's in shock, his expression quickly shifting to one of resentment and anger. "Is this the sorrow of not sensing chi? You can't even discern the true strength of your enemy before you, appearing like a clown." Atosta crossed his arms and remarked lightly, his thoughts drifting back to the embarrassing moments he faced against races skilled at concealing their energy while relying on detectors. Damn it. I refuse to believe it." Kfila roared as he charged at Atosta, his fists raining down like falling raindrops, yet Atosta blocked every attack effortlessly. The more Kfila fought, the more alarmed he became, watching Atosta's calm expression, completely unable to fathom Atosta's true strength. "Had enough yet? It's my turn now." The golden strands of hair on his forehead fluttered as Atosta's eyes became serious for the first time. Crack, crack. Kfila's assault was forcibly halted as Atosta's hands firmly clamped down on his arms, leaving him unable to move despite his struggles. Atosta shouted angrily, pulling back, his feet coming together to deliver a powerful kick to Kfila's abdomen, launching Kfila's body skyward. Before Kfila could regain control of his body, Atosta's figure reappeared, already waiting above. As Kfila approached, Atosta's prepared hammer came crashing down, striking Kfila's body downward. Accompanied by Quila's pained scream, his body plummeted rapidly, while Atosta's approached him with even greater speed. The two were aligned on the same parallel line, their gazes intersecting. Atosta smirked, coldly twisting his body as his right leg swept toward Quila's abdomen, hitting the mark. Quila's body fell at an even greater speed, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep pit, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Frieza, standing nearby, covered his nose with his hand, his eyes darting as if lost in thought. Tap, tap, tap. Atosta walked closer, stopping a short distance away, his eyes fixed on Frieza. Cough, cough. Quila coughed violently, struggling to rise, his body covered in numerous wounds, blood oozing from every one. Quila glanced at Atosta's before turning to glare at Frieza, saying, "Frieza, let's go together." After a moment of observing Quila's face, Frieza nodded. "Honestly, Quila," Atosta said, one hand resting on his waist, the other casually hanging by his side, "I have to admit I'm a bit impressed by you. It's hard to imagine that someone like you would emerge from your pampered race, facing such a vastly superior opponent, being beaten to this pitiful state, yet still having the resolve to continue fighting. In that regard, I actually agree with you." A smile appeared on Atosta's face as he looked at Quila, his gaze no longer filled with contempt. "Oomph." Quila disregarded Atosta's sentiment, turning to give a subtle signal to Frieza beside him, stepping forward and coldly looking at Atosta, saying, "We haven't surrendered yet." Quila assumed a fighting stance and shouted, "Frieza." "I got it," Frieza responded, his gaze sharpening as he suddenly moved, stepping heavily on Quila's back, sending Quila flying toward Atosta's. At the same time, using the recoil from kicking Quila, Frieza instantly accelerated to his maximum speed, fleeing toward the spaceship without looking back. "What? Frieza, you traitor." Quila's expression froze as he processed Frieza's betrayal, only to be grabbed by Atosta's by the neck and thrown aside, while Atosta's flew after Frieza. Dragon Ball. Frieza unleashed a speed he had never experienced before, quickly returning to his spaceship, not even having time to speak, snatching the Dragon Ball from Zebo's hands and diving into the spaceship. Frieza. Atosta's arrived to find Frieza holding the Dragon Ball in one hand and a small spherical spaceship in the other, preparing to escape. Huh. Frieza's eyes flickered, and without hesitation, he tossed the Dragon Ball far away, simultaneously launching an energy blast, then opened the spaceship and jumped inside. Atosta glanced at Frieza before turning and rushing toward the Dragon Ball, blocking the incoming energy blast and cradling the Dragon Ball in his arms. Looking up, Frieza had already boarded his spaceship and soared into the sky, making it impossible to catch up. Atosta stood still for a moment before suddenly laughing, saying, "Truly worthy of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, such decisiveness." Just then Quila also arrived. Atosta weighed the Dragon Ball in his hand and smiled, saying, "Forget it, let's finish what needs to be done first, then go find the last Dragon Ball." In the next moment, Atosta's figure appeared before Quila. Meeting the injured Quila's gaze, Atosta remained silent for a moment before speaking, "Actually, I have no intention of killing you. However, if you survive, it will affect some matters later, and the situation would be beyond my control. So, Quila, you must die." As soon as the words left his mouth, Atosta's figure sliced through the air like a blade, leaving a massive gash in Quila's neck. With his palm raised, a surge of powerful energy erupted, reducing Quila's body to ashes. There are still some small fry to deal with. Atosta gazed at the sky before vanishing. Moments later, cries of despair echoed as Jinyu Js, Zebo, and the others all perished, and the enemies on Namek were annihilated. Atosta summoned Gohan, who had been hiding on a distant mountain, and the two flew to Frieza's spaceship to search, eventually finding the last Dragon Ball hidden by JS beneath the spaceship. The sound of footsteps echoed as Atosta and Gohan each carried a Dragon Ball back to the base. Seeing the Dragon Balls in their hands, Krillin approached with an excited smile, saying, "This is fantastic. With these we can finally bring everyone back to life." Gohan also smiled and replied happily, "Yes, it's all thanks to Uncle Atosta that everyone will be revived." Atosta chuckled, and as they walked towards the spaceship, asked, "Kakarot must have entered the healing chamber by now, right?" "Yes, your companion, named Vegeta, has already." Before Krillin could finish his sentence, Vegeta's figure appeared before them. Atosta stood still, locking eyes with Vegeta, and suddenly broke into a joyful smile. Though Vegeta maintained his usual cold demeanor, the delight in his eyes was unmistakable as he replied, "Atosta." Atosta handed the Dragon Ball to Krillin and said to the two, "I'll go catch up with an old friend. You two take the Dragon Balls back and wait for us to return before making a wish. Wishes need careful consideration to maximize their effect." Krillin and Gohan nodded. Atosta turned to look at Vegeta, and the two flew off, landing on a small hill not far away. With one hand resting on his waist, Atosta gazed at the distant horizon and sighed, "So much has happened in these short 2 years. Putting everything else aside, let me see what a Super Saiyan looks like." Vegeta interrupted, disregarding Atosta's sentiment. Atosta shook his head helplessly. In a moment like this, it's rare to want to express something. "Well, With a slight smile, he naturally entered the Super Saiyan state, his eyes turning a light green, his hair and brows shifting to golden, even the tail coiled around his waist took on a light yellow hue. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan that appears once every 1,000 years? Vegeta pondered silently before slowly saying, I didn't expect it to be you who reached this stage. I am indeed a Super Saiyan, but not the legendary one that appears once every 1,000 years, Atosta explained, sensing Vegeta's disappointment. Vegeta crossed his arms and looked directly into Atosta's eyes, saying, the legendary Super Saiyan. Is that the one who was supposed to kill you according to Raditz? Atosta nodded. Nonsense. How could there be two Super Saiyans at the same time? Vegeta retorted loudly, do you take the legend of the Saiyans as a joke? Atosta gestured with his hand, saying, a Super Saiyan is someone with golden hair like mine. It is a realm that can be achieved through effort. Maybe tomorrow you could become a Super Saiyan as well. The legendary Super Saiyan, on the other hand, is born once every 1,000 years, destined from birth. Their appearance is different from mine. They are much larger with grass-green hair and no pupils in their eyes. The legendary Super Saiyan of this generation is the one who killed me before, named Broly. I still find it hard to believe the legend didn't mention there being two types of Super Saiyans. Vegeta furrowed his brows and cautiously asked, perhaps the one named Broly obtained some other power. No, Atosta firmly denied, though I can't provide evidence. I am certain he is indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. Looking at his open palm, Atosta's thoughts drifted back to when he faced Broly. That pressure from the bloodline was definitely not a fabrication. I see. Vegeta lowered his head in contemplation, then donned a confident expression, saying, if what you say is true, the next Super Saiyan will definitely be me. Atosta smiled and nodded. I look forward to that day. We can have a proper match then. Vegeta smirked, slightly nodding seriously at Atosta. By the way, Atosta suddenly thought of something and said with a slight tremor in his voice, Vegeta, did you get the list of Saiyans? Vegeta grunted, squatting down to reach into his right boot and pulling out something. Standing up, he opened his palm to reveal a chip resting quietly in his hand. Atosta took the chip, holding it up before his eyes. The sunlight filtered through the thin chip, bathing it in a golden glow. Though I don't think it's of much use, imagining dozens if not hundreds of Saiyans gathered together should be quite interesting. A smile played on Atosta's lips. In the cosmos, a giant disc-shaped spaceship that was in motion suddenly began to decelerate, coming to a slow stop in the void. In the distance, a single-person spherical spaceship approached steadily, slowing to a near halt not far from the disc-shaped ship. With a crack, the single-person spaceship's hatch opened, and a figure stood up from the seat. Ignoring the still-moving ship, they flew directly toward the disc-shaped vessel. The disc-shaped spaceship cooperatively opened its safety door, allowing the figure to slip inside the door, closing behind them. The lights inside illuminated the figure, revealing a body intertwined in white and blue. Frieza. A voice echoed, and Frieza looked up to reveal a relieved expression, saying, Father, how did you leave Namek? Have you already made your wish? Frieza's father, King Cold, stood with arms crossed, looking down at Frieza. And what about Kfila? Frieza paused for a moment before responding softly, we lost, defeated by the Super Saiyan. Kfila was killed, and I managed to escape. What? A Super Saiyan? King Cold's expression changed, a look of suspicion crossing his face. Super Saiyans actually exist. I thought it was just a dull legend. It must be a Super Saiyan. Frieza clenched his fist confidently, a Saiyan with golden hair, just as our family legend describes. A Super Saiyan, is it? I want to see for myself. King Cold's expression turned cold as he turned to walk deeper into the ship, destination Namek. Father, Frieza exclaimed, hastily chasing after King Cold, pleading, that Super Saiyan is too powerful. Kfila and I were easily defeated by him. Do we really have to go? King Cold suddenly halted, his icy glare piercing through the corner of his eye to Frieza. Frieza immediately silenced, shrinking his head in fear. Of course we are going. King Cold resumed, walking forward. We will take the head of that Super Saiyan and seize the Dragon Balls. My son Kfila. A ruthless expression flickered across King Cold's face. 7 Dragon Balls were arranged in a circle, quietly lying on the ground. Behind them stood Atosta, Vegeta, Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma, while in front was Dandy, who had just arrived. Dandy turned around to look at the people surrounding him in a circle and nodded. The Dragon Balls from Namek could only grant wishes using the Namekian language, and without Piccolo present, Dandy's arrival solved the only problem everyone faced. Dandy stood before the Dragon Balls, opened his arms, and shouted, Come forth, Shenron. A long-awaited darkness descended upon Namek, which was illuminated by 3 suns. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as the Dragon Balls on the ground began to glow brightly. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light shot up from the Dragon Balls into the sky, and a gigantic figure appeared. Looking at the colossal being in the sky, Krillin exclaimed in shock, What is that? So big. much larger than anything on Earth. Dandy replied, gazing up and saying, "We call it Purunga, which means the Dragon of Dreams. This is my first time seeing it in person." Purunga looked down at the people below, and a voice as thunderous as a storm echoed, "State your wish, holders of the Dragon Balls. Within my power I can grant you 3 wishes." 3 wishes, hey? Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Dandy replied nonchalantly, "Yes, 3 wishes can be granted at once." Krillin turned to Gohan with a smile, saying, "So this is the true dragon of Namek, truly impressive." Gohan nodded in agreement with a smile. "Stop dawdling," Vegeta said, arms crossed, and wearing an impatient expression. "Hurry up and make a wish. My first wish is to revive all the people on Earth who were killed by the Scouters." Krillin shouted loudly, and Dandy repeated it in the Namekian language, while Atosta, standing behind, smiled silently. As expected, Purunga was unable to grant this wish, and stated that only one person could be revived at a time, disrupting Krillin and Gohan's plans. "In moments like this, it appears I must rely on myself." Atosta smiled slightly, stepping forward, and saying, "This is not without a solution." Everyone turned to look at Atosta. He looked at Dandy and said, "Ask the dragon if it can restore the Dragon Balls on Earth to a state where they can be used immediately." "What?" Krillin's face showed a look of suspicion. "Is that possible? Isn't it better to try than to do nothing?" Atosta said confidently, not just speaking carelessly, but with a certain assurance. In the original story, during the first part of Dragon Ball, Piccolo Daimao used the Dragon Balls to restore his youth, and then killed the dragon. After Goku defeated Piccolo Daimao, he went to the Kamis Temple to request the dragon, and after the dragon was revived, the Dragon Balls could be used immediately. The intervals between these 2 wishes were not long at all. Also, during the Saiyan saga of Dragon Ball, Goku was revived by the Dragon Balls, then Piccolo died in battle, causing Kami and the Dragon Balls to vanish. Later on Namek, Piccolo was revived and Kami was also revived, allowing the Dragon Balls on Earth to be used immediately. From this, it can be seen that restoring the Dragon Balls to a state where they can be used immediately is not entirely impossible, and making this wish with the Dragon Balls of Namek is theoretically feasible. Even if it cannot be fulfilled, it does not matter. Atosta has another backup plan to kill Piccolo now, and then use the Dragon Balls of Namek to revive him. Doing such a thing, Atosta feels no psychological burden. After thinking for a moment, Dandy nodded in agreement with Atosta's suggestion and conveyed Atosta's words to Purunga in Namekian. Purunga fell silent. Everyone's gaze focused on Purunga. After a long while, Purunga spoke. "This wish is a bit difficult. Are you sure you want to make this wish?" "Of course," Atosta replied, one hand on his waist, smiling as he looked up at Purunga. Gohan and Krillin's faces lit up with excitement. Purunga emitted a dazzling radiance. "Your wish has been granted." "That's great," Gohan exclaimed, joyfully jumping up. "That way everyone can be revived." Atosta crossed his arms, instinctively reaching for a non-existent scouter glasses, only to find the space between his brows empty, retracting his hand in disappointment. After a brief pause, Purunga spoke, "State your 3rd wish." "3rd wish." Atosta's mouth twitched, and he said seriously, "Are you messing with me?" Krillin stared blankly at Purunga and said seriously, "Although I haven't been to school, I still know that after one should come 2. Purunga explained calmly, "For the first wish, I found a method to restore the Dragon Balls on Earth to a state where they can be used immediately, then transferred the power of the second wish to the dragon on Earth to fulfill your wishes. So that was actually 2 wishes, and for the second wish, you need to find the dragon on Earth to help you fulfill it. So you're just passing the responsibility off." "That's not what I meant." Atosta laughed in anger, pointing at Purunga and shouting, "Dragon, do you know how to deceive people? Does the elder know? Why don't you just die?" As soon as he finished speaking, Purunga's figure flickered and instantly disappeared. The darkness in the sky dissipated, and the 7 round stones fell to the ground, rolling about. Atosta, Dandy, Krillin, Gohan, Vegeta, Bulma. Everyone looked at Atosta in unison. Atosta's mouth twitched as he hurriedly said, "This has absolutely nothing to do with me." "Not at all." The gazes of everyone remained fixed on Atosta, their wide eyes causing him to feel a heavy pressure, a bead of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. After a long while, Krillin cautiously asked Atosta, "Could it be that the dragon interpreted your earlier words, 'You go die,' as the 3rd wish?" "No." Dandy, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. "Only wishes spoken in Namekian can be granted. It's not Mr. Atosta's fault." "How could this happen?" Dandy's mouth trembled, and his eyes revealed a look of sorrow. "The only explanation is that the elder who created the Dragon Balls has passed away." The scene fell into silence as Gohan and Krillin approached Dandy to comfort him. Dandy forced a smile, signaling that he was okay. Atosta crossed his arms, quietly watching the rolling Dragon Balls, pondering silently, shouldn't the wish for the Dragon Balls on Earth be to revive those killed by Frieza's group? Exactly, Atosta wants to revive the Namekians. This is not out of sympathy or goodwill, which had long been crushed by Atosta over 20 years ago, but rather for his own consideration. If the Namekians are not revived, then naturally the Dragon Balls of Namek will cease to exist. With Piccolo's combative nature, if he were to die one day in battle, wouldn't there be no Dragon Balls left in this world? Atosta could not guarantee that those he cared about would not encounter accidents. Even his own death was not out of the question. So it is imperative to revive the Namekians. Atosta pursed his lips, making a decision in his heart. As Atosta pondered over the matters concerning the Dragon Balls and the Namekians, Krillin approached and asked him, "Now that everything is settled, what are your plans?" Atosta smiled faintly at the words. "Everything is settled." Vegeta, standing beside Atosta, scoffed. "Hey, the real fight is just beginning." Krillin was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Gohan, standing nearby, also cast a questioning look. "Close your eyes and sense carefully," Atosta said calmly, tightening his fists and raising his head to gaze at the sky. Krillin and Gohan followed his instructions, their expressions suddenly changing as they looked up at the sky. Two immense evil auras are approaching, about to reach Namek. Atosta said, his arms crossed over his chest, his expression unfazed. One of them is Frieza, who just fled not long ago. As for the other aura, a grave look flickered in Atosta's eyes. It should be his father, the ancient cosmic overlord, King Cold. Frieza's father, King Cold. A look of confusion crossed Gohan's face as he turned to Atosta and asked, "Why do I feel that his aura is slightly weaker than Frieza's?" "King Cold is weaker than Frieza." Atosta glanced at Gohan, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. "You'll know when the battle starts." Weaker than Frieza. In the original story, he didn't perform well and was swiftly defeated by Trunks from the future, but was that really his full strength? At that time, King Cold was in a form similar to Frieza's second form. Even so, he was comparable to Frieza's final form. What if he transforms into his final form? Atosta couldn't gather any extra information, only knowing that King Cold was very strong, extremely strong. Get ready for battle. Atosta began to move his body, instructing everyone, leave the Dragon Balls where they are. Non-combat personnel should start evacuating. Krillin gritted his teeth and said seriously, "Although my strength is weak compared to yours, I can still fight." Dandy hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't have combat abilities, but I have a special skill that can help you heal your injuries. As long as there's still a breath left in me, I can save you. Heal injuries." Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he quickly turned to Atosta, saying, "Can we?" "It's useless." Atosta knew what Vegeta was going to say, which was merely about the Saiyan's power increasing dramatically upon nearing death. "However, for us now this is hardly helpful, just like when you recovered from your previous injuries. However, it could be quite beneficial for this little guy," Atosta said, shifting his gaze to Gohan, who stood off to the side, making him feel somewhat bewildered. "Then it's settled. Bulma, you should find a safe place to stay while we look for a suitable battlefield." Atosta smiled at Bulma, and as soon as he finished speaking, led everyone off into the sky, leaving Bulma standing there dazed. After a long while, Bulma clenched her fists and shouted to the sky, "Those bastards leaving me all alone again." Suddenly Piccolo opened his eyes. "You're awake." A voice came from beside him. Piccolo sat up and saw Shigura, whose face looked grim, slumped against the wall, his body covered in recently healed wounds. Turning his head, the elder sat securely in a chair, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, his face wearing a serene smile. On the other side, Naira's corpse lay nearby. "What is this?" Piccolo suddenly turned his head to look at Shigura, his expression dark as he stared at him. "It was done by Frieza." Shigura's tone was calm as he recounted the previous events. "Frieza suddenly appeared here." Nairu made an arrogant remark and was taken down by Frieza in one blow. As he spoke, Shigura glanced at Naira's corpse lying on the ground, a mocking smile forming on his lips. He even called himself the Elder's protector. It's truly laughable. Piccolo remained silent, continuing to listen to Shigura's narrative. "I don't know what was wrong with me, though I should have run away at that time, but I ended up taking Frieza away, saying I would tell him the secret of the Dragon Balls. As a result, I was talking while getting beaten up. To save my life, I didn't dare to fight back at all." Shigura raised his right hand heavily against his face. "In the end, I still managed to survive and barely flew back. That old guy was still performing some ridiculous ritual, and I couldn't even say a word. After the ritual ended, the elder said a few words to me before he died, and then you woke up shortly after." Shigura spread his hands, indicating that he had shared everything he needed to. Piccolo thought for a moment and asked, "What happened to Gohan and the others? What about Frieza?" "How would I know? I've been lying here the whole time." Shigura rolled his eyes. After a long pause, he spoke, "If you truly want to know, then I'll tell you what I sensed. Before, there was an aura similar to Frieza's, and then suddenly a powerful figure appeared, beating Frieza like a stray dog, and even taking down that aura similar to Frieza." Shigura wore a smirk on his face and continued after a slight twitch of his lips, As for that suddenly appearing powerhouse, it should be the Super Saiyan that the elder mentioned, right? This is not good news. However, Piccolo's expression fluctuated as he looked up at the sky. What about that aura? That's right, Frieza has returned with his accomplices. Shigura leaned back slightly. I wonder if that Super Saiyan can hold up. Piccolo's eyes flickered as he contemplated, and a silence fell between the two. Suddenly Shigura looked up at Piccolo, his face breaking into a strange smile. Piccolo, do you want to obtain an incredibly powerful strength? Do you want to truly rely on yourself to defeat the enemies of Namek? What? A hint of confusion crossed Piccolo's face. Shigura extended a hand towards Piccolo and said word by word, let's fuse. What did you say? Piccolo's expression changed, filled with suspicion. Fuse with you? Shigura nodded earnestly. Hee. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Piccolo's mouth. Shigura, you want to invade my body, don't you? Think whatever you like. Your current strength is greater than mine, you're younger than me, and your willpower is stronger. If you sense anything wrong, you can easily expel me. Shigura's hand remained outstretched, smiling as he looked at Piccolo. So what do you think? Dare to take a gamble. If you win, you can obtain immense power. Piccolo fell silent for a moment and asked why. Why? Humph. Shigura clenched his fist, his expression filled with resentment. I, Shigura, am also a ruler in the universe, yet I was beaten by Frieza to the point of not daring to fight back. Even when I faced unprecedented defeat on Earth, I was still taken down by a combined effort. I am truly dissatisfied with this. And do you think I'm living well? Shigura's lips curled as he looked down at his hands, saying, I have less than 20 years left to live, and it seems I have no hope for the Dragon Balls. Rather than aging day by day, I might as well become part of your strength and defeat Frieza myself. To be honest, I don't even believe I will live to see my old age. Shigura stared directly at Piccolo. I heard that I have made a deadly enemy, someone you know as well. Someone I know. A look of uncertainty crossed Piccolo's eyes, suddenly filled with realization. You mean? That's right, the Super Saiyan. Shigura nodded and sighed. The elder previously checked your and that kid's memories and found scenes of our battle. The female Saiyan who once fought me turned out to be the wife of that Super Saiyan. Science, I don't believe he won't come looking for trouble with me. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Having said so much, do you agree with my proposal? Shigura once again extended his hand towards Piccolo, signaling him with his eyes. Thank you for your kind offer. Piccolo looked at Shigura and said, but I just want to be myself without the influence of anyone else. Your personality will still be your own. I don't want any part of it. Shigura turned his head to look at Piccolo and sneered. Don't you have the courage to take a gamble? If you sense anything wrong, you can easily expel me. Piccolo remained silent, deep in thought. After a long while, Piccolo looked at Shigura's hand, which was still extended in the air, and met Shigura's calm gaze for a moment before slowly reaching out his hand. I will trust you this once. They are coming, Atosta said with his arms crossed, his expression calm as he addressed the people behind him. Vegeta snorted coldly, while Gohan and Krillin looked nervously into the distance. Not far from the desolate land where they stood, a large disc-shaped spaceship slowly descended. Should we go over? Krillin took a deep breath and asked Atosta ahead of him. No need, Atosta replied, beginning to stretch his body with a faint smile. They will come to us on their own. After a moment of thought, Atosta turned to the others and instructed, just as we discussed before, I will deal with King Cooled alone, and you all do your best to defeat Frieza. This time we only need to face these two, so there's no need to worry about any minor distractions. After defeating Frieza, I will come to assist you. Vegeta nodded at Atosta. Although he spoke with confidence, he was actually assessing the gap between himself and Frieza, and his words were merely to encourage the others. Atosta turned his head, scanning each of them with a casual smile. Then he became serious and said, the battle has begun. In the next moment, two white auras rushed in from afar, stopping not far from the group, revealing two figures, one large and one small. Cooled surveyed the group with a condescending tone and addressed Atosta, who stood at the front, saying, You are the Super Saiyan. You don't look like much. Super Saiyan. Atosta replied with a puzzled expression, leaving Cooled astonished as his prepared lines were thrown into disarray. Frieza, I helped you eliminate Kvila earlier. Now it's time to pay the agreed reward, right? Cooled immediately turned to Frieza, only to see Frieza staring forward with a look of fear. Startled, Cooled quickly turned around, and a golden figure was right before him. Huh. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan, Atosta delivered a heavy punch to Cool's face. In a panic, Cooled raised his arms to block, managing to stop Atosta's attack, but his body was still sent flying backward, crashing into a mountain and sending dust soaring. Atosta pressed the advantage, showing no intention of giving the enemy a moment's respite, his figure darting into the smoke at full speed, his right hand clawing towards the shadowy figure within. Snap! Atosta's hand was firmly caught by a large hand. Atosta's expression changed as he struggled to break free, but found himself unable to move. Saiyan, you're performing well. As the smoke cleared, Kuld's form became visible. At this moment, Kuld's appearance was vastly different from before, resembling Frieza's current form, but showing signs of aging, and his physique was much larger, even taller than the enhanced Kvila. What a pity the ambush failed and gave you a chance to transform. But that works in my favor. A smile flickered at the corner of Atosta's mouth. As soon as the words left his mouth, Atosta used his captured right hand as a pivot and kicked Kuld on the shoulder. Kuld showed no intention of dodging, taking the hit from Atosta without flinching. Atosta gritted his teeth, his expression growing serious. It's my turn now. Kuld spoke as he forcefully pulled Atosta closer by the wrist with his left hand, while his right knee thrust heavily into Atosta's abdomen. Receiving such a heavy blow, even with preparation, Atosta couldn't help but double over in retch. It's not over yet. Kuld suddenly threw Atosta upward, then lifted his leg and stomped down hard, sending Atosta's body soaring into the sky at incredible speed. As he flew in the air, Atosta regained control of his body, wiped his mouth, and looked down with a grim expression at Kuld below, forcing a smile, as he said, "This gap is a bit large, isn't it?" Swish! Kuld's figure appeared in the sky, facing Atosta. Rubbing his finger against his nose, Kuld wore a disdainful smile and looked directly at Atosta, saying, "I originally thought the legendary Super Saiyan would be something great, but it turns out it's just this level. It seems that the legends passed down from our ancestors cannot be trusted after all." Atosta said nothing, merely watching Kuld warily, his mind racing to devise a strategy. "Let's leave it at that for now." Atosta made a decision, casting a self-preserving glance at Vegeta and the others, then moved, enveloped in golden aura, flying away at high speed. "Trying to run. Humph." Kuld snorted coldly, his figure vanishing as he pursued. Haha. Looking at the two figures leaving, Frieza chuckled maliciously. Isn't the Super Saiyan supposed to be very strong? Why are they starting to run for their lives? Once the figures disappeared, Frieza turned to the others, rubbing his finger against his nose and saying, "I won't interfere with what's happening over there. I will slowly deal with you all." Vegeta crossed his arms, staring coldly at Frieza. That's something I should say. Yet he couldn't help but feel a hint of worry for Atosta. Gohan stared intently at Frieza, instinctively swallowing hard, clenching his fists and motivating himself. "Son Gohan, you can do it. You are strong now. This trip to Planet Namek has been terrible." Frieza stretched lazily, a steadfast expression on his face. "The only good news is that I found that traitor, guys." "Oh." Vegeta was taken aback and suddenly laughed. "That guys betrayed you again." "Humph." Frieza snorted coldly, flexing his wrist as he looked at Vegeta. "Let's not discuss these unpleasant matters. Let's continue our last game." As he said this, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Frieza's mouth. "Vegeta, over the years you have been my most satisfying punching bag." "Humph." Vegeta's expression turned ugly as he suddenly lunged at Frieza. On the other side, aboard Atosta's spaceship, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the empty corridors of the spaceship. Bulma peeked out from the room with a vigilant expression, tightly gripping a wooden stick, trying to give herself a bit more security. Upon seeing who it was, Bulma let out a sigh of relief, relaxing her tense nerves. She set the wooden stick aside and looked at the newcomer in confusion. "Dondi, didn't you go to fight? Why are you back?" "Huff, huff." Dondi placed his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. After a moment, Dondi looked up at Bulma and said, "Mr. Atosta asked me to come back here to treat a Mr. Kakarot's injuries. Where is he? Where is he?" "Ah." Atosta painfully arched his body. Kurd let out a cold snort, reaching out to grab Atosta by the hair, lifting him up, while sneering, "Weren't you quite talkative just now? If I take it a bit seriously, you can't handle it." Atosta opened his eyes and stared directly at Kurd, opening his mouth, and in the astonished gaze of Kurd, he suddenly unleashed a wave of energy directly at Kurd's face. Kurd was hit by Atosta's attack, instinctively loosening his grip, and Atosta seized the opportunity to fly backward, escaping Kurd's control. Panting heavily, Atosta wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, staining it with drops of bright red blood. Clenching his fists, Atosta thought, his power is even stronger than I imagined. However, my deduction was not wrong. Taking a breath, Atosta charged toward Kurd again. Passively taking hits was not his style, and in such a disadvantageous position, he needed to take the initiative. Unaware of his own demise, Kurd chuckled coldly. Just as he was about to raise his hand to deal with Atosta, he suddenly froze. Surrounding his body were countless figures of Atosta. Phantoms. Such a low-level trick. Kurd abruptly swung his elbow to the right, just as Atosta's figure appeared there. As his elbow swung past Kurd's, eyes narrowed. Phantom. With a sudden weight on his back, Atosta had climbed onto Kurd's back, wrapping his arms tightly around Kurd's neck. Kurd reached behind to grab Atosta, who quickly dodged his tail, curling around Kurd's tail, using the elasticity to spin around from below Kurd's body, now facing him. Huh. With both feet together, he heavily kicked Kurd's chest, sending Kurd stumbling backwards a few steps, while Atosta used the recoil to retreat from Kurd's side. At the same time, he raised both hands, firing several waves of energy toward Kurd, sealing off the passage between them and delaying Kurd's advance. With hair flowing in the wind, Atosta turned and flew away swiftly, his form darting low over the ground, glancing at Kurd's spacecraft parked not far away, his gaze turning icy. "Don't think you can escape," Kurd's figure rapidly pursued. Atosta accelerated, gathering a palm-sized energy orb in his hand, and as he flew over Kurd's spacecraft, he suddenly tossed the energy orb while continuing to fly away. Boom! The energy orb struck the spacecraft solidly, followed by a violent explosion, turning the entire spacecraft to ashes with no crew member escaping. Good, this severed the escape route for Kurd and his son and cleaned up all the small fry, reducing many uncertainties. Atosta turned and glanced back. "Still want to go back? Fly back for me." Kurd's expression changed, looking at Atosta as if fire would burst from his eyes. "Damn it. Don't think you can escape." A golden aura streaked across the sky as Atosta accelerated again. Kurd, enveloped in a purple aura, chased after him at an even faster speed, the flames trailing behind him, imbued with fury. Atosta gritted his teeth, initiating erratic movements. Although it delayed Kurd slightly, Kurd's figure kept closing in. The scenery below flew past rapidly, and in the distance Atosta spotted a lake and turned his form towards it. Stepping onto the lake's surface, he splashed a considerable amount of water. Atosta looked back, seeing Kurd's figure rushing close, and Atosta leaped high into the air. The place he had just stood was struck by Kurd's figure, which then followed him into the lake. Splash! Before Atosta could catch his breath, Kurd's figure emerged from the lake, not slowing down as he attacked Atosta. Atosta gritted his teeth and met the attack, the two clashing midair, fists and feet whipping through the air with fierce winds, even their tails moving in a blur fast enough to create illusions. Atosta dodged Kurd's elbow strike, shifting his form to the left, and delivered a knife hand strike towards Kurd's face, only to hit a phantom. Kurd's figure appeared above, delivering a heavy kick to Atosta's ribs, sending him crashing down towards the lake. With his hands raised, glowing with purple light, Kurd roared, bringing his hands down, unleashing dozens of energy waves the size of thighs that poured into the lake, the explosions ringing out continuously, sending countless splashes of water flying. Kurd panted a few times, standing silently in the sky, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Why hasn't he come up yet? Has he already escaped? Underwater, Atosta held his breath at the lake's bottom, retracting his hands, 3 golden energy orbs forming in front of him. Just bullying you for not being able to sense chi. With a flick of his fingers, 1 energy orb floated upward, transforming into a wave of energy, as thick as 2 people, shooting rapidly upwards. Alright, the first one. Above the lake's surface, Kurd stared intently at the lake below, muttering to himself, "Do I have to go down and take a look myself?" Suddenly, the lake's surface churned, a golden energy wave shot straight into the sky. Kurd waited for it, but the energy wave merely passed by. Isn't that him? Once again, the lake's surface roiled, and another energy wave shot out. Kurd kept his gaze fixed on the wave. Not this one either. Just as the second energy wave passed in front of Kurd's eyes, the third wave erupted from the lake's surface, and Kurd shifted his gaze downward. This must be it. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed from behind. Atosta's voice echoed in Kurd's ear. "Wrong guess, deduct 10 points. With a powerful double kick, Atosta struck Kurd's head, sending him crashing downward, colliding precisely with the third energy wave. Not done yet. Atosta roared, arms spread wide, palms glowing brightly, suddenly coming together in front, unleashing a powerful energy wave that struck Kurd's body, the explosion resounding as clouds of smoke filled the area. Panting heavily, Atosta's eyes were fixed on the smoke. As the mist cleared, Kurd crossed his arms in front of him, faint wisps of smoke still lingering around him. With his eyes still closed, Kurd's body suddenly lurched as a pair of large hands tightly grasped his tail, a tremendous force pulling Kurd's body to one side. Atosta swung his entire arm violently, throwing Kurd downwards, suddenly interrupted by a powerful force forcing him to loosen his grip. "It's you who should go down." Kurd roared heavily, stepping on Atosta's back, sending Atosta plummeting down like a bullet, crashing into the side of a small mountain. With a loud boom, the immense force caused the entire mountain to collapse, sending a cloud of dust and debris flying. Atosta soared into the sky, his eyes fixed on Kurd, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet showing no intention of continuing the fight. Turning his gaze far away, Atosta's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Whose aura is approaching here? It's neither Frieza's nor a Super Saiyan's. It feels more like. Seeing Atosta's strange behavior, Kurd was puzzled, turning to look in the same direction Atosta was staring. Far on the horizon, a powerful aura appeared, swiftly approaching. A strong wind surged, and Atosta and Kurd wore different expressions. A figure stopped, a white cloak billowing in the wind. The wind ceased. "Piccolo," Atosta called out with a strange expression. Looking at the figure before him, Atosta confirmed it was indeed Piccolo, but his aura was vastly different from the last time they met. Not only was the intensity of his aura drastically different, but he seemed to have gained something more. There's a battle over there with Son Goku. So I came here to take a look. Piccolo turned his gaze, settling on Atosta's face. It seems the situation is a bit more urgent here. Urgent? Not necessarily. You just want to face a stronger opponent, right? Atosta smirked slightly. However, I still want to say welcome. Atosta painfully arched his body. Kurd let out a cold snort, reaching out to grab Atosta by the hair, lifting him up, while sneering, "Weren't you quite talkative just now? If I take it a bit seriously, you can't handle it." Atosta opened his eyes and stared directly at Kurd, opening his mouth, and in the astonished gaze of Kurd, he suddenly unleashed a wave of energy directly at Kurd's face. Kurd was hit by Atosta's attack, instinctively loosening his grip, and Atosta seized the opportunity to fly backward, escaping Kurd's control. Panting heavily, Atosta wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, staining it with drops of bright red blood. Clenching his fists, Atosta thought, his power is even stronger than I imagined. However, my deduction was not wrong. Taking a breath, Atosta charged toward Kurd again. Passively taking hits was not his style, and in such a disadvantageous position, he needed to take the initiative. Unaware of his own demise, Kurd chuckled coldly. Just as he was about to raise his hand to deal with Atosta, he suddenly froze. Surrounding his body were countless figures of Atosta. Phantoms. Such a low-level trick. Kurd abruptly swung his elbow to the right, just as Atosta's figure appeared there. As his elbow swung past Kurd's, eyes narrowed. Phantom. With a sudden weight on his back, Atosta had climbed onto Kurd's back, wrapping his arms tightly around Kurd's neck. Kurd reached behind to grab Atosta, who quickly dodged his tail, curling around Kurd's tail, using the elasticity to spin around from below Kurd's body, now facing him. With both feet together, he heavily kicked Kurd's chest, sending Kurd stumbling backwards a few steps, while Atosta used the recoil to retreat from Kurd's side. At the same time, he raised both hands, firing several waves of energy toward Kurd, sealing off the passage between them and delaying Kurd's advance. With hair flowing in the wind, Atosta turned and flew away swiftly, his form darting low over the ground, glancing at Kurd's spacecraft parked not far away, his gaze turning icy. "Don't think you can escape," Kurd's figure rapidly pursued. Atosta accelerated, gathering a palm-sized energy orb in his hand, and as he flew over Kurd's spacecraft, he suddenly tossed the energy orb while continuing to fly away. Boom! The energy orb struck the spacecraft solidly, followed by a violent explosion, turning the entire spacecraft to ashes with no crew member escaping. Good, this severed the escape route for Kurd and his son and cleaned up all the small fry, reducing many uncertainties. Atosta turned and glanced back. "Still want to go back? Fly back for me." Kurd's expression changed, looking at Atosta as if fire would burst from his eyes. "Damn it. Don't think you can escape." A golden aura streaked across the sky as Atosta accelerated again. Kurd, enveloped in a purple aura, chased after him at an even faster speed, the flames trailing behind him, imbued with fury. Atosta gritted his teeth, initiating erratic movements. Although it delayed Kurd slightly, Kurd's figure kept closing in. The scenery below flew past rapidly, and in the distance Atosta spotted a lake and turned his form towards it. Stepping onto the lake's surface, he splashed a considerable amount of water. Atosta looked back, seeing Kurd's figure rushing close, and Atosta leaped high into the air. The place he had just stood was struck by Kurd's figure, which then followed him into the lake. Splash! Before Atosta could catch his breath, Kurd's figure emerged from the lake, not slowing down as he attacked Atosta. Atosta gritted his teeth and met the attack, the two clashing midair, fists and feet whipping through the air with fierce winds, even their tails moving in a blur fast enough to create illusions. Atosta dodged Kurd's elbow strike, shifting his form to the left, and delivered a knife hand strike towards Kurd's face, only to hit a phantom. Kurd's figure appeared above, delivering a heavy kick to Atosta's ribs, sending him crashing down towards the lake. With his hands raised, glowing with purple light, Kurd roared, bringing his hands down, unleashing dozens of energy waves the size of thighs that poured into the lake, the explosions ringing out continuously, sending countless splashes of water flying. Kurd panted a few times, standing silently in the sky, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Why hasn't he come up yet? Has he already escaped? Underwater, Atosta held his breath at the lake's bottom, retracting his hands, 3 golden energy orbs forming in front of him. Just bullying you for not being able to sense chi. With a flick of his fingers, 1 energy orb floated upward, transforming into a wave of energy, as thick as 2 people, shooting rapidly upwards. Alright, the first one. Above the lake's surface, Kurd stared intently at the lake below, muttering to himself, "Do I have to go down and take a look myself?" Suddenly, the lake's surface churned, a golden energy wave shot straight into the sky. Kurd waited for it, but the energy wave merely passed by. Isn't that him? Once again, the lake's surface roiled, and another energy wave shot out. Kurd kept his gaze fixed on the wave. Not this one either. Just as the second energy wave passed in front of Kurd's eyes, the third wave erupted from the lake's surface, and Kurd shifted his gaze downward. This must be it. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed from behind. Atosta's voice echoed in Kurd's ear. Wrong guess, deduct 10 points. With a powerful double kick, Atosta struck Kurd's head, sending him crashing downward, colliding precisely with the third energy wave. Not done yet. Atosta roared, arms spread wide, palms glowing brightly, suddenly coming together in front, unleashing a powerful energy wave that struck Kurd's body. The explosion, resounding as clouds of smoke, filled the area. Panting heavily, Atosta's eyes were fixed on the smoke. As the mist cleared, Kurd crossed his arms in front of him, faint wisps of smoke still lingering around him. With his eyes still closed, Kurd's body suddenly lurched as a pair of large hands tightly grasped his tail, a tremendous force pulling Kurd's body to one side. Atosta swung his entire arm violently, throwing Kurd downwards, suddenly interrupted by a powerful force forcing him to loosen his grip. It's you who should go down. Kurd roared heavily, stepping on Atosta's back, sending Atosta plummeting down like a bullet, crashing into the side of a small mountain. With a loud boom, the immense force caused the entire mountain to collapse, sending a cloud of dust and debris flying. Atosta soared into the sky, his eyes fixed on Kurd, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet showing no intention of continuing the fight. Turning his gaze far away, Atosta's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Whose aura is approaching here? It's neither Frieza's nor a Super Saiyan's. It feels more like. Seeing Atosta's strange behavior, Kurd was puzzled, turning to look in the same direction Atosta was staring. Far on the horizon, a powerful aura appeared, swiftly approaching. A strong wind surged, and Atosta and Kurd wore different expressions. A figure stopped, a white cloak billowing in the wind. The wind ceased. Piccolo! Atosta called out with a strange expression. Looking at the figure before him, Atosta confirmed it was indeed Piccolo, but his aura was vastly different from the last time they met. Not only was the intensity of his aura drastically different, but he seemed to have gained something more. There's a battle over there with Son Goku. So I came here to take a look. Piccolo turned his gaze, settling on Atosta's face. It seems the situation is a bit more urgent here. Urgent? Not necessarily. You just want to face a stronger opponent, right? Atosta smirked slightly. However, I still want to say welcome. On the ground, three figures stood in a triangular formation, facing each other. Piccolo roared as his body tightened, a new arm sprouting from the severed shoulder, dripping with strands of green slime. What on earth is happening? Piccolo actually possesses this kind of power. Atosta remained vigilant, glancing at Piccolo out of the corner of his eye. Based on his recent performance, his current strength is no less than mine when I first transformed into a Super Saiyan. Cooled crossed his arms and smiled at Piccolo, saying, to think there exists such a powerful Namekian, it truly opens my eyes. Piccolo remained silent, exchanging a glance with Atosta before they both moved in unison to attack Cooled. Cooled snorted coldly, engaging in battle with the two. Atosta and Piccolo attacked Cooled from the left and right, their fists dancing as they continuously changed trajectories, creating countless afterimages with their speed. Cold's hands moved even faster. Although he was in a defensive position, he appeared to be unfazed. Very good, it's much easier than fighting alone before, Atosta thought as he kept moving. Though it doesn't create a synergy greater than the sum of its parts, at least it won't drag me down and can be of some help. Cooled shouted angrily, arching his body and unleashing a wave of energy that sent Atosta and Piccolo flying. Before they could stabilize themselves, Cold's figure appeared before Atosta, delivering a fierce punch aimed at his face. Unperturbed, Atosta swung his tail to hook Cold's thigh, pulling hard, while simultaneously elbowing Cold's face. Cooled blocked Atosta's elbow strike with his palm, but just as he was about to counter, Piccolo's figure appeared behind him, reaching out with his right hand to grab Cold's neck. Cold's face showed impatience as he transformed his palm into a claw, grabbing Atosta's arm and violently throwing him, causing Atosta to crash heavily onto Piccolo, sending both of them flying backward. Damn it, these two little fish are proving to be quite a hassle. Cold's face was filled with frustration as he began to tire of this endless battle. One could only say that every cause has its effect. If Cooled had engaged in more battles over the years and gained more combat experience, the outcome would have long been decided. Huff huff, Atosta panted, his gaze cold as he stared at Cooled. With a sneer, he turned to Piccolo and whispered, Piccolo, do you have a way to restrict his movements? Moi. Piccolo looked at him with a questioning gaze. Atosta explained in a low voice, his eyes brimming with confidence. I have a move with great power. If it hits Cooled, it will surely be fatal. However, this move has many restrictions. It requires a certain gathering time and must be executed at close range. Currently, it's difficult for me to succeed on my own. Atosta's gaze was fixed on Piccolo's eyes, restricting Cold's movements. Piccolo looked at Atosta's confident eyes, gritting his teeth, a hint of determination flashing in his gaze. He'll give it a try. Atosta nodded at Piccolo and gently closed his eyes, relaxing his body as he stood quietly on the ground. Huh. Piccolo roared and charged at Cooled. Atosta opened his eyes and a fierce golden light erupted from his body, the energy enveloping him soaring into the sky. That's Saiyan. What is he trying to do? Cooled caught a glimpse of the scene from the corner of his eye, a hint of confusion rising within him as he kept his guard up and turned back to fight Piccolo. Atosta took a deep breath, his right arm held vertically, his right hand open facing his face, while his left hand supported his right elbow. The figures of Cooled and Piccolo flickered continuously with each attack, resulting only in afterimages left by the other. Huh. Atosta growled lowly, his raised right hand emanating a golden flame that seemed to burn fiercely. The energy swirling towards his hand appeared slow, yet fast, with arcs of electricity flashing, increasing in number as they jumped, covering his entire right hand and emitting a series of crackling sounds. Cooled punched Piccolo back and looked towards Atosta, a sense of unease rising within him. Just as he was about to rush towards Atosta to interrupt his actions, Piccolo once again clung to him like a leech. "Yeah!" Atosta shouted loudly, the arcs of electricity in his hands reaching their peak, the energy accumulating to a critical point. Suddenly, Atosta's golden hair faded, reverting to the ordinary Saiyan state. The arcs of electricity in his hands vanished, and the golden energy scattered around his body. Did I fail, eh? Piccolo glanced this way, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Cooled snorted, a look of disdain returning to his face. Hee. Atosta chuckled lightly, his palm glowing with a soft golden light, the energy around him beginning to flow slowly towards him, forming a swirling energy ring that started to gather in his palm. This? Cold's heart jolted, instinctively sensing an extreme threat, a feeling he had never experienced in his hundreds of years of life. Suddenly kicking Piccolo away, Cooled pushed off the ground, trying to rush over to interrupt Atosta. Calm and peaceful was the feeling Atosta now gave off. Wearing a serene smile, his right hand cradled a small sphere radiating a soft golden light, with no trace of energy flow around his body, only a sense of tranquility. What? Just as Cooled was about to approach, he felt a sudden resistance on his calf, looking down to see a green hand tightly gripping his ankle. Behind him, Piccolo lay on the ground, his expression twisted as he exerted force with his other hand, also climbing onto Cold's body, his arms stretching, wrapping around Cold's struggling form. I can only do this much. Piccolo's veins bulged on his face as he struggled against Cooled, his arms aching intensely, barely able to speak. Damn. Cold's eyes were filled with fury, his heart barely keeping pace, as an unprecedented power erupted from his body, desperately trying to break free. As he shouted in anger, a tall figure appeared before him, and Cold's expression froze. With black hair flowing without wind, Atosta's gaze was deep as he extended his right arm palm, aimed at Cold's face, a small sphere radiating a soft golden light, hovering in his palm. Dust to dust, earth to earth, let all return to nothingness. Dust to dust, earth to earth, let all return to nothingness. Atosta smiled faintly as the golden sphere loomed ever larger in Karud's eyes. His expression froze, his body trembling involuntarily. No, I cannot die. At this moment of extremity, an unprecedented surge of will to survive ignited Karud's latent power. Energy erupted from his body, nearly coalescing into tangible form. Snap! What a... Atosta's expression shifted instantly. The twin arms of Piccolo binding Karud's body shattered explosively under Karud's full-force struggle, splintering into gory fragments soaked in crimson pulp. Simultaneously, Piccolo let out a piercing cry. Get away from me! With a whip-like kick, Karud struck. Atosta, already reverted from Super Saiyan, possessed no capacity to resist. The blow struck his waist squarely, sending him hurtling backward through the air. Dangerous! With no time to contemplate the consequences of mission failure, Atosta's first instinct was to glance at the orb clutched in his hand. I must retain control, or Namek will be obliterated. His body still recoiling violently, Atosta focused every ounce of his consciousness on the small golden sphere, preventing contact with his flesh, desperately dispersing its contained energy and simultaneously drawing a fraction of it back into his own being. Under these conditions, striking Karud was now virtually impossible, and retaining this volatile energy construct would likely doom him. Better to preserve a path of retreat. From Atosta's palm radiated visible golden energy, surging outward in all directions. Blinding light flooded the entire field of vision, leaving only the faintest remnant of energy yet unspent. Thud! A soft impact echoed as Atosta's palm struck the ground. Instantly, the earth beneath his hand vanished, revealing a bottomless chasm stretching into infinite darkness. There was no sound, no rising dust. Only absolute annihilation, leaving not the faintest trace of what had once existed. Karud hovered silently in the sky, beads of cold sweat glistening on his brow, relief etched across his face as he gazed upon the devastation below. Elsewhere, Piccolo floated above the abyss, breathing heavily, his severed arms still unrepaired, his gaze fixed downward upon the yawning void. Atosta, the architect of that fathomless crater, seemed spent. He failed to ascend. Instead, he plummeted straight into the abyss, vanishing into its consuming blackness. Huh! Piccolo tensed his entire frame and roared. Two fresh arms burst forth from his shoulders, slick with viscous green fluid. As Kurud stood momentarily stunned by Piccolo's transformation, Piccolo pivoted sharply and shot off at full speed toward some distant point. Kurud instinctively surged forward to pursue, then abruptly halted, his gaze dropping to the black chasm below, his eyes blazing with seething hatred. Damn Saiyan monkey. He raised both hands high and slammed them downward, unleashing a torrent of violet energy that flooded the entire crater. The ensuing explosion expanded its perimeter further, sending plumes of ash and debris soaring into the heavens. Whoosh! Kurud cast one final piercing glance downward before streaking after Piccolo's departing trail, leaving behind only swirling clouds of dust drifting across the sky. Boom! A figure crashed violently onto the earth. Curses! I've fallen into your trap. Frieza's face burned with humiliated fury as he slowly rose, fists clenched tight, his gaze lifting to the warriors hovering in the sky, now glacial merciless. Huh! Krillin roared, diving from the sky straight toward Frieza. Frieza's expression flickered, then twisted with contempt. Does my momentary lapse grant you a minnow such delusion? He raised his right hand palm, aimed at Krillin, a faint luminescence gathering within. Krillin, already descending and nearly upon Frieza, suddenly arrested his descent, thrust both hands upward, extending 2 fingers to each temple, and bellowed into Frieza's bewildered gaze, solar flare. In that instant, blinding light erupted across the heavens. Frieza cried out, clamping his hands over his eyes, his vision obliterated by the searing proximity, unable even to pry his eyelids open. Simultaneously, those above, already poised and ready, unleashed their most devastating techniques upon Frieza, crouched helplessly on the ground, hands shielding his sight. Gohan raised his arms high and bellowed, Masenko. Final flash. A torrent of fierce purple energy surged from Vegeta's palms, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. Goku's upper body swelled with bulging muscle, his frame wreathed in violent crimson aura. Brilliant sapphire light flared, 20-fold Kaioken. Kamehameha. Krillin, now retreating aside, raised his right palm high. A spinning circular blade of pure energy whirled steadily, Destructo Disc. Boom! As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, a desolate wasteland lay revealed. Shattered mountains, fractured earth, and no sign of Frieza. Collectively, they exhaled in weary relief, descending heavily onto the ravaged ground. Frieza? Vegeta tilted his head skyward, his thoughts unreadable. Frieza must be dead this time, right? Krillin asked aloud, a light, easy smile playing on his lips. Gohan clenched his fist and nodded firmly, absolutely. Goku smiled gently at them all and called out loudly, don't let your guard down. We still have another battle ahead. Though Piccolo has already gone, Atosta still needs our aid. Of course. Vegeta's lips curved faintly, then froze. His eyes locked rigidly onto a single point in the distance, his expression turning to stone. Frieza. A collective jolt ran through them all, heads snapped around in unison. Not far away, Frieza stood atop a jagged, broken boulder, his gaze frigid and unblinking fixed upon them. He raised a finger, light flashed, and a narrow, bloodied hole pierced Vegeta's chest. Vegeta collapsed backward onto the ground. Vegeta! They cried out in alarm, rushing to Vegeta's side. He pressed one hand tightly over the wound, breath ragged and labored. Thankfully, thanks to the Saiyan's extraordinary vitality, Vegeta remained alive, for now, but utterly incapacitated. You thought I was dead. Wretched. Frieza spread his palm before his eyes, then swept his gaze downward over his battered, scarred body, fists tightening. You dared to wound me. How audacious. Goku spun urgently toward Krillin and Gohan. You must leave, immediately. Take Vegeta and Bulma aboard the spaceship and flee. Krillin met Goku's gaze and shouted back, what nonsense is that? We won't abandon you. Never. Goku's expression hardened, more solemn, more resolute than ever before, his voice brooking no dissent. Your presence here only divides my focus. We'll all perish if you stay. Go now. Do you truly believe you can escape? Frieza sneered. No one leaves this place alive. I'll tear you all limb from limb. Frieza lifted his hand, and Krillin's body rose helplessly into the air, suspended against his will. Krillin. Goku whirled toward Frieza and roared, Frieza, release him. If you want to fight, come for me. Boom! Krillin's body detonated midair, dissolving into fragments, leaving only his final cry, Goku. Gohan's eyes widened in shock. Uncle Krillin. Krillin. Grief for a fallen comrade, burning hatred for Frieza, and crushing self-reproach for his own helplessness, all warred across Goku's face. Ha ha ha. Frieza laughed with genuine delight at their anguish, then turned his gaze toward Gohan with chilling calm. Brat, your turn comes next. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Goku lowered his head, his features shifting rapidly, his voice low and trembling. You wretched monster. An unfamiliar power stirred deep within him. His heart pounded with unprecedented strength. A shimmer of gold flickered across his hair. Yet he remained oblivious, lost in the shattering grief of losing Krillin, his childhood friend. Rage swelling, consuming, inexorable. What is this? Witnessing Goku's transformation, fragmented memories surged into Frieza's mind, instilling a sudden, profound dread. A roar of pure fury tore from Goku's throat. Golden aura blazed fiercely as his hair turned radiant gold and his emerald eyes gleamed with icy, lethal intensity. The second Super Saiyan, born after Atosta, had arrived. Son Goku, or Kakarot. What a horror contorted Frieza's face. Another Super Saiyan. In that instant, Goku's silhouette seemed to merge with Yatosta's in Frieza's vision, his very soul quaking. Super Saiyan. Vegeta, lying motionless on the ground, stared blankly at Goku, his mind reeling, his fists clenching unconsciously, his eyes blazing with unprecedented, searing resentment. A Super Saiyan. It's him, a mere low-class warrior. Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans. How could he? Dad. Gohan gazed up at Goku, stunned, then awash with dawning radiant joy. Who are you? Frieza's breath quickened. He pointed one trembling finger directly at Goku, his expression flickering between disbelief and desperate hope. Who am I? Goku stepped forward, voice resonant and commanding. I am the Super Saiyan, Son Goku. As the smoke dissipated, the residual waves of the energy explosion continued to reverberate in the sky. Damn it! How could I lose to that Saiyan monkey again? Ugh! Frieza lay helplessly on the ground, unwilling to accept his fate, his limbs completely shattered, revealing the charred remnants of the explosion. Huff huff! In the sky, Sun Wukong was covered in wounds of all sizes, yet a relaxed smile of victory adorned his face as he gasped for breath. Super Saiyan Sun Wukong and the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, after a long and intense battle, finally determined the outcome. Sun Wukong was utterly exhausted, while Frieza lay severely injured, devoid of any strength to resist further. After catching his breath, Sun Wukong raised his hand towards the pitifully lying Frieza. Hesitating for a moment, he ultimately lowered his hand, his golden hair quietly returning to black. Get off Namek, Frieza, Sun Wukong said with a complex expression as he glanced at Frieza, his tone calm. Ultimately, he decided to let Frieza go. Kakarot. Vegeta suddenly turned to Sun Wukong. What? Is it true? Frieza's eyes showed surprise as he struggled to look at the Saiyan who had defeated him. Are you letting me go? Take care of yourself. Sun Wukong turned away, his voice unusually clear. If I hear you continue to destroy others' homes, I will personally kill you. Just as he was about to find Gohan, and the other Sun Wukong's expression suddenly changed as he looked up at the sky. My son Frieza. With a hand extended towards the pitiful Frieza on the ground, Kurd's face turned furious, glaring at Sun Wukong with hatred. He casually tossed aside the unconscious Piccolo and lunged at Wukong, yelling, Damn Saiyan, die. With a punch landing, even though Wukong had braced himself with both hands, he was still sent reeling backward, his feet leaving deep marks on the ground. Kurd relentlessly charged at Sun Wukong, closing the distance in an instant, raising his right fist to strike down, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain in his face as a tremendous force kicked him back a few steps. Tap! His feet landed. Kurd held his face where he had been kicked, his gaze fixed on the newcomer, a flash of anger in his eyes. You again. You are still alive. With a slight smirk, Atosta ignored Kurd's words and lowered the dandy he had tucked under his arm, signaling, Dandy, it's your turn. Dandy nodded in understanding, replying, I get it. Atosta smiled, turning to Kurd with a cold expression. Let's continue our unfinished battle. With that, he took the lead and flew away from the scene. Kurd glanced at the departing Atosta, focused on Frieza for a moment, and then slightly nodded at him before taking off to follow Atosta. In the blink of an eye, two figures landed on the ground, standing face to face in a standoff. Kurd's gaze swept over Atosta's exposed muscular torso, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. What happened to the injuries on him? Though I don't know how you healed, I heard that Saiyans significantly increase their combat power after severe injuries. Is this characteristic what gives you the confidence to face me alone? Kurd's face bore disdain. Who said I was facing you alone? Atosta raised his head slightly, a cold smile on his face. In an instant, shadows flickered and two figures appeared at his side. Who are you? Kurd's gaze wavered. Though I don't like to fight against many right now, Atosta's peripheral vision glanced at Sun Wukong and Piccolo. It's 3 against 1. A gentle breeze blew, lifting dried leaves into the air, and dust danced in the wind's wake. 3 waves of energy surged forth, all targeting Kurd. Vegeta rose, not uttering a word of thanks to Dandy, who had healed him, merely glancing back with an unfriendly gaze that startled Dandy into taking a step back. He stepped forward to where Frieza lay, staring expressionlessly at the once great king, before slowly speaking. Frieza. Frieza struggled to lift his head, meeting Vegeta's gaze. Swish. With a look of shock still on his face, Frieza's head was severed from his body, rolling a few times on the ground before stopping at Vegeta's feet. Waste. How dare you? Though Frieza's head had fallen, he was not dead, immediately glaring at Vegeta and cursing angrily. However, Vegeta gave him no chance, raising his foot and stomping down hard, causing Frieza's head to explode into a mass of flesh. Vegeta lowered his head in silence, lost in thought. No matter how many wastes there are, they are still just wastes. Kurd's breathing was somewhat rapid, with some minor wounds appearing on his body. Although his stamina had been greatly depleted, his aura was even more formidable than before. Atosta panted heavily, his gaze fixed intensely on Kurd's every move. Sweat dripped down continuously, while Piccolo gasped, his whole body tense, as a new arm sprouted from the severed shoulder. Sun Wukong slowly rose from the ground, his golden hair appearing somewhat dull. He turned to Atosta with a bitter smile, saying, "I'm having trouble keeping up with you guys." Atosta glanced at Sun Wukong from the corner of his eye, speaking solemnly, "Don't lose your fighting spirit. Without you we have no hope of defeating Kurd. Look, Kurd is barely holding on now. This is much better than before." "No way. How could I possibly lose my fighting spirit?" Sun Wukong stood up, wiped the corner of his mouth, and his fighting intent surged as golden flames enveloped him. Atosta glanced at the two beside him, focusing his gaze on Kurd, wiping the blood from his face, secretly assessing. Kurd now is much harder to deal with than during our first encounter. Is he gradually regaining his lost battle instincts in this fight? He mused. In that case, the longer this drags on, the worse it is for us. Atosta gently bit his lip, turning his gaze to Sun Wukong. "What is it?" Wukong asked in confusion. "Kakarot, use your spirit bomb technique. Earth, ocean, sky, and all the beings on Namek, please grant me a bit of life energy. Just a little will suffice." Returning to his normal state, Sun Wukong raised his hands high and began to gather life energy on the battlefield's edge. On the other side, the three had just finished a round of battle, standing in a standoff, able to catch their breath and consider their next combat strategy. "What is that guy doing?" As he gasped for breath, Cooled glanced sideways at Sun Wukong, who was making strange movements, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Focusing on Cooled, Bick slightly turned his head and asked Atosta beside him, "Atosta, can you use that move from before one more time?" "I'm afraid not," Atosta replied. "Although I was healed by Dandy, using that move twice in a short period is beyond my Boda's capacity." "Really? What a pity," Bick sighed, quietly falling silent. Atosta let out a light breath, his gaze sweeping over Sun Wukong, who was raising his hands high. Some life energy had already gathered above them, but it was only the size of a basketball and far from enough. "Though I can't be certain if the life energy blast can defeat Cooled, we still have to take a gamble. Right now we need to buy time for Sun Wukong and help him find an opportunity." Atosta moved his lips, and Bick understood, nodding. "Then let's go." Together they dashed towards Cooled at Atosta's shout. Cooled snorted coldly, engaging with the two in fierce combat. Atosta and Bick attacked Cooled from left and right, their fists dancing in a flurry, continuously changing trajectories as they struck their speed, creating countless illusions. Cold's hands moved even faster, his body shifting and dodging. Although he managed to block their attacks, it was not as effortless as before. "He seems quite exhausted now, having spent a lot of energy," Atosta thought. "We've all been healed by Dandy once and are back to full strength, but Cooled has been fighting continuously, wearing himself down and only relying on self-healing." Atosta's eyes brightened. "In that case, perhaps we can rely on Dandy's power to outlast Cooled. Though the means are somewhat underhanded, we can't afford to be picky at this moment." Atosta was not a rigid person in the cosmos. Everything must be aimed at achieving victory. With that thought, Atosta quickened his movements, intensifying his offensive. Cooled gritted his teeth, unleashing even greater power to suppress Atosta's onslaught once more. In the midst of battle, Cooled glanced at Sun Wukong with his peripheral vision. At that moment, the life energy blast held by Wukong was about to take shape. Although it wasn't as large as the one he used against Frieza in the original story, it was still considerable. Exhaling a breath, Sun Wukong looked at the life energy blast, thinking, though it might not be enough in weight, I can't gather much more in such a short time. Then ill-just, Sun Wukong suddenly glanced at Cooled, shouting a warning to Atosta and Bick, who were entangled with Cooled, and with a strong thrust he threw the life energy blast. Bick heard Wukong's warning and quickly retreated, using Cold's attacking force to withdraw from the battlefield. Atosta was about to retreat when suddenly his feet were hindered. Cold's tail had somehow wrapped around Atosta's calf. "Did you think I didn't see anything?" Cooled scoffed disdainfully, sharply swinging his tail to throw Atosta towards the incoming life energy blast while he leapt into the sky. Atosta stumbled uncontrollably towards the life energy blast, watching it approach him, his mouth twitching as he thought, "Am I really going to take a life energy blast for Vegeta?" Just as Atosta was about to unleash all his speed to dodge, Sun Wukong's voice rang out, "Atosta, the life energy blast won't harm good people. Use your hands to deflect it back." "Good people, eh?" Atosta's mouth twitched, hesitating for a moment. It was this moment of hesitation that left him with no chance to dodge, as the life energy blast was already within reach. "Let's take a gamble. Bounce it back to me." Seeing the situation, Atosta roared decisively, opening his hands towards Cooled. Cooled also heard Sun Wukong's words, his gaze fixed tightly on Atosta below. Boom! The life energy blast made contact with Atosta's hands, exploding instantly and raising a cloud of smoke that completely obscured the area of the explosion. Sun Wukong. Bick. Cooled. Cough, cough, cough. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a series of coughs sounded and Atosta's figure slowly became visible. It seems the life energy blast is indeed a special attack. The more evil the target, the greater the damage. Fortunately, I wasn't harmed this time. Atosta seemed to be talking to himself, but his voice was clearly heard by everyone, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead in unison. Enduring the intense pain in his arms, Atosta suddenly soared into the air, flying swiftly towards Sun Wukong. In Wukong's astonished gaze, Atosta kicked towards Wukong's chest. At the same time, their eyes met and his lips seemed to say something. Bick's eyes shifted, retracting his intention to stop Atosta. Atosta's foot struck Wukong's chest with significant force, causing Wukong's body to involuntarily fly backward, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. "What? Are you fighting among yourselves?" Cooled stood high in the sky, his arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face as he looked at Atosta. "Our Saiyan matters don't seem to require your interference, do they, eh?" Atosta retorted, his cold gaze fixed on Cooled. Now he wished to bicker a while longer to alleviate the pain in his arms. Having personally experienced the power of the life energy blast, Atosta now had some understanding of it. Indeed, as he had said before, the damage increased against more evil targets. This also explained why in the original timeline Kid Buu was the only enemy defeated by the life energy blast. He was a manifestation of evil, and the blast's damage reached its maximum. However, Atosta did not feel good after taking such a hit. Although it wasn't a serious injury, he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. Aside from the severe injury to his arms, he had sustained minor injuries all over his body. Cooled in the sky noticed this and wasted no time, launching directly towards Atosta. The battle's call to arms sounded once more. On the ground, three figures were entangled in a fierce battle, their shadows flickering around them, leaving behind afterimages that barely had time to vanish, as if a dozen people were fighting simultaneously. As the three slightly separated, the figures of Atosta and Bick simultaneously vanished, and in the next moment, both launched flying kicks towards Kurd's head and calf from either side. With a swish, Kurd's figure disappeared from the spot, and both attacks missed. As if at the same time, Kurd reappeared, using both hands to pin Atosta and Bick to the ground. "Damn it!" Atosta waved his hand to pry open Kurd's grip, then kicked his legs upward, striking Kurd's chest heavily and sending his body flying into the air. Bick hurriedly launched a magical beam attack, but Kurd evaded it just in time with a swift movement in midair. "Although I have been gradually recovering, the injuries to my arms are still affecting me." Atosta moved his arms, slightly frowning as he glanced in a direction. "Fortunately, Dandy is on his way. All we need is for Bick to hold on for a moment." In the sky, Kurd coldly observed the two below, constantly contemplating his strategy. "This won't do. After all, they are two people, and they can take turns to catch their breath. My stamina is depleting too much. Then let's pick them off one by one." Kurd's eyes widened, focusing on the weaker Bick. Without giving Kurd a moment's respite, Atosta and Bick exchanged glances and suddenly leaped into the air, attacking Kurd from both sides once more. Kurd watched the two attacking him, and instead of retreating, he advanced, appearing between Atosta and Bick, simultaneously launching a kick and a punch at both. Atosta blocked Kurd's punch with his palm, ready to counterattack, when suddenly his feet were impeded. Kurd's tail wrapped around him again, pulling Atosta's body forward. Atosta realized something was wrong as a heavy punch struck his stomach. Kurd, disregarding his stamina, unleashed all his power, sending Atosta's body flying away. Just as Atosta focused on defending against Kurd's next attack, Kurd suddenly shifted targets, grabbing Bick by the neck and delivering a heavy punch to his head, slowing Bick's movements. Kurd tightly gripped Bick's neck and instantly moved at full speed toward a nearby small mountain, pulling Bick's arm back as if preparing to throw him. Not good. Seeing the direction Kurd was heading, Atosta's expression changed, and he burst into full speed to chase after Kurd, thinking, "We can't fail now." Boom. Bick's body crashed heavily into the mountain, cutting it in half, with countless fragments and dust sliding down. Hee hee. Just as Kurd was about to continue dealing with Bick, he caught sight of a familiar orange hue out of the corner of his eye and instinctively turned his head. Sun Wukong stood firmly on the ground, his hands raised high towards the sky, his black hair flowing in the wind, looking uncertainly at Kurd in midair. What is this posture? Kurd recalled how Sun Wukong had injured Atosta before, but after looking around he saw no signs of energy in Sun Wukong's hands. Remembering the previous attack's power, he shook his head and dismissed it, landing on the ground. Swish! Atosta arrived, seeing Kurd's movements, hesitated for a moment, and first went to search for Bick among the ruins of the mountain. Kurd slowly approached Sun Wukong, speaking each word clearly. Earlier, I wondered where you went. What the hell are you doing? Sun Wukong maintained his raised hands, silently staring at Kurd without responding. Suddenly Sun Wukong cried out in pain, arching his body and falling to the ground as Kurd slowly withdrew his elbow. Stepping on Sun Wukong's head, Kurd pointed a finger at his heart, his voice icy cold. Science, all should die. Suddenly Kurd's figure flickered and vanished from sight. At the same time, Atosta's figure dashed past the afterimage left by Kurd. Sun Wukong rose, maintaining his previous stance. Atosta looked up at the sky, meeting Kurd's gaze, his mind racing. Was that last attack the last straw? Perhaps only when Dandy arrives can Bick continue to fight. Glancing at Sun Wukong from the corner of his eye, Atosta took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. Now I must buy time for Sun Wukong. Bang! A figure fell heavily from the sky, crashing onto the ground and creating a pit. Bracing himself on the ground, Atosta slowly got up, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and numbness. Not knowing how many times he had fallen, his body was already covered in wounds with blood and flesh mixed together at various injuries, a sight that shocked any onlooker. Not far away, Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, eyes closed, unwilling to look any longer. With his feet on the ground, though still somewhat dazed, Atosta's body quickly rose again, as if this action had become instinctual. In the sky, Kurd gasped heavily, gazing at Atosta with astonishment. What is this guy? Is there any meaning to this? What is sustaining him? This long battle had lost its original purpose. The only meaning left was the fight itself. This must be the fate of a warrior. Saiyan, as much as I still detest you, Kurd relaxed his body and took a deep breath. I acknowledge your identity as a warrior. He raised a finger high. I never thought I would be stirred by a Saiyan to awaken the long-lost fighting spirit that was once invincible. An energy sphere crackling with electricity appeared at his fingertip. Let me pay you the highest respect. I'll let the entire planet accompany you to the grave. Kurd's expression turned serious, his eyes revealing unprecedented sincerity. On the ground, Sun Wukong suddenly relaxed, glancing at Atosta a short distance away, and uttered two words, "It's time." Upon hearing this, Atosta's eyes sparkled with a long-lost brilliance. A golden aura ignited fiercely as Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, his light green gaze locked onto Kurd in the sky. What? A sense of ominous premonition suddenly surged within Kurd, a feeling he had only experienced before when facing Atosta's finishing move. Spirit Bomb. Sun Wukong roared, his raised hands swinging down violently. Above the clouds, a brilliant blue light erupted. A gigantic blue energy sphere broke through the clouds, plummeting at a speed faster than the blink of an eye. Kurd abruptly looked up, staring blankly at the spirit bomb above the blue light, reflecting the fear on his face. No, how could I be defeated by something like this? Kurd raised his hands, attempting to resist the spirit bomb with his own strength. Boom! The spirit bomb came crashing down with unstoppable momentum, striking the ground fiercely, the blue light engulfing Kurd's body, purifying him, as if slowly and bit by bit Kurd's form was crushed into tiny specks of light that merged into the spirit bomb. I won't accept this. In his final cry of unwillingness, Kurd completely vanished from this world. Bang! Atosta's body crashed heavily to the ground, a hint of a relaxed smile on his lips, but his eyelids grew heavier and his consciousness began to blur. The events that transpired on Namek have finally come to an end. After the last enemy Kurd perished, Namek welcomed a long-awaited peace. Although the Dragon Balls of Earth revived all the Namekians who died in this incident, the experience remains an indelible and painful memory for all Namekians. Krillin had died once long ago, and the wish from the Dragon Balls on Earth did not work for him. Fortunately, after the Grand Elder was revived, Purunga also came back to life, and Goku used the third wish of the Namekian Dragon Balls to bring Krillin back. As in the original story, the Grand Elder quickly passed away again after being revived, and before his death, he passed on the position of Grand Elder to Elder Muley. However, there was one difference: the only warrior of Namek Nail was revived, and would continue to protect Namek, while the fused version of Piccolo and Kami could not be revived. Everyone did not forget their original purpose and made an agreement with the grateful Namekians to wish back the deceased Dumpling and Tien Shinhan, who was to live and die together with Dumpling once their Dragon Balls could be used again. As for the remaining Lepin and Naba, they just needed to wait until the Earth Dragon Balls could be used again in a year. Everything that needed to be resolved was resolved, and the group bid farewell to the Namekians boarding the spaceship of Atosta to embark on their journey back to Earth. In the dim cosmos, a beam of light streaked across. In the gravity training room, a figure was struggling to train. Perhaps due to the high gravity and the prolonged duration, his movements were somewhat deformed. Outside, Raditz looked at Vegeta, who was drenched in sweat with a complex expression through the glass door, then turned to Atosta, who was leaning against the wall, and said, "Since boarding the spaceship, Vegeta has been inside. Is it really okay for him to continue like this?" Atosta glanced at Raditz and replied calmly, "You know that persuasion is useless. We can only wait until he can no longer hold on, and then send him to the healing pod." With his arms crossed, Atosta straightened his posture and said, "This incident on Namek has dealt a significant blow to Vegeta. Frieza, whom he considered insurmountable, was easily defeated by me, and later he was defeated by lower-class warriors he had always looked down upon. In the final battle with Kurd, based on Vegeta's character, he would definitely have joined the fight." Atosta placed a hand on the wall, but after his injuries healed, he did not come. One can imagine what kind of mood Vegeta was in at that time. Sighing at Vegeta's inherently proud character, Raditz nodded heavily. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he had been called an unseen-a-century genius since childhood, always the leader of the small Saiyan community. It was one thing to be surpassed by Atosta a few years ago, but now being surpassed by the lower-class warrior Kakarot was an immense blow to Vegeta's pride. "Actually, it's okay." Raditz was still lost in thought when he suddenly heard Atosta's voice. "As long as he becomes a Super Saiyan, Vegeta won't be so frantic." Super Saiyan. Raditz looked up at Atosta, puzzled. Can Vegeta really do that? That's the legendary Super Saiyan that appears once every 1,000 years. "He absolutely can." Atosta nodded seriously, expressing considerable confidence in this matter. Vegeta's future achievements will not just be that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Thinking of the scene where Super Saiyans would be sold en masse later, especially with Goten and Trunks as his little companions, Atosta couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Atosta seemed to think of something and looked at Raditz with a smirk. "Raditz, actually, I am quite looking forward to you and Naba becoming Super Saiyans. A long-haired pseudo-Super Saiyan 3 and a golden-browed, bearded one. Just thinking about it is amusing. Me and Naba." Raditz shook his head repeatedly. "How could we possibly?" Atosta placed a hand on Raditz's shoulder and said lightly, "Nothing is impossible. Believe in yourself. Enduring arduous training and striving for a single goal is far better than doing nothing at all." With that, Atosta turned and left, his footsteps echoing on the ground, leaving Raditz alone in contemplation. Walking through the corridor, passing another training room dedicated to combat, Goku and Piccolo were engaged in an unknown match, while Gohan and Krillin were watching. Shaking his head with a smile, Atosta had never imagined such a scene would occur before Namek. Piccolo would actually be stronger than Goku one day. Though the difference was not vast, it certainly existed. If the Piccolo from the original story knew about this, he would probably wake up laughing from his dreams. Strolling over to the observation deck, looking out at the cosmic scenery through the glass, Atosta couldn't help but fall into thought. At that moment, he had temporarily lost sight of his goals. He knew that even stronger enemies would appear later: androids, Cell-Bu, and other entities, even the gods of destruction and Whis. The emergence of these formidable foes naturally made Atosta's battle instincts surge, but he still needed to deeply consider what kind of life he truly wanted. Stay on Earth and wait for the upcoming strong foes. But what reason is there to stay on Earth? Moreover, compared to remaining on a small planet, Atosta preferred to roam the endless ocean of stars. Return to his own power in the universe, find the Saiyans scattered across various places, rebuild the Saiyan race, and then become the Emperor of the universe. Rebuilding the Saiyan race is feasible. Although his feelings for them are not intensely strong, it could be a way to occupy himself, but that can wait for later. As for becoming the Emperor of the universe, Atosta had once thought this way, but after fighting Kurd, he abandoned that idea. He feared losing his warrior's heart in a life of luxury and indulgence. Perhaps a few years ago, he would still focus on training and fighting, but what about 10 years or even decades later? Atosta could not guarantee that his thoughts would not change. So the idea of becoming the Emperor of the universe would have to be discarded. What should he do then? Retreat to some place with his wife Arashira. Don't joke, he did not enjoy that kind of mundane life. It would be better to stay on Earth, where there were still some enemies to pique his interest. What on earth should he do? Atosta couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Just as Atosta was pondering life, the intercom suddenly crackled to life, and Bulma's voice came through. "Everyone please come to the control room. I have new findings." Casting his worries aside, Atosta moved swiftly to the control room. At this moment, apart from Bulma, who was leaning against the display screen, he was the only one present. The others had not yet arrived. What's going on? Atosta asked as he walked over to Bulma. Look, Bulma said, tapping a few buttons on the control panel, and the display screen changed, revealing the image of a disc-shaped spaceship. At this point, others gradually arrived, with only Vegeta still training. This spaceship. Atosta scrutinized the appearance of the spaceship and affirmed, based on its exterior along with the patterns and insignia, it should belong to Frieza's forces. Seeing the confusion on the others' faces, Atosta explained, although Frieza is dead, the news of his death has not yet spread. His subordinates are still acting according to the predetermined rules. Of course, given their usual style, they wouldn't be doing anything good, Atosta said, crossing his arms and smirking slightly. They are probably going to invade some planet. At this moment, Bulma's fingers, which had been tapping on the control panel, stopped, and her gaze shifted from the display screen to the others, confirming Atosta's guess. According to the flight path of this spaceship, they are heading towards a planet in that direction. Oh, what is the name of that planet? Atosta suddenly became interested. Yadarat Star. Change the ship's course immediately. We need to help the suffering people of Yadarat Star. Atosta paused for a moment before suddenly speaking loudly. Upon hearing Atosta's words, everyone cast him strange looks, as this style of speech was completely unlike his usual demeanor. What are you waiting for? Let's go, Atosta urged without changing his expression. Though they were unclear about Atosta's intentions, helping others was something Sun Wukong and his companions were always willing to do, so they temporarily set aside their doubts and changed course to Yadarat Star. Atosta was not suddenly having a change of heart to become a good person. His purpose was simple: to learn the various unique secret arts of Yadarat Star. He had heard rumors about Yadarat Star during his time wandering the universe, and moreover, the original story had Sun Wukong's instant transmission learned from Yadarat Star. Such a planet was definitely worth visiting. Atosta had thought of going to Yadarat Star to study the secret arts before. Means aside, he just never found the time, which had delayed him until now. This time was a fortuitous opportunity. Not only were they passing near Yadarat Star, but it also provided Atosta with a perfect reason to check it out. The distance between the spaceship and Yadarat Star was not far, and they quickly arrived near the planet. From the ship, Yadarat Star appeared to be about 1/3 the size of Earth, and the scenery was quite beautiful. No wonder it attracted the invasion of Frieza's minions. In fact, there were many races in the universe like the people of Yadarat Star who possessed some magical secret arts, but lacked strong combat power, making them vulnerable to the encroachments of cosmic forces. As the group's spaceship landed on the surface, the people of Yadarat Star had already come under attack from Frieza's subordinates who had arrived earlier. Thanks to their ability to sense chi, the adult males of Yadarat Star were continuously rushing in from various villages on the planet, gathering in the hundreds, but they had little effect on the invading aliens. The gap in strength between the two sides was too great, to the point where numbers could not make up for it. The strongest warriors of Yadarat Star were only a handful with combat power exceeding 1,000, while the leader among Frieza's minions was an alien with a combat power exceeding 10,000, and the remaining 7 or 8 aliens had at least 3,000. For the people of Yadarat Star, Frieza's subordinates were unimaginably strong, and the very survival of their entire race was facing an unprecedented crisis. Then Atosta and his group arrived. The enemies threatening the entire Yadarat race were simply no match for them. Upon seeing Atosta's appearance, the leading alien hurriedly fled. After conquering Frieza's planet, Atosta had become a terrifying name in Frieza's forces. The leading alien was indeed quick to react, but he still couldn't escape being easily dealt with by a wave emitted by Atosta. The remaining enemies had nothing more to say and were effortlessly dispatched without any complications. Originally, given Atosta's character, he had no interest in such small fry, but this time the enemies were almost all dealt with by Atosta himself, and he even delivered a few impressive remarks during the battle, gaining the approval of nearly all the people of Yadarat Star. Perhaps this is what is known as raising favorability. After eliminating all the enemies, Atosta and his companions became the heroes who saved Yadarat Star, earning the gratitude of all its people. By the time it was afternoon, the elders from various villages of Yadarat Star invited Atosta and his companions to a banquet. Initially, they intended to refuse due to their journey, but Atosta decided on their behalf to accept. At the banquet, aside from Vegeta, who was still training, and Piccolo, who disliked crowds, Atosta, Raditz, Son Wukong's son Wufan, Krillin, and Bulma were all present, accompanied by several elders from Yadarat Star. In front of each person was a pile of fruit-like food wrapped in leaves, and their cups were filled with delicious juice. Raditz and Sun Wukong seemed to be in a competition over who could eat more, as the food in front of them disappeared at an astonishing rate, causing the serving staff nearby to sweat profusely as they hurriedly brought in new dishes. Wufan was also eating quickly, though not as exaggeratedly as the others. Krillin and Bulma looked on with cold sweat as they watched the Saiyans devouring their meals. In fact, Atosta also wanted to eat heartily like Sun Wukong and the others, but he had some matters to discuss with the elders, so he could only suppress his desire to overindulge. We truly appreciate you guests from afar. Without your help, we would have been killed by those villains. An elder named Alan sincerely thanked everyone, and it was evident that he held considerable influence among the elders. Not at all, we just lent a small hand, Atosta replied with a faint smile. We will never go easy on those who recklessly invade others' homes. Upon hearing this, Raditz, who was drinking water, suddenly choked and began coughing, receiving an annoyed glance from Atosta. Elder Alan's expression turned somewhat agitated as he said to you, it may have been a simple gesture, but it saved our entire race. I truly don't know how to thank you. Helping others is a habit we've always had, and we never expect any reward in return. Atosta smiled, though perhaps it was just an illusion. The word reward seemed particularly clear. No, you've helped us tremendously. If we do nothing in return, we would feel guilty, and that goes against the traditions of the people of Yadarat Star. Before Atosta could speak, Elder Alan looked at the other elders on either side and turned to Atosta seriously, saying, all our elders have discussed this. Yadarat Star doesn't possess anything precious. The only valuable things are our secret arts. If you don't mind, you can all choose the secret arts you like to learn. Secret arts. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Bulma's eyes. Elder Alan smiled humbly and said, well, they are just some minor tricks. I hope you won't laugh at them. Wufan stopped putting food into his mouth and looked at Elder Alan, asking, Elder, how long does it generally take to learn a secret art? The learning time varies due to the difficulty of the secret arts and each person's constitution. For simpler secret arts, it generally takes a few months to learn, while more difficult ones may take decades to master. Elder Alan's expression grew serious as he said earnestly, so I advise everyone to choose only 1 or 2 secret arts. Choosing more would consume too much time and energy, and some secret arts may conflict with each other, which would be counterproductive. I see. Atosta paused and then said, all right, I am indeed interested. When shall we begin? You can stay here for a night, and I will take you to the place to learn the secret arts early tomorrow morning. After the banquet, the group returned to the spaceship, and Vegeta and Piccolo were also brought over to discuss. Secret arts. Just some tricks. I'd rather train myself. Vegeta crossed his arms, somewhat disdainful of the secret arts of Yadarat Star. He had seen too many so-called secret arts, most of which were of little use to him. Still, let's take a look. Maybe there are some secret arts that could speed up training or enhance combat abilities. Under Atosta's persuasion, Vegeta thought for a moment and agreed, while Piccolo seemed somewhat tempted as well. Secret arts had some allure for most people, regardless of whether they could learn them. In the end, everyone, including the non-combatant Bulma, decided to go take a look the next day. Early the next morning, Elder Alan arrived as promised, leading everyone to the training of secret arts. The Adrat Star itself is a small planet, and before long, everyone reached the sacred place of the Adrat Star, as mentioned by Elder Alan. From the outside, the sacred place did not appear particularly different. A mountain of moderate height stood solitary on the plain. At the front, there was a massive cave which, according to Elder Alan, was the place of inheritance for the secret arts of the Adrat Star. Entering the cave through a passage of only a few steps, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a vast space before everyone. Respectfully bowing inside, Elder Alan turned to the group and said proudly, here is the sacred place of our Adrat Star, where all the secret arts are contained. At a glance, despite the absence of sunlight, the cave was well lit and bright. The ground and walls were unusually smooth, unlike the uneven surfaces typically found in ordinary caves. On the walls of the cave, numerous simple images were etched, each accompanied by strange symbols, which were the writing of the Adrat people. Elder Alan turned and introduced each image here represents a type of secret art from our Adrat Star, totaling 85 types. As long as you place your hand on an image, the basic description of that secret art will naturally appear in your mind. It truly is a marvelous place. Atosta silently marveled. Elder Alan continued, you can browse freely. When you find a secret art that interests you, just place your hand on the image, close your eyes, and focus. The cultivation method of that secret art will also appear in your mind. There is plenty of time, so everyone can take their time to choose. The group nodded, expressing their gratitude to Elder Alan and the people of the Adrat Star. I have one point to remind everyone. Elder Alan's expression turned serious as he scanned each person's face. Due to racial physique and other factors, there may be some secret arts that you cannot cultivate no matter how hard you try. Of forcing it may even be dangerous. Therefore, I hope that after choosing the secret arts you wish to practice, you will come and inform me, and I will help you with your choices. I will be here until you have made your selections. Atosta nodded, realizing that Elder Alan spoke from the heart, and the risks he mentioned were indeed real. After Elder Alan finished his instructions, everyone began to disperse and experiment with the various images. Atosta casually walked to one image, lightly placing his hand on it. Just as Elder Alan had said, the basic description of this secret art appeared in Atosta's mind. The giant body technique. Atosta retracted his hand and mused it simply enlarges the body, but the combat power does not change. What a perfect target. Moving to the next secret art image, he continued the previous action, the shrinking technique. Is this corresponding to the previous one? It seems useless. He continued the transformation technique, looks no different from the transformations of the little sidekicks from Earth. Although this secret art is somewhat useful, Atosta preferred techniques that aided in battle or cultivation. This was something to pass on. Next, the sealing technique for evil enemies. It requires a single target skill, but the strength cannot be too far apart. Pass. Purifying light. It sounds impressive, but can we really convert enemies into friends and fill the world with love? Alright, moving on. Wished. It truly is a divine skill capable of influencing the afterlife and allowing the deceased to ascend to paradise. But Atosta pressed his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. Phew. Atosta sighed, a look of relief on his face. After encountering a dozen useless secret arts, this one indeed seemed more reliable. Teleportation. Quite good. It was exactly the teleportation learned by Sun Wukong in the original work. The utility of teleportation is quite significant. After hesitating for a moment, Atosta decided to continue looking. Stepping lightly, he placed his palm on the next image, and in an instant Atosta's expression changed. His eyes widened, and his body trembled with excitement. Letting out a long breath, he leaned against the cold wall, gazing vacantly at the smooth ceiling of the cave, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Memories surged forth, not from the battles of the past 20 years, but from memories that came before that. A bustling city, dazzling neon lights, faces that had gradually blurred, and that most familiar, albeit small, warm home. Dadmom. His eyes seemed a bit moist as two aging faces appeared before him. His mother wore a gentle and kind smile, while his father had a stern face, yet a hint of tenderness shone through his gaze. Are you both doing well? Foolishly asking self-deceiving questions. As the only child, he was no longer present. Oh, would his parents be all right? Ugh. His heart began to race, increasingly, breath quickening, his lips bitten until they bled, yet Atosta remained oblivious, suppressing his increasingly agitated emotions as if his soul was crying out. Time travel. The name of that secret art. Basic description: possesses the ability to traverse time and space, reaching a completely different world from this one. Calm down, calm down. Covering his face with his hands, Atosta forced himself to regain composure, his mind gradually clearing up as he began to contemplate this secret art. First, I need to understand what is meant by time travel. Traveling is easy to comprehend, but what does that time and space refer to? Is it as I hope that I can return to my original world, even if it's just for a very short time? Perhaps like the time machine used by future Trunks, it could traverse to the past or future. Or maybe it's even worse, like those fanfiction novels I've read in my previous life, where one travels to worlds like Naruto, Bleach, or One Piece. At this thought, Atosta couldn't help but press his forehead, lamenting that perhaps he was now in some Dragon Ball fanfiction world. As for the definition of time and space, Atosta indeed found it difficult to grasp. He feared getting his hopes up too high, only to be further disappointed. With little information, it was impossible to make a definitive judgment. Fortunately, there was still someone to ask. Elder Allen. Atosta approached Elder Allen, who was sitting at the cave's side, and said, I have something to ask about a secret art. With Elder Allen's nod, Atosta led him to the image of time travel and asked Elder, what is the definition of time and space in this secret art? Elder Allen withdrew his hand, turned to Atosta, and sincerely replied, I don't know. Before Atosta could respond, Elder Allen explained this secret art is one of the oldest on our planet, and there are no other records regarding it. Moreover, after pausing, Elder Allen spoke each word carefully. No one has ever successfully cultivated it.